At the very end of a failed hunt, Sungjin reaches up weakly as the operator announces that every player is dead and the chapter is closing. With death closing in, Sungjin feels an almost relieved calm and admits he is tired of all the violence. Then the operator says he was humanity's last surviving player and grants him a final reward called Restart. A new message explains that Restart will send him back to the beginning with all his memories intact, and Sungjin can only stare in shock. When he opens his eyes again, Sungjin is back in the familiar white room where the very first hunt began. He checks himself and realizes all the powerful gear he gathered in his previous life is gone, including the rings on his hands. The truth sinks in fast. He really has been sent all the way back to the first chapter. As the operator repeats the old rule about killing the enemy or dying, Sungjin bitterly mouths the ending before she even says it. The story rewinds to the day humanity first heard the operator's mechanical voice announcing that a hunt was about to begin. In the next instant, every person is teleported alone into a small blank white room with a hologram for Chapter 0. The operator lays out the first cruel tutorial: kill the enemy or die, and pick one starter weapon. Sungjin immediately chooses a katana, and the old weapon appearing in his hands feels painfully familiar. He studies the sword and quietly admits it has been a long time since he last saw it. The countdown ends, the chapter board vanishes, and the Chapter 0 enemy is summoned into the room. Instead of attacking, Sungjin stares at the mannequin and the katana in his hand, crushed by the thought of repeating the whole nightmare. Memories of endless battles and dead comrades flood back, and for a moment Sungjin just stops fighting inside. When the operator warns that only 20 seconds remain, steel spikes suddenly burst from the ceiling to force the kill. Sungjin lowers his head and admits he cannot do this anymore, even as the trap closes in. At 10 seconds, the spike-covered ceiling starts dropping for real, leaving him nowhere to run. Even when the final countdown begins, Sungjin stays still and thinks this cruel restart might not be worth taking. But right before the end, a remembered promise from someone important cuts through his despair and makes him flinch back to himself. At the very last second, Sungjin snaps into motion and cuts the mannequin's neck with one clean swing. The operator's voice glitches mid-announcement, the descending spikes freeze, and the chapter suddenly clears. His reward window shows nothing useful, but Sungjin steadies himself and decides the second chance might still change everything. The moment Chapter 0 ends, Sungjin is teleported into a massive hall packed with surviving humans from all over the world. Everyone around him panics and tries to make sense of what happened, while Sungjin watches in silence because he has already lived this scene once. The confusion gets stranger when people realize they can suddenly understand languages they never learned. Then the operator addresses them from above, and everyone looks up to see the face of a beautiful woman filling the space overhead. Operator welcomes them as humanity's representatives, and Sungjin can only smirk at how fake that sounds. She names this place the Hunters Hall and tells them that clearing Chapter 0 earned them the right to become hunters for humanity. The survivors trade shaken reactions as they realize everyone here killed the same grotesque tutorial enemy to get this far. The crowd itself reveals the filter. Chapter 0 mostly left behind the elderly, children, disabled people, and anyone who could not bring themselves to kill the screaming mannequin. Operator defines a hunter as the strongest representative of the species, turning survival into a brutal test of humanity's worth. Then she shows them Purgatory, a holding place for everyone who failed Chapter 0, and the screen is tailored to each person's loved ones. The hall erupts with cries from mothers, wives, and daughters, but Sungjin only looks up in disgust and calls the whole display sick. Because he grew up an orphan, Sungjin is spared the same emotional blow even as he recognizes how vicious the tactic is. Operator raises the stakes even further. Dead hunters will also be sent to Purgatory, but if the hunts are fully cleared, everyone there will be restored alive. Her final condition is the cruelest one of all. If every hunter fails, all of humanity will be wiped out. Sungjin immediately doubts that claim, because if total failure meant extinction, his own restart should never have happened. Most of the others are still too stunned to grasp the scale of it until Operator bluntly says humanity will go extinct if the hunters cannot prove their worth. The crowd finally snaps, shouting insults and rage at Operator, but she stays completely indifferent. When she announces that hunting will begin shortly, Sungjin ignores the chaos and starts planning around what he remembers from his first life. He lifts the katana and looks at his own reflection in the blade, using that quiet moment to make himself a promise. This time, Sungjin vows to clear every chapter perfectly. With that decision made, Sungjin braces himself and is teleported out of the Hunter's Hall toward the next hunt. Sungjin arrives in the Greenskin Wildlands and immediately recognizes the savage chapter layout from his previous life. A floating cube appears beside him, and the operator warns that these early phases are combat tutorials only in name because failure still means death. The first phase opens with goblins and a 3-minute limit, but Sungjin is already drawing his katana before the explanation finishes. Before the operator can finish describing goblins, Sungjin wipes them out so fast that her lecture cuts straight to victory. He claims the reward without hesitation and shuts down the operator's sales pitch by putting his first point straight into dexterity. When the operator starts explaining coins, Sungjin cuts her off again and refuses to buy anything. Phase 2 brings hobgoblins, and Sungjin ignores the briefing and rushes in before the operator can finish a sentence. He clears the hobgoblins just as easily, and this time the operator gives up on the long explanation. Sungjin dumps all 3 new stat points into Dexterity 2 and repeats that he still will not spend his coins. At Phase 3, Sungjin finally pauses because the orc is the first monster that used to kill weaker hunters in this tutorial. As the operator describes the orc's size and weapons, a muscular orc bursts out from behind the palisade. The sight makes Sungjin remember how hard this fight was the first time, and he almost laughs because that version of him is gone now. The orc swings a club at Sungjin's head, and Sungjin dodges by leaning just out of range instead of wasting movement. The moment the club slams into the ground and the orc stiffens, Sungjin slices the back of its knee. The crippled orc drops to its knees, and Sungjin immediately takes the neck opening and beheads it in one strike. After the face closes, Sungjin flicks blood from his blade and studies the corpse with a new suspicion. He realizes the chapter structure is the same, but the monsters are not exact copies, because this orc has long hair instead of being bald like before. He still takes the reward exactly the same way, pushing all 5 new points into dexterity. But when he is about to refuse the shop again, Sungjin stops because the next enemy is a troll, and trolls need fire or acid to stay dead. The operator recommends buying fire, so Sungjin asks the exact cost of Salamander's Ash instead of rejecting the idea outright. When the cube says Salamander's Ash costs 6 black coins, Sungjin hesitates because it is only a temporary enchant, and he wants every coin for the long game. He checks the reusable alternative next, but Mizuki Flintstone costs 300 coins, which is far beyond what he can afford this early. After weighing both options, Sungjin grimly decides to buy nothing and face the troll empty-handed. Phase 4 begins, and a huge troll lumbers out from the palisade roaring, drool hanging from its jagged teeth. For the first time since restarting, Sungjin actually checks the timer and sees the fight has to be finished in 3 minutes. The troll charges swinging wildly, and Sungjin spends the opening exchange just reading the club and dodging cleanly. He tries the same knee cut he used on the orc, and the troll crashes down to one knee. But when Sungjin goes for the beheading, the troll still swings its club, forcing him to break off and retreat. By the time the troll rises again, the leg wound is already healed, proving brute force alone will not end this fight quickly. Sungjin admits the old trick will not work on a troll, but he also knows trolls have one weakness besides fire: they never learn. On the next charge, Sungjin cuts the troll's shin and severs the club hand to take away its main weapon. Even one-handed, the troll is still dangerous, because its other hand lashes out with spear-sharp nails. Knowing he cannot allow any time to regenerate, Sungjin lands and immediately dives back in. He lets the troll's own momentum slice off the second wrist, turning its heavy swing into self-destruction. With both hands gone, Sungjin hacks at the troll non-stop in a brutal race against its healing. When the troll finally folds forward to shield itself, Sungjin takes the opening and cuts off its head. Only after the operator confirms the kill does Sungjin finally exhale and admit how annoying it was to beat a troll without fire. Even in death the troll keeps regenerating, and Sungjin takes grim satisfaction in the 6 coins he saved by not buying Salamander's Ash. The troll's reward is much bigger, and Sungjin coldly thinks many hunters must have died here because only the strong survive this hunt. The operator tells him he cleared the tutorial early and must now wait for the next phase, a 5-person raid with other hunters. With downtime for the first time since restarting, Sungjin asks to see his status and confirms his base stats match his previous life exactly. He realizes he started stronger than average from the very beginning, especially in strength, dexterity, magic, and mind. To plan his build properly, Sungjin asks for his katana specs and checks how the weapon scales with strength and dexterity. The operator shows the rank multipliers, and Sungjin confirms that more strength would raise katana damage harder, but dexterity still gives speed, attack flow, and evasion. He decides to keep gambling on speed instead of survivability, even though ignoring endurance means a single mistake could still kill him. He commits fully by putting all 10 unspent points into dexterity before the raid begins. Sungjin reminds himself that raid rewards depend on merit, so if he does not stand out from the start, he will fall behind later. The operator starts a 1-minute synchronization countdown, and Sungjin uses the quiet to think ahead to the raid's hidden boss. He knows the obvious raid goal is killing as many monsters as possible fast, but his real edge would be finding the hidden boss. Nobody knew about this early. Since he still does not know where that hidden boss is, Sungjin settles on one plan: clear the raid fast and search the map afterward. When synchronization begins, the world blurs and 4 other hunters suddenly appear around Sungjin. The new arrivals are startled by each other, but they all go quiet the instant the operator announces that Phase 5 is a cooperative raid. The objective is to kill Orc Chief Camel within 20 minutes, and failure still means death. Sungjin studies the team while the operator explains rewards, and he realizes none of these 4 men are the same teammates he had before. The reward board confirms contribution values for goblins, hobgoblins, orcs, trolls, and camel, but says nothing at all about any hidden boss. After stressing teamwork and item purchases, the operator leaves the 5 hunters alone with 1 minute to prepare. The awkward silence finally breaks when the muscular black man proposes introductions and immediately brings up the real issue: fire for trolls. The muscular black man asks how many black coins everyone has left, and says he still has 7 after spending some in the tutorial. The others answer one by one with 8, 6, and 6, proving all of them already burned coins on healing or fire items. When the group turns to the last holdout, Sungjin finally opens his mouth and tells them to listen carefully. At the raid entrance, Sungjin takes control and tells the others to stay right behind him because he plans to clear this raid fast. He adds the real setup for survival: buy Salamander's Ash, skip potions, and put any spare stat points into endurance so they can at least stay alive longer. The team does not trust him, and 2 of the men push back, saying they should slow down and think more carefully first. When the operator offers him a purchase, Sungjin instantly refuses, and the room freezes again when the others realize he still has 19 black coins untouched. That reveal splits the group even harder, because 2 men admire his restraint, while the Asian man immediately turns it into proof that Sungjin is selfish. Sungjin bluntly says he cannot spend those coins, but the accusation only gets worse as the hostile pair call him a liar who wants to hoard supplies for himself. Giving up on explaining, Sungjin tells them one last time to ignore him, stay together, and hunt goblins near the outskirts. The Asian man keeps attacking his authority, sneering that a teenager has no right to lecture the rest of them. With only 30 seconds left, Baltron tries to calm everyone down by buying Salamander's Ash, but the damage is already done. Instead of following the plan, the Arab man and the Asian man burn all their remaining coins on recovery potions and openly declare that Sungjin can cover them later. Watching the team collapse into selfish bickering, Sungjin decides this group would normally be wiped out and stops wasting any more time on them. At 10 seconds to start, Sungjin stands up, walks to the entrance alone, and ignores Baltron when the officer tries to stop him. The countdown hits 0, and the instant the raid begins, Sungjin explodes forward into the wildlands by himself. After Sungjin vanishes ahead, the 4 remaining men still cannot move as a team and immediately start arguing over who has to take the vanguard. The others finally push Baltron to the front because he is a police officer, and he reluctantly accepts the role with only a club in hand. He leads them carefully into the wildlands, planning to pull small groups, but the moment they enter, they freeze at the sight waiting for them. The path is covered in a mountain of goblin and greenskin corpses, and the men realize Sungjin has already butchered more than a dozen monsters on his own. Remembering Sungjin's warning, Baltron decides their best move is to follow the corpse trail and catch up to him. As they creep deeper in, the operator suddenly warns that the boss monster has appeared, and a heavy roar shakes the area ahead. Baltron runs toward the sound, but the other 3 hang back again, already trying to avoid the fight. When Baltron reaches the boss area, he sees Sungjin charging alone through goblins, hobgoblins, orcs, and trolls straight at the towering orc chief. Every monster that tries to block Sungjin gets torn apart, and even 2 trolls attacking together lose limbs before they can slow him down. The orc chief swings a terrifying club with shocking speed, but Sungjin reads the attack cleanly and slips past it. Sungjin immediately cripples the boss, cutting off fingers, carving through its body, and turning the fight into a one-sided execution. When the chief tries one last desperate swing, Sungjin dodges again and slices open its throat, ending the boss on the spot. The raid objective completes, but Sungjin does not relax for a second because the surviving trolls have already regenerated and come at him again. Before Sungjin can finish them, terrified screams erupt behind Baltron as the 3 men he left back have drawn 2 more trolls onto themselves. The fleeing trio rushes straight behind Sungjin for cover, and the 2 new trolls swing at him the instant they arrive. Sungjin casually cuts an arm off each of the new trolls, but the interruption lets the first pair regenerate again and drags the fight out. For the first time, Sungjin shows real frustration, because he knows he can win, but these regenerating trolls are wasting the time he needs for the hidden boss. Baltron finally understands the problem and pulls out the Salamander's Ash he bought earlier, deciding to support Sungjin instead of hiding behind him. He coats his club in the ash, ignites it in flame, and tells Sungjin to just pin the trolls down so he can finish them properly. Sungjin instantly disables the trolls by slicing through elbows and knees, dropping all 4 onto the floor in a flailing heap. Baltron smashes the burning club into their wounded joints, cauterizing the cuts so the trolls finally stop regenerating and die for good. The moment the trolls are dead, Sungjin asks for the remaining time and learns he has already burned over a minute he could not afford to lose. At the boss hall, Sungjin scans the room and quickly decides the hidden boss is probably not in the same place as the normal boss. Before he leaves, Sungjin stops Baltron, gets his name, and decides the officer is useful enough to trust with part of the search. He orders Baltron to search the nearby area with the other 2 survivors, saying the flaming club and a 3-man team should handle anything up to a lone troll. Sungjin also teaches Baltron how to use the operator's cube like a walkie-talkie, and tells him to report anything hidden or strange immediately. The Asian man tries to ask how Sungjin knew there were secrets in the raid, but Sungjin walks off without giving him a single word. A little later, Baltron leads the remaining 2 men through the wildlands and finally runs into a manageable pack of 5 goblins. Baltron orders them into a circle, and this time the group actually follows his lead. The fight goes smoothly, and after smashing down several goblins, Baltron realizes that ordinary enemies are well within their reach now. That small success gives the white man some confidence back, but the Asian man immediately asks why they should risk themselves at all now that the main objective is done. Baltron explains that extra kills should mean more stat points and black coins later, and he repeats Sunjin's advice to keep hunting safely on the outskirts. Still worried about how rewards work, the group asks the operator, and the cube explains that contribution is calculated from damage, kills, support, scouting, and more. The white man nervously asks for his score and learns his contribution is only 4.3%. Baltron checks next and finds he is at 7.2%, a little better thanks to actually helping Sunjin finish the trolls. When the Asian man finally gets his own number, the answer is a humiliating 1.8%, and his earlier cowardice suddenly has a price tag on it. Regret hits the group at once, and Baltron rallies them to use the remaining time to hunt harder and keep watching for anything unusual. Elsewhere in the wildlands, Sunjin tears across the map alone, killing every goblin, orc, and troll in his path while he searches for the hidden boss. Even after tearing through almost the whole area, he still finds nothing strange and asks the operator for the time again with rising irritation. With only a little over 6 minutes left, Sunjin curses aloud and realizes he may have searched nearly the entire map already. He briefly wonders if the first raid might not have a hidden boss at all, but the next second he changes course and decides to wipe out every last living thing just in case. That turns the hunt even more brutal as he chases down hidden goblins, feeding orcs, and wandering trolls without giving any of them a chance to react. In the middle of that sweep, he runs into Baltron's group struggling through a close 3-man fight against 3 trolls and cuts down 2 of them instantly. Baltron thanks him, but Sunjin only cares whether they found anything strange, and Baltron has to admit they found nothing. To settle it, Sunjin asks for the raid progress and gets the answer he needed, 95% complete, which means a hidden boss definitely still exists somewhere. Just as Sunjin moves to search again, Baltron hesitates and points out one section of the palisade that looks wrong to him. Drawing on his traffic control experience, Baltron explains that the overlapping barricades there look inefficient, and that tiny detail is enough to make Sunjin check it immediately. Up close, Sunjin sees the palisade section is indented inward and notices a crude metal rod sticking out like a hidden lever. After checking that the others are watching from a distance, Sunjin pulls the lever and the disguised section of wall rattles open. Inside is a small enclosed space like a crude castle interior, and at the far end a dark red orc hangs chained to the wall. The moment Sunjin steps closer, the operator confirms it is the hidden boss, Mad Orc Ruark, and Sunjin tightens his grip on the katana for the real fight. When Baltron and the other 2 men start to follow him in, Sunjin whips around and shouts for them to get back before they die. He is 1 beat too late, because Ruark rips free of the chains and charges straight at Sunjin with a roar. Inside the hidden enclosure, Sunjin meets Ruark head-on and drives his katana toward the Mad Orc's neck and heart, expecting a clean stop. Ruark barely reacts to the stab and keeps charging, forcing Sunjin to spring back before the first wild swing can crush him. Sunjin almost counterattacks too soon, then realizes the real threat is the chains whipping after Ruark's arms with a deadly delay. The fight turns ugly fast, because Ruark has speed and reach instead of the main boss's brute style, and one solid hit would kill fragile, dex-built Sunjin. While the other 3 men scramble away from the danger zone, Sunjin keeps backing up alone and watches for the tiniest opening. He finally tags one arm with 3 quick stabs, but Ruark still swings like a maniac, so Sunjin gives up on damage racing and starts planning a way to disable him. Sunjin knocks Ruark down with a hard kick to the shins, but even on the floor the orc keeps slashing the chains around his legs like a death trap. Trying to trap the chains, Sunjin jams his scabbard into the ground and leaps over the sweeping metal like high-risk jump rope. The scabbard catches for a heartbeat, then gets ripped free, and Sunjin realizes he needs something much heavier to pin Ruark down. Ruark comes back even faster, and while barely surviving the barrage, Sunjin spots Baltron's metal club and shouts for the officer to throw it to him. Baltron hesitates at the chain storm, then steels himself, steps into range, and hurls the club towards Sunjin. Sunjin snatches the club in his left hand, keeps the katana in his right, and waits for one more chance to topple Ruark. After tripping Ruark again, Sunjin drives the club deep into the ground and balances on it as the chains whip in. This time the chains wrap around the club and lock fast, finally pinning Ruark's arms in place. Sunjin immediately cuts off one arm, turning the impossible barrage into a manageable one-sided fight. With only one chain left to dodge, Sunjin slips around Ruark's flailing and severs the second arm too. Ruark can no longer stand or fight, so Sunjin walks up calmly, tells him to rest, and takes his head. The operator ends the raid the moment Ruark falls, and Sunjin finally exhales now that every objective in the chapter is done. After catching his breath, Sunjin sheathes his katana, pulls Baltron's club from the ground, and tosses it back to him. When the rewards are calculated, the other men get scraps, while Sunjin's overwhelming contribution earns him a staggering 505 stat points and 505 black coins. Sunjin ignores the stares and immediately starts calculating his coin total, already thinking ahead to what this huge payout can buy him. The item drops make the gap even sharper, because the others receive small recovery loot, while Sunjin gets several rare boss rewards at once. One survivor mutters that Sunjin greedily hogged the rewards, and Sunjin turns on the complaint at once, furious after saving their lives. When the complainer still talks back, Sunjin draws his katana and closes in to teach him a brutal raid rule: hunters can kill hunters inside a raid. He slashes the man's clothes into rags without touching flesh, proving how easily he could kill him and leaving the coward shaking on the floor. The man nods frantically, and Sungjin finally sheathes his sword, deciding the raid already doomed him enough without wasting more effort. With the tension still hanging in the air, the operator moves on to a new reward category and explains how raid titles work. The first title lands like a curse, because one survivor is branded coward and learns it cuts his HP in half while making monsters spot him more easily. Another survivor gets a modest spear bonus, and Baltron grimaces when his own title comes out as criminal arsonist for boosting fire damage. Then Sungjin gets Master Hunter, and the 30% boost to all stats is so huge that even he is caught off guard. When the operator says their group cleared faster than the others and has only a few minutes left, Sungjin immediately equips Master Hunter and checks the difference. His boosted status confirms every stat has jumped, and that sudden power spike makes clearing future raids feel possible in a way it did not before. Next he inspects the grotesque necklace from Ruark and asks the operator what exactly he picked up. The necklace turns out to be Yanhurat, a heroic item that grants a brutal 300% seal burst at the price of crashing his HP after it ends. When Sungjin lifts Yanhurat to his ear, he hears it whisper a simple, ugly command: kill them. He recoils from the voice but keeps the necklace anyway, because dangerous tools are still tools if he survives long enough to need them. The chained gear from Ruark surprises him too, because Free Arc is not a weapon at all but heroic wrist armor with a crowd control cleanse. When he equips Free Arc, the shackles lock onto one wrist, and the chains wrap along his arm like improvised armor. The skull-decorated club is exactly as valuable as it looks, but because it favors strength over dexterity, Sungjin decides to sell it instead of keeping it. The operator's resale price is insultingly low, so instead of dumping it to the system, Sungjin remembers Baltron was the only one who truly helped him and calls the old officer over. Baltron is visibly nervous around him now, but Sungjin gets straight to business and asks how many black coins the officer has. When Baltron says he has 76 coins, Sungjin offers him Skull Romabel for exactly that amount, and tells him it is practically free for a heroic weapon. Sungjin quickly explains the trade method, and once their cubes touch, the system opens a formal exchange between them. They complete the trade, and Skull Romabel vanishes from Sungjin's hands and reappears in Baltron's as the officer buys his survival at a bargain price. Sungjin even explains the club's fear effect for keeping enemies weaker, and when Baltron asks how he knows so much, Sungjin only says the truth would sound unbelievable. With 1 minute left before extraction, Sungjin closes his eyes and holds his katana quietly, while Baltron studies him and finally sees both the teenager and the killer in the same person. Thinking it through, Baltron accepts that without Sungjin he would have died to the trolls, the chief, or Ruark long before now. Unable to leave it there, Baltron walks over and asks the teenager's name, wanting at least to know the man who saved him. Sungjin first tries to shut that distance back down, saying they will never meet again, because everyone he gets close to ends up dead. Baltron presses once more, and Sungjin finally gives him only a fragment, K. Before Baltron can even reintroduce himself, Sungjin cuts in, remembers his full name already, and tells him to grow stronger and survive. The final countdown starts, and with only seconds left, Baltron thanks him for keeping him alive. As the last seconds tick away, Baltron looks up at the title over Sungjin's head and sends him off with the name that will stick, Master Hunter K. Sungjin returns to the Hunter's Hall and stares at the sea of survivors, already thinking most of these people will be cut down fast in the next raid. When the operator appears again, nobody curses back this time because the hall is full of grief, shock, and people trying to understand how to stay alive. The operator explains the first survival rule plainly. Hunters have to push their stats past human limits, and unspent points are useless in a real fight. She moves on to titles, warning that equipped titles work at full power while inactive ones only give half, so choosing the right title matters. The operator says equipment is just as important as stats, and that the black market is where hunters can buy the gear, tomes, and consumables they will need later. As the venue shift countdown starts, Sungjin ignores the lecture and quietly totals his black coins, landing on exactly 600. The next instant, he is dropped into the black market, a bustling bazaar under canopies where every merchant is a demi-human instead of a human. While the operator explains that black coins only spend here, Sungjin cuts straight through the noise and heads for a shop he already knows by heart. He enters the katana shop Last Edge, where the Naga merchant Kenneth greets him and immediately notices he has an eye for quality. Sungjin points to a crimson blade on the wall, and Kenneth carefully brings down the one sword Sungjin actually came to see. The moment Blood Vengeance is in his hands, Sungjin's face softens because this is the legendary katana he carried until his death in his previous life. He gives the old weapon a test swing, but the nostalgia ends fast when Kenneth names the price, 9,700 black coins. With only 600 coins and nowhere near enough health to use its blood-burning skill well, Sungjin reluctantly returns the katana and walks away. Instead of chasing power now, he heads to his real target deep in the market, Meridian's jewelry shop, Eternal Moment. The Catwoman merchant Meridian tries to size him up, but Sungjin bluntly asks for the exact item he came for, the Heart of Gold. When she remarks that the ring is expensive for someone fresh out of the first raid, Sungjin surprises her by naming the 500 coin price himself and paying without hesitation. The heart of gold appears in his palm, and Sungjin equips the plain sapphire ring immediately because its coin bonus will snowball his future raids. It is a risky early game purchase that gives him no combat edge at all, but Sungjin knows only someone strong enough to keep surviving can turn this ring into a huge advantage. After shopping, he leaves the market center and heads to a small inn on the outskirts called 99 Nights. Inside, the owl innkeeper Dalyapin politely offers a room, but Sungjin asks for food first and orders from memory without even touching the menu. The steak is as good as he remembers, and over the meal Sungjin checks the clock and learns he still has just over 9 hours before the next raid. Later, he relaxes in the inn's bath, but even there his thoughts spiral back to the reset and the question he still cannot answer. Why was he revived at all? With no answers coming, Sungjin makes himself a harder promise instead. On this second chance, he will clear every objective perfectly and force the truth to reveal itself. By morning, he is back downstairs for a simple breakfast, treating the final minutes before the raid with the same controlled routine as everything else. With only 15 minutes left, he finally spends his saved points, heavily boosting strength and dexterity while putting just enough into endurance for safety. His status screen confirms what he wanted: speed and attack power near the top of the world already, with enough durability to cover a bad surprise. After checking the timer again, he kills the last few minutes with an iced Americano, staying almost absurdly calm before another life or death raid. Then the teleport hits, and Sungjin lands in a henna's forest, a dark moonlit woodland full of predators and another 4-phase tutorial. Phase 1 starts with a grey wolf, and Sungjin kills it the instant it lunges, barely treating it as a threat. The easy start only makes him think ahead, because the real problem in this raid is not the normal stages but finding the hidden boss in time. Remembering how much easier a raid becomes with competent allies, he quietly hopes this random team includes people who can at least follow orders. Phase 2 interrupts that thought with a Shadow Puma ambush from behind, but Sungjin dives aside and carves it open in a single counter. As the Puma collapses with its guts spilling out, Sungjin drifts back into old memories of the comrades who once kept him alive. Those memories turn sour when he reaches someone he does not want to remember, and the bitterness carries straight into Phase 3. The grizzly bear rushes him head-on, and Sungjin's bad mood turns it into an execution as he drops the giant beast with one flash of his blade. Even with only his plain starter katana, his absurdly high stats are already enough to cut through monsters most hunters would struggle just to survive. That only revives his hunger for blood vengeance, because he knows this borrowed breathing room will not last once stronger raids start piling up. Phase 4 finally becomes a real fight when a dire wolf appears and summons 3 grey wolves to circle him as a pack. Instead of waiting to be boxed in, Sungjin explodes toward the weakest wolf, decapitates it, and kicks another one aside before the full pack can close. The remaining wolves try to trade bodies for an opening, but one bites into the chains of free arc instead of his arm and gets nothing except a metallic crunch. From there the outcome is obvious, and Sungjin cuts down the last wolves in a few merciless swings to finish the tutorial first. He checks free arc afterward and sees the wolf's teeth did not even dent the shackle, quietly confirming how useful this odd gear really is. Because he finished before everyone else, the forest shifts into a campfire waiting zone where Sungjin sits alone with his katana and waits for the rest of the hunters to catch up. At last the synchronization begins, and one by one other hunters start materializing around the campfire, as Sungjin watches to see what kind of team fate gave him this time. At the campfire waiting zone, Sungjin sizes up his new raid party by their titles and immediately realizes this group is weak. The operator's mission window appears over the fire and makes the stakes blunt: kill the Wolf Queen Ahenna in 25 minutes or die. The tall hunter with the hooligan title immediately tries to dominate the team, barking for everyone to gather and mocking them as dead weight. Sungjin and the old lumberjack stay back, and when the hooligan snaps at them too, Sungjin silently gives up on teamwork. He decides he can clear the raid alone, but the hidden boss and the ticking time limit still bother him. With 1 minute left before the raid starts, Sungjin tells the operator to dump all his points into dexterity. He thinks through the choice and decides speed matters more than toughness here, even if he now regrets some earlier points spent on endurance. Right before the start, a thin man with a huge pack walks out of the woods and introduces himself as the wandering merchant Eindel. Eindel offers overpriced fire and recovery items, and Sungjin remembers enough from his past life to recognize this odd merchant without trusting him. The hooligan tries to rob the merchant on the spot, but a raid warning flashes and scares him into letting go. Once the threat passes, Eindel smoothly resumes his sales pitch and pushes fire-based items as the best answer to the forest's beasts. The weak hunters rush to spend their hard-earned coins on consumables, desperate for any edge that might keep them alive. Even the hooligan swallows his pride and buys Salamander's Ash after watching everyone else do it. When Eindel offers him the same deal, Sungjin refuses and keeps saving every coin for the katana he really wants. As the final countdown starts, Sungjin decides the merchant is strange but not worth thinking about now, and draws his sword. The hooligan tries one last time to pull him into the group, but Sungjin only throws back a few blunt survival tips about wolves, bears, and pumas. The raid begins, and Sungjin instantly sprints into the dark forest alone, while Eindel calls after the team that his shop will stay open. Deep in Ahenna's forest, Sungjin tears through wolves, pumas, and even charging grizzlies so easily that the fights barely slow him down. He is not chasing points anymore. With Heart of Gold and Master Hunter already boosting rewards, Sungjin cares far more about finding the hidden boss and heroic loot. Dire wolves still force him to pay attention, because unlike the other animals, they fight with speed and coordinated pack tactics. After carving through the forest for nearly 5 minutes, Sungjin checks the remaining time and judges that the boss should be close now. A shadow puma drops from above, and Sungjin kills it on reflex before it can touch him. Then one gray wolf stops attacking, raises its head, and starts a long howl that spreads through the whole forest. Sungjin hears the pack's call and immediately knows the real boss has arrived. The operator confirms it, and the wolf queen Yahello steps out, a snow-white giant with the size of a monster and the eyes of something far smarter. Yahello's howl brings dire wolves and gray wolves flooding in behind her until Sungjin is staring at a pack dozen strong. Just as he starts measuring the odds, the useless team finally blunders into the battlefield and panics at the sight of the boss. Yahello answers with another patterned howl, and the wolves move like trained soldiers to surround all 4 hunters at once. Fed up, Sungjin tells them the boss is his and warns them to stay out of his way. He launches straight at Yahello, trying to cut through the pack before she can fully control the fight. Yahello strikes first with terrifying speed, but Sungjin ducks under her claws and sees her surprise the instant he avoids them. Sungjin counters with an upward slash that cuts across her face, and Yahello leaps back with a pained cry. The wound is shallow, and before he can finish her, dire wolves slam in from the sides and force him to back off. In seconds the wolves rebuild a living shield around their queen, and Sungjin has to admit they protect her with brutal discipline. Behind him, the 3 other hunters are already falling apart, flailing with flaming weapons and firing arrows almost at random. Yahello changes the rhythm again, ordering the wolves to stop attacking and circle the hunters in a controlled orbit. Sungjin locks onto Yahello again, but she answers his stare by planting her biggest dire wolf directly between them. He briefly checks the others for support, and finds a pathetic little cluster forming under the hooligan's shaky orders. The teamwork lasts 1 second, because the novice swordsman accidentally sets the hooligan's shirt on fire and gets cursed out for it. Watching that mess, Sungjin gives up completely on using them and decides to thin the pack himself until he can reach the queen. Yahello moves before he can, sending the whole ring crashing inward in one coordinated assault. The novice swordsman's fire runs out at the worst moment, and as soon as he hesitates, the wolves tear off his sword arm and rip him apart. The hooligan realizes his own flame will die too, reaches for more ash, and gets killed before he can even finish cursing. The novice scout sprays fire arrows into the trees, but once his protectors are dead, he is dragged down too while trying to run to Sungjin. Sungjin cannot save them because the strongest wolves are still busy tying him down in close combat. Then Yahello suddenly calls the wolves off, and Sungjin turns to see why the battlefield has changed. A stray fire arrow has started a forest fire, and now the flames pen Sungjin in while the wolves keep their distance from the blaze. Even after non-stop killing, the pack still looks endless because Yahello keeps refilling it every time he cuts too many down. When he checks the clock again, Sungjin sees Yahello has already burned 5 precious minutes just by stalling him. He studies the queen and realizes she knows exactly what she is doing. She cannot beat him head-on, so she is trying to win on time. For the first time, Sungjin regrets refusing Angel's consumables and wonders if his habit of hoarding coins has gone too far. That thought pushes him to the grotesque Yanhurat necklace in his pocket, the one power-up he has been trying not to rely on. He remembers exactly what Zealot can do, but he also remembers the hunters who leaned on that power and died horribly for it. As he hesitates, the necklace itself whispers from his hand and urges him to kill. Sungjin hates the choice, but with the hidden boss still ahead and time bleeding away, he decides Yahello has to die in the next 30 seconds. He puts Yanhurat on, and the maddening voice in his ears becomes louder and clearer at once. The moment it is equipped, Sungjin explodes forward toward Yahello, and the first wolf in his path is cut down almost effortlessly. As blood splashes onto him, the necklace's whispers ramp up from a murmur into a manic command to murder everything in front of him. Dire wolves and even a charging grizzly bear become nothing but meat in Zealot mode as his speed and power jump to a terrifying level. The more he kills, the louder the voice gets, until the necklace is practically pounding murder into his skull. Sungjin becomes a bloody path of destruction straight toward the queen, smashing through every beast that throws itself in front of her. For the first time Yahello sounds afraid, and when every wolf surges in to stop him, Sungjin roars back that he will kill them all. The fire arrows turn Yahello's forest into a full wildfire, and when the smoke clears, Sungjin is standing alone among heaps of dead beasts with Yahello's corpse behind him. He rips the grotesque Yanhurat necklace off his neck, still hearing its mad whispers to kill even after the fight is over. Sungjin checks his condition and sees that Zealot left him drained with only a third of his health, even though he came out of the frenzy without a visible wound. That hard drop reminds him why Zealot gets hunters killed. If the 30 seconds end before every enemy is dead, it leaves them weak, confused, and surrounded. He asks the remaining time and realizes less than a minute has passed, so the necklace's madness bought him speed he badly needed. To stabilize himself fast, Sungjin pulls out 2 small recovery potions and drinks them both until his health is completely restored. Just as he turns to search for the hidden boss, A snapped branch tells him someone is still hiding nearby. The old lumberjack lunges out in panic with an axe, but to Sungjin, the desperate swing is painfully slow. Sungjin slices the axe head clean off, and the old man stumbles back clutching the useless handle in shock. Recognizing him as the only survivor who stayed away from the hooligans, Sungjin lowers his weapon instead of finishing him. The old man calls Sungjin a monster for what he saw during the frenzy, but Sungjin simply tells him to wait by the starting campfire if he wants to survive. Leaving the frightened old man behind, Sungjin runs deeper into the forest to hunt for the hidden clue. When he checks the raid progress and sees 95% complete, Sungjin realizes he already slaughtered every normal enemy when Yahello called them in. He reaches the blackened edge of the raid zone and confirms it is only the lethal boundary, not a secret passage. After retracing his steps and finding nothing, he circles back past Yahello's corpse trail more frustrated than before. At the entrance campfire, the old man still panics at the sight of Sungjin, while Eindel greets him like a normal customer. Sungjin ignores both of them and keeps searching, because he still has no clue where the hidden boss is hiding. 5 more minutes disappear as the wildfire makes the whole forest bright as day, but Sungjin still finds nothing except more dead ends. An owl call finally makes him look up, and in the firelight he spots a nest high in the tree branches. He climbs straight up after it, and once the owl flies off, he finds a round white crystal hidden inside the nest instead of an egg. The operator identifies the crystal as the hidden piece called Perfect Moonstone, but its sale price is only 100 black coins. That low price bothers him, because he remembers hearing that the hidden piece from this raid should never be sold. Looking between the half moon in the sky and the perfectly round moonstone in his hand, Sungjin starts putting the trick together. The forest's warning about predators of the night seals it for him, and Sungjin rushes back toward the campfire with the answer. Back at the entrance, the old man and Eindel are chatting peacefully, which only makes Sungjin's suspicion sharper. Sungjin walks straight up and asks Eindel about hidden bosses, testing him instead of searching the forest again. Eindel plays dumb, then casually describes a secret boss with incredible strength, and Sungjin responds by drawing his katana at him. The old man instantly shields Eindel and insists Sungjin is the real monster, still unable to forget that earlier blood-crazed rampage. Sungjin warns the old man to get behind him if he wants to live, because the harmless merchant act only matters until Eindel turns hostile. When the old man still will not move, Sungjin starts counting down and takes the perfect moonstone in hand. On 3, he throws the moonstone to Eindel, forcing the hidden trigger instead of waiting for another clue. The instant Eindel catches it and sees the words full moon, his blue eyes turn amber, and Sungjin knows he was right. The operator confirms the reveal as Eindel's body swells into the hidden boss werewolf Eindel in just a few brutal seconds. Sungjin shouts for the old man to run, but the man freezes for one fatal second too long. Eindel kills the old man immediately, tearing out his neck before the man can even scream. With blood on his jaws, the werewolf throws back a howl, and Sungjin meets it with pure irritation instead of fear. Their first exchange is so fast that Sungjin barely misses Eindel's claws, and he realizes the hidden boss can match his speed. Eindel's next strike targets Sungjin's weapon arm on purpose, but the chains of free arc catch the claws and save his hand. That deliberate attack tells Sungjin he is not fighting a beast acting on instinct but a clever killer hiding inside a monster's body. When Sungjin demands to know what he is, Eindel answers with a rough voice and openly enjoys that his disguise was finally exposed. Eindel casually mocks the dead old man's bad meat and says he wants to see how Sungjin tastes instead. The fight resumes at breakneck speed, and after several exchanges both men pull back, already recognizing each other as dangerous opponents. Sungjin briefly considers using Yanhurat again, but he forces himself to reject the easy answer because relying on that cheat this early would be a bad sign for everything ahead. Instead, he starts giving ground on purpose, dodging and blocking while luring the werewolf toward the entrance campfire. At the last second, Sungjin plants his feet by the fire and kicks a burning log straight into Eindel. The flames catch in Eindel's fur, and that tiny instant of fear is all Sungjin needs to land a deep slash across his abdomen. Sungjin keeps pressing the weakness he found and cuts off Eindel's legs before the hidden boss can recover. Even on the ground, Eindel still tries to fight, so Sungjin stomps him down and severs both arms to end it completely. Eindel calls him cruel with his last hatred-filled stare, and Sungjin coldly answers that talkative enemies make their own deaths easier. Then Sungjin drives the blade into Eindel's chest and reminds him that a fool should never tell his enemy that beasts fear fire. The operator declares the hidden boss cleared and ends the raid immediately, finally confirming Sungjin has completed every objective. Only then does the strain hit him, and Sungjin exhales, knowing that even Chapter 2 was brutal to clear at 100% alone. That hard win leaves him thinking about the real difference from his past life. This time his teammates have been awful, and that bad luck is making every raid harder than it should be. Among everyone he has met so far, Gerald Baltran is the only teammate Sungjin considers even somewhat reliable, so his thoughts drift to the officer under the third quarter moon. He worries that even a solid man like Baltran could die with the wrong group, and before Sungjin can sit with that thought, the operator starts calculating his rewards. After the raid, the operator announces the kill rewards, and Sungjin gets everything because he cleared the whole chapter alone. The payout jumps again when Heart of Gold activates, and Sungjin quietly enjoys seeing his black coin total surge. Then the item rewards drop in front of him in a small heap, and he immediately stores the less important consumables away. Sungjin barely expects anything from the title reward because Master Hunter already feels too strong to replace. But the new title shocks him. Treasure Hunter can ask the operator for hidden boss or secret location hints during a raid. He makes the operator repeat the rule, making sure this reward is really as valuable as it sounds. The catch makes the choice harder. If he does not equip Treasure Hunter, he only gets half the effect and just one hint per raid. Instead of deciding on the spot, Sungjin shelves the title dilemma for later and turns to the actual loot. First he checks Ahena's drop, a pair of wolf foot boots he remembers envying in his past life. He equips them immediately, trading his old sneakers for speed that will help him hunt future hidden pieces. Next he inspects a small wolf carving and realizes it is a summon tied to Ahena's bloodline. When he activates it, the carving bursts apart, and a beautiful white wolf appears in front of him. The wolf obeys at once, and Sungjin is visibly relieved to have a loyal partner after his run of awful human teammates. He shortens Grandkin's name to Kane, and the wolf answers with a bark like he understands every word. The item he is most curious about is the mini merchant pack, because it looks exactly like Angel's. The operator reveals why it matters. The pouch can spit out one legendary crafting material before disappearing. That reward is so huge that Sungjin hesitates, but the return timer gives him only a minute to decide. He finally opens it, expecting something good, and gets a result so absurd that it stops him cold. Inside is Ancient Stories of the East Part 1, a legendary material so rare he only saw it near the end of his previous life. He instantly understands the upside. If he can gather all 3 parts early, future raids will become much easier. When he asks the operator where to find parts 2 and 3, she finally refuses to answer him. Blocked by the operator, he remembers the black market has a bookstore and decides that is his next lead. Back in the crowded Hunter's Hall, Sungjin looks over the mass of survivors and remembers how that number will keep shrinking until almost nobody is left. The operator congratulates everyone for clearing Chapter 2 and officially calls them full hunters. But nobody looks like celebrating. Then comes the real warning. From now on the tutorials are over, and future chapters will throw hunters straight into live raids. Other hunters are shaken by losing their safe scouting phase, but Sungjin just yawns because that change barely matters to him. When the operator says the next raid note will be sent to 99 nights, Sungjin only wants the speech to end so he can shop. As soon as he reaches the black market, Sungjin heads in with one goal: find the bookstore and learn about the missing volumes. He searches for a while before spotting a tucked-away shop called Dry Mouth in a quiet corner. Inside, the owner Gourmet is so buried in his reading that Sungjin has to fake a cough just to be noticed. Gourmet finally looks up, and Sungjin skips small talk by pulling out Ancient Stories of the East Part 1. The goat bookseller is stunned that anyone could get a legendary crafting material this early, and Sungjin flatly says it was a raid reward. When Sungjin asks for the other parts, Gourmet vanishes into the book piles to check his stock. After a messy search and a pair of book avalanches, Gourmet returns with parts 2 and 3 in his hands. The next shock is the price: 5,000 black coins per volume. Sungjin quickly realizes finishing the set would cost 10,000 more coins, and Gourmet bluntly insists the complete item is worth far more than that. With no way to haggle, Sungjin leaves the bookstore knowing he cannot afford the parts yet. Walking through the market, he falls into a harsh choice between 2 dreams he cannot pay for yet: the complete book, or his old legendary sword. By the time he reaches 99 nights, his white wolf is already waiting at a table like he belongs there. The operator explains that anything linked by spiritual link can stay at the inn, which makes Kane even more useful to Sungjin. Sungjin invites Kane inside for dinner, sounding noticeably softer with the wolf than he ever is with people. Dalyapin welcomes Sungjin back as usual, then startles at the unfamiliar bark and twists around to see the white wolf behind him. Sungjin casually introduces Kane as his ally and asks Dalyapin to look after him when he is away. Then Sungjin orders a big sushi dinner for himself and a raw beef meal for Kane without hesitation. Over dinner, Sungjin savors the last fatty tuna piece like a luxury he should not overdo before tomorrow's raid. Kane finishes his own meal just as neatly, and Sungjin heads upstairs after one more affectionate goodbye. In the bath, Sungjin checks the timer and sees he has just under 11 hours before the next raid. The operator displays his current status, and the huge pile of unallocated points confirms how much stronger he is getting far earlier than last time. After thinking it through, he puts most of the points into strength and dexterity, but also gives endurance a heavy boost because mages are coming next. He makes that call for a practical reason. Some magic attacks cannot be dodged, so surviving future raids means preparing for them now. That same logic pushes his title decision too, and in the end he keeps Master Hunter for one more round instead of switching to Treasure Hunter yet. His plan is cautious but deliberate. Test Treasure Hunter later, because Master Hunter is still too valuable to drop blindly. Exhaustion finally catches up with him, and he heads to bed as the calm after battle settles in. Just as he is about to rest, a knock interrupts him with the next raid's information note. Dalyapin politely hands over the paper, and Sungjin accepts it out of courtesy even though he already knows most of what it will say. The note confirms the next raid is Grey Soul Cemetery, but it contains only ordinary details and no clue about any hidden piece. So while other hunters would be cramming that note for survival, Sungjin sets it aside, turns off the light, and goes straight to sleep. The next morning at 99 nights, Sungjin orders a simple breakfast, and only then remembers Kane needs food too. While he eats, Sungjin thinks about returning to Grey Soul Cemetery and immediately loses his appetite. He steps outside with his latte, sees the black market in the distance, and briefly considers buying holy water before deciding he has to keep saving coins. With only a few minutes left, Sungjin heads back inside and spends the stat points he planned out last night. Once the countdown starts, Sungjin pets Kane goodbye and braces himself to chase another 100% clear alone. He vanishes from the inn and reappears in Grey Soul Cemetery, a cold graveyard of dead trees, tombstones, and weak street lamps that still unsettles him. The operator warns that tutorials are over from here on out, and future raids will start immediately. 4 more hunters sink into the raid, and Sungjin immediately picks out 2 titles worth watching: Mid-Level Samurai and Veteran Spearman. Before Sungjin can say anything, the young samurai loudly claims the boss for himself and tells everyone else to go farm trash mobs. Hero's expensive gear proves he is no fraud, but his showy attitude makes Sungjin cringe because he used to act the same way. The others push back and say they should stay together, so Hero gives in but still brags that the boss contribution will belong to him. The raid objective appears: kill the Lich Deathman within 25 minutes or die. Trying to steady the team, Henrik suggests they exchange names before the fighting starts. Kulta from Nepal and Watanabe Hiroaki introduce themselves first, and Hiro's upbeat energy makes him seem weirdly untouched by the nightmare they're in. Sungjin gives only the fake name K, Henrik mishears it as K, and the last hunter finally mutters that his name is Akana. Henrik tries to bond them by talking about the families they want to save, and Hiro admits his mother and sister are being held hostage. Kulta says he has 30 relatives to save, while Sungjin stays silent and Akana gives away nothing at all. With 1 minute left, Henrik quickly reviews the pamphlet warning that arrows do not work on skeletons and assigns rough roles for the group. Hiro corners Sungjin with excited questions about his country, his basic katana, and the chain on his arm, and Sungjin is visibly getting fed up. When Hiro brags that he won an Osaka Kendo Regional, Sungjin finally gives him a brief reply and connects that background to the samurai title. Hiro proudly explains his title boosts katana attacks by 20%, then starts prying into Sungjin's Master Hunter title too. Sungjin shuts him down with a cold "go get it yourself," already thinking less about small talk than about contribution and surviving to the end. After sizing everyone up, Sungjin decides these 4 are strong enough to survive normal mobs without him, so he will split off again. He tells them plainly that he fights better alone, and if they need help he will come back, but for now the other 4 should stay together and hunt only normal monsters. Henrik and Kulta protest, but Hiro lights up instead and treats Sungjin's decision like a personal race. As the final countdown begins, Sungjin draws his katana and takes point at the cemetery gate, while Henrik makes one last attempt to stop him. Sungjin gives Henrik the ugliest apology he can manage, saying this raid works that way and telling him to think of him as a troll. The instant the gate opens, Sungjin bolts into Grey Soul Cemetery alone and leaves the other 4 behind. After Sungjin disappears, the remaining 4 steady themselves and agree to keep moving as one team. They set a simple formation with Henrik and Hiro in front, Akana in the middle, and Kulta in back. Before they go deeper, Henrik and Kulta reveal they actually bought lanterns from the black market, while Hiro and Akana clearly did not. Their lamps become the group's only safe pockets of visibility as they head into the cemetery proper. The first zombies lurch out of the dark, and Hiro charges them before Henrik can fight the careful defensive battle he wanted. Hiro immediately proves his skill is real, carving zombies apart with fast, disciplined katana work that even Henrik has to respect. Henrik nearly gets bitten when his axe only takes a zombie's wrist, and Akana saves him with a spear thrust straight through its face. Akana keeps shouting strange syllables as each spear thrust punches through another undead face and drops it instantly, making the fight feel even stranger. With Hiro and Akana cutting down most of the undead, Henrik and Kulta are reduced to carrying light and covering the edges. Even when faster ghouls break through and threaten the back line, Hiro and Akana keep bailing the group out before it gets ugly. Henrik starts to relax and says they may clear this raid, but Hiro is bothered instead, because the whole cemetery feels even easier than a henna's forest. Kulta agrees the enemy count is strangely low, and for once even the easy progress starts to feel wrong. Akana abruptly asks for Henrik's lantern with gestures alone, then runs off into the dark and leaves the others staring after him. Akana stops and lights the answer to the mystery, a hidden stretch of cemetery floor already covered in butchered zombies, ghouls, and even smashed skeletons. Looking over the hacked remains, Henrik, Hiro, and Kulta realize the obvious answer: Sungjin has been mowing through the cemetery alone. Elsewhere in the cemetery, Sungjin keeps dropping zombies 2 at a time, and the blood and bile all over him only reminds him why he hates this map. Ghouls rush him next, but Sungjin cuts them apart just as casually and keeps pressing deeper toward the boss. This is exactly why Sungjin hates Grey Soul Cemetery. The undead are gross, the whole place is filthy to fight through, and he only needs to endure it long enough to finish what he came for. His plan is simple: find the hidden red magic circle, rush down the Lich Deathmint, then search for the hidden piece afterward. The problem is that he cannot remember where the magic circle is, and the darkness makes every path look the same. Realizing he cheaped out by skipping a lantern, Sungjin calls the operator and pulls out the salamander's ash he won in the last raid. He rubs the ash onto his katana, and the blade catches a weak flame that finally gives him usable light. Skeletons march toward the flaming blade, and Sungjin almost prefers them, because bones are cleaner than rotting flesh. Using his katana in one hand and the scabbard in the other, Sungjin smashes through the skeletons so fast they barely slow him down. Even with the extra light, Sungjin still has no sense of direction, so he admits memory is useless here. So he switches to brute force. Monsters mean new ground, and corpse piles mean he has already searched there. Back at the corpse field, Henrik can only ask the obvious question: did Sungjin really do all of this by himself? Hiro knows exactly who did it, and the discovery turns his swagger into open rivalry and frustration. The four of them press on, cleaning up whatever undead survived Sungjin's path while following his trail deeper into the cemetery. Then Akana suddenly stops, seeing something far ahead in the dark before the others can make it out. Instead of attacking, Akana drops to his knees and starts bowing frantically toward a pale woman-shaped figure in a white dress out in the dark. The second hero realizes it is a ghost. All his swagger vanishes and he shrieks while hiding behind Henrik. Henrik tries to force himself into fight mode, but Hiro is useless with fear and Akana is still down on his knees praying. As the figure glides closer, Henrik finally sees the worst detail of all. There are no feet beneath the white dress. At the cemetery gate area, Henrik orders Kulta to shoot the female ghost before she gets any closer. Kulta's arrow flies straight through the ghost, and the whole group realizes ordinary attacks do nothing. Henrik braces himself to swing, but the moment he meets the ghost's bloodshot eyes, terror locks his whole body in place. Instead of attacking, the ghost raises an arm, lets out a strange cry, and drifts away in the direction she points. Once the ghost disappears, Henrik can finally move again, and the group is left shaken and confused. Akana stops chanting, thanks a blessed ancestor in plain speech, and Henrik is stunned to discover the quiet spearman can actually talk normally. Kulta pushes them to keep moving, and Henrik nervously decides that whatever they saw, it probably was not a monster. A wolf's howl rolls through the cemetery, and the party goes tense all over again because that sound should not be here. Elsewhere in the same cemetery, Sungjin keeps circling in the dark and realizes the living monsters are getting hard to find. The weak fire on Sungjin's katana burns out after 5 minutes, dropping him back into near total blackness, and reminding him that time is running short. Sungjin almost asks the operator for more salamander's ash, then remembers he has a better answer already. He throws Kane's small wolf figurine into the air, and it transforms into a full-size wolf that can see through the night. Sungjin orders Kane to lead him to the red pentagram altar by tracking active undead instead of corpses on the ground. After a short search, Kane stops with a warning growl, and Sungjin hears a large pack of undead somewhere ahead. Back with Henrik's group, the men grumble about finding only torn-apart remains and no enemies left alive. When the sound of steel, claws, and dying monsters echoes through the graveyard, the group decides to investigate. As they approach, Akana quietly calls the fighter ahead a peerless warrior. They finally see Sungjin in action, carving through zombies so fast and cleanly that he looks less like a hunter and more like a war god. Even surprise attacks fail because Sungjin blocks from blind angles with his scabbard and cuts the ghouls down in the same motion. A skeleton tries to spear Sungjin, but he slips past it, and Kane tears the undead apart on the ground. Henrik watches in awe, and even Hiro is left speechless by how far above ordinary fighter Sungjin really is. When the last undead falls, Sungjin stands alone among corpses and finally notices the other hunters have arrived. Kane growls at the newcomers until Sungjin calms him and makes it clear these hunters are not enemies. Sungjin quickly confirms all four are still alive and judges that the group is more capable than he expected. Henrik praises Sungjin's strength, but Sungjin skips the compliments and points straight to the altar he found for the boss. Sungjin tells them he is about to summon the boss and asks who wants to fight beside him. Hiro immediately steps forward to fight, while Akana stays in and Sungjin warns the others that he cannot protect them during this boss battle. Faced with that warning, Henrik and Kulta back away, leaving only Sungjin, Hiro, and Akana for the summon. Sungjin orders Hiro to collect the glowing blue bones around the altar so they can rebuild the Lich's body. Working together, Sungjin and Hiro place the bones in the correct pattern on the pentagram while Akana prepares for the fight. With everyone ready, Sungjin places the skull last and triggers the boss summon. The bones reassemble into Lich Deathmint, blue magic binds the skeleton together, and a staff flies into its hand as the boss appears. Deathmint starts to speak, but Sungjin rushes him instantly because a caster is most dangerous if you let him finish chanting. The Lich throws up an ice shield, but Sungjin slices straight through the crystal wall without slowing down. When Deathmint tries to counter with its staff, Kane leaps up and bites down on the weapon to create an opening. Sungjin uses that split second to sever the Lich's left arm and force it backward. Deathmint escapes the follow-up by blasting Sungjin away with a sudden gust spell. Hiro tries to copy Sungjin's charge, but his blade gets stuck halfway in the Lich's second ice shield. Deathmint immediately punishes that mistake with ice lances, and Hiro blocks 2 before the third drives into his stomach. While the lich is focused on Hiro, Akana bursts in from the dark and smashes the staff arm to pieces. Now missing both arms, Deathman uses wind magic again, lifts into the air, and twists into a grotesque second phase. The fallen staff rises back into Deathman's grasp between its skeletal toes, and an enormous eye scythe forms at the tip. Kane growls at the sight of the second phase, and Sunjin tightens his grip while the wounded hero gulps a potion and Akana resets his stance. The 3 hunters charge together, but the lich's new scythe has such absurd reach that even Sunjin cannot close the distance cleanly. Using that hesitation, Deathman releases a slow floating orb of ice that looks harmless until Sunjin suddenly recognizes the trap. Sunjin throws himself down and shouts for everyone to get low just before the orb explodes into a storm of deadly ice shrapnel. When the blast clears, Sunjin realizes Kane shielded him with his own body and took the ice shards instead. Furious, Sunjin charges alone while Hiro and Akana are left too injured to move properly. Deathman lashes the scythe like a whip, but Sunjin slips through every swing and tears down another ice shield by force. Sunjin reaches the boss and hacks off the lich's makeshift leg arms, reducing it to a torso and skull again. The crippled lich retreats with another gust, and Sunjin rushes after it to finish the fight. Hiro and Akana force themselves back up and join Sunjin for one more charge at the weakened lich. Deathman answers with frostbite, freezing all 3 hunters' feet to the ground before it can start a bigger spell. Sunjin breaks the bind instantly by activating Free Arc, proving this magic cannot hold him for even a moment. Deathman tries to launch a blizzard storm, but Sunjin reaches it first and cuts the lich in half from tailbone to jaw. The raid clear announcement appears, but Sunjin ignores the victory because Kane is collapsing in front of him. Kane bleeds out, reverts to his small wooden figurine form, and Sunjin quietly thanks him for protecting him. After the boss dies, Henrik and Kulta come back to the altar and find Hiro and Akana badly torn up while Sunjin stands untouched. Hiro suddenly drops to his hands and knees and begs Sunjin to accept him as a pupil after witnessing that fight. Sunjin immediately refuses, reminding Hiro they will all go separate ways after this chapter anyway. Hiro keeps pressing, but Sunjin only gives him blunt practical advice: build stats, get better items, and stop trusting dojo training over real monster fights. Even with the raid complete, Sunjin checks the remaining return time and starts walking deeper into the cemetery instead of waiting safely. When Hiro mentions there is a ghost ahead, Sunjin's bored annoyance vanishes and he stops dead to ask exactly what kind of ghost they saw. Hiro describes a glowing woman in a white dress with pale skin and blood at her lips, and Sunjin immediately realizes this might be the hidden piece of the raid. The moment Hiro says the ghost should be easy to spot from far away, Sunjin mutters hidden to himself and decides to move now. Sunjin activates Swift Paw, his wolf-clawed boots shift, and he explodes into the darkness at a speed the others can barely process. Henrik and Kulta can only stare, but Hiro still chases after his self-declared sensei into the dark. Sunjin tears through Grey Soul Cemetery at night, and Swift Paw boosts him so hard he actually has to slow himself down just to search properly. As he searches, Sunjin remembers the rumor about a pale blood-lipped woman and decides not to waste Treasure Hunter yet, because the ghost itself might already be the clue. 30 seconds later the burst of speed fades, and Sunjin is left staring at an endless sea of graves with no ghost in sight. Then he spots a white figure floating in the distance and locks onto it immediately. Elsewhere, Hiro tries to chase after his impossibly fast sensei anyway, still impressed even while losing him almost at once. A couple of minutes later Hiro finds the ghost again, freezes in fear, and notices Sunjin calmly standing right beside her. Sunjin tells him the ghost is non-hostile, but that does nothing to stop Hiro from trembling a few steps back. The ghost raises her hands, points into the distance, and gives another strained cry, and Sunjin realizes she is trying to lead them somewhere. When the ghost starts floating away, Sunjin follows without hesitation, and Hiro nervously trails after them. After a long walk, the ghost stops again, and Sunjin decides he needs firelight to see what she found. Sunjin coats his katana with salamander's ash, and the blade flares into a torch that lights up the hidden spot. Under the ghost, the firelight reveals a stone crypt door engraved with twin girls standing back to back. Sunjin cuts the crypt door open, and the ghost suddenly screams in a way that sounds relieved instead of hostile. The ghost dives into the opening, and Hiro panics at the sight of bones inside while Sunjin leans in without flinching. When Hiro asks if he is not afraid of ghosts, Sunjin answers with a blunt line that slips out of his past life: he'd already died once. Sunjin heads into the cramped crypt alone, and Hiro immediately decides waiting outside is the safer choice. Deep inside the damp bone-filled columbarium, Sunjin finds the ghost waiting for him as if this was her true destination all along. The ghost points more carefully this time, and Sunjin follows her finger to a single brick jutting slightly out from the wall. He pulls the loose brick free and reaches into the hollow space hidden behind it. From inside the wall he draws out a long wrapped object that keeps sliding free like a buried sword. The wrappings snap loose to reveal a katana in a miserable old scabbard, ugly on the outside but clearly important. The moment Sunjin draws it, a pristine blue glowing blade appears from that ruined shell and stops him cold. As if her job is finally done, the ghost dissolves into smoke and is pulled straight into the sword. The operator confirms it. Sungjin has found the hidden piece, the legendary possessed sword Moon Spectre. Looking over the weapon's absurd stats, Sungjin realizes this legendary katana will make the next stretch of enemies feel paper thin. He also catches the real twist in the weapon design. Its mind-scaling and mana-draining passive make it perfect for a magic swordsman. For now, he shelves the bigger decision, sheathes Moon Spectre, and heads back out with the hidden piece hanging at his side. Outside the crypt, Hiro rushes up in relief, and Sungjin calmly confirms the ghost never meant to hurt anyone. Hiro immediately insults the new sword's awful appearance, and Sungjin decides explaining its value is not worth the trouble. Instead, Sungjin quietly stores his old basic katana away and keeps Moon Spectre equipped. With only about 14 minutes left before extraction, Sungjin finally spends Treasure Hunter to ask for the hidden boss clue. The hint tells him the cemetery is a necromancer's farm, and if he destroys that farm, the one tending it will have to step in. Sungjin lowers his eyes to a nearby gravestone and realizes exactly what the hint is asking him to destroy. He gives a brief apology to the dead stranger buried there, then cuts the tombstone clean in half. Hiro is stunned less by the destruction than by the sword itself, because the ugly scabbard hid a blade shining bright blue in the dark. When a rough cough echoes through the cemetery, both of them go still, because neither undead nor nearby hunters should sound like that. Sungjin tests the clue by smashing more tombstones, and each one brings the hidden cough louder and closer. Now sure he has the right trigger, Sungjin orders Hiro to stop watching and start wrecking graves too. The two of them tear through grave after grave, and the coughing escalates into a furious voice shaking the whole cemetery. The cubes announce the hidden boss, Gravekeeper Oryx, but even after summoning him, Sungjin still cannot see where the necromancer is hiding. Annoyed by the wasted time, Sungjin reactivates Swift Paw and launches into another high-speed search for the boss. Meanwhile, far from him, Henrik and Kulto are relaxed and talking near the Old Lich battlefield when that same nasty coughing cuts through the night. The hidden boss warning reaches them too, and Akana instantly senses a large enemy force closing in. A sickly green light flares in the distance, and an undead tide of ghouls, zombies, and skeletons starts flooding across the cemetery toward them. Oryx's amplified voice accuses them of defiling his cemetery, and Henrik and Kulta silently agree they need to run for Kei and Hiro. But Oryx casts Frenzy first, and the front line of ghouls explodes forward too fast for them to escape. The entire horde surges under the same buff, and their desperate retreat turns into a hopeless last stand. Sungjin hears the spell from afar, locks onto the sound, and races toward it at full speed. He arrives just in time to see Kulta get torn apart by ghouls, and the rescue is already too late. Henrik runs towards Sungjin begging for help, while Akana is still barely holding the front line against the swarm. Oryx follows with Decay of Death, and the rotting spell starts eating through Akana's arm from the fingertips. The shock makes Akana drop his spear, and the undead wave tramples him before Sungjin can break through. Sungjin cuts into the zombie wall with Moon Spectre, and the new sword tears through them even more easily than his old blade ever did. Another Decay of Death forces Sungjin to dodge back, and in that opening Akana vanishes under the swarm for good. Then Oryx raises the dead hunters back up, turning Kulta's torn body and Akana's fresh corpse into his slaves. Henrik breaks down in horror, and Sungjin's patience finally snaps at the sight of hunters being used like puppets. That rage stirs Yanhurat again, and the necklace starts whispering for Sungjin to kill. While Sungjin fights that murderous whisper, reanimated Akana suddenly lunges in with a spear thrust aimed straight at his neck. The attack is nowhere near enough to beat Sungjin, and he calmly knocks it aside despite recognizing the skill behind the strike. He apologizes under his breath and cuts Akana down a second time, hating every second of it. With Hiro calling from behind and Henrik falling apart nearby, Sungjin makes up his mind to end this by going straight for Oryx himself. Sungjin swears he will kill the Gravekeeper with everything he has and charges straight into the undead swarm. In Grey Soul Cemetery, Sungjin keeps cutting through swarms of zombies, skeletons, and ghouls, but Oryx just keeps raising more from the endless graves. The fight stalls out, and even with Yanhurat whispering for more killing, Sungjin forces himself to stay in control. When Kulta fires at him from afar, Sungjin casually catches the arrow in his bare hand and realizes these undead enemies never react with fear. That gives Sungjin an idea, but before he moves, Oryx casts Frenzy, and the whole undead mob surges even faster. Instead of panicking, Sungjin sheathes Moon Spectre and waits until the swarm closes in around him. Then he draws the blade and unleashes Deathly Wail, filling the cemetery with a ghostly scream. The effect is brutal. Undead that ignored pain and danger suddenly stampede away in blind terror, trampling each other to escape him. Even Oryx starts backing away, shaking as he stares at Moon Spectre and tries to say something about that sword. Sungjin does not let him finish. He steps in and takes Oryx's head off in one clean strike. The moment Oryx dies, every remaining undead body drops lifeless at once, and the raid instantly ends with the hidden boss cleared. Seeing how completely Deathly Wail shut down the battlefield, Sungjin realizes Moon Spectre is even stronger than he expected. But the skill had also hit the living. Henrik is on the ground trembling, and Hiro is still fleeing in the distance. That victory sours when Sungjin spots Akana and Kulta dead on the ground and blames himself for bringing out a hidden boss they could not survive. Henrik steadies him by reminding him they have only been sent to purgatory, so if the raids are completed, they can still come back. Hiro comes back too and tells Sungjin that with his skill, the dead hunters would have trusted him to carry everyone to the end. Their words calm him enough to bow his head and silently pray over Akana and Kultu, asking them to believe in him. The operator breaks the silence with raid rewards, and Sungjin sees his huge contribution turn into a massive haul of points and coins. When the item rewards arrive, Sungjin keeps the 3 equipment pieces and stores the rest away for later. The title rewards follow, and Sungjin quietly receives Elite Samurai, a top-tier katana title that pushes his damage even higher. Sungjin confirms there will be no debriefing at Hunter's Hall, only a direct return to the black market, which matches what he remembered. With time left, Hiro asks the question he has been holding back the whole raid: what exactly are hidden bosses? Sungjin first refuses, because hidden bosses are deadlier than normal bosses and he does not want to push an eager kid towards suicide. Hiro argues that seeing 3 heroic drops from one raid makes him want that same strength, and he insists he still wants to know. So Sungjin tells the blunt truth: every chapter seems to have a hidden boss, they are incredibly powerful, and he is still figuring them out himself. Even after hearing that, Hiro says he may start searching next chapter, which makes Sungjin stop him immediately. Sungjin lays down a hard rule: only look for a hidden boss if all 5 teammates survive the regular boss and the whole party is strong enough to handle something even worse. Hiro finally accepts the warning, and Sungjin hopes that much caution will keep him from getting reckless. Sungjin is just about to inspect his new gear when the return countdown cuts in and forces the moment closed. At the end of the raid, Hiro promises to be stronger next time, and Sungjin answers with a harsh truth that weakness does not survive for long. Henrik awkwardly thanks both of them for helping him survive, and the 3 hunters vanish back to the black market together. Back in the black market, Sungjin heads straight to a quiet street-side tea shop so he can finally examine what he won. Inside First Drop, the panda shop owner Shio Ran serves him royal blend black tea, giving him a calm place to think. He starts with the freezing mantle and immediately recognizes how useful its near-instant damage reduction will be against unavoidable attacks. Satisfied, Sungjin equips the mantle, and the icy cape settles lightly across his back with only a faint chill. Next he checks Oryx's bell, then remembers Kane and decides to keep the summon-boosting accessory for now. The Lich Finger ring is ugly, but its mana recovery and spell boosting are too good to ignore, especially now that Sungjin is considering magic. That choice marks a real shift for him, because unlike his last life as a pure swordsman, this time he plans to grow into a magic swordsman. He equips the Lich Finger anyway, and the bone curls around his ring finger with an ugly little creak. Once the gear is sorted, Sungjin pulls out his spell books and starts learning the magic he picked up in the raid. He memorizes Frostbite first, adding a freezing bind spell to his toolkit even if he is not sure yet when he will need it. Then he memorizes Rise of the Dead too, giving himself a necromancy option to test in future raids. Before leaving, he studies Moon's Spectre itself and confirms the legendary katana gives him fear control, mana recovery, and strong scaling for both swordplay and magic. Pleased with the weapon's potential, Sungjin finishes his tea, thanks the shopkeeper, and heads out toward Last Edge. At Kenneth's katana shop, Sungjin asks to see Blood Vengeance again and feels the old pull of the sword he once relied on. But nostalgia is not enough this time, and Sungjin admits he cannot justify buying it now that Moon's Spectre is already in his hand. Instead, he sells off his old basic katana for a tiny amount, because he has fully moved on from starter gear. When he checks his coin total, Sungjin realizes he only needs 4,022 more black coins and decides the next chapter will finish the book he has been saving for. Back at 99 Nights, Kane rushes over healthy and excited, and Sungjin warmly praises him for surviving the raid. Inside, Dalyupin greets them, and Sungjin orders cheesecake for himself and raw lamb for Kane without even thinking twice. As the food arrives, Dalyupin quietly sets down the next raid information, but Sungjin only notes the title Giant's Canyon and saves the details for after dinner. Early the next morning at 99 Nights, Sungjin comes downstairs ahead of schedule and quietly orders breakfast for himself and Kane. Before eating, Sungjin asks Dalyupin for pen and paper because he wants to plan his stat build carefully instead of guessing. Sungjin calls for his status window and starts writing down his huge pool of unspent points, knowing his current combat stats are already strong enough to crush the next few chapters. Even so, he decides to keep feeding strength and dexterity hard, because swordsmanship is still the core of his power, and he wants it to stay overwhelming. He also adds 500 points to endurance as insurance, since hidden bosses can still surprise him with attacks he has never seen. The real problem is magic, so Sungjin asks the operator how mana cost works and learns each spell costs its class level multiplied by his magic power. Since he has almost no experience as a mage, he settles on a simple test build and splits the rest of his points evenly between magic power and mind power. Only after finishing the plan does Sungjin notice Dalyupin already set down his sandwiches, and he finally starts eating while giving the operator the full stat allocation. His new status jumps sharply, especially his mana pool, and Sungjin immediately calculates how many times he can cast Frostbite or Rise of the Dead in the next raid. When the operator announces the raid starts in 30 minutes, Sungjin relaxes at last, finishes breakfast, and waits to be sent out. A moment later, he is teleported into Giant's Canyon, a massive red canyon lit by the setting sun and lined by towering stone walls. The operator warns that this is where giants live, but Sungjin barely reacts because he already believes he can clear the next several chapters safely on his own. As the team sync completes, Sungjin lazily checks the other hunters' titles until one of them makes him snap fully awake. The title Elite Sniper belongs to a woman, and that alone is rare enough to stun him for a second. When Sungjin gets a better look, he recognizes her as Saran Han, the famous Korean archery gold medalist whose beauty made her a celebrity even outside sports. Sien-won excitedly recognizes Saran as the famous gold medalist and reaches out like a fan, but she answers with a cold little nod and leaves his handshake hanging. Sungjin sizes up the last two strangers fast. Raj looks like a heavy guardian built to tank hits, while Santiago's dagger and exposed arm tattoo give off a far more dangerous feeling. With 3 minutes left, Sien tries to gather everyone into a strategy huddle, but the whole team stays stubbornly silent and Sungjin almost enjoys how antisocial they are. Sungjin quietly fixes his own priorities instead: find the hidden piece, kill the hidden boss, collect rare loot, and test his new magic on the way. Sungjin idly slides Moon Spectre partway free, and the blade's blue glow immediately catches Saran's eye through the sword's battered disguise. Their eyes meet for a beat, then Saran turns away without a word and Sungjin gives up on trying to read her icy attitude. When the raid objective appears, the awkward silence still holds, so Sien starts formal introductions himself to force the team into acting like a party. Sien introduces himself first, and after he nudges them along the others give clipped answers. Saran is Korean, Raj is Indian, Santiago is Mexican, and Sungjin only says his name is K. Santiago casually cleans his nails with his dagger, and the tattoo on his arm gives Sungjin a bad feeling about just how violent this man might be. When it is his turn, Sungjin gives only the name K, and when Sien asks if that means he is Japanese, Sungjin coolly brushes off the question as meaningless. After everyone lays out their jobs, Raj as the tank, Santiago as the knife killer, and Saran as the archer, Sungjin suddenly makes things interesting by claiming he is a mage. To sell the lie, Sungjin casts Frostbite before the raid even starts and freezes a patch of ground with bright blue magic. Sungjin immediately notices the spell's area is much smaller than a true high-level caster's, but to the others it is still impressive enough to make them stare. When Sien points at the sword on his hip, Sungjin shrugs and lies again, saying he just picked it up somewhere so he would have something to hold. The battered sheath makes the lie believable for everyone except Saran, because she already saw the blue blade hidden inside. Sien brightens up at the idea of having both a gold medal archer and a mage, while Sungjin decides he will stay with the group briefly just to watch Saran fight. Saran ties her hair back into a ponytail for battle, and that one practical motion makes her look even more like a real professional. As the countdown hits 0, the 5 hunters enter the canyon in formation, with Raj at the front and Sungjin lingering all the way at the rear. As they walk, Saran throws a dry jab that the mage should be at the very back, and Sungjin calmly answers that he already is. Her only reply is a blunt liar, leaving Sungjin to wonder whether she means the class, the position, or both. Their first target appears fast, a giant ogre with a huge hammer charging down the canyon path. Raj baits the ogre's hammer with his shield, and Sien lunges in to stab its arm, only to get hauled off the ground when the monster grabs his spear. Before Sien can be crushed, Saran calmly plants an arrow into the ogre's eye, showing off absurd accuracy on a moving target in live combat. As the blinded ogre howls and drops the spear, Santiago appears on its back and slices open its neck with brutal precision. Once the ogre is helpless, Raj and Sien finish it together, proving the team can actually function when everyone does their part. But the noise draws 2 more enraged ogres straight at them, and this time Sungjin decides to help a little. His frostbite locks both ogres in place, pinning them where they stand and turning them into easy targets. Saran instantly follows with rain of arrows, and a single shot multiplies into a deadly shower that hammers the immobilized giants from above. The arrow storm leaves Sien, Raj, and Santiago staring for a beat, until Saran snaps at them and the 3 finally rush the trapped ogres. Once the 2 ogres are down, Sien and Raj relax and praise how balanced the party feels, while Saran only looks at the corpses with visible disgust. Then Santiago asks the obvious question, because while they were celebrating, the so-called mage vanished without a trace. Sungjin is already sprinting deep into the canyon alone, because this chapter's single straight path makes it perfect for rushing the main boss first. His plan is simple: kill the boss fast, then use the rest of the hour to hunt down the hidden boss and hidden piece. Even while racing ahead, he keeps thinking about Saran's archery and realizes her bow must be a seriously powerful heroic weapon or better. About half a minute into the dash, Sungjin deliberately eases his speed for a moment, and a nearby 2-headed Etin takes the bait and charges him. Sungjin can't help smiling at his own fake mage act, then draws Moon Spectre and cuts the Etin in half before the thought even finishes. He flicks the blood from the blue glowing blade, sees the canyon packed with more ogres and Etins ahead, and charges straight into the chapter he likes best for its brutal simplicity. Saran opens the next fight by driving an arrow straight through one head of an Etin and instantly turning the giant's fury toward the party. As the enraged Etin charges in, Xian calls the pull and Raj plants himself in front like a wall to take the hit. Raj triggers Iron Wall of Andal, and his shield flares with lion-shaped runes before swelling into a castle-sized barrier. The Eden's club shatters against Raj's defense, leaving it stunned just long enough for Xian to drive his spear into its chest. Santiago dives past Xian with slice and dice spinning on both daggers, turning the stagger into a savage opening. Before the Eden can recover, Saran calmly sends the finishing shot through its last head and drops it on the spot. Watching the teamwork, Xian is genuinely impressed because Raj tanks, Santiago shreds, and Saran controls every fight from start to finish. With Case still missing, Raj casually checks his health and reveals he has over 9,000 HP because surviving the front line is his whole job. Saran tells Raj to top off before the boss, and he answers with cheap flirting that instantly makes the mood more awkward. Xian changes the subject to the missing mage, but no one knows where Kay went, and all they can see behind them is a canyon full of bodies. When Xian worries about facing the boss with only 4 people, Raj reminds him they do not get to back out of a raid objective just because it looks bad. So the 4 of them keep pushing deeper, using the same clean rhythm. Saran pulls, Raj anchors, and the others finish whatever comes at them. Elsewhere in the canyon, Sungjin is moving alone so fast that even an ogre's mace cannot touch him before Moon's specter carves an X across its chest. An Etten and a giant Trog swing at him together, and Sungjin answers by freezing Sail's breath into a rigid shield with one sharp command. The clubs slam into the frozen mantle and bounce off uselessly, showing Sungjin just how absurdly effective the icy defense really is. Once the mantle loosens again, Sungjin cuts both monsters' weapon arms clean off and finishes them before they can land a single blow. Standing on the ogre corpse, Sungjin finally spots the boss hall ahead and realizes he reached the end with almost 40 minutes still left. Before going in, Sungjin tests Rise of the Dead on the ogre and raises it as his first undead servant. The revived ogre obeys his first order, but it lurches after him so slowly that Sungjin immediately realizes the spell is much weaker than he hoped. He even tests the zombie by telling it to attack him, and the strike is so slow that he can dodge it with the smallest lean. Comparing it to the necromancer he remembers from his past life, Sungjin gives up on using this weak undead at the boss and orders it to drop dead again. Then he remembers the strange bell Manyata, confirms it can affect undead, and quietly decides to test that trick later. A quick mana check makes him realize he reached the boss with barely enough MP for one frostbite, and not enough to cast Rise of the Dead again. To fix that, Sungjin uses Lich's Beckoning on a corpse and drains blue mist-like mana back into the finger wrapped around his ring finger. With his mana restored to full, Sungjin heads into the boss hall and finally draws the attention of Patch and Chorak. The boss reveal is immediately ridiculous. One head insists they are a warrior, the other insists they are a mage, and they start arguing before the fight even begins. Sungjin is annoyed because he remembers these loud brothers from before, but he still raises Moon's Spectre and accepts the challenge. Back with the other team, a Trog fight suddenly goes wrong when hidden reinforcements start pelting rocks from the side. Raj gets nailed in the head and drops, forcing Santiago to pull back instead of going for his usual flank. When the hunters look up, they spot 2 Trogs higher up hurling stones like ambushers from the canyon side. Saran instantly switches targets and pins one Trog through the hand, making it drop its rock onto its own feet. She tries to line up the second thrower too, but that Trog launches a rock at Saran before she can get clear. Xian jumps in front of her and breaks the stone, but the shattered fragments tear into him badly enough to drive him to his knees. Saran uses the opening Xian bought her and calmly shoots down the second Trog before it can grab another stone. Then she finishes the first Trog with 2 rapid arrows, leaving Raj and Santiago to clean up the last enemy in front of them. Bruised and bleeding, the party finally pauses because their careful 1 versus 4 plan keeps getting ruined by surprise reinforcements. As Raj complains, Xian says he thinks the extra enemies are crawling up through tunnels under the canyon floor. Then the operator suddenly announces the boss has appeared, and the whole team snaps back into fighting stance even though nothing is in sight. In the boss hall, Sungjin decides the mage head has to go first and charges straight for the staff side. Chorak casts haste, and the whole boss suddenly moves several times faster than a normal ogre should. Sungjin's opening melee fails because the warrior head can block his rapid sword strikes while the whole body pivots around the mage's support. The mage head even lunges in with the staff like a melee fighter, forcing Sungjin back just in time for a giant fireball. Sungjin shields himself with the icy mantle, but the blast still scorches him enough to cost him HP for the first time since restarting. While the boss mocks him, Sungjin admits this pair is a real problem alone because their melee and magic cover each other's openings perfectly. So Sungjin pulls out Grand Kin's wooden figurine and summons Kane to split the boss's attention. Sungjin orders Kane to take the left head while he keeps the warrior busy on the right. But the boss reacts fast and throws up a firewall, cutting Kane off from the mage head while Sungjin is already trapped in close combat. Sungjin keeps dodging both the club and the staff at once, then quietly rings the bell he prepared for this moment. At the sound of the bell, Kane blasts straight through the firewall unharmed and clamps onto the mage head's throat. The mage screams for Patch to help, finally letting Sungjin sort out which head is which. Patch turns to save his brother, and the instant that opening appears, Sungjin cuts both of the warrior's hands off. With Patch crippled, Chorok is left alone with a staff and no answer for Sungjin's speed. Sungjin wounds the boss again, and when Chorok tries to cast another spell, Kane jumps the throat a second time and cuts the incantation off. That is all Sungjin needs to split Patch and Chorok in half and end the raid. When the raid clear message appears, Sungjin realizes the fight actually pushed him hard enough to make him sweat for the first time since the restart. Kane trots over for praise, and Sungjin checks him over in relief because the bell's protection let the wolf crash through fire and club swings without a scratch. Sungjin ends up genuinely thanking Kane for charging through the flames, and the wolf answers with a proud happy howl. Far away in the canyon, the other 4 hunters are stunned when the operator suddenly announces the boss is already dead and the raid is cleared. They cannot believe Kay cleared the boss alone, so they press deeper to see what actually happened. What they find is worse than expected. The canyon ahead is carpeted wall to wall with giant corpses. Even Saran looks shaken, and Sien can only ask what kind of monster could have done all this. Then Raj quietly pulls Sien closer and suggests that with the raid already over, the 3 men could have some fun with Saran. Sien recalls in disgust the moment he understands what Raj means and starts to protest. He never gets the words out, because Santiago suddenly buries a dagger in Sien's side. With the boss already down, Sungjin sheathed Moon's specter and hesitated over one thing: whether Treasure Hunter should be saved for a hidden place or a hidden boss. Before he can decide, Kane suddenly howls toward the canyon they came from and acts like he has found something urgent. Sungjin tells Kane to lead the way at full speed, and the wolf immediately bolts off like every second matters. Kane is so fast that Sungjin has to trigger Swift Paw just to keep up with him through the canyon. Elsewhere, Sien staggers back with a dagger buried in his abdomen as Raj blocks him head-on, and the party suddenly turns on itself. Saran only realizes the betrayal when Santiago drives a second dagger into Sien, and the sight of teammates killing each other shocks her more than the monsters ever did. Sien uses his last breath to tell Saran to run, and Raj crushes his head before he can say anything more. As soon as Sien dies, red light marks Raj and Santiago as trolls, and the raid cube announces they can now be killed without passing that penalty on. Santiago ignores the warning and charges Saran anyway, turning the ambush straight toward her. Saran shoots him in the shoulder, but he keeps coming with the arrow still stuck in him. He gets inside her range, bats away her defense, and knocks Saran's bow out of her hands. Saran draws her backup dagger, but Santiago easily disarms her and seizes her wrist before she can turn the fight around. To stop her from resisting, Santiago stabs through Saran's hand and nails it to the ground. With Saran helpless, Santiago starts tearing open her clothes, and Raj crudely warns him not to damage what he wants. A wolf slams into Santiago out of nowhere before he can go any further. Raj spins around in alarm and finds the missing Master Hunter K standing right behind him at last. One look at the red outlines, Sien's corpse, and Saran on the ground tells Sungjin exactly what happened. Sungjin admits he is no hero, but he has no intention of letting trolls like this survive to become a future problem. Raj decides a mage has to be crushed fast and charges first, only for Sungjin to sever his attacking arm in one lazy swing. Even after losing an arm, Raj tries to fall back behind his expensive shield and tank through the fight. Raj activates Iron Wall of Anvil, but Sungjin cuts the enlarged shield clean in half as if it were paper. Raj finally understands something is horribly wrong when the man he called a mage starts carving through armor, flesh, and bone with one sword stroke. When Raj's HP warning screams that he is nearly dead, Sungjin casually reveals his own stats are even higher and crushes Raj's last bit of hope. Sungjin moves in to finish Raj for spilling human blood, but Saran shoots first and drives an arrow straight through Raj's forehead. Sungjin turns to see Saran holding the bow again, looking pitiful and furious at the same time after everything she just endured. Sungjin scans the canyon for the second troll, but Santiago is already gone, leaving only Kane standing off by himself as a sign of what happened. When Sungjin checks Kane, he finds small purple cuts around the wolf's neck and realizes Santiago poisoned him with paralysis before fleeing. Unable to let Kane suffer any longer, Sungjin praises him, sends him back to the inn, and unsummons him into his wooden figurine form. Saran keeps trying to cover herself while silent tears run down her face, and Sungjin awkwardly checks whether she is all right. He makes it clear he is not interested in her, but he cannot leave her alone with a poisoned assassin still out there, so he offers protection if she follows him. Sungjin starts back toward the canyon search, and Saran wraps herself in a ripped shirt and follows without a word. As they move on, Sungjin keeps searching for hidden pieces while watching for the escaped assassin and checking that Saran is settling down behind him. Sungjin asks if she noticed anything strange on the way in, hoping she may have seen a concealed area without realizing it. Saran dryly points out that this whole canyon is already full of weird monsters, so his question is too vague to help. When Sungjin narrows it down to something especially out of place, Saran still says she saw nothing because she spent the whole raid focused on killing and escaping. With no useful lead from Saran, Sungjin quietly decides that if the search keeps failing, he will spend Treasure Hunter later instead of right away. Then Saran changes the mood by probing his fake name and trying to guess which country he really comes from. Sungjin refuses to answer, but Saran tests him with a question about Korean stew and catches his reaction before he can hide it. She confidently concludes he must be Korean, and Sungjin realizes she is much sharper than he expected. When Sungjin asks why his nationality matters, Saran finally softens and says the woman he saved should at least know who to thank. She finally thanks him with a small beautiful smile, and even Sungjin's hardened heart stirs for a second. Sungjin cuts the moment short by checking the remaining raid time and goes right back to searching the canyon. Much later, Saran suddenly points out one ordinary-looking canyon wall and says that exact spot feels wrong. Drawing on her time in America, Saran explains that natural canyon layers should look irregular and varied, but this section is too straight and artificially patterned. Once Sungjin looks closer, he sees she is right, and the fake wall starts cracking the moment he touches it. Behind the cracked stone is a slick white surface, and then a huge black pupil turns to stare straight at him. The ground starts shaking as the operator confirms the hidden boss has appeared, the king of giants, Cyclops. A gigantic hand rises out of the cliff and the hidden boss starts pulling its impossible body free from the canyon itself. When the full monster stands up, even Sungjin is struck by its size, because this Cyclops towers over everything they have fought so far. The Cyclops roars hard enough to shake the earth, and Saran instinctively tries to blind it with an arrow to the eye. Her shot never reaches the target, because the giant casually swats it away in midair. Saran falters at the sight of something this overwhelming, but Sungjin tells her to stay back and rushes in to test the monster himself. The Cyclops tries to crush him with one foot, and Sungjin barely slips out of the massive shadow before it lands. Sungjin counters by slashing one of its toes, proving he can hurt it, but the scale difference makes every wound feel tiny. A huge fist crashes down next, and when the giant opens its hand to grab him, Sungjin has to harden Sail's breath just to survive the catch. He breaks free by cutting into the giant's finger, then dances through its angry stomping and realizes brute force alone will take too long. So Sungjin changes tactics and decides the only real answer is to climb the monster and strike somewhere fatal. He baits out another punch, dodges by a hair, and jumps onto the giant's hand the instant it slams down. When the Cyclops notices him riding its wrist, Sungjin drives Moon Spectre into its hand and hangs on for dear life as the giant thrashes wildly. Just as Sungjin is about to be shaken loose, Saran reaches the canyon rim and lines up a support shot at the giant's eye. She fires rain of arrows straight at the giant's face, and the multiplied barrage hammers its eye area over and over. The Cyclops screams and raises both hands to shield its face, accidentally lifting Sungjin right to the target he wanted. Riding that opening, Sungjin rips his katana free, kicks off the giant's hand, and plunges straight into its huge eye while Saran watches from the canyon rim above. Clinging to the Cyclops, Sungjin drags Moon Spectre straight down its face and body, carving the giant open from eye to chest in one brutal finishing run. The hidden boss finally goes down, but Sungjin stays calm and uses his blade like a brake so he can slide safely down the collapsing giant. He lands on the canyon floor just before the giant crashes over the cliffside, and the impact buries the area in a choking storm of dust and debris. As he coughs his way out of the dust, the operator announces a nasty catch. The raid is complete, but rewards are frozen because a troll is still alive in the party. That warning hits him at once, and Sungjin realizes he forgot all about the hidden assassin during the Cyclops fight. Then Saran calls K through the dust in a nervous voice, and Sungjin charges toward the sound before he can see what is wrong. Santiago stops him cold by taking Saran hostage, pressing a dagger to her throat while another blade is already buried in her bleeding side. After exposing K as a swordsman and ordering him to disarm, Santiago keeps threatening Saran's life until Sungjin appears to give in. Sungjin slowly sheathes Moon Spectre and unties the scabbard, acting submissive just long enough to set up a counterattack. Instead of surrendering, he snap-draws the blade and unleashes Deathly Wail, filling the canyon with a hellish scream that shatters Santiago's nerve. The fear effect makes Santiago stumble back and loosen his grip, giving Sungjin the opening he needed. Sungjin closes the distance instantly, knocks both daggers away in 2 clean clashes, and drops Santiago with a hard kick to the chest. When Santiago tries to crawl away, Sungjin cuts off both his feet and coldly says this much is for Kane. Santiago begs for mercy, but Sungjin makes him sit in that terror for a few seconds because this is the fear he used to force on other victims. Once he decides Santiago has felt enough, Sungjin ends it with a single swing and sends the assassin's head flying. After flicking the blood from his katana, Sungjin turns away from the corpse and goes back to Saran. Saran is still shaking from Deathly Wail and the hostage ordeal, so Sungjin gently tells her the terrifying vision was fake and she is safe now. When she looks toward the body and understands Santiago is really dead, Saran thanks Sungjin with raw relief. The operator confirms all trolls are gone, and only then does the delayed raid reward finally begin. The raid score swings hard toward Sungjin, but Saran still gets a strong payout too after carrying her share of the fight from start to finish. Sungjin notices the Heart of Gold bonus pushes his coin reward just high enough for the amount he desperately needed. Item rewards follow, and Sungjin is briefly annoyed to receive only 2 heroic items before the operator suddenly reveals one of them is legendary. He stares at Camram, a strange ring set with 2 crimson gems fused together, and immediately knows this haul was far better than it first looked. Then the title rewards arrive, giving Saran a powerful headshot title and giving Sungjin an unexpected troll hunter title that lets him take extra gear from corrupted party members. With the rewards finished, Saran praises Kei's skill, and Sungjin awkwardly tries to acknowledge what she just survived. Saran answers with painful honesty, admitting this was not even the first time she had to fend off something like that in the raids. A return countdown appears with plenty of time left, and Sungjin decides he still has one more objective here, the hidden piece. He activates Treasure Hunter, and the operator answers with a riddle about a faraway merchant, giant cooking, and someone hung upside down by the toes. Sungjin works through the clue and realizes the key images are upside down and eating, which points to a giant cooking area somewhere deeper in the canyon. He asks Saran if she ever saw a giant-sized crock pot, and when she says no, he narrows the search to the later half of the map that only he reached. When Sungjin says he is going after a hidden element, Saran chooses to come with him because waiting alone beside Santiago's corpse would be unbearable. As they walk deeper into Giant's Canyon together, Saran starts asking the question that matters most to her now: are hidden bosses in every round? Sungjin confirms they are, and he admits he keeps hunting them because raw strength is the only way to stay alive in these raids. But when Saran asks if she should chase hidden bosses too, Sungjin warns that this is only sane if the entire 5-person team is strong, coordinated, and free of internal betrayal. Remembering why Saran keeps ending up in danger, he tells her to visit the black market mask shop and hide her real appearance before it costs her life again. Saran thanks him with a bright smile so unlike her usual cold front that Sungjin suddenly starts considering her as possible final team material. That thought turns serious as Sungjin explains the raids will eventually grind humanity down to only 5 survivors, which means the last team must be both strong and trustworthy. Before that grim talk can go any further, Saran spots the giant boiling pot they were looking for. Sungjin means to knock it over himself, but Saran argues that shooting it is safer than getting close to a pot full of boiling water. She activates her new ring's giant strength effect and fires a single arrow that punches straight through the massive pot. The pot drains, but nothing comes out, and for a moment Sungjin thinks he may have read the riddle wrong. Saran catches the next clue first, pointing out a suspicious tent beside a dead Etin near the pot. Inside the tent, Sungjin finds a strange back wall with a narrow gap, cold air flowing through it, and piles of butchered meat all around like a giant's hidden pantry. Then a desperate voice calls for help from the darkness behind the wall, and Sungjin finally sees a half-rat demi-human hanging upside down by his feet. The mystery resolves on the spot when the system announces that Sungjin has discovered the hidden vendor, wandering merchant Rough Han. Deep in the cave, Sungjin spots a rat man hanging from the ceiling and immediately guesses the screaming captive is another demi-human vendor. The rat man starts yelling for help so loudly that Sungjin is already annoyed before Saran even walks in. Saran steps into the hidden chamber, surprised by the strange place, and the rat man instantly starts shouting at her too. Sungjin cuts through the noise and has Saran shoot the rope while he prepares to catch the captive. Sungjin catches the rat man, recoils at the awful smell, and immediately throws him away in disgust. Once he catches his breath, the rat man thanks them, but Sungjin skips the pleasantries and demands the promised reward right away. Rough Han tries to dodge the payment by saying the real reward will come later, and Sungjin's expression turns cold. Sungjin draws Moon Spectre and presses the blade to the ratman's neck, making it clear that a fake promise is not going to work. Cornered by the blade, Rough Han insists his stash is hidden beyond the raid boundary, where anyone outside too long dies in 10 seconds. When Sungjin keeps the pressure on, the ratman panics and offers something else he is carrying right now. The moment Rough Han names the wandering merchant's mystery pouch, Sungjin is visibly shocked because he recognizes how valuable it is. Rough Han shoves the pouch into Sungjin's hands and begs to be released before he loses any more time chasing his hidden stash. Sungjin asks the operator for a quick identification and confirms the pouch is the same one-use heroic item that gives 1 legendary crafting material. Satisfied with that payout, Sungjin finally sheathes Moon Spectre and lets the ratman live. Rough Han tosses Saran a pouch too, calling her pretty, which only makes the awkward moment sharper. Debt paid, Rough Han drops to all fours and bolts through a tiny side tunnel, shouting that they can meet again in some future raid if they survive that long. After the hidden merchant vanishes, Sungjin focuses on the pouch and hopes this pull will finally give him the next East volume he needs. Sungjin explains to Saran that the pouch is an excellent one-use item, then decides there is no point saving it and uses roulette immediately. The pouch opens, a book pops out, and Sungjin's excitement crashes when it turns out to be Ancient Stories of the Middle East Part 2 instead of the East line he wanted. He rubs his forehead in regret, stuck with the wrong legendary book line and no good reason to build a second omnibus. Then Saran uses her own pouch, and another book appears in front of her. The operator identifies Saran's prize as Ancient Stories of the East Part 2, and Sungjin grabs her arm before he can stop himself. Realizing how he looked, Sungjin lets go and urgently explains that her book is the missing piece for a powerful completed item he has been building. Saran immediately offers to just give him the book as thanks for protecting her in the raid. Sungjin refuses the free handout and insists on a fair trade, while also pushing Saran to collect the Middle East set for her own survival. With only 10 minutes left before extraction, the two press their cubes together and complete the trade. Now holding East Part 2 at last, Sungjin realizes he only needs to buy the final volume in the black market to complete the set. Sungjin checks Saran's funds and learns she has around 5,000 black coins, just enough for the plan he is about to give her. He tells Saran to visit Gourmet's bookstore and, if she can, complete the Middle East book for herself. He adds one more warning and tells her to find the raccoon merchant's mask shop too, even though he does not know the shop's exact name. As the return timer drops to 1 minute, Saran finally asks the question she has been holding back. Will they ever meet again? Sungjin tells her raids are designed to bring surviving hunters together again, and promises they will meet if she can stay alive. That pushes Saran to ask for his real name before they part. When the final 10-second countdown starts, Sungjin hesitates, and only promises he will tell her if they meet again. Even in the last seconds, Sungjin repeats his warning about the mask shop and bookstore because he wants her to survive. At the very last moment, Saran tells him they should meet again, and the teleport cuts off whatever answer Sungjin was about to give. Back in the black market, Sungjin is left with the words unsaid and the sinking feeling that he may never see Saran again. Trying to steady himself, he heads to the tea shop first drop and sits in the same seat as before to inspect his rewards. The panda shopkeeper Shio Ran politely takes his order, giving the scene a brief calm after the raid. Once alone, Sungjin pulls out Camram, the strange twin gem ring from the raid, and asks what it actually does. The answer hits hard. Camram copies the dominant hand's weapon mastery to the other hand, effectively giving Sungjin full dual-wield potential. The panda shopkeeper drops off iced tea and rice cake while Sungjin is still frozen by how absurdly strong the ring is. After downing the cold tea, Sungjin equips Camram on his right ring finger and feels a strange rush of new bodily sensitivity. He wants to test it immediately, but realizes he no longer owns a second katana after selling the basic one. Then he remembers the long metal staff Manta and calls it out from his cube as a substitute offhand weapon. Reading Manta's details, Sungjin likes what he sees, especially the passive that rewards mixing weapon attacks and magic. He steps outside the shop and starts testing the ring's effect by swinging the staff with his left hand. When he draws Moon Spectre next, the blade moves just as naturally in the opposite hand, proving Camram really works. A dog demi-human guard immediately stops him from testing weapons in public, reminding Sungjin the market's security is strict. Back at his seat, Sungjin settles on the real implication of Camram. One day he can wield Moon Spectre and Blood Vengeance together. That dream runs straight into money problems when he checks his balance and realizes he can afford either East Part 3 or Blood Vengeance, but not both. This time he decides almost instantly to finish the book first, because that power will let him fight future raids with less strain. With his mind made up, Sungjin leaves the tea shop and heads straight for Gourmet's bookstore. Gourmet greets him like he expected this return, and Sungjin confidently pays 5,000 black coins for the last East volume. When Sungjin says he already found Part 2 in the raid, Gourmet is visibly impressed and quickly brings out the prepared final book. Sungjin has the operator pull out East Parts 1 and 2, then raises all 3 books and calls for them to combine. The 3 legendary materials fuse in a burst of light, completing the ancient omnibus romance of the 3 kingdoms. Elsewhere in his own market instance, Gerald Baltrin sits in a donut shop comparing his new offensive club against the defensive Skull Romabel he already owns. Before Baltrin can settle the choice, his cube suddenly interrupts with an announcement he has never heard before. In another instance, Hiro is still frustrated that his team cleared the canyon cleanly but never found the hidden boss he had hoped to track down. He wonders if his sensei managed it this time, too, just before his own cube issues the same strange alert. At the mask shop, Saran follows Sungjin's advice and starts asking the chatty raccoon merchant how much a mask can really change someone's appearance. The old merchant rambles that masks can change almost everything except combat ability, then pushes one towards Saran to try on. Just as Saran is about to put the mask on, the market-wide announcement cuts through every instance at once. The cube declares that Master Hunter has completed the legendary omnibus romance of the 3 kingdoms, and that every other copy will now be destroyed with a 500 coin refund. Across the market, the hunters who know enough to guess the name all reach the same answer in their own way. Master Hunter is K, the man named Sungjin. In Gourmet's shop, the fused ancient omnibus finally settles into Sungjin's hands as a real copy of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Even Gourmet is rattled that Sungjin finished the omnibus by chapter 4, and Sungjin leaves after thanking him for the trade. Walking through the black market, Sungjin reads the book's skill and savors the fact that this overpowered unique item is finally his from the very start. He decides he needs to test the book as soon as possible, then heads back to 99 Nights with it tucked away carefully. Back at the inn, Kane rushes over barking, and Sungjin is relieved to see every wound from the last raid has already vanished. Sungjin thanks Kane for his help, hugs him, and pauses when the dog suddenly feels bigger than before. Since Kane at least understands the word food, Sungjin drops the mystery for now and takes him inside to eat. Dalyupin welcomes him back, and Sungjin casually orders a heavily loaded cheese pizza for himself and lamb for Kane. While waiting for food, Sungjin pulls out the Crimson Fireball spell book and decides to memorize it immediately. The spell sinks into him in a burst of red light, and Sungjin learns both Fireball and its embarrassingly dramatic incantation. Dalyupin returns with the pizza and lamb, and Sungjin digs in while making sure Kane eats well too. The first bite is so good that Sungjin just stares at Dalyupin and silently gives him a thumbs up. Later in the bath, Sungjin studies his updated stats and decides his build still has to stay rooted in overwhelming sword-based physical power. He remembers how easily he ignored magic in real danger, then decides to boost magic power anyway so his spells are strong enough to matter when he does use them. After some annoying math, Sungjin has the operator calculate the exact stat totals he wants for a physical core plus a stronger magic spike. He locks in the whole distribution at once and sinks deeper into the bath, finally able to breathe after a packed Chapter 4. Looking back on everything from trying magic and needing Saran Han to the Cyclops, the PK Trolls, Rough Han, and the completed omnibus, Sungjin realizes he is already far ahead of where he was in his previous life. That confidence darkens for a second when he remembers the old betrayal tied to Spellmaster Ed, a wound that still has no answer. He pushes that past aside and renews his resolve to keep clearing raids even if he has to do it alone. Back in his room, Moon Spectre and Romance of the Three Kingdoms on the table make him feel ready for whatever comes next, especially the future chase for blood vengeance. A late-night knock breaks the moment, and Daliapin brings the information page for the next raid. One look at the title Kyuten Desert is enough for Sungjin to confirm the raid order has not changed, so he throws himself into bed and immediately passes out. The next morning, the operator wakes him with 1 hour left before the raid, and Sungjin realizes he let himself sleep in for once. He confirms last night's stat build really happened, decides nothing urgent is left, and tries to grab 10 more minutes of sleep. Daliapin interrupts 5 minutes later with desert supplies, a magically refilling cold water skin and a long cloth for head protection. Since Sungjin already knows the Kyuten Desert routine, he cuts Daliapin off, takes the gear, and tells him they can handle the clothing later. After a quick shower, Sungjin opens the closet and reluctantly changes into the desert muslin outfit again, even though it still looks wrong on him. Downstairs, Kane greets him, and Sungjin quietly upgrades the dog's life by ordering him the best beef and regular full meals from now on. For himself, Sungjin picks a Korean breakfast with doenjang stew, and the choice makes him grin over a recent memory. He eats the hot meal and enjoys a brief, calm finish with fruit punch before the raid countdown crashes back in. With only 10 minutes left, Sungjin asks Daliapin to wrap the long cloth, and the innkeeper expertly ties it into a desert turban. Sungjin tests the ice-cold water skin, braces himself outside 99 nights, and gets teleported into the raid. He arrives in Kyuten Desert under brutal sunlight, where the heat alone already feels like part of the boss fight. As the operator warns that only violent monsters survive here, Sungjin already wants this raid over fast. The other hunters materialize one by one, and Sungjin instantly judges this as a strong team by their titles and gear. Sungjin sizes each man up in turn and quietly marks the Russian gladiator as especially dangerous and experienced. Then Sungjin notices why everyone keeps staring at him. The black market announcement about Master Hunter and the completed omnibus is still hanging over his head. The awkward silence finally breaks when the zealot introduces himself as Ralph and suggests they all do the same. Bukitai, Igor Janovic, and Munir Youssef each give their names and countries, revealing just how international this raid party is. When it is his turn, Sungjin bluntly claims to be Chinese, keeping his real background hidden without raising suspicion. Ralph pushes for teamwork, Munir agrees, Igor nods, and the desert heat is already pounding the group before the raid even starts. Instead of chatting, Sungjin is already thinking ahead to when he should use Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and how he is supposed to find the hidden boss in an endless sea of sand. The mission briefing confirms their target is the Basilisk with a full 2-hour limit, which tells Sungjin this desert raid will be rough even without surprises. As sweat pours off almost everyone except Munir, Sungjin drinks from the water skin and realizes the environment itself is draining the party before combat begins. When the 10-second countdown starts, Sungjin grips Moon Spectre and decides he is ending this raid fast, hidden boss or not. The raid countdown ends, and the 5 hunters step into the blazing Kyuten Desert in a cautious formation. Sungjin stays with the group only long enough to judge their level, already planning to split off and clear faster on his own. Bukitai takes point with shield raised, Igor follows as the main striker, Ralph and Sungjin trail behind, and Munir covers the rear with his crossbow. Their first enemy appears fast when a giant scorpion crawls up over the sand with its claws spread and stinger arched high. Munir opens with a burst of bolts, but the scorpion simply shields itself with its armored claws and keeps charging. Munir swaps to frost magic and barely slows the monster, but the small opening is enough for Bukitai to steady himself and rush in. Bukitai blocks the scorpion's claws head-on, proving he can hold the line even under pressure. When Munir warns about the tail too late, Igor flashes in, blocks the strike, and slices the stinger clean off in one smooth move. Watching Igor's speed and power, the missing 5th hunter quietly realizes this gladiator really is carrying top-tier stats. With the tail gone, the team quickly tears off the claws, Munir lands shots in the weak spots, and the first scorpion drops. The others start feeling confident, then suddenly realize Sungjin has already vanished. Bukitai barely catches a glimpse of Sungjin racing away through the heat shimmer before swift paw carries him out of sight. Far ahead, the missing 5th hunter stops alone to dump water over his head, already regretting how savage the desert heat is. He reminds himself the basilisk will appear after enough kills, so hunting solo is still the fastest way to pile up contribution points. He spots a desert lizard lying perfectly still in the sand and immediately sees through the ambush act. Instead of rushing it, he copies Munir's idea and casts Frostbite first, freezing the lizard's footing solid with far stronger magic. The trapped lizard finally breaks its act, but he reaches it first and cleanly beheads it with one overwhelming strike. Even headless, the body still lashes out, and he catches himself after almost forgetting that nasty detail. 3 giant scorpions rush him next, and he actually welcomes the extra targets. He carves through the first 2 before the third even arrives, turning the swarm into an easy one-on-one cleanup. Just as he settles for the last scorpion, the sand under his feet suddenly starts collapsing into a hidden sinkhole. Sungjin jumps clear in time, and a gigantic sandworm erupts where he was standing with a mouth full of jagged teeth. The timing is awful because the surviving scorpion is already on him, and another sinkhole starts forming the moment he tries to reposition. Annoyed but calm, Sungjin decides to use the scorpion as bait and strips off its claws and tail before the worm can strike again. He kills the helpless scorpion at the exact moment the sandworm lunges up to swallow it. Sungjin leaps free, lets the worm bite into the dead scorpion instead, and turns the opening into a point-blank trap. He fires a full fireball straight into the worm's open mouth, and the monster explodes from the inside in a column of flame. Once the flames settle, Sungjin admits the real danger here is not the mobs but his own bad habit of getting careless. Back with the team, the mood is much shakier as the 4 hunters spread out and nervously watch for another hidden worm. When the sand grabs Bukitai's legs, Munir throws him his turban like a rope and hauls him out just in time. The sandworm bursts out after missing Bukitai, and Munir immediately calls the attack. Munir's bolts, Ralph's leaping axe strike, and Igor's sword work finally start hurting the worm in earnest. The wounded worm thrashes in a huge circle, flinging Bukitai and Ralph away while Munir barely stays clear. Igor reads the terrain in a flash, dives into a shallow depression, and lets the worm rip itself apart on his waiting blade. After a brutal few exchanges, the worm finally dies, and the team is left rattled even though no one took a lethal hit. As Igor scans the horizon, distant dunes start shifting strangely without any wind. Before Bukitai can explain what he sees, the operator interrupts with a warning that the boss basilisk has appeared. Ralph is thrown because the boss should only appear after most of the raid is done, and Munir realizes someone has already driven the clear rate past 75%. Elsewhere, Sungjin drops another fireball into a sandworm's mouth, and feels just how punishing this heat and mana cost are becoming. He knows fireball is perfect for sandworms, but with his current stats each cast burns through more than half his mana pool. To recover, Sungjin points his bone ring at the corpse and uses Lich's beacon while cooling himself with more water. Right in the middle of that break, the operator warns that the basilisk has appeared. He checks the raid progress, realizes the boss probably spawned near the others, and worries they could get wiped before he gets there. Sungjin summons Kane and asks him to track the hunters by smell or sound. Kane quickly finds the direction, but the desert heat is so extreme the poor dog can barely stand. Seeing Kane suffer, Sungjin immediately unsummons him and takes off alone. Back at the team, the basilisk rises over the dunes like a living dinosaur and freezes everyone for a beat with its size alone. Igor takes command at once and reminds them of the core rule: never meet its eyes unless they want to be petrified. Ralph admits his zealot axe can spike his damage hard, but the skill will cut his current health in half after the burst ends. Igor tells Ralph to wait for his signal, then gives Bukitai a rough but workable plan to block by watching the basilisk's shadow instead of its face. Bukitai advances with his shield covering his view, trying to fight a boss he is not allowed to look at. The basilisk charges, and Bukitai starts reading its footwork by the shifting shadow on the sand. Even half-blind, Bukitai manages to block a series of heavy kicks and buys the others a chance to attack. Then the basilisk's slimy tongue whips around Bukitai's body and yanks him into the air. Bukitai accidentally looks up into its amber eyes and goes rigid on the spot, still conscious but unable to move. Before the basilisk can swallow him, Igor throws his round shield like a blade and nearly severs the monster's tongue. Bukitai crashes down, the paralysis starts fading after only a few seconds, and he scrambles to get back in the fight. But the boss abandons him to chase Igor instead, and the whole battle line instantly starts collapsing. Ralph makes one bad glance at the basilisk's face, gets stunned in place, and is kicked away hard. At the same time, Munir gets snared by the basilisk's tail and lifted helplessly into the air. Bukitai blames himself for losing control of the front just as a familiar voice announces Sungjin has arrived in time. Sungjin uses Bukitai's shoulder as a launch point and throws himself straight at the basilisk's head. The basilisk turns to face the incoming threat, and Bukitai panics because Sungjin is flying directly into the petrifying gaze. Instead of freezing, Sungjin activates Free Arc in midair and drives Moon Spectre straight into one eye. The blinded beast lashes out, but Sungjin lands cleanly and dodges its savage kick with ease. Keeping his own eyes low, Sungjin circles to the side and blasts Fireball into the basilisk's remaining eye. With both eyes destroyed, the basilisk thrashes around blind, and Bukitai charges back in as the fight finally swings toward the hunters. Igor instantly calls the opening, Ralph triggers Zealot in a frenzy, and all 5 hunters pile onto the blinded boss together. The basilisk finally crashes into the sand, and the raid clear message ends the brutal desert fight. Bukitai checks the others in a rush, and one by one Igor, Ralph, and even praying Munir confirm they somehow survived without fatal injuries. With everyone alive, Bukitai lets himself breathe for the first time, because he always carries the guilt when someone dies on his watch. Then the missing hunter suddenly appears on top of the dead boss, calm as ever, and announces that he is leaving. Sungjin slides down the basilisk's tail like it is a ramp and sprints away so fast that Bukitai can only stare after him in confusion. With the danger over, the 4 survivors settle under the basilisk's shadow and trade shaken reactions about paralysis, near death, and the sand saving Munir from a deadly fall. Bukitai thanks Igor for saving him with that impossible shield throw, but Igor's cold silence feels wrong even after the raid is over. Igor suddenly asks the operator for his contribution, and the answer hits him hard, barely over 10%. He orders everyone else to check too, and the numbers are just as bad for Ralph, Munir, and Bukitai. The 4 veterans realize their combined share is not even 30%, which means one person did almost everything. They quietly pin it on the vanished Chinese hunter, and even the boss appearing out of nowhere suddenly makes sense. Igor refuses to waste the remaining time and pushes the others back into the desert to scrape together even a few more coins. Far away from them, Sungjin races across the Kutan desert alone, hunting for the hidden piece before the heat cooks him alive. The desert gives him nothing except annoying ambushes from lizards, and each one dies in a single clean slash from Moon's Spectre. He stops to soak himself with the magic water skin, scans the empty dunes, and still finds no clue where the hidden place is. He is tempted to burn a stronger search skill, but he holds back and checks whether Swift Paw is ready instead. Once Swift Paw comes back online, Sungjin kicks into high-speed search mode and tears across the dunes again. Then he spots a bluish glow in the distance, and immediately thinks he has found a real oasis hiding something important. But as he runs toward it, the oasis vanishes, and Sungjin realizes the desert is mocking him with a mirage. When he turns around, the same oasis is behind him again, and Sungjin chases it a second time until Swift Paw burns out at the worst moment. The same trick happens again and again, and by the third failed chase he feels less lost than deliberately toyed with. Sungjin finally snaps and shouts at the sky, and that is when something with a lion body, human face, and huge wings comes flying straight at him. Thinking he may have stumbled into a hidden boss, Sungjin draws Moon's Spectre and starts casting fire at the incoming Sphinx. Instead of a hidden boss alert, the operator warns that attacking this creature would count as hitting a non-hostile life form, so Sungjin cancels on the spot. The Sphinx lands in front of him and, with full riddle master drama, asks the young wanderer what he seeks in the desert. When Sungjin says he wants the oasis, the Sphinx offers to guide him there only if he can answer a riddle. Sungjin nods, but the Sphinx gets fussy and makes him answer out loud before it will continue. Its first question is the famous 4 legs, 2 legs, 3 legs riddle, and Sungjin answers man without even blinking. The Sphinx calls that one just a common-sense warm-up, then asks if he is truly ready for the real riddle. Sungjin humors the creature again, and this time the Sphinx finally delivers the true riddle about the first cut, proof of ties, and something useless you still cannot exist without. Sungjin barely needs a few seconds before he gives the answer, belly button. He explains that it is everyone's first scar, proof of the tie to their mother, useless now but impossible to be born without, and the Sphinx is left staring at him. For a second Sungjin even braces for betrayal, hand near Moon's Spectre, but the Sphinx only grumbles and admits he is correct. The creature seems more upset that Sungjin solved it too fast than that he solved it at all, and Sungjin cuts the whining short by demanding the oasis. Keeping its word, the Sphinx tells Sungjin to climb on, though it still sounds amused by the idea that he might fall and die on the way. The Sphinx launches without warning, and Sungjin grips tight as the desert drops away beneath them. From high above, Sungjin finally sees a real oasis in the distance as the Sphinx flies straight toward it. Back on the ground, Bukitai, Igor, Ralph, and Munir keep monster hunting for scraps of contribution when 2 giant lizards rush them at once. Munir slows one lizard with magic and the team prepares to burn the other down, but the sand suddenly starts moving under Bukitai's feet. A sandworm bursts out of the desert, forcing the hunters to spread out with the standard rescue plan they have used before. The plan immediately falls apart because both lizards focus Bukitai, while Munir admits he has no mana left to support him. Then Ralph shouts that the sandworm has targeted him instead, and Bukitai thinks the others can save him while he keeps the lizards busy. Instead, Bukitai hears Ralph scream in pain, then only the sounds of Munir's bolts, Igor's shield, and the sandworm dying. When Bukitai finally looks back, he sees the truth. Ralph is dead and severed in half, while Igor and Munir are just standing there watching. Bukitai begs them to help, but the moment he looks away too long, the lizards start carving him apart. Still getting no answer, Bukitai is disarmed and ripped to pieces, dying on his feet while staring at the 2 men who abandoned him. Only after Bukitai dies does Igor calmly take command, and the 2 of them cleanly finish the lizards together. Munir watches Igor fight in awe as the Russian dismantles one lizard piece by piece with cold precision. Once the second lizard falls too, both men immediately check the only thing that mattered to them now, contribution. Their shares have nearly doubled, and Munir grins as the ugly deal between them suddenly looks worth it. Igor accepts the handshake and bluntly explains why he picked Munir for the scheme. He had the lowest contribution and was the weakest one there. Munir barely gets to protest before Igor uses the handshake itself to trap him and slice off the hand he is holding. Munir stumbles back screaming and throws Frostbite in panic, freezing Igor in place long enough to demand why he is doing this at all. Munir sees from Igor's face that the penalty means nothing to him, and in pure panic he turns and runs for his life. Munir throws a second Frostbite to slow the chase, but a low mana warning tells him his magic is almost finished. He tries to use distance and desert terrain to survive until extraction, but Igor's shield whips out and smashes into his calf. The blow sends Munir tumbling right back down toward his killer, and with no mana and no weapon hand left, all he can do is beg. Igor answers the plea with a sword thrust, killing Munir anyway and triggering the troll penalty he had already decided was worth paying. As Munir bleeds out unheard, Igor coldly states the whole logic of it: even after the penalty, murder pays better. Meanwhile, the Sphinx warns Sungjin to hold on, then suddenly dives so hard that the ride becomes more punishment than transport. The Sphinx lands near the water in one brutal drop, and the system finally confirms that Sungjin has discovered the hidden oasis, Suleiman. Sungjin complains about the reckless landing, and the Sphinx smugly admits it did that on purpose because answering too fast ruined the fun. Before Sungjin can do anything about it, the Sphinx takes off again and leaves him with a promise he definitely does not want kept. Once the creature is gone, Sungjin turns toward the hidden oasis with a much better mood and starts searching for whatever treasure this place is hiding. Alone in the hidden oasis, Sungjin circles the small muddy waterhole and realizes it looks far less inviting than the fantasy version in his head. He finds no clue about the hidden pieces until a glint above the oasis catches his eye. The moment Sungjin steps into the water for the lamp, a huge crocodile bursts up and nearly catches him off guard. After the jump scare, Sungjin cuts the crocodile down in a few effortless slashes and keeps moving warily through the shallow water. With the oasis clear, Sungjin sheathes his sword and climbs the palm tree, already thinking how useful a flight spell would be for future raids. At the top, he finally reaches the prize, a filthy ancient lamp hidden in the leaves. The item window says only that rubbing the worn-out lamp has unknown effects, which makes Sungjin even more curious. After checking that the area is quiet, Sungjin starts scrubbing the lamp and waits for something dramatic to happen. Blue smoke pours out for so long that his excitement turns into impatient suspense. Then Sungjin looks up and sees the smoke forming a gigantic cloud giant high above the oasis. Elsewhere in the desert, Igor calmly confirms that killing his teammates gave him exactly the contribution he expected. The heat is so miserable that even this trained killer starts wondering whether the old world and his motherland even still matter. A harsh memory of his superior snaps him back into discipline, and Igor decides to keep hunting until the raid is as perfect as possible. He pushes through the desert alone, killing giant lizards and scorpions one by one with efficient military tactics. Soon Igor notices the corpses around him have already been sliced apart by a katana, which tells him the mysterious Chinese hunter is still ahead of him. Even after more hunting, the raid stalls at 94.2%, and that missing final chunk keeps bothering him. When he kills one last wandering lizard and reaches 95% again, Igor accepts that the remaining 5% must be hidden somewhere else. Then a distant rumble and a strange cloud draw his gaze toward a speck of green in the desert, an oasis. Convinced the oasis holds the answer, Igor activates Force March and sprints across the dunes. Back at the oasis, the giant finally speaks, and Sungjin eagerly assumes the lamp is about to grant wishes. Instead, the genie introduces himself as Soldamer and declares that Sungjin must be tested to earn the right to command him. The cube suddenly confirms the worst: Soldamer is the hidden boss. Sungjin drops the lamp, draws Moon Spectre, and barely avoids Soldamer's opening chain lightning. Even though he dodges the main blast, the lightning still bites into him through the water, soaking his clothes, and he realizes the oasis itself is now a trap. Sungjin retreats from the water, but Soldamer follows with an oversized fireball that forces him to harden Sail's breath into armor just to survive the blast. Realizing brute force will not be enough, Sungjin pulls out Romance of the Three Kingdoms and decides this hidden boss is exactly what he saved it for. But the genie keeps up the pressure with another lightning spell, leaving Sungjin desperate for even a few seconds to read. A close lightning strike numbs Sungjin's right arm, and he instantly turns the dead crocodile into an undead distraction. He rings Manhwa to speed the zombie forward, and the sudden decoy finally buys him room to use the book. Soldamer instantly polymorphs the crocodile into a sheep, but Sungjin has already opened the book and started the declamation. Sungjin finishes the passage with Zhang Fei's name, and the book answers him. The seance activates, boosting Sungjin's speed and strength as a guardian-like warrior spirit appears behind him, and he charges straight at Soldamer. Soldamer tries to polymorph him too, but the book offers one more skill, and Sungjin uses it without hesitation. Sungjin unleashes Shout of Changban, and the roar from him and the seance behind him shakes the oasis hard enough to break Soldamer's spellcasting. With Soldamer unable to cast, Sungjin cuts through the genie's fingers, leaps onto his arm, and rips into the smoke-bodied mage before he can recover. As the seance countdown ticks away, Soldamer suddenly collapses into smoke and gets sucked back into the lamp. Sungjin lands safely on the sand, and the cube confirms the hidden boss has been cleared. His relief lasts 1 second before the undead crocodile charges him again, and he has to awkwardly order his own minion to lie back down as a corpse. Finally alone again, Sungjin pours water over his head and admits Soldamer hit harder than anything he has faced so far. When Sungjin checks Shout of Changban, the cube reveals why the skill crushed Soldamer. Everyone inside 300 meters, even the caster, is locked out of casting for 10 seconds. The operator also confirms that Sungjin just lost more HP than ever before, which drives home how dangerous Soldamer really was. Once he catches his breath, Sungjin checks for any hidden elements left, hoping there might still be one more secret in the desert. The answer is no, but the raid suddenly hits 100% anyway, which should have meant the desert was finally over. Then the real problem drops. The rewards are frozen because someone in the party has become a troll. Staring out over the endless dunes, Sungjin realizes finding a hidden killer in this desert before time runs out may be impossible. At the same time, Igor reaches the oasis, sees the hidden boss battle from cover, and immediately realizes that secret 5% was the missing piece all along. Instead of joining in, Igor coldly maps out his options: run if the genie wins, run if Sungjin wins too easily, or strike if Sungjin survives by a narrow margin. He stays concealed through the whole fight and watches in shock as Sungjin uses the strange book to summon a guardian spirit and shut the genie's magic down. After Sungjin wins, Igor listens from hiding as the operator confirms Sungjin lost 4724 HP, and he seizes on that number as his opening. Igor convinces himself that Sungjin must be hurt badly enough to kill, and the troll announcement removes his last hesitation. The sound behind Sungjin is the attack itself. Igor hurls his round shield first and charges in with his sword, choosing murder over caution. Sungjin barely ducks as Igor's spinning bladed shield slices past his neck and the swordsman charges in right behind it. Igor times a pincer attack perfectly, but Sungjin still catches the sword with Moon Spectre and the returning shield with free arc in one brutal clash. When the shield snaps back into Igor's hand without any spell, Sungjin realizes Igor is fast, heavily geared, and far more dangerous than he first looked. Sungjin quietly sheathes Moon Spectre to set up Deathly Wail, then asks if Igor really chose to grow stronger by murdering his own teammates. Igor answers without shame that the raid is simple math: give up 10%, steal the other 90%, and monopolize every chapter by killing the party after the boss dies. Sungjin tells him that logic still has a ceiling, because Igor will never know what it means to earn a full 100% contribution honestly. He rushes in, slips past the incoming shield, and finally unleashes Deathly Wail at point-blank range. For 1 second Sungjin thinks the duel is over, until Igor shouts cleanse and a glowing necklace cancels Deathly Wail on the spot. With the shield already curving back for another crossfire, Sungjin breaks away and admits Igor is no easy target at all. Sungjin refuses to rely on Yanhuret yet, remembers one more option, and calls Manta out of the cube instead. Igor laughs at the sight of a swordsman taking a staff in his offhand and charges, sure he can stop any spell before it starts. Instead of casting, Sungjin starts a savage dual-wield rush, forcing Igor to split his defense between katana and staff at the same time. The combo keeps accelerating, and Igor is stunned that Sungjin can really use two completely different weapons like a master with both hands. Pressed into a corner, Igor hurls the shield from point-blank range and uses the opening to turn and run. Sungjin answers with magic, freezing Igor's feet in place with Binding Frost and Frostbite before he can get away. Even trapped, Igor gambles again by throwing his sword as bait, making Sungjin think he has finally run out of tricks. Then Sungjin spots the strange openings in Igor's gloves and realizes the returning weapons were never the shield's power at all. A heartbeat later the sword and shield whip back from behind, but Sungjin bats both away with Moon Spectre and Manta before they can hit him. Done giving Igor room to improvise, Sungjin rushes him again and hammers his guard until the sword flies from his hand. Igor reaches to call the sword back, and that tiny opening is all Sungjin needs to cut off the arm holding the shield. Igor barely reacts to losing one arm, which only makes him look even more monstrous to Sungjin. Sungjin follows with another paired strike, and this time Igor blocks the staff only to lose his last sword arm too. Facing a defeated enemy with both arms gone, Sungjin admits that if Igor had not become a troll, he would have made a terrifyingly good ally. Igor refuses to beg for mercy and simply asks Sungjin to kill him because the stronger hunter has won. Before the final blow falls, Igor asks for something stranger: survive to the end, break this prison, and save everyone trapped in the raids. Igor reveals he was Spetsnaz trained and murdered for points because he believed only the absolute strongest could free their loved ones from this hell. When Igor finishes by entrusting all of humanity's salvation to him, Sungjin hesitates only a moment before granting the death he asked for. Standing before Igor's corpse, Sungjin bitterly accepts those last wishes and feels the weight of a responsibility he never asked for. He wants to cry, but the desert wind and burning sun leave him dry-eyed as if even this place refuses him that much. The operator cuts through the mood with a cheerful system voice announcing that every troll in the party has been eliminated. In a burst of anger, Sungjin slashes the cube with Moon Spectre, but the blade leaves no mark at all. The cube ignores his rage and starts distributing the raid rewards, now all of them going to one survivor. Sungjin receives an enormous haul of points and coins for clearing the whole chapter alone, but after everything that happened it barely feels like a victory. Then the item rewards spill out, including the legendary lamp, a basilisk eye necklace, a magic carpet, potions, and new spell books. The first thing Sungjin grabs is the lamp, now transformed from a filthy relic into a spotless legendary treasure shining gold in his hands. While he inspects the lamp, the operator awards him the title Inquisition for surviving enemy spells in this raid. Another reward follows immediately. Adjudicator activates and Igor's trick item drops at Sungjin's feet as Telkrin, the jester's gloves. Reading the item text confirms Sungjin's guess that Igor's gloves, not the shield, were what let him throw and recall weapons. Since he has no gloves equipped, Sungjin puts them on immediately and likes the fit at once. He tests them with Moon Spectre, sending the katana flying away with Pa and calling it back cleanly with Ha. Satisfied, he decides this trick will open up a lot of new options once he gets real practice with it. Next he checks the legendary lamp properly and learns it summons Soldamer as a loyal familiar for 10 minutes at a time. When Sungjin rubs the lamp, blue smoke pours out and reshapes itself into a much smaller, very polite version of Soldamer. Soldamer apologizes for attacking earlier and formally accepts Sungjin as his new master after the trial. Asked what help he can offer, Soldamer proudly demonstrates that he can cast blue, red, and black spells up to the 7th circle, as long as his own mana lasts. Sungjin is immediately less impressed when the so-called greatest mage in Kyuten turns out to be heavily weakened by sealing himself in the lamp. Soldamer keeps rambling anyway, bragging that he once stood just below legendary mages and might have reached the perfect 10th circle if he had stayed free. Cutting the lecture short, Sungjin dismisses him, and the genie turns back into smoke and slips neatly into the lamp again. Sungjin moves on to the basilisk eye necklace and confirms it can paralyze a target for 3 seconds, just like the nightmare stare he already experienced. The last major reward is a rolled carpet, and when Sungjin opens it he finds a real flying carpet size for 2 people. He sits on it and activates flight, and the carpet obediently lifts him off the ground without costing any mana at all. After a brief confused pause about steering, he thinks about the palm tree and the carpet zips straight toward it on command. Realizing this reward can replace the flight spell he planned to buy, Sungjin keeps riding above the desert even while the operator starts the return countdown. When the countdown hits 0, Sungjin vanishes from the sky in mid-flight and leaves the desert behind. Elsewhere in the same desert chapter, Gerald Baltron stumbles through the sand alone, panting and checking over his shoulder to see if he finally lost the hunters chasing him. Baltron thinks back to how his raid collapsed after the basilisk kill, when one question about contribution points turned a successful team into a pack of trolls. Once everyone learned Baltron had the highest share for tanking the team, they turned on him too simply because he had the most to steal. He only escaped by using the club from his last raid to knock his attackers out long enough to run. As a cop with no law to protect him here, Baltron keeps scanning the dunes until the operator finally announces the return timer. Hearing that countdown, Baltron exhales in pure relief because for now at least, the nightmare of being hunted by people worse than monsters is finally ending. Sungjin reappears in the hunter's hall still gripping his sword, surrounded by endless pillars as more hunters teleport in drenched with sweat and desert sand. The operator appears above the hall and congratulates the survivors for clearing 5 chapters. But nobody looks relieved after barely making it out alive. When the operator reveals that only 637,024 hunters remain out of more than 7.3 billion, the scale of the slaughter hits the room all over again. The operator calls them the top 0.01% and tells them to keep growing, and Sungjin quietly wonders which familiar faces like Saran or Igor might still be alive by this point. The operator flashes images of loved ones and repeats the promise that everyone trapped in purgatory will be revived if the final raid is beaten, but the hunters answer with anger and disbelief. The room goes quiet the instant the operator announces a new area in the black market, because even angry hunters know her words can decide whether they live. As the operator recommends visiting the new zone and starts the countdown to the black market, other hunters speculate nervously while Sungjin already knows he can ignore the sales pitch. At 0, the hunters scatter into separate black market instances, and Sungjin heads out with one clear goal in mind. The moment he arrives in the black market, Sungjin checks his funds and heads straight for Kenneth's katana shop. Kenneth welcomes him back without complaint when Sungjin sheepishly asks to see Blood Vengeance for the 3rd time. With Moon Spectre in one hand and Blood Vengeance in the other, Sungjin tests both sheathed swords together and feels that his dual-wield style finally clicks. Kenneth admits he has never seen a customer handle 2 swords this well, which seals Sungjin's decision on the spot. Sungjin buys Blood Vengeance for 9,700 coins and walks out with the crimson blade hanging at his belt, finally a true dual swordsman. On his way back, Sungjin remembers the newly opened area and turns toward the market center to handle one more piece of business. At the center, Sungjin finds a brand new circular stall run by 3 pig demi-humans shouting for buyers and sellers. The operator explains that this is the Achi Brothers auction stall, where hunters can list items for other hunters to buy. Sungjin pulls out the heroic staff Manta and tells the pigs to put it up for auction. After hearing the heroic 2 rules, Sungjin confidently sets Manta at 3,000 coins with a 6,000 coin instant buyout based on what he knows items are really worth. The pig merchant locks Manta into the central display cube and promises that any earnings will be sent to 99 knights. Sungjin knows magic weapons do not move fast this early, but he leaves Manta there anyway because eventually someone will need it. He asks if any legendary items are on sale, hears there are none, and loses interest in shopping for anything else. With nothing else worth buying, Sungjin heads back to 99 Nights, already craving a cold meal after the desert. Back at the inn, Sungjin cools off with a bowl of icy noodles that finally washes the Kyutin desert out of his body. Across from him, the spirit in Sungjin's service says he finally looks better, and Sungjin is reminded that it survives by absorbing mana from the air instead of eating. Kane tears into chicken nearby, and Sungjin notices the puppy has grown again at an unnatural pace. After the meal, Sungjin thanks everyone and retreats to his room, drained enough that even a bath feels like survival work. Lying in the bath, Sungjin is hit by the full weight of what happened in the desert and by the operator's reminder that saving humanity may really rest on his shoulders. He admits to himself that he cannot clear every raid alone, because the system forces teamwork even while making trust painfully rare. Remembering Igor's logic about killing teammates for better rewards, Sungjin realizes the raid system itself may be rewarding evil over good. That thought pushes him to a bigger conclusion. If he wants to reach the final raid, he has to influence the whole game, not just keep powering himself up. Sungjin gets out with a plan, convinced there is one hidden place in the black market where he might be able to do exactly that. Right on cue, Dalyapin brings the next chapter's information sheet, and Sungjin asks him for an unusual wake-up call at 4:10 in the morning. Dalyapin agrees without protest, and Sungjin goes to bed early because the hidden market opens before dawn at 4:30. Before sunrise, Dalyapin's knock wakes Sungjin exactly on time, and he gets moving without wasting a minute. When he steps outside, Dalyapin quietly asks where he is going, and Sungjin answers in a way that makes it clear the innkeeper already knows more than he says. Outside the room, Kane tries to come along, and Sungjin gives in after a brief warning instead of leaving him behind. The black market is eerily silent in the dead of night, because almost every shop shuts down when its hunter is asleep. Sungjin searches the sleeping market for one hidden shop that is notoriously hard to find, checking the time when he still cannot see it. Sensing danger, Sungjin crouches and warns Kane to stay calm around whoever they are about to meet. Then the darkness itself thickens, and a shop hidden inside unnatural blackness finally appears. Kane suddenly breaks character and whines in fear, so Sungjin tells him to wait outside and goes in alone. Inside the darkness, Sungjin feels his way down a stairway into a basement bar lit by a single candle, with one lone figure waiting in the back corner. The operator identifies the place only as the hidden shop darker than black, and that bare explanation makes the room feel even more ominous to Sungjin. Sungjin sits across from the man in the corner, and the hidden shopkeeper greets him with a cryptic line about answers and questions before asking what he seeks. When Sungjin tries to see him, the shopkeeper casually creates a floating light orb and reveals that he is a human man, unlike the black market's usual demi-human vendors. To prove appearances mean nothing, the shopkeeper's face shifts through Igor, Saran, Hiro, and Baltran right in front of Sungjin. The shopkeeper returns to his own face and calmly says he can answer anything or provide anything, as long as Sungjin can pay the proper price. After a brief hesitation, Sungjin asks the real reason he came, whether there is an item that lets him move between raids. Later at 99 Nights with coffee on the table, Sungjin studies the green polymorph spellbook while Soldimer talks him through why the spell is useful against multiple enemies. Sungjin memorizes polymorph, and the green book burns away in green light as the spell is added to him for good. He moves on to the blue chain lightning spellbook, and Soldimer proudly calls it his signature spell before warning that stray lightning can undo polymorph by hitting the wrong target. Sungjin accepts the tip and memorizes chain lightning too, burning the second book away in blue light. With the new magic learned, Sungjin calls the operator and pours his remaining points into strength, dexterity, endurance, magic power, and especially mind power. Looking over his boosted stats, Sungjin decides raw power is no longer his problem and starts weighing a riskier title instead. Since every chapter has already become a treasure hunt for him anyway, Sungjin switches his title from Master Hunter to Treasure Hunter for the next raid. With coffee and a sandwich in hand, Sungjin settles in to study the next raid briefing for Count Dimitri's castle ruins. The operator says there are still more than 36 minutes left, so Sungjin slows down and studies the details much more carefully than usual. One warning stands out: Count Dimitri heals and powers up by drinking blood, which means protecting allies will decide the fight. That line makes Sungjin uneasy, because protecting people is exactly the kind of role he does not trust himself to play well. Even so, he keeps reading until the teleport finally takes him away to Count Dimitri's castle ruins and the next raid begins. Sungjin is summoned into a rattling horse carriage rolling toward Count Dimitri's castle ruins under a low moon, and the place already feels wrong. The operator warns that this ancient castle is still inhabited, and the carriage stops right at its huge entrance. The headless carriage driver greets him in a creepy formal tone, and Sungjin steps out already tense because this place still unnerves him. As the hunters synchronize in, Sungjin yawns from the early hour and casually checks the new team's titles out of habit. Then Sungjin freezes when he spots the blue-eyed tattooed monk Mahadas, a survivor he fought beside in his previous life. Sungjin blurts out Mahadas' name and grabs his hands like an old friend, even though this is their first meeting in this life. Mahada's politely asks if they have met, and Sungjin is hit with memories of the fighter's past and the tragedy that turned him into a monk. Mahada's gently shuts down the topic and asks Sungjin to forget his old fame, clearly uncomfortable being recognized. Giovanni recognizes Mahada's too, but Dominic and Ping Long cut in and steer the group back to introductions and raid prep before things get awkward. Sungjin lets go and reins himself in, realizing he cannot treat Mahada's like an old comrade yet. The raid objective appears: kill the 1,000-year vampire Count Dimitri within 90 minutes. With only minutes left, Dominic naturally takes charge and starts formal introductions so the team can lock down roles fast. Dominic introduces himself as an English spear user with some fire magic, setting the tone for a balanced team. Giovanni follows with a slightly suspicious answer about being from Mexico, and Sungjin quietly files away that odd pause. Peng Long says he is Chinese, mainly uses a bow, and is also experimenting with magic from the back line. Mahada's introduces himself as a Canadian monk who fights with martial arts, keeping his past fame buried as much as possible. Because Peng Long is actually Chinese, Sungjin drops the fake identity this time and simply says he is Korean. Dominic brings the talk back to the real danger. If Count Dimitri bites someone, the vampire can fully heal and become far stronger. Sungjin already knows this raid cannot be soloed cleanly before the boss dies, so for now he has to move with the team. As the team settles into formation, Sungjin sees no obvious weak link yet, and Mahada's presence lets him relax a little before the raid starts. While they talk, Sungjin is already thinking bigger than this one chapter. Buy another black market item, start interfering in other raids, and shape the survivor pool himself. After the Igor incident, Sungjin decides he will personally protect the decent hunters, kill the bad ones, and build a final 10 who can actually trust each other. Dominic snaps him out of it by asking for his opinion, and suddenly Sungjin realizes everyone has noticed he was somewhere else entirely. Giovanni calls him irresponsible for zoning out during a life-or-death discussion, and Sungjin answers with a blunt claim: this raid does not need much strategy from any of them. When they demand an explanation, Sungjin just tells them to follow him and see for themselves. Then Sungjin places one hand on Moon Spectre and the other on Blood Vengeance, making the team realize he is about to fight with two swords. Peng Long and Mahada's both react to the impossible dual-wielding stance, and Sungjin answers by drawing both legendary blades in a dazzling moonlit display. The countdown hits 0 while the others are still staring, and the raid begins with Sungjin already owning the room. Sungjin simply says let's go and takes point, forcing the original formation to fall in behind him instead. Past the Iron Gate, the castle garden is a dead place of cracked pots, broken glass, twisted trees, and long-rotted flowers. Two grotesque zombie Dobermans stalk out barking, their flesh rotted away until teeth and eyeballs are exposed. The dogs keep their distance and threaten him, but Sungjin walks straight at them like they are already dead. The instant they lunge, Sungjin's twin blades flash once and cut both zombie dogs clean in half. He keeps walking as if nothing happened, and only when he notices the others frozen in shock does he call them forward. At the main door, Sungjin immediately points out the 5 stones from the info sheet and orders everyone onto them. When all 5 stand on the stones, a distant bell rings and a voice welcomes them from above. A swarm of bats gathers on the tower and forms the pale noble figure of Count Dimitri, who greets them like honored guests in his own nightmare house. When Dimitri announces floor-by-floor games, Sungjin instantly spots a loophole and quietly asks the operator for Alzard. The magic carpet appears from the cube, and while Dimitri keeps talking, Sungjin is already planning to skip the whole castle and kill the boss on the spot. The moment the Count finishes speaking, Sungjin launches Alzard toward the tower to blitz him before the scripted dungeon can even start. But Peng Long fires first, and that early arrow gives Dimitri the split second he needs to break apart into bats and escape. Cursing the mischance, Sungjin chases the bat swarm through the night, while Dimitri taunts him to clear the castle properly and come to the top floor. Sungjin answers with chain lightning, firing the spell from Moon Spectre, but Dimitri sheds part of the swarm to absorb the hit and keeps fleeing. He tries to follow with a fire spell, but the remaining bats dive into a tiny sewer by the moat before he can finish them off. The fireball explodes too late, wrecking the entrance but not the boss, and Sungjin can only stare at the tiny tunnel in frustration. He returns empty-handed, and when Giovanni asks if he got him, Sungjin dryly points out the operator would have announced it. Sungjin knows Peng Long only fired to help, so he swallows the irritation and leads everyone inside the castle instead. The interior starts pitch black, and Dominic reaches for an old lantern, not realizing Sungjin already knows what comes next. Before the lantern matters, eerie orchestra music starts and the entire first-floor corridor lights up under grand chandeliers. Masked couples in formal clothes appear laughing and dancing through the hall, turning the corridor into a fake ballroom. The scene is bizarre enough to rattle the team, but Sungjin warns them not to get distracted and to stay sharp. Then the piano slams, the music twists into something ugly, and Sungjin calmly tells them the real fight starts now. The dancers rip off their masks to reveal white faces and fangs, and the beautiful ballroom instantly becomes a vampire ambush. The normal tactic is to lure them one at a time, but Sungjin ignores that completely and charges alone into the narrow corridor. Against ordinary hunters, these vampires are brutally fast, but against Sungjin they are just bodies flying apart under twin legendary swords. A few stragglers break toward the other four, finally forcing the rest of the party to prepare for real combat. Mahadas reaches them first and shatters a female vampire's jaw with a single kick. He pivots to the male vampire, activates overheat, and drives a glowing gauntlet punch through its stomach. That brutal 1-2 tells the whole team what kind of monster Mahadas really is, and even the others momentarily lower their guard in shock. Once Mahadas starts moving in earnest, he tears into the corridor vampires with the same overwhelming force Sungjin is showing up front. Seeing both frontliners tear through the raid, the other three realize this chapter might actually be clearable by just those two. Even so, Punlong starts firing into the distance, and Giovanni and Dominic jump back in because nobody wants to be carried if contribution points are on the line. As he fights, Dominic can't shake how strange this chapter feels when the real struggle is not survival but trying to earn points before Sungjin and Mahadas kill everything first. Dominic finally stabs down a jaw-broken vampire and gets his own kill, but the raid still feels unreal enough that he starts wondering if the monsters are weak, not his teammates absurdly strong. In the castle hallway, Dominic spots another lone vampire and charges ahead by himself, too desperate for contribution points to listen when someone warns him to stop. He confidently unleashes Endless Needle, and his spear splits into a storm of copies that punch through a vampire's neck. With 2 kills under his belt, Dominic gets cocky again when he notices a female vampire alone in the distance. He fires a fire bolt at her feet to force her into the air, planning to skewer her when she drops back down. But the vampire he thought was finished is still alive, and its claws suddenly stab into Dominic's ankle from below. That one mistake costs him everything, because the female vampire drops on him faster than expected and slips past his spear while his trapped leg keeps him pinned. She rips open his back and bites into his neck, and Dominic starts fading out as blood pours from both wounds. Just before he blacks out, a flying sword suddenly punches through the vampire's head. The flying sword whips back across him and cleanly decapitates the vampire feeding on his neck, finally freeing Dominic from its fangs. Mahadas arrives a beat later, kicks away the last vampire holding Dominic down, and catches Dominic before he collapses. More vampires rush in to finish them, but Giovanni plants himself in the gap and holds the line with shield and axe. Punlong pins one vampire with an arrow, and the team uses that opening to push the swarm back. Then Sungjin flashes through the survivors and ends the fight so fast the hallway goes quiet almost at once. Giovanni is ready to chew Dominic out for running off, but the lecture dies when he sees how deathly pale Dominic has become. Once Sungjin gets back, he checks Dominic's condition and realizes he only survived because Telkren's flying sword reached him a heartbeat in time. Mahadas uses white healing magic to close the visible wounds, but Sungjin stays tense because a vampire bite can leave more than blood loss behind. Dominic says he feels fine and weird at the same time, and that dizzy answer confirms Sungjin's suspicion. Sungjin asks the operator how long blood curse lasts, and the answer comes back cold and exact, 30 minutes. Punlong has never even heard of blood curse, which tells Sungjin the raid sheet hit another critical rule again. Mahadas asks for the full effect, and the operator reveals the real horror. The curse cuts all stats by 30%, then kills the victim and turns him into a vampire when the timer ends. Giovanni asks if there is any cure, but between Punlong's items and Sungjin's own knowledge, nobody has a way to remove a curse on hand. The moment Sungjin asks whether anyone has removed curse, the silence says enough, and Dominic's face falls into open despair. After a quick calculation, Sungjin offers the only path left: clear the entire raid before the 30 minutes run out so the black market reset can erase the curse with everything else. That hope nearly dies when the operator says there is still more than an hour left on the raid clock. Sungjin keeps one key detail to himself, then simply tells them to trust him because he is going to force this raid to end early. He assigns Giovanni to guard Dominic at all costs, even with Dominic's stats cut down by the curse. Then Sungjin pulls Punlong and Mahadas into his strike team and tells them to hunt beside him as fast as they possibly can. The 5 hunters step onto the circular lift slots, and the old elevator grinds upward toward the next floor. On the way up, Sungjin races through the problem in his head. He has to find the hidden boss and secret spot inside Dominic's shrinking time limit. He steadies himself with 2 advantages. The enemies are packed floor by floor this time, and he brought Treasure Hunter specifically to sniff out the hidden elements faster. But when Sungjin looks at Dominic's corpse-pale face, he grimly admits to himself that if 30 minutes still is not enough, he may have to kill Dominic with his own hands before the curse turns him. To cut the clear time even further, Sungjin decides to spend his summons now and pulls out Kane's figurine and Soldemer's golden lamp. Kane and Soldemer answer him at once, turning the cramped elevator into an even stranger war room. The elevator opens onto the second-floor spider room, a nightmare tangle of giant webs that would normally waste precious time. Sungjin skips the careful approach and orders Soldemer to burn the whole floor at once. Soldemer drops Inferno into the room, and fire races through the webs so fast the whole floor turns into a screaming furnace. While the others hesitate at the sight, Sungjin and Kane charge straight into the blaze to finish whatever survives. By the time Punlong looks back, the room is already a butchered pile of burned, sliced, crushed, and bitten spider corpses. Giovanni snaps Punlong out of it, and everyone piles back onto the elevator with the genie and wolf as the desperate climb continues. During the ride, Punlong catches how obedient Kane is under Sungjin's voice and grudgingly notices the bond despite his own old fear of wolves. Then Dominic quietly asks Punlong if he can fire one shot into many, already planning the next floor before the doors even open. Punlong shows off his bow's split arrow skill, and Dominic immediately turns that answer into a room-clearing plan. Without wasting breath, Dominic tells Punlong to tag as many suits of armor as possible, and cues the genie to get chain lightning ready. The third floor opens in eerie silence, revealing nothing but a long corridor lined with neat rows of empty armored mannequins. When Giovanni wonders where the enemies are, Dominic calmly tells Punlong to start shooting anyway. Punlong uses split arrow on the chandelier so the magical arrows scatter across the room and tag almost every suit of armor at once. That hit wakes the trap, and the armored mannequins all come alive together with weapons drawn. Dominic holds the team in place until the packed formation is perfect, waiting for the line to bunch up into one chain lightning kill box. Then Dominic casts chain lightning in sync with the genie, and the current rips from suit to suit until the whole marching line collapses. Only a few damaged stragglers are left standing, and this time even Giovanni and Dominic can smash through them instantly. The third floor is cleared in a blink, and everyone jumps straight back onto the elevator before the momentum can die. As the lift climbs again, Sungjin remembers the fourth floor monster as a giant damaged sponge that used to eat 10 whole minutes by itself. Dominic's pain groan kills any thought of testing limits, and Sungjin immediately shifts into all-out burst mode for the next fight. Sungjin orders the genie to open with a defense-breaking debuff, then tells Mahadas and Punlong to hit the next enemy with everything they have. The fourth floor opens into a strange laboratory where a giant stitched monster stands dormant inside a humming machine. The machine jolts the giant awake with chemicals and lightning, and Sungjin charges before it can even fully get moving. The genie lands weakness on the monster. Punlong buries an arrow in its head, and Sungjin and Mahadas crash in behind the setup. Sungjin drives both swords deep into its chest while Mahadas hammers its chin, and the so-called time wall goes down in about a minute. Back on the elevator, Sungjin looks at the giant's shredded remains and realizes his current damage is on an entirely different level from the last timeline. That brutal speed leaves Giovanni and Punlong looking grim, because now they can plainly see how completely Sungjin has been swallowing the contribution points. Sungjin understands exactly why Dominic ran ahead earlier, because every point he takes now is growth his teammates will not have later. Instead of pretending the system is fair, he finally decides this will be the last raid where he monopolizes everything. His new plan is simple. Buy the item he needs from Darker Than Black, then start traveling between raids so he can hunt separately, and stop starving his teammates for points. The elevator reaches the fifth and final floor, and the doors open on a well-dressed Count Dimitri already waiting for them. Then the raid itself confirms the showdown as a warning window names him out loud, Boss Monster 1000-Year Count Dimitri. At the top floor, Count Dimitri welcomes the party in a fancy suit and his usual smug manners, but Sungjin has no patience left for talk. Sungjin instantly uses Telkran and hurls blood vengeance straight at the boss. Before the blade can hit, Dimitri explodes into a cloud of bats and dodges with a mocking laugh. Sungjin recalls the sword, and Dimitri reforms near the podium, still acting amused as he finally draws his rapier himself. Knowing one successful bite could fully heal the vampire, Sungjin rushes him before Dimitri can touch any teammate. Dimitri tries to meet him with finesse, but Sungjin batters the rapier out of his hand in just 2 heavy strikes. Sungjin follows with a killing slash, but the hit feels wrong as Dimitri slips away in bat form again. Dimitri chants illusion, the bat swarm multiplies, and 4 identical counts land at the corners of the room. The team wavers, so Sungjin immediately pulls back to protect them and shifts the fight into a coordinated test. He warns the damage dealers that avoiding a bite matters more than attacking, and tells Giovanni to stay close and guard the group. Sungjin asks Soldimer for a way to spot the real Count, but the unseen lamp spirit can only suggest burning the copies and apologizes for lacking white magic. Since there is no clean trick, Sungjin assigns 1 target to each side and prepares to test all 4 at once. On Sungjin's countdown, everyone moves at once and he charges with Manyata in hand to ring out the signal. Sungjin cuts his target in half, and it vanishes on the spot, proving he hit another fake. A beat later, the real Count reveals himself over the group and launches Wind Cutter down at them. Giovanni throws up his shield and shouts for everyone to get behind him, but he cannot cover them fast enough. Some blades stop on the shield, but others slash through Punlong's armor and wound him anyway. Sungjin rushes the last Count again, but Dimitri simply rises, casts illusion once more, and resets the whole miserable pattern. As the copies reform, both summons announce that their 10 minutes are up, and Sungjin suddenly loses 2 key tools while the fight is still unresolved. Even with Dominic's life ticking away, Sungjin forces himself not to gamble the team and decides he will handle all 4 alone if he has to. Right before he moves, Sungjin notices drops of blood on the floor and remembers his first sword strike must have clipped the real body. He sees that every copy has the same cut on the left arm, but only one is still actively dripping blood, which gives the real Count away. Sungjin quietly tips Punlong off with just 1 word, and Ping understands immediately. Sungjin charges the bleeding copy, and this time Dmitri is visibly rattled that his trick has been read. Dmitri panics and casts slow, shaving just enough speed off Sungjin to retreat upward as bats again. Even after the bat split, the real swarm is still bleeding, so Sungjin calls Penglong in for the finish. Penglong fires split arrows into the right swarm, and the magical volley tears through the entire cluster at once. Sungjin runs through the falling bats, she's Moon Spectre in one clean motion, and unleashes Deathly Wail the instant Dimitri's body reforms. The others stagger in fear for a moment from the aftermath, but the operator announces the boss clear and the castle finally falls silent. Giovanni spots Sungjin calmly shaking blood from his blades beside Count Dimitri's beheaded corpse and finally exhales in relief. But Sungjin does not stop to celebrate, and says they need to keep moving because only a little of Dominic's time should be left. When Giovanni asks where they are even going, Sungjin uses Treasure Hunter and asks the operator for a hidden place or secret boss hint. The operator answers with a riddle about a wandering merchant who climbed the mountain, got trapped in the castle, and ended up turned into a cocoon. Sungjin pieces it together on the spot, realizes the clue points to the spiders, and heads for the elevator at once. The party packs into the clanking elevator, and Mahadas finally asks what exactly Sungjin is trying to do. Sungjin explains that this is a side quest for treasure, and Penglong perks up immediately at the word treasure. Sungjin adds that the person they are about to meet will cut them a very favorable deal, which immediately catches the low-contribution hunters off guard. When Dominic asks what that means for his curse, Sungjin says it may get solved more easily than expected, without explaining yet. The elevator stops on the 4th floor, and Sungjin hurries everyone across Frankenstein's room toward the route down to the spider floor. Still fielding questions, Sungjin finally tells them outright that they are going back to the spider room because the clue said cocoon. On the 2nd floor, the party enters the burned spider chamber, and Sungjin orders everyone to search carefully for a hidden cocoon. Sungjin probes through the charred webbing with both swords and worries for a moment that Soldemer's inferno might have already burned the hidden merchant alive. Then Giovanni finds a narrow waterway and barred drain opening, and Sungjin instantly recognizes the hidden path. Sungjin cuts the metal bars apart and leads the team into the sewer beyond the spider room. Inside, the passage is bigger than expected and choked with sticky webbing, which only convinces Sungjin more that they found the right place. Deep inside the tunnel, they finally uncover a giant cocoon about the size of a person. Sungjin cuts the cocoon open and reveals an unconscious ratman inside, exactly who he hoped to find. The operator confirms this is the hidden merchant Rough Han, and the others are left staring at the ratman in disbelief. Sungjin slaps Rough Han awake and bluntly reminds him this is the second time he has been saved, so he had better hand over the good stuff. Once he understands the spiders are gone, Rough Han accepts the debt and turns to a smaller cocoon hidden behind him. He tears open the smaller cocoon, pulls out his special merchant cube, and offers each hunter one heavily discounted item. Rough Han starts laying out gear after gear, and the whole group leans in as the sewer turns into an impromptu secret shop. Penglong is the first to strike a deal when he spots heroic shooting gloves that perfectly fit an archer. He buys them immediately for a fraction of the black market price and equips them on the spot with a satisfied grin. Sungjin stays out of the shopping because he is saving every coin for a far more important item waiting in darker than black. Dominic also hangs back, too anxious about his curse and too broke to shop comfortably while his life is still on the line. Sungjin cuts to the real problem and asks Rough Han if he has anything that can remove a curse. Rough Han digs through his stock and produces Innocence, a white diamond necklace with Purify that can cleanse curses and other status effects. The price is steep but still an incredible discount, so Sungjin expects Dominic to grab it without a second thought. Dominic admits he cannot afford it because he spent almost everything on his spear and only has 1,800 coins left. Sungjin thinks through it fast, but he cannot spend his own coins here either without risking the bigger purchase he came for. Before the moment can sink into despair, Mahadas calmly steps in and offers to buy the necklace himself. He first confirms Purify can be used on someone else, then buys Innocence without hesitation. The moment he equips it, Mahadas places a glowing hand on Dominic's forehead and uses Purify. The curse lifts, color returns to Dominic's face, and the whole scene looks almost sacred for a beat. Sungjin is struck less by the miracle than by Mahadas himself, noting how quickly the monk sacrifices his own gain to save someone else. Dominic drops to his knees and bows deeply, swearing he will repay both Mahadas and Sungjin for saving his life. Sungjin brushes the thanks off, but Mahadas answers with quiet generosity and asks Dominic to repay the debt by helping others instead. With Dominic no longer dying on a timer, the mood loosens and the hidden shop session continues. Giovanni debates between heavy offense and mobility, then lets Rough Han talk him into rocket-powered steel greaves for rescue and repositioning. Dominic spends his exact remaining coins on a cheaper protective ring, settling for something weaker than Innocence but still useful. In the end, Sungjin is the only one who buys nothing, still guarding his savings for the real prize ahead. Before packing up, Rough Han grudgingly admits he still owes Sungjin and offers him a mystery pouch instead of a normal sale item. He warns that the value has dropped since someone already cleared ancient stories from the east, then closes his stock and prepares to vanish again. Then Rough Han drops to all fours and disappears back into the sewer, leaving the team with new gear, a rescued Dominic, and Sungjin's strange new pouch. Back in the room above the sewer, the hunters finally catch their breath and admit the raid feels almost finished after Rough Han's chaos. Dominic awkwardly apologizes for his reckless mistake, and the others wave it off now that everyone survived. Sungjin climbs up from the sewer last, sees the warm little teen moment, and immediately reminds himself the real raid still has one hidden threat left. Before speaking, Sungjin stores the mystery pouch in the cube, then cuts into the rest with a warning that the raid still has a hidden boss left. He explains that hidden bosses are tougher than normal bosses, but killing one means bonus points, coins, and better contribution for everyone. Sungjin makes the danger plain too. He can handle the hidden boss himself, but it is deadly enough that he cannot promise anyone else's safety. Mahada steps up first, saying he wants to face every challenge until these raids reveal whatever truth lies behind them. Pumlong joins in too, deciding that staying back and shooting from a safe distance is worth the gamble. Sungjin gives Giovanni and Dominic an easy out, but Dominic refuses to stay behind after being saved and insists on helping. Not wanting to be the only one left behind, Giovanni reluctantly agrees to come search too, even if he is not thrilled about a second boss fight. With all 5 hunters finally moving as one group, Sungjin asks the operator to spend Treasure Hunter's active clue on the hidden boss. The clue paints a grim picture of a loyal knight who was betrayed, beheaded, and still circles the castle searching for his missing head. The group throws out guesses about the clue, and Sungjin lands on the simplest lead: search around the outside of the castle first. They ride the elevator down and pass through Dimitri's dead castle, where the ballroom vampires are now nothing but ash on the floor. The moment they step past the dead zombie dogs outside, the clue clicks all at once: the headless coachman. They approach the same horse-drawn carriage from the raid's start, and find the coachman still sitting there, reins in hand, with no head on his shoulders. Sungjin draws his swords and tests the idea, but the operator stops him with a penalty warning because the coachman is not hostile yet. Then the ghost finally speaks, asking only one thing first: did the hunters kill Count Dimitri? When Sungjin says he beheaded Dimitri, the ghost laughs bitterly and reveals he suffered the same betrayal and death. Instead of attacking, the coachman begs Sungjin to find his missing head so he can return to battle. Back with the party, Sungjin asks if anyone saw a severed head in the castle, and Giovanni suddenly remembers the armor room full of hidden helmets. The hunters trudge back inside and up to the 3rd floor, even though most of them are clearly tired of searching this cursed castle again. They split up and search every fallen helm, but every last one comes up empty. Sungjin stops and mentally retraces every floor, searching for anything in the castle that already involved a stitched-on head. Then it clicks for Sungjin. The 4th floor Frankenstein's monster was stitched together from different corpses, so its head could be the one Bisgoro wants. He rushes the team to the 4th floor, pulls down the monster's shirt, and confirms the neck was stitched on from a different corpse. Without wasting another second, Sungjin cuts the stitched head free in one clean swing. Sungjin carries the gruesome prize back toward the elevator, pleased with himself, while the others stare like they have just realized he is much weirder than they thought. At the castle gate again, Sungjin warns everyone to be ready because this is where the hidden boss should finally trigger. The coachman immediately recognizes the severed head and desperately demands that Sungjin hand it over. The instant Sungjin hands it over, Bisgoro clutches the head instead of reattaching it, and wild green ghost light starts pouring from it as it laughs. Bisgoro roars for battle, draws a hidden longsword, and smashes the carriage apart in one blow as the hidden boss finally reveals himself. Sungjin reaches for Romance of the 3 Kingdoms right away, determined to end this fast before the hidden boss can take control of the fight. He starts the declamation, but Bisgoro instantly shouts for his horse Shadowrun and bolts away so fast the recitation is broken before it can finish. Sungjin kicks on Swift Paw and sprints after him, but even at insane speed he cannot close the gap. When running fails, Sungjin summons the magic carpet and rises into the air to figure out what the boss is actually doing. From above, he realizes the clue was literal. Bisgoro is circling the entire castle at full speed and will loop back to the gate. Sungjin drops back to the others and warns them the boss is coming around again, just as the mounted knight reappears from the far side. Sungjin tries to open the book again, only to find declamation still on cooldown for a few more seconds while Bisgoro closes the distance. Bisgoro uses that tiny opening to call soldiers to him, and dozens of ghost cavalrymen materialize behind his charge. Sungjin immediately pulls everyone back inside the gate, knowing a direct collision with a cavalry charge would be suicide. The ghost riders flood through the entrance, and the whole party braces to meet them head-on. Each hunter holds their lane, and Sungjin proves again how absurdly fast he is by cutting down a rider and its horse in a single stroke. But Bisgoro himself stays outside the walls, still circling, so Sungjin takes to the sky again to confirm the pattern before committing his trump card. Once the timing finally lines up, Sungjin opens Romance of the 3 Kingdoms again and starts a new passage even with the cavalry nearly on top of him. He trusts the book all the way to the end, finishing the declamation at the last possible second instead of dodging. The seance this time is Pang Tong, turning Sungjin into a battle strategist with rapid casting, extra mana, and an instant spell called Link Trap. Sungjin casts Link Trap immediately, and ghostly chains spread across the charge to drag the cavalry from runaway speed to a miserable crawl. Then he rises on the magic carpet and unleashes a rapid volley of fireballs before the trapped army can recover. The chained cavalry is burned to ash in a wave of explosions, leaving only Biscoro standing after the flames clear. With the seance countdown already ticking, Sungjin drops from the carpet, switches back to swords, and goes straight for the hidden boss before the buff ends. Biscoro rages over his destroyed cavalry and swings back, but Link Trap has dulled him enough that Sungjin slips past the attack cleanly. Sungjin punishes the opening instantly, slicing off the arm holding the head and beheading Shadowrun to erase the horse from the fight. Dismounted and maimed, Biscoro desperately tries one last spell to raise his fallen soldiers back as undead servants. Sungjin cuts the spell off with Telkrin's glove commands, sending both swords flying out and back to carve Biscoro apart before the incantation can finish. The hidden boss is cleared, and Sungjin notices there is no blood on his blades at all because Biscoro was only a ghost in the end. When he turns back, the other hunters are just staring at him, because the Pang Tong seance and that whole finish made it obvious he is the master hunter. Sungjin does not really deny it either, only shrugging that he was never exactly trying to hide the truth. The operator interrupts the awkward silence by announcing that every enemy in the raid has been slain and reward distribution is starting. Dominic Scher comes first, and even though his contribution is low, he looks relieved just to be alive after nearly dying early in the raid. The rest of the team receives modest contribution results too, which quietly confirms just how much of this raid Sungjin carried himself. When Sungjin's reward appears, his contribution dwarfs everyone else's, and the extra coin gain finally leaves him with enough money for the item waiting at Darker Than Black. Just as Sungjin finishes that calculation, the operator moves the raid forward again with the next step, item distribution. Back at the raid rewards, Dominic goes first and immediately throws on a rare-looking spider silk mantle, clearly pleased with what he got. Giovanni's reward is a vampire slayer's axe, but one look is enough for him to grumble that it is weaker than his current weapon and only good for selling. Peng Long receives Frankenstein's Monsters Ringer's Solution, a heroic belt that auto-injects healing when its wearer is near death, and he instantly decides it is tank gear he would rather sell. The second Peng Long says he will auction the belt. Giovanni rushes over and starts bargaining hard for it on the spot. Mahadas gets Frankenstein's Monster's Hard Flesh, a regenerating shoulder item, and equips it without hesitation as the living green skin crawls under his clothes. Sungjin's turn hits bigger. He receives a vampire ring, a ghost stallion summon, an illusion spell book, extra potions, and a legendary item called Biscoro Delahan's Head. Then the title rewards arrive, and Sungjin gets Summoner, which simply extends how long his spiritual link summons can stay active. Sungjin decides the title is not amazing right now, but with more summons later it could matter, so he accepts it as useful future growth. When Sungjin opens the legendary item's details, the stats are excellent, but he freezes at the ugly truth that the flaming skull is somehow classified as a helm. He equips it anyway, and the skull expands and clamps over his head like armor, instantly turning the darkness around him bright and readable. Sungjin tests the helm's look on Dominic, and Dominic jerks back before admitting it is not weird so much as seriously intimidating. The helm's nuisance shows up fast when a voice starts talking directly into Sungjin's head, introducing itself as Sir Biscoro and demanding proper respect. Mahadas notices Sungjin talking to the air and asks if the spirit is still haunting him, confirming nobody else can hear the chatty dead knight. Once Biscoro starts ranting about Count Dmitri, Sungjin tells him the Count is already dead and he personally cut off his head. That pushes out Biscoro's backstory. He insists Dmitri falsely executed him for treason when he tried to marry the Count's daughter. The story gets ugly when Biscoro proudly reveals he had served 40 years, was 52 at the time, and wanted to marry a 20-year-old girl. Sungjin instantly calls it criminal, while Biscoro somehow argues that decades of service should have earned him the daughter anyway. The others just stare at Sungjin like he is the one with the problem, and he decides this conversation has gone on long enough. Sungjin orders Biscoro to drop his grudge and move on, and the old knight finally agrees to stay quiet unless he is called for battle. With the chatter silenced for now, Sungjin checks the blood-red vampire ring and realizes its simple 2% lifesteal effect is absurdly strong in his hands. Then he inspects the horse-marked coin and finds another summon waiting inside, Shadowrun, Biscoro's ghost stallion. Sungjin flips the coin, and a ghost stallion bursts into existence beside him with a loud whinny while Biscoro immediately brags through the skull helm about his favorite warhorse. He climbs onto the ghost stallion and likes the mount immediately, but the operator cuts in with a 1-minute return countdown before he can really test it. Knowing time is almost up, Sungjin dismounts and decides to spend the last moments saying goodbye to the hunters who survived with him. He starts with Dominic, sincerely telling him he is glad they managed to save his life, and Dominic promises he will return the favor if they meet again. Giovanni and Peng Long are still locked in a prize fight over the heroic belt, barely noticing Sungjin as the countdown keeps shrinking. Sungjin gives Mahadas a much calmer farewell, and the monk warmly credits him as the true benefactor of the raid before sending him off with a prayerful blessing. As the final countdown hits, Peng Long and Giovanni finally seal their trade, then both turn and call their thanks to Kay before the teleport takes everyone away. A flash later, Sungjin is back in the black market and immediately checks his money, confirming he has 10,900 black coins to work with. That total leaves him only 900 coins beyond the 10,000 he needs for Darker Than Black, so regular shopping feels pointless. Instead, he asks for the unopened mystery pouch, remembering it can spit out a legendary crafting material but also ruin its own value if the wrong book piece comes out. Because his own romance of the Three Kingdoms is already complete, Sungjin knows another East book part would crash to a pathetic refund value and become almost useless to him. After thinking through the odds, he decides not to gamble on opening it at all and chooses to sell the pouch so another hunter can use it instead. He heads to the Three Achi Brothers auction house and first checks on Manta, only to hear from the staff that nobody bid on it and the item was withdrawn. Sungjin expected that result, tells the staff to keep Manta available, and moves straight to the real business, putting the mystery pouch up for auction. He sets the mystery pouch at a 3,000 starting price and 4,000 buyout, balancing its huge upside against the risk that it could disappoint the buyer. With that done, he returns to 99 Nights, where Kane is already bristling at the stable because Shadowrun now occupies the place that used to sit empty. Sungjin gently tries to calm Kane and greets Shadowrun properly, but Kane stays suspicious of the ghost mount and clearly does not want to be friends. Giving up on forced friendship for the moment, Sungjin heads inside for dinner instead. Inside the inn, Dalyupin welcomes him back and Soldemer greets him with elder-like warmth, which Sungjin respectfully returns before asking for food. After a huge rich meal, Sungjin collapses onto his bed too full to move and plans to sleep early so he can wake before dawn again. As he idly wonders whether the mystery pouch sold, Dalyupin knocks and arrives with the next raid information sheet plus a separate auction receipt. The receipt says the mystery pouch sold for 3,400 black coins to someone named Headhunter, and that name hits Sungjin immediately. He asks Dalyupin to wake him again at 3:30, but once the innkeeper leaves, Sungjin keeps staring at the receipt and quietly suspects Headhunter might be Saran Han. He forces himself not to get attached, reminding himself that random hunters almost never meet again and that hope usually just turns into pain. Still, he cashes in the receipt and steps out onto the balcony, where the distant black market lights only make the separation between hunters feel heavier. He reflects that hunters can only truly meet inside raids, turning every quiet night outside combat into its own battle against loneliness. Then the operator interrupts the silence with huge news. Headhunter has completed the unique legendary item 1001 Nights, locking out every other copy. Sungjin freezes because that item can only mean the Middle Eastern Ancient Stories book, making Saran feel suddenly much less like a lost chance encounter. With the full moon behind him, Sungjin quietly revises his odds and admits to himself that he may meet Saran again after all. Before dawn the next day, Sungjin heads back out from the inn for Darker Than Black, and Kane stubbornly follows until Sungjin gives up and lets him come part of the way. At the hidden corner, Kane finally stops on his own, too uneasy to go any closer to the place where the merchant waits. Sungjin enters the darkness alone, and thanks to Biscoro's ghost vision he can now see cleanly down the hidden stairs into the secret bar below. Inside, the hidden merchant greets him like an expected customer, and Sungjin gets straight to the point about buying the item they discussed. The merchant produces the Troll Seeker marble for 10,000 coins, and Sungjin pays without hesitation. The merchant reminds him the marble can force entry into raids where a troll appears, but every use costs another 1,000 coins to recharge. Sungjin says that fee will not be a problem because he plans to make more than that each jump by hunting trolls, taking their rewards, and selling what he gets. But even with the marble in hand, one problem keeps nagging him. Troll hunting means keeping Adjudicator active instead of using his better growth titles. The merchant reads that hesitation instantly, and asks if Sungjin really thinks he is limited to just one title per round. Then he reveals another item from his coat, the Star of the Nameless, and says it would let Sungjin switch titles at will. As Sungjin stares, the merchant flashes his white-toothed grin again, and repeats his old promise in a more dangerous way. If Sungjin wants something, he only has to ask. In the hidden shop, Sungjin checks the star amulet again and sees its real value at once. It can change his active title every 10 minutes. When the hidden merchant says the price is 20,000 coins, Sungjin is stunned because even most legendary items cost far less. He quickly realizes the item is too good to ignore, but he also knows he is still at least 2 raids away from affording it. The merchant calmly puts the star away and tells Sungjin to just remember that an item like this exists. Seeing how abnormal the seller is, Sungjin tests him with a bigger question and asks if hunters can stay in contact outside raids. The merchant explains that normal communication between hunters is forbidden by the world itself unless they meet during a raid. When Sungjin asks if that means it is impossible, the merchant stops him there and says breaking that structure requires the power of God. The merchant defines that grand phrase in a blunt way. The power of God is just the holy power of creation, making something from nothing. Then he pulls out a cut glass bottle filled with strange fluid and offers it to Sungjin as an example. Sungjin touches the bottle and the item screen reveals a mythological relic called J-Spit, which can forcibly grant someone the title The Chosen One. It is the first myth-tier item Sungjin has ever seen, and the idea of forcefully changing another hunter's title immediately hits him as game-changing. When Sungjin asks the price, the merchant toys with him by asking what he thinks first, then casually reveals the real cost is just 1 white coin. Back at the inn before dawn, Sungjin finishes allocating his stats, re-equips Adjudicator, and prepares new magic for the next raid. Soldimer advises that illusion suits a swordsman who can use it offensively, and Sungjin memorizes the spell on the spot. With the spell learned, Sungjin takes the Tarkan Plateau information sheet and his egg toast outside to think. He sits in the rocking chair at sunrise, staring into space with the toast still in his mouth, too deep in thought to eat. Soldimer checks on him from off-panel, and Sungjin finally takes a bite and admits he is not hurt, just lost in thought. After Soldimer withdraws, Kane stays beside him in silence, and Sungjin absently pets the dog while replaying everything he saw in Darker Than Black. Bisgoro's voice suddenly cuts into Sungjin's thoughts, confirming that he saw and heard the whole black market meeting through Sungjin's equipment. That revelation bothers Sungjin, and he immediately thinks he should stop wearing the item when he does not need it. When Sungjin asks what the merchant really is, even Bisgoro can only say the man felt less like a human and more like something close to a devil or a god. Sungjin does not care what the merchant is for now. What matters is that the shop carries the exact tools he needs. Bisgoro understands why he wants the star, but he presses Sungjin on the holy water, and Sungjin admits he wants to use it to mark strong, trustworthy people. Bisgoro laughs harshly and says people who are both strong and trustworthy barely exist on real battlefields. The old knight argues that the strongest survivors are usually the ones who got that way by stealing every advantage from everyone around them. Sungjin pushes back and remembers allies like Saran, Igar, and Mahadas as proof that strength does not always have to look like that. Bisgoro still insists the same rule applies anywhere, then falls silent and leaves Sungjin alone with the ugly truth of his own past life. He thinks back to the final 10 from his previous life, a team full of monsters in skill and luck who still could not work together. What destroyed that team was not lack of power but pride, constant clashes over contribution, and a total failure to cooperate. Looking down at Blood Vengeance and Moon Spectre, Sungjin realizes that in this timeline he may already be the strongest one alive. That thought hardens into a plan. He will buy both the Star of the Nameless and the Holy Water of Baptism, then build a new final team of his own choosing. He takes out the twisted metal helix ring and studies its cruel effect. A willing kiss gives him 1 white coin and permanently cuts that person's future raid rewards. Now he finally understands the hidden merchant's strange price, even if he still has no idea what white coins really mean yet. Even so, he makes a ruthless new vow to gather those items, become the new power in the raids, and rule the game on his own terms. With his decision made, Sungjin turns back into 99 nights as the morning sun climbs higher behind him. The next raid opens on the Tarkan Plateau, a freezing high-altitude world above the clouds where the operator warns that isolated life has evolved into something especially dangerous. Even in warm clothes from Dalyupin, Sungjin shivers in the thin mountain cold and tells himself he will warm up once the fighting starts. As the other hunters start materializing on the plateau, one floating title makes Sungjin's jaw drop. Someone here is openly using Treasure Hunter. The Treasure Hunter is a short Arab man with daggers and bright eager eyes, and Sungjin instantly judges that he is either brave, stupid, or both. As the party gathers, the armored tank points out the 2 strange titles in this raid, Treasure Hunter and Sungjin's Adjudicator. Before anyone can settle down, Jamar makes a point of saying they should all get along and not stab each other in the back, which immediately makes Sungjin distrust him more. Then Mustafa eagerly grabs the spotlight and announces that this raid contains not 1 hidden element but 2. He explains that 1 hidden element is a secret location or item and the other is a hidden boss, instantly hooking the rest of the party. When the others press him, Mustafa boasts that every chapter has secrets like these and says his Treasure Hunter title can reveal them. The others get excited about extra rewards, but Sungjin can already tell from Mustafa's hedging that finding hidden bosses and actually killing them are very different things. Instead of arguing, Sungjin asks a sharper question: when exactly did Mustafa obtain the Treasure Hunter title? When Mustafa hesitates, Sungjin flatters him and says he wants that amazing title too, neatly baiting the boastful man into answering. The trick works, and Mustafa proudly starts recounting how he got the title in the desert after beating the basilisk and meeting a sphinx's riddle. He drags the story all the way to the hidden oasis and the mysterious lamp they found there, milking every bit of attention from the group. Then Mustafa abruptly claims he just sold that lamp at the black market for 2,000 coins, and the others are impressed on the spot. Sungjin instantly pegs that story as a lie, because anyone who found a mysterious lamp would have rubbed it first, and he can almost picture Mustafa's group getting wrecked by the genie afterward. Even so, Sungjin decides the liar is still useful, because Treasure Hunter can reveal the hidden spots while Sungjin plans to claim the rewards himself. The operator cuts off the side talk with a 3-minute warning, and the big armored inquisitor immediately drags the group back to Rio raid business. He introduces himself as Wade Impeller and makes his role clear at once: he is the team's tank. Jamar follows, identifying himself as a dual scimitar fighter, while Sungjin quietly files away the picture of a smooth-talking raider with blades on both hips. Next comes Shigetoki, a Japanese karate fighter with almost no gear and enough muscle to make up for it. Then Mustafa introduces himself as a dagger user, and Sungjin notes the irony that this loud, smug man shares a name with one of the final 10 from his old life but nothing else. Sungjin keeps his own introduction minimal, and just gives the false name K, presenting himself as nothing more than a swordsman. While the other 4 start discussing strategy, Sungjin tunes them out, yawns, and thinks about ending this chapter fast so he can finally test the Troll Seeker marble. He is almost eager for it, because some unlucky troll out there is about to be forced into a fight with him, lose 2 items, and die. Then the operator gives the 1-minute warning, and Sungjin waits on the freezing plateau with 4 unnamed hunters as the raid is finally about to start. The raid opens on Tarkin Plateau with a brutal rule set: kill 20 mobs, summon the Harpy Queen Liliha, and finish within an hour. While the other hunters worry that they have no real range specialist, Sungjin is already focused on a different problem. The other treasure hunter might steal the hidden reward before he does. Sungjin quietly settles on a plan to use his own treasure hunter hint immediately, clear the hidden piece first, and only deal with the rival hunter afterward. The countdown hits 0, and instead of fighting with the team, Sungjin casually announces that he is leaving to handle his own business. The others stare in disbelief, but Sungjin only tells them to earn contribution points by surviving without him. He flicks a coin, summons the ghost horse Shadowrun, and rides off across the plateau the instant the raid begins. As he gallops away, Sungjin cuts off any guilt and decides the weak can only survive this game if they prove they deserve to. That ruthless mindset pushes him even further. He no longer sees himself as just another player, but someone who has to pick the best survivors for the endgame. While riding, Sungjin calls the operator and activates Treasure Hunter to get the hidden clue before anyone else can. The hint points him toward cliff edges, abandoned offspring, and a survivor worthy of claiming a throne, but the wording is murky enough to slow him down. He stops Shadowrun and scans the cloud-covered plateau, trying to spot what the clue is really talking about. Remembering Bisgoro's borrowed vision, Sungjin calls him out and asks him to help search for the edge of the plateau. Their quick exchange turns into petty banter when Sungjin needles Bisgoro for being an old bachelor, and Bisgoro snaps back in offended pride. Even with Bisgoro watching, Sungjin has to keep riding blind through the thin air because neither of them can see the cliff through the moving clouds yet. Back with the abandoned team, the 4 hunters swallow their frustration and start clearing mobs exactly because they have no better option. Their first target is a monstrous mountain goat with huge spear-like spiral horns, and even the Inquisitor thinks it looks more like a predator than prey. The goat slams straight into the Inquisitor and sends him flying, forcing the team into a messy but urgent group counterattack. Working together just enough to survive, the 4 hunters finally bring the beast down, and realize even basic mobs here are absurdly strong. Before they can settle, a harpy swoops in, snatches the Inquisitor into the air, and throws the party into another scramble. The treasure hunter's fireball misses, but the pirate's wind cutter clips the harpy's wing and drops both monster and tank back to the ground. The team swarms the fallen harpy and kills it fast, but the rescue leaves the Inquisitor with his leg twisted badly from the crash. Instead of thanking them, Wade-Impeller snaps at the pirate for firing while he was still trapped in the harpy's grip, and the team's mood turns ugly fast. Then the pugilist mocks the injury, and Wade-Impeller's complaint turns into a louder fight over who has to stand in front and take the real risk. Far away, Sungjin keeps riding past goats he remembers as deadly from his first life, still searching for the plateau's true edge. He climbs to higher ground, rethinks the clue, and starts to worry that the cliff line might be symbolic instead of literal. Then Shadowrun suddenly stops at a sheer drop, and Sungjin realizes the plateau really is bordered by endless cliffs. Bisgoro confirms the whole plateau is likely ringed by vertical walls, which means Sungjin needs a flying search instead of a ground search. He dismisses Shadowrun, pulls out the magic carpet, and switches to a far riskier cliffside sweep. Elsewhere on the plateau, the abandoned team is still bleeding through every fight, and even after killing more goats and harpies, they know they are falling behind the raid timer. The potions close their wounds, but the earlier argument lingers so badly that nobody even bothers asking if the others are okay. Wade-Impeller sizes up his 3 teammates, and decides every one of them is trouble. The pugilist is too dangerous, the treasure hunter is slippery, and the pirate still feels untrustworthy. He saves his worst irritation for K, because Sungjin ditched them at the start and left the raid running at 4/5 strength. Even so, the team keeps moving together in grim silence, held together by survival instinct more than trust. At the cliff wall, Sungjin rides the magic carpet low and close, now convinced the hidden piece is some kind of egg hidden in a nest. Bisgoro suddenly warns him he has company, and Sungjin looks up to find 5 harpies diving toward him in open air. Fighting sword to claw on a flying carpet over a cliff is a terrible setup, so Sungjin switches to magic instead. Before he can finish the chant, Bisgoro fires the spell through him, and chain lightning erupts from Moon's specter into the flock. 2 harpies drop instantly, and Bisgoro reveals his new trick. Substitute chanting lets him cast the spell Sungjin is already thinking of, at double mana cost. The surviving harpies close in, and Sungjin has to learn aerial combat on the fly while dodging claws over open air. After a few rough evasions, he gets the timing, tilts the carpet sharply, and counters with clean sword cuts that cripple 2 more harpies at once. Just as he starts adapting, the operator interrupts with a death warning. He has dropped into restricted airspace below the hunting grounds. Sungjin immediately climbs back up along the cliff wall, choosing survival over pursuit, while the last 2 harpies keep pressing him. He cuts one pursuer down easily, but the last harpy breaks away and flees instead of dying with the others. Instead of chasing, Sungjin remembers that fleeing harpies return with reinforcements, and he coldly decides that will only save him time later. The real pressure is his carpet's flight limit, so he forces himself back to the search before he has to climb the cliff by hand. Then he spots a faint glimmer among the cliff minerals and immediately steers toward it with Biscoro confirming he sees it too. Hidden in the rock is a massive nest, and inside it rests a slightly golden egg that looks too precious to be ordinary. Sungjin gently lifts the egg with both hands, and the operator confirms he has just claimed the hidden piece, a egg of gold. Its passive skill only says it will tremble once a day, which leaves Sungjin staring at the item in baffled silence. Biscoro is no help either, because even he has never seen an egg like this before. Before Sungjin can study it more, a fresh chorus of harpy cries rolls in, and this time an entire flock is rushing the cliffside nest. He stuffs the egg into his cube at once, counts far too many enemies to fight safely in the air, and decides the cliff edge is no longer worth staying on. Ignoring the nearest attackers, he guns the magic carpet upward and races back toward the flat surface of the plateau. The moment he reaches solid ground, Sungjin jumps off the carpet, spins through the air, and lands ready as the flock crashes in behind him. Back on solid ground, Sungjin draws Moon's Spectre and coldly dares the whole flock to rush him where he can finally fight on his terms. On the freezing Tarkan plateau, Sungjin fires chain lightning through a flock of harpies and drops several at once, but 4 still stay in the air. When Biscoro's copy chant cuts in again, Sungjin matches it and releases 2 chain lightning spells at the same time, testing his new dual casting for real. The double cast works, but the left-hand shot wastes power on a lone target, and Sungjin realizes spell dual wielding needs the same fast judgment as fighting with 2 swords. He checks the cube and sees no boss warning yet, which tells him he still has room before the Harpy Queen is triggered. Instead of feeling relieved, Sungjin thinks about the other 4 hunters and coldly decides that if they cannot survive without him, they were never going to last in the late game anyway. Then he spots one surviving harpy fleeing toward the cliffs and stops himself from killing it, because too many kills here could summon the queen onto the other team. He turns that escaping harpy into a sheep with polymorph instead, and the helpless creature tumbles over the cliff bleeding. A low mana warning finally pops up, so Sungjin uses Lich's Beacon on the pile of dead harpies and drains back enough mana to keep moving. Guessing the Harpy Queen is about to appear elsewhere, Sungjin activates Swift Paw and sprints back to interfere only when needed, leaving weaker mobs alive so the others can still earn something. Elsewhere on the plateau, the other 4 hunters barely bring down a massive buffalo-like monster and end the fight exhausted, injured, and shaken by how hard even one enemy was. In the heavy silence after that fight, all 4 reach the same conclusion: if the queen appears now, they cannot beat her by themselves. The treasure hunter finally says it out loud, asking how they are supposed to beat the boss with only 4 people left. The pirate snaps back that the boss is only impossible because of him, dumping all his frustration on the weakest member. The treasure hunter nearly pulls his dagger in anger, but the Inquisitor cuts in before the team can start tearing itself apart. With no better plan, the pugilist suggests finding the missing adjudicator, and even the treasure hunter admits that having all 5 back would help. The pirate scoffs that K must already be dead, calling him a coward who ran off and got himself eaten. Right on cue, Sungjin walks back into the middle of the 4 hunters in his adjudicator cover role, completely clean and casual, while they stare at him in disbelief. Before they can even process his return, the cube announces that Harpy Queen Lilia has appeared, and the party instantly realizes the trigger happened without them meaning to. Sungjin immediately guesses that the lone harpy chasing him earlier must have been the final trigger, which only makes the others feel the timing is even crueler. A strange song rolls over the plateau as a flock of harpies sweeps in with a brighter, regal queen at the center, and the 4 hunters below instantly lose their nerve while Sungjin stays calm. Unlike the others, Sungjin stays calm and quickly tells them to spread out, because the queen's song causes confusion and is more dangerous if it catches them as a cluster. He also gives the practical fix: if someone gets hit, they should crouch and stay still while the others protect them and slap them awake. Then he adds one odd exception for himself, saying nobody needs to hit him awake because he already has someone else for that job. He tosses something into the air, and a wolf named Cain appears to guard him if the queen's song puts him under. Sungjin mutters that he could nearly handle this alone, then rubs a lamp and summons the blue genie Soldimer right in front of the stunned hunters. The treasure hunter visibly panics at the blue genie from the desert, and Sungjin's knowing grin makes it feel like he already understands why. As the queen's song grows closer, Sungjin assigns the last rolls. Cain must bite his foot if he drops, and the genie must stay glued to the treasure hunter and keep him alive. He even tells Soldimer to wake both him and Cain with weak magic if they both go down, showing he already expects the queen's song to land sooner or later. The treasure hunter tries to retreat from the genie anyway, but Soldimer keeps following him because that protection order was literal. With the formation finally set, Sungjin orders the genie to drag the flock lower first, and a full blizzard storm erupts into the sky. Ice and razor wind tear through the flock, knocking many harpies out of the air, but the queen and her tight guards still fly cleanly through the storm. Then Lilia opens her beak and releases a low-frequency song, starting the real boss fight. The queen's confusion song catches Sungjin immediately, and his body starts moving the wrong way no matter what he tries to do. He calls Kane for help, and the wolf launches in front of him just in time to swat away harpies diving at their helpless target. Nearby, the pugilist flails at empty air under the same effect and gets clawed bloody, while the rest of the team ignores him and proves they have no real teamwork at all. After several rough seconds, Sungjin shakes the confusion off, draws both swords, and starts cutting down the harpies crowding his side of the field. When the queen starts singing again, Sungjin and Kane separate on instinct so one confusion wave cannot disable both of them at once. This time the queen's confusion catches the treasure hunter and the genie instead, so Sungjin immediately sends Kane to wake the genie first and keep the protection plan intact. Kane bites Soldamer awake, and the genie instantly resumes guarding the still-stunned treasure hunter exactly as ordered. Sungjin clears the nearby harpies with quick electric shots and sword work, but when he looks up, the queen is still hovering far out of easy reach. He tries throwing blood vengeance with paw, but the queen is too far away and dodges before the flying sword even reaches her. Realizing ground attacks will not do it, Sungjin raises a dead harpy as a zombie mount and climbs onto its back to take the fight into the air himself. The zombie harpy climbs slowly, and Sungjin cuts down the interceptors on the way up while the queen keeps easing back out of reach. To break that standoff, he rings the master's bell and sends the zombie mount surging forward in one sudden burst toward the distant queen. Sungjin swings at the queen at full speed, but her escort throws themselves into the path and dies protecting her instead. Before he can try again, Liliha sings at him in the air, and Sungjin realizes confusion or sleep up here would be fatal. He rushes the mount forward anyway, but the confusion lands first and sends the zombie harpy spinning wildly through the air. The spinning mount crashes back onto the plateau, leaving Sungjin sick and furious even though he takes no real damage. So Sungjin calls out to Soldamer for a way to drag the queen lower, and the genie answers from afar that he has one costly spell left. Before the spell goes off, the queen sings again and hits the Inquisitor and Pirate instead, which finally gives Sungjin the opening he wanted. Determined to end this in one blow, Sungjin activates Baptism of Blood and lets Blood Vengeance drink from his hands to boost its killing power. Soldamer answers with reverse gravity, flipping up and down for the flock and throwing the airborne harpies into panicked confusion. When gravity snaps back to normal, ordinary harpies slam headfirst into the ground and even the queen drops low before she can fully recover. Sungjin is already there waiting, and he cuts into the exposed queen with Blood Vengeance and Moon Spectre before she can rise again. The operator announces Harpy Queen Liliha's defeat, and the rest of the flock immediately loses heart and flees. Sungjin lets the survivors go this time, deciding there is no point wasting effort on trash mobs now that the raid is already complete. Back with the group, he finds the treasure hunter untouched and sees that Soldamer really did guard him perfectly despite being drained. Sungjin dismisses Soldamer to rest, and the drained genie politely returns to his lamp. Sungjin starts to tell the treasure hunter why he spared him, but the moment is interrupted by a fresh shouting match nearby. The treasure hunter awkwardly explains that the fight started because one of them slapped the other too hard while waking him from the queen's sleep. Sungjin almost steps in, then realizes if they start hitting each other for real and turn troll, he could just loot the aftermath instead. So he stops and watches like a spectator instead, deciding petty teammates who want to brawl each other might deserve whatever follows. Kane trots back to him, and Sungjin casually asks the wolf who he thinks will win, which is unsettling enough to freeze both hotheads in place. The pair immediately back down and trade fake tough guy lines instead of fighting now that they know Sungjin is watching. Sungjin sounds almost disappointed and tells them they can fight if they want, but the winner will have to fight him next. That warning chills the whole group, and when Sungjin meets the pirate's eyes, the man quickly looks away like he had been considering something ugly too. Seeing that reaction, Sungjin decides there are times when showing overwhelming strength is useful, and for now he lets this rotten little team dynamic slide. With the fight and the near mutiny both defused, Sungjin turns back toward the treasure hunter to continue the conversation he was trying to start. Sungjin walks up to the raid's treasure hunter and bluntly orders him to use the title's active skill right now. The man's clueless reaction makes it obvious he bragged about the title without ever learning how to use it. After Sungjin spells it out, the hunter awkwardly asks the operator for a hidden clue on the plateau. The operator answers with another riddle about a king on a throne above the clouds whose only enemy is procrastination and who must be lured with a gift. Sungjin tries his usual replay command, then realizes the rookie treasure hunter has to repeat the request himself. Once the verse is repeated, Sungjin starts breaking it down and focuses on the line about a throne above the clouds. He quickly decides the throne must be the central hill, the one place he already noticed rising clear above the cloud layer. The rest of the riddle is murkier, but Sungjin guesses the answer has something to do with whatever this king has been putting off. When he asks the treasure hunter for ideas and gets nothing, Sungjin coldly tells him to stop chasing fancy titles and get stronger first. He gives the remaining hunters one last practical order to farm normal monsters and ignore the hidden boss, because their mutual hatred has already wrecked any teamwork. Sungjin leaves the toxic group behind and heads alone for the hill at the center of the plateau. As Bukitai urges him to start acting like a real commander, Sungjin says it is still too early to step in and lead the other hunters. He quietly admits he plans to take charge later, when only about 100 hunters remain, and asks her knight Bukitai to back him when that day comes. That rare respect pleases Bukitai enough to make the old warlord laugh for the first time in a while. With all his movement tools on cooldown, Sungjin has to climb the hill the hard way on foot, while mountain goats keep trying to slow him down. Midway up the hill, Kane suddenly barks and spins in place, urgently trying to tell Sungjin something before his summon time runs out. Before Sungjin can understand the warning, Kane times out and drops back into a small wooden figurine, and Sungjin ruefully picks him up. He checks the timer with the operator, confirms he still has plenty of time, and quietly takes out the Troll Seeker marble for later. Since no other dimension should have finished its hidden boss yet, Sungjin pockets the marble and keeps climbing at an unhurried pace. At the top, he finds the supposed throne, a cave opening tucked just below the hill's apex. Sungjin enters the dark cave using ghost vision, but the place is disappointingly empty. The only real clue is a heap of old bones scattered across the floor, so he starts searching the remains. Bisgoro suggests the king may have been procrastinating on getting food, and that pushes Sungjin to inspect the skulls more carefully. He realizes the large horned skulls are giant buffalo remains, not harpies or mountain goats, and finally locks onto the answer. Convinced the hidden boss wants a buffalo as its gift, Sungjin heads back outside to find one. At Sungjin's request, Bisgoro spots a giant buffalo off to the right, and Sungjin decides to kill it cleanly instead of ruining the offering with magic. The buffalo charges first, but Sungjin dodges like a matador and opens one deep cut across its neck. Even that monster keeps coming, so Sungjin sidesteps the second rush and carves the other side of its neck too. The giant buffalo finally collapses, and Sungjin walks up to the massive corpse without a hint of straying. Enhanced by the operator's stat boosts, he hoists the giant carcass onto his shoulder and carries it back up to the cave. He lays the buffalo down as an offering in front of the cave entrance and waits, still not fully sure he solved the riddle right. The answer comes fast when the operator suddenly warns that the hidden boss has appeared. Sungjin looks to the sky and sees the king of the plateau at last, a flying manticore with an old man's head, lion body, wings, and a scorpion tail. As the manticore closes in, Sungjin opens Romance of the Three Kingdoms and starts reading a longer passage to trigger another seance. The book answers with the seance of Huangzhong Hanxing, boosting Sungjin and unlocking a new skill called Shingen's Bow. The manticore pounces almost immediately, and Sungjin has to roll aside before he can even test the new power. Its claws are so fast and heavy that even buff Sungjin ends up blocking head-on instead of cleanly dodging. When the beast suddenly twists away, Sungjin realizes too late that the tail was the real follow-up attack. He throws himself backward toward the cliff edge to avoid the tail strike and buy space before the next rush. The manticore takes to the air and dives again, turning its mobility into another crushing close-range attack. To survive the double claw strike, Sungjin activates Solidify and braces both swords against the impact. The hidden boss looks genuinely surprised that a human can stop that attack at all. Then the manticore jumps clear and fires a storm of tail needles like a living barrage. Sungjin ducks and blocks what he can, but one poison spike still punches through his right arm and leaves it numb. Realizing the poison caused paralysis, he immediately purges it with free arc before the fight can slip away from him. The manticore lands on the hilltop grinning at his injury, and that smug look finally gets under Sungjin's skin. When the seance countdown starts ticking away, Sungjin decides this is not the time to hold back anymore. He draws Blood Vengeance in one hand and Moon Spectre in the other, then unleashes Ghastly Wail at point-blank range. The scream hits so hard that the self-proclaimed king turns and tries to flee in panic. With only seconds left on Huangzhong's seance, Sungjin finally calls out Shingen's Bow. 3 spectral arrows appear and fly off on a strange angle, making Sungjin think they might miss completely. Then the impossible shot reveals itself as all 3 arrows bend in and strike true, slicing the tail and crippling both wings. Sungjin powers up Blood Vengeance, chases after the falling boss, and stacks Binding Magic with Bisgoro to freeze it in place. The manticore turns back with terror all over its face, but by then Sungjin has already reached killing range. Sungjin cuts the king of the plateau down in a savage finish, splashing the hilltop with the hidden boss's blood. After the clear notice appears, Sungjin exhales in relief while Bisgoro raves for even more bloodshed. Instead of chasing stray monsters, Sungjin checks the remaining time and tells Bisgoro he plans to go somewhere else on the same plateau in another dimension. When he explains the next enemies will be humans, Bisgoro is delighted, but Sungjin insists on preparing first in case he lands in the middle of several opponents. Before moving, Sungjin checks his health and learns his lifesteal ring quietly offset much of Blood Vengeance's HP drain during the fight. He checks his mana next and realizes Moon Spectre's soul absorption helped refill MP during combat too, so he decides to refill completely by hunting on the way down, rather than waiting around for cooldowns. He cuts down a mountain goat with clean one-sword technique, using the kill to top off his remaining resources. Once the operator confirms his MP is full, Sungjin knows his preparation is finished. He takes out the Troll Seeker marble again, fully aware that this time he is really about to interfere in another raid. Sungjin activates Pursuit of Justice, and a beam of light drops from above to begin the dimensional transfer. But just before he can leave, the system interrupts to announce that raid reward distribution has to happen first. With the raid over, the operator starts Sungjin's reward payout and shows a huge haul from the plateau fight, including points from both the Harpy Queen and the Hidden Manticore. Sungjin notes that the normal raid reward is decent, but compared to what he expects from hunting trolls next, this money hardly matters. The operator moves on to item rewards, and Sungjin receives Armentine, Featherfall Pants, potions, and an enhancement stone. The moment he sees the enhancement stone, Sungjin is genuinely surprised because he remembers this upgrade material appearing much later in his previous life. Instead of wasting the luck, Sungjin quietly weighs whether to strengthen Moon's Spectre first, or save the stone for blood vengeance like before. Then the final title reward appears, and Sungjin gets Blue Magician, a title earned from repeatedly using blue element spells. He does not need the title right now, but seeing a mage-specific reward reminds him how strong specialized titles can become later. The operator announces dimensional transfer, and Sungjin grows tense while the countdown begins because this time he is heading into a raid with a troll hiding inside it. Sungjin steels himself with a brutal thought: even if he is stronger, he still has to hunt human enemies seriously, like a lion going all out on a rabbit. When the transfer ends, Sungjin opens his eyes and realizes he is standing on what looks like the exact same spot on Tarakan Plateau. The proof comes a second later. The mountain goat whose corpse should have been behind him is alive again and charging. He cuts the goat down in one clean strike and immediately understands the truth. He really did enter another dimension, and somewhere in it a troll is waiting. As Sungjin searches elsewhere, another raid team finally brings down the Harpy Queen when Max catches her talons. Mason and Adrian strike together, and Atman leaps onto her back for the killing stab. The surviving hunters breathe out and congratulate each other, but one teammate is already dead and lying in pieces nearby. Nobody can really mourn anymore. After so many raid deaths, guilt has curdled into the ugly relief of being the one who survived. Max, the team's armored frontliner, pushes the guilt away and focuses on the usual next step after a boss kill: squeeze out more points by hunting the leftover monsters. Atman's suggestion sets the plan, and once their health and mana recover, the four hunters head back out confident they can handle the remaining mobs. Their cleanup hunt starts smoothly, with Mason pulling single targets from long range and the team controlling them one by one. Adrian slows a mountain goat with frostbite, Max hardens himself with steel body, and the team crushes the trapped enemy with practiced teamwork. Watching the fight, Max casually judges the team's contribution order and assumes Atman will finish first by a wide margin because he is clearly the strongest damage dealer here. Then Mason suddenly misses a shot, and instead of one controlled pull, his arrow hits a distant dire buffalo and drags a second monster into the fight. With steel body still on cooldown, Max yells for everyone to dodge because he has no safe way to stop the buffalo's charge. Atman saves the situation for a moment by blinding the buffalo, making it stumble and crash before it can gore Max. Max praises Atman, but before they can clean up, Mason fires again, and this time he pulls a harpy from the distance too. Now Max is furious, but he still cannot afford to argue because he is stuck holding the line while the whole fight spirals out of control. Atman at least kills the mountain goat, cutting the chaos down to the buffalo and the harpy. Just when Max expects Adrian to slow the buffalo, Adrian's frostbite locks Max's own feet in place instead. A second later the real betrayal lands, and the buffalo slams into Atman and leaves him sprawled on the ground, nearly dead. Max calls for help, still thinking this is a disaster they can recover from, while Adrian and Mason quietly confirm with each other that the sabotage is proceeding as planned. The two traitors move in pretending to help, carefully using the monsters to weaken their allies without risking themselves. Together they finish off the harpy and the buffalo, and Max immediately runs to check whether Atman is still alive. Atman is still barely breathing, and for one brief moment it looks like Max might save him. Then Mason fires straight at the helpless Atman, and Max throws his body in the way to protect him. The arrow buries itself in Max's back, and the betrayal is no longer something he can deny. Adrian follows with an open spear strike, and the cube instantly brands him as a troll for attacking another hunter. Max realizes from Adrian's total lack of hesitation that this is not his first time murdering teammates for their contribution points. While Adrian keeps Max busy from the front, Mason calmly shoots Atman in the forehead and finishes him off. Max explodes in rage, but Adrian retreats with burning steps and turns the fight into a cruel ranged execution. Adrian's fireball and Mason's cobra snipe come together, forcing Max to block one attack while the living snake arrow slips past his defense and bites his wrist. The poison hit opens him up, and Adrian drives a spear through Max's thigh. Now badly wounded, Max tries to escape, but the two traitors keep crippling him from a safe distance instead of letting him die quickly. An arrow hits Max's shoulder, Adrian stabs his other leg, and he finally drops to his knees with no way left to run. Dragging himself backward, Max bumps into Atman's corpse and finally says out loud what makes this feel so rotten. Just minutes ago, they were all comrades. With no weapon, trick, or grenade left to turn the tables, Max closes his eyes and prays for only one thing: that these two die a miserable death. Max dares them to finish it, but instead both traitors suddenly stop and stare past him at something approaching from behind. When Max turns, he sees the reason: a terrifying hunter in an adjudicator-like form, face hidden by a flaming skull and a sword in each hand. Sungjin silently takes in the whole scene at a glance, from Atman's corpse to Max's wounds to the two hunters who clearly caused them. Adrian tries to take control by demanding to know who this newcomer is, but Sungjin answers only by locking eyes with him and walking closer. Adrian panics and lunges for Sungjin's throat with his fastest spear thrust, but Sungjin dodges it with a tiny tilt of his head. That single exchange tells Adrian he picked the wrong target, so he turns and runs with blazing step, leaving a trail of fire behind him. The fire does nothing to slow Sungjin down, and Adrian has to shout for Mason because he knows he cannot handle this monster alone. Mason fires for Sungjin's heart, but Sungjin bats the arrow out of the air without even breaking pursuit. Mason quickly adjusts and aims lower, but Sungjin cuts him off first with polymorph and turns the sniper into a bleeding sheep. With Mason neutralized, Sungjin reaches Adrian and slices off both of his legs in one merciless pass. Adrian tries one last desperate spear swing from the ground, and Sungjin simply cuts the weapon into pieces. Before Adrian can beg or explain, Sungjin finishes him with a clean beheading. Mason changes back from sheep form just in time to realize Adrian is already dead and Sungjin is coming for him next. Mason desperately reaches for another shot, but Sungjin casts illusion and splits into 5 skull-faced figures rushing him at once. Mason fires at the nearest target, but the arrow passes through a fake and proves he has no idea which Sungjin is real. By the time he reaches for another arrow, Mason notices his quiver is tilted for a horrible reason. Sungjin has already cut off his hand. Mason collapses back screaming and clutching his severed wrist while Sungjin, still in the flaming skull adjudicator form, walks him down without mercy. Mason clutched his severed arm and tried to talk his way out, begging the skull-masked adjudicator to spare him because he only betrayed others to survive. While stalling for time, Mason secretly readied his escape boots and scooped up dirt with his good hand, planning one last cheap trick. Mason flung the dirt at the mask's eye holes, but the adjudicator casually knocked it aside before it could buy even a heartbeat. Before Mason could trigger his boots, Sungjin used Snake Eye, and the grotesque eye on the necklace snapped open to freeze Mason in paralysis. Sungjin stepped in with a cold verdict, calling thieves like Mason enemies of mankind as he raised his blade for execution. The paralysis broke just as Mason shouted emergency, but Sungjin's sword fell first and split him in half. From a distance, the last survivor Max watched in awe, convinced the adjudicator had appeared like divine judgment to punish the 2 trolls who betrayed him. Max was even more shocked when some of the dead hunter's gear copied itself and dropped for the adjudicator, as if the world itself was making an exception for him. When Sungjin approached the survivor, Max looked up at him and asked with trembling faith if he had come to answer his prayers. Sungjin ripped off the skull mask and snapped back at him, more irritated than holy, asking why he was being so annoying. The real reason for Sungjin's bad mood was Bisgoro's helmet, which had been screaming in his ears and cheering every kill like a lunatic. Bisgoro even urged Sungjin to kill the last survivor too, so Sungjin finally told him to shut up and took the helmet off. With the helmet removed, Sungjin's vision finally returned to normal, and he took a breath under the clear endless sky. Then Sungjin noticed Max still staring at him in wonder and checked whether the older hunter was alright despite the damage to his legs. Sungjin was already mentally counting the valuable troll loot when Max suddenly asked the bizarre question of whether he was an angel. Sungjin brushed that off, and before he could explain how he got there, the cube announced all trolls were dead and the intervention raid would end in 3 minutes. Instead of answering, Sungjin told Max to hide from monsters, collect the reward, and make it back to the black market alive once Sungjin was forced out. Max refused to let the rescue end there, and asked how he could repay the life debt Sungjin had just given him. That question made Sungjin look at the helix ring on his hand, the strange warlord ring that could earn white coins but punished anyone who kissed it. After a visible pause, Sungjin awkwardly asked if Max would be willing to kiss the ring. Max moved to do it immediately out of gratitude, but Sungjin pulled back and forced himself to explain the permanent 10% coin penalty first. The penalty made Max freeze, exactly as Sungjin expected, because losing coins forever was no small price in this world. But Max asked one thing first. Why would Sungjin still ask for the kiss knowing it would cost him so much? Sungjin answered that he carried a mission to the death, and growing stronger through these raids was part of saving all humanity from purgatory. He could not reveal everything, but he promised that helping him now would directly contribute to ending the raids for everyone. With only 1 minute left, Max made his choice and accepted the penalty because he wanted to help save humanity too. Max knelt respectfully and kissed the warlord ring, sealing the deal with complete sincerity. The cubes responded at once, taking 10% of Max's future rewards and materializing Sungjin's first white coin in front of them. Sungjin asked for the survivor's name, and Max O'Brien finally introduced himself while both of them stared at the strange white coin. Sungjin almost gave his own name in return, but Max grabbed his hand and instead begged the adjudicator to grow stronger and end the raids for the family waiting in purgatory. Sungjin gripped Max's hands back and swore he would do it, giving him a promise instead of a name. They held that handshake through the final countdown until the intervention ended and Sungjin was pulled back to the black market. Back in the black market, Sungjin headed straight to First Drop and placed a practical order: honey milk tea, a snack, and even a pen and notepad because he had real work to do. He asked the operator for his total funds, wrote down 10,268 black coins, and had today's loot dumped onto the table. He started with the least exciting item, a rare fire-resistant steel helm, and carefully set a modest auction price instead of guessing blindly. Then he tested the troll spearman's heroic spear and was surprised when hidden blades burst out in a nasty radial trap far better than its plain look suggested. That made the betrayal feel even stupider, because the troll had thrown away a genuinely strong weapon just to prey on allies. A little later, Sungjin finally got his honey milk tea and snacks, and the first warm sip eased the tension still clinging to him after the raid. He kept pricing items one by one, including Mason's emergency boots, which looked useful but too niche to command much money. Next he checked the heroic bow that fired a live cobra, but he judged that archers this deep into the raids were already picky enough to keep the price in check. When he totaled the rough auction estimates, Sungjin realized this intervention had practically doubled his recent earnings and left him grinning at how profitable 2 trolls had been. He put on the heroic featherfall pants despite thinking they looked ridiculous, mainly because he still needed actual protection below the waist. The last item wiped the smirk off his face, because Armentine was a legendary manticore-tail spear powerful enough to rival his best weapons even if he could not use spears well. At the auction house, Sungjin handed over each item with the prices from his notepad, turning the whole haul into a calculated business move. Then he casually asked whether any legendary items were already listed, only to learn there was exactly one. The listing turned out to be his own Armentine, sold by Adjudicator, and the moment was absurd enough that Sungjin had to hold his forehead. Still, the high price was exactly what Sungjin wanted, because legendary gear this early was too rare to undersell even if it took time to move. With the listings done, he left the auction house knowing almost nobody else would be crazy enough or strong enough to part with a legendary item this soon. Back at 99 Nights, Sungjin finished a good Indian meal, thanked Dalyapin, and traded a few relaxed bedtime words with Kane before heading off to rest. Once alone in his dark room, Sungjin lay back thinking about auction sales and the simple truth of this world: more money meant more power. But what he really wanted to see was the white coin, so he called for it, and held the strange pale coin in his hand for the first time. Holding the white coin, Sungjin remembered the hidden path to the power of God and Max's plea to save everyone, then got up to shower so he could start early and keep pushing forward. After his bath, Sungjin lets Dalyapin in with tomorrow's raid sheet and the auction receipts, then tells him to wake him in the night before Dalyapin quietly leaves. Left alone, Sungjin starts cashing out the first auction receipt and is satisfied when the fire-resistant helm sells above his starting bid. The Hydra bow only sells at its starting price, which confirms Sungjin's guess that bows are hard to move in the market. The spear Vaden gets snapped up at instant buyout, and even while taking the profit, Sungjin can't help wondering if he priced it too low. The Forgotten Mage staff finally sells too, and the buyer name makes Sungjin realize mages are starting to appear in the raids. With the receipts redeemed, Sungjin checks his balance and realizes he has already passed 20,000 black coins in a single raid cycle. That huge total means he can finally afford the Star of the Nameless, but instead of celebrating, Sungjin lies down to save his energy for another trip to Darker Than Black. Before dawn, Sungjin returns to the freezing alley outside Darker Than Black and equips Biscoro just to see through the oppressive darkness. Biscoro admits even a ghost finds this place unsettling, which only deepens the dread Sungjin already feels standing outside the shop. At 4:30, the darkness opens and Sungjin heads down into the hidden shop, where the merchant greets him and asks if the Troll Seeker marble was useful. When the cube answers the merchant's question for him, Sungjin is so alarmed by that breach of privacy that he instantly draws Moon's Spectre and levels it at the man. The merchant calmly says the answer would cost 10,000 white coins, a price so absurd that Sungjin immediately understands he cannot buy it. Sungjin sheathes his sword because the merchant is right. Threats mean nothing in the black market. Instead of buying the Star of the Nameless, Sungjin asks the real question on his mind: whether more than one Troll Seeker marble can be used in a single raid. The answer is yes, so Sungjin immediately buys 2 more marbles and recharges the one he used, spending almost his entire fortune in one move. With 3 ready marbles in hand, Sungjin locks in a new plan to chase at least 3 trolls every round, even if it leaves him almost no breathing room between dimensions. The merchant smugly points out that Sungjin only has 468 black coins left, and Sungjin shocks him by producing a white coin instead. The white coin's item window confirms it is real special currency earned through truth and honesty, and the merchant can barely hide how unexpected that is. Sungjin asks what else a white coin can buy besides the holy water of baptism, but the merchant demands black coins just to show the list and annoys him all over again. Unable to waste more time on the merchant's games, Sungjin decides to buy the holy water of baptism and confirms it does more than just let him talk to other hunters. After paying with the white coin, Sungjin returns to his room, glances at the Radala raid briefing, and immediately gives up on reading because sleep wins. When Sungjin wakes again, he realizes he overslept hard, but a quick check shows he still has enough time before the raid starts. He immediately dumps all his remaining stat points into strength, dexterity, endurance, magic power, and mind power, pushing his already absurd numbers even higher. Looking over the updated status screen, Sungjin reminds himself that raw stats are not enough forever and that strong item skills will matter more as the raids get harder. He heads downstairs, orders abalone porridge from Dalyopin, and settles at a table with the raid information sheet before breakfast arrives. Kane trots over to greet Sungjin, and Sungjin immediately calls for Soldamer because he wants a way to clear the next chapter faster than ever. Sungjin lays 3 Troll Seeker marbles on the table and explains the real goal: kill the boss and hidden boss fast, then jump into other dimensions to hunt trolls. He breaks down the math for Radala's short time limit, and explains that mowing through regular mobs wastes both time and key skills he needs to save for bosses and trolls. Sungjin also admits his priorities have changed. He used to monopolize contribution on purpose to get strong enough, but now he wants to stop crushing his teammates' growth and use troll hunting as his new income source instead. Asked for a cleaner method, Soldamer proposes the simplest answer of all: skip the trash fights and assassinate the boss. To prove it, Soldamer casts Shadow Walk on Kane and a little dog disappears into invisibility for a few seconds. Soldamer explains the spell can hide a target in shadows long enough to slip past enemies and reach a waiting tight boss without stealing anyone else's contribution. Sungjin likes the idea but points out the cost. If Soldamer spends the raid maintaining that spell, he loses a huge part of his battle support. Soldamer answers with a better long-term fix. Sungjin should buy the higher rank white magic invisibility for himself after the next raid. That clicks for Sungjin, and he decides that now that troll hunting will bring extra money, it is finally time to start investing seriously in spellbooks too. Only once the strategy talk ends does Dalyopin finally step in to rescue Sungjin's breakfast before the porridge goes cold. Sungjin digs into the porridge and briefly relaxes, appreciating how generously Dalyopin always loads it with abalone. Then the cube interrupts breakfast with a bizarre announcement that the golden egg has shaken once. He summons the egg to inspect it, and while nothing has visibly changed, its updated item text hints that the being inside still has not chosen what it will become. With no time to puzzle it out, Sungjin puts the egg away and finishes eating before the raid begins. A moment later, Sungjin arrives in Radala, an underground dark elven city built up the cavern walls under floating white lights and immediate hostility toward outsiders. Standing at the raid's entrance, Sungjin narrows his plan to a brutal schedule: both bosses in 30 minutes, then 20-minute jumps to hunt trolls in other realms. He knows exactly where the hidden boss is this time, and remembering how close he came to dying here before only makes him grin harder. With both swords drawn, Sungjin steps into the dark elven city eager to find out how different this deadly chapter feels now that he is the stronger one. 4 strong hunters spawn into the next raid with top tier titles, and Sungjin immediately reads the room like a threat assessment instead of a team meeting. As the others start polite introductions, Sungjin quietly checks the holy water of baptism and reminds himself that a white coin is too precious to waste on the wrong person. When Liwei introduces himself, Sungjin spots the red scabbard and black handle of Blood Vengeance, and realizes another hunter is confident enough to carry the same brutal legendary sword. That sight hits Sungjin with a bigger warning. By now, surviving hunters and future trolls may all be carrying legendary gear, so the gap is getting more dangerous. When it is finally his turn to speak, Sungjin drops the fake small talk and bluntly tells them he will clear the boss alone, while they farm regular mobs for contribution. He even adds that if someone impresses him enough, he might talk to them alone later, which only makes the whole thing sound stranger. The green mage calls him out first, and Sungjin confirms without flinching that yes, he really is abandoning the party. Liwei instantly pulls Blood Vengeance on him and accuses him of being a troll, because to any normal hunter this plan sounds exactly like betrayal. Sungjin says he is not a troll, just a strange exception they will understand later, but the commissioned officer backs Liwei and says his words still match troll behavior. Even with the raid timer dropping, Sungjin sticks to his line that his method is safer and more profitable for them, whether they believe him or not. Before the raid starts, Sungjin suddenly asks if anyone knows this chapter's hidden boss, and Iron Wall's reaction gives away that he has seen the Cyclops before. Sungjin makes his final promise plain: he will kill both the main boss and the hidden boss, then disappear. Liwei finally loses his temper and rushes him, unable to let a supposed troll walk away unchallenged. Liwei opens with a clean thrust and a clever rebound follow-up, but Sungjin reads both attacks like they are far too slow. After only 3 exchanged blows, Sungjin knocks the other Blood Vengeance out of Liwei's hands and buries it in the ground behind him. The instant defeat leaves Liwei shaking, and Sungjin coldly repeats that he is not normal by hunter standards. For one dark second, Sungjin considers forcing Liwei into troll state to steal that sword, then immediately rejects the thought because it would poison the trust he needs for white coins. When Liwei scrambles back for his weapon, all 4 hunters are left staring at Sungjin with a new mix of suspicion and reluctant respect. Sungjin gives them one last warning to focus on normal mobs and stay out of his way, because he really is heading somewhere else entirely. At the 10-second countdown, Sungjin summons Soldamer, gives the planned order, and both of them vanish into Shadow Walk right before the raid begins. Inside the dark elven city, Sungjin moves through perfect nighttime terrain for stealth, weaving between magical lamps and armed patrols because he has only 30 minutes for everything. He starts counting the 5-second limit in his head and trains his movement beat by beat, sprinting across lit gaps before the shadow breaks. When guards suddenly shout about an intruder behind him, Sungjin realizes they have noticed the other hunters instead, which makes his own route even cleaner. Taking advantage of the distraction, he equips Swift Paw, runs straight up the structure, and chains one rooftop crossing after another at blistering speed. Only 3 minutes into the raid, Sungjin reaches Priestess Karini's temple, and even Biscoro dryly admits he is about to set a new record. Inside the temple, Sungjin slips through the darkness and finds the ritual exactly as he remembered it. Karini's praying under a bright light with 4 dark elf guardians positioned around her. As Karini's finishes her prayer, a giant anaconda appears for the blood rite, and Sungjin decides he has no intention of letting the full blessing ceremony play out. He tells Soldimer to stay out of the fight and conserves mana, because this opening assassination attempt has to be done by speed alone. With the priestess focused on the blood ritual, Sungjin starts a 5-second internal countdown and launches himself straight at the altar with both swords drawn. He reaches her in time, but one guardian rises at the last instant and blocks the killing blow, forcing the boss fight into the open. The temple erupts as all 5 dark elves arm themselves around Karini's, turning Sungjin's solo rush into a full 5-against-1 battle. Sungjin summons Kane to blunt the numbers, but Karini's instantly answers with Rise of the Dead and drags the ritual anaconda back up as an undead slave. The archer fires first, and Sungjin charges through the opening anyway, crashing into the tank at the front instead of letting the enemy formation settle. The tank barely survives Sungjin's first burst and has to call his allies in, which is exactly when the swordsman and spearman collapse onto Sungjin together. Sungjin ducks the spear, deflects the sword, and kicks the swordsman in the gut hard enough to break the attack rhythm. Before the swordsman can recover, Sungjin uses Biscoro's magic and turns him into a sheep, cutting one defender out of the fight in an instant. Even with 3 enemies pressing him, Sungjin keeps blocking and countering at once, while Kane intercepts the giant snake so the undead summon cannot flank him. The guardians fight fiercely to protect their priestess, but to Sungjin they still feel slower and weaker than the hidden boss he fought in the last raid. Then Karini's changes the tempo by casting slow on Kane instead of Sungjin, and the anaconda immediately coils around the wolf while he is dragged down. Without losing the front line, Sungjin fires blood vengeance into the snake and rings the master's bell, giving Kane the burst he needs to break free and rush the priestess. Freed and temporarily invulnerable, Kane ignores Karini's dagger and tears into her shoulder, forcing her back line into panic. With their attention split, Sungjin turns the tank's own defense against him, knocks away the axe, and cuts through armor and flesh from 2 directions at once. The first guardian drops, and for a heartbeat Sungjin finally has room to look at the whole battlefield again. Karini's answers by throwing the blood-filled chalice at Sungjin's feet, where the liquid turns to toxic vapor and nearly catches both him and Kane breathing it in. While they retreat from the poison, Karini's calmly casts heal, and the tank rises back up as if Sungjin's kill barely mattered. The enemy formation snaps back into place, the transformed swordsman returns to normal, and Sungjin realizes this fight will drag unless he spends a bigger card now. Reluctantly, Sungjin gives up on saving Moon Spectre's active skill for the hidden boss and commits to ending this one fast. He dashes straight into all 3 frontliners and unleashes Ghastly Wail, flooding the temple with a scream so vicious that the swordsman and spearman break first. With the front line shattered by fear, Sungjin ignores the tank and runs straight for Karini's, because the healer has to die first. Karini's tries to force out one last curse, but Sungjin reaches her before the chant can finish, knocks away her dagger, and beheads her in the same rush. The system confirms Priestess Karini's is dead, and Biscoro dryly reminds Sungjin it still took longer than a minute. With Priestess Karini's gone, the 4 remaining dark elves rush Sungjin in a panic, and he and Kane cut them down without much trouble. As soon as the room is quiet, Sungjin starts planning the next 10 minutes around Ghastly Wail's cooldown, the hidden piece, and the hidden boss he already remembers. He asks the operator to trigger Treasure Hunter, hoping the clue will point him to the city's hidden piece. The clue describes a mysterious oracle who draws crowds and predicts fate by reading hearts instead of stars. Sungjin is unimpressed by the riddle, so he asks Biscoro for help and gets the obvious answer: find a fortune teller. He leaves the central temple with Biscoro, Soldimer, and Kane, then scans the cone-shaped dark elven city from the high center for anything that looks like an oracle's place. Soldimer spots a domed building marked with a sleepy half-open eye and guesses it could be tied to Jeremiah and truth-seeing magic. Sungjin still checks the city again before moving, because once he climbs down, finding another hidden location will be much harder. When Soldimer points out a guarded cave hidden behind black cloth, Sungjin immediately shuts it down because he already knows that is the hidden boss entrance. A third possibility turns out to be the city entrance zone where other hunters are still fighting, so Sungjin finally commits to the Sleepy Eye Dome. Before moving, Sungjin confirms Soldimer can hide Kane too, but learns the summon has only 6 or 7 minutes left. Sungjin tells Kane to follow by scent, has Soldimer cast Shadow Walk, and quietly measures the sprint from the Oracle House to the hidden boss tent for later. Moving invisibly from shadow to shadow, Sungjin slips past civilians and patrols, proud that skipping normal mobs has made this raid absurdly fast. He reaches the domed building and sees the clue was right. The whole place screams fortune teller, from the zodiac carvings to the repeated sleepy eye symbol. The only problem is the long silent line outside, because a crowd of dark elves has already gathered to see the oracle. Knowing a fight here would drag the whole area into chaos, Sungjin asks Kane to lure the crowd away and promises to dismiss him if it gets dangerous. Kane suddenly appears in front of the waiting crowd, snarls like a giant wolf from nowhere, and sends the dark elves screaming and chasing after him. With the entrance suddenly clear, Sungjin slips inside the Oracle's bizarre house. Inside, the place feels like a sinister curiosity shop, but Sungjin ignores the creepy decor and heads straight for the voice behind a thin curtain. Before Sungjin even speaks, the Oracle behind the curtain says there is no hidden piece here, instantly proving he can read minds. Sungjin pulls the curtain aside and finds a gaudy male dark elf oracle at the crystal ball, and both are startled to see each other. The oracle snatches for a hidden blade, but Sungjin cuts him down before he can do anything with it. Sungjin checks the obvious crystal ball first, gets no result, and realizes the hidden piece has to be somewhere else. Biscoro steers the search toward the corpse's jewelry, narrowing the hidden piece down to the earrings. When the light hits the right violet earring, Sungjin spots the same sleepy eye mark from the dome, and knows he found the hidden piece. Pressed for time, he cuts off the whole ear to take the earring, and a system notice confirms Jeremiah's eye is his. Kane's barking outside warns that the distraction is collapsing, so Sungjin grabs the ear and rushes out before the house is surrounded. Back in the shadows, Sungjin dismisses Kane before the summon is endangered and quietly praises him for creating the opening. Once he is hidden again, Sungjin checks the stolen earring and learns it reads a target's surface thoughts for 10 seconds after a conversation starts. He decides the mind-reading earring could still be useful for tricky situations, so he equips it even if it will not help much in a straight fight. Soldimer warns he has only 1 minute left before the summon ends, so Sungjin stops experimenting and heads for the hidden boss tent. In the residential district, Soldimer's summon time expires and his concealment ends, leaving Sungjin visible again with 15 efficient minutes already spent on the raid boss and hidden piece. As he keeps moving, Sungjin starts planning ahead for later raids and how many extra marbles he might squeeze in if he keeps clearing this fast. Without magic to hide him, he tries to finish the approach by slipping through alleys and patches of darkness on his own. Just before the black tent, a patrol finally catches him and shouts human, wrecking the quiet approach. Sungjin drops the stealth plan and cuts through the charging dark elves in a short, ugly street fight. 3 minutes later, the street is full of bodies and Sungjin is left mildly annoyed that they did not just ignore him. He checks the cooldown and learns Ghastly Whale will be ready in 12 seconds, almost perfect timing for the hidden boss. With the guards already gone in the chaos, Sungjin finally lifts the black cloth and steps into the hidden boss entrance alone. Crossing the cave stirs up Sungjin's memory of his first hidden boss run, when 5 hunters found this black tent after beating Priestess Karines and thought they still had time for one more secret fight. At the time, Sungjin did not even know hidden bosses existed, while some of the others had already heard of them and talked him into trying. The group pushed through the cave, came out into blinding sunlight and leaves, and found a lone dark elf waiting to the east. When they asked if he was the hidden boss, the dark elf coolly said he would accept their challenge. Even hearing they would fight him 5-on-1, Kallian only said that was the minimum needed to make it a real fight. The operator named him exiled dark elf Kallian, and the fight ended with 2 hunters dead and the other 3 barely escaping. Back in the present, Sungjin reaches the same sunlit exit, this time protected by ghost vision and ready for Kallian alone. Instead of rushing in, he pulls out Romance of the 3 Kingdoms to try setting up a preemptive boost before the fight starts. But the pages are blank before combat begins, and Sungjin realizes the book will not feed him a passage until the fight is actually live. That leaves him frustrated, because reading the book in the middle of a duel is much harder when he has no teammates to buy time. He tries a different opening by starting a fire spell, but the operator suddenly warns that attacking now would count as striking a non-hostile target, and cost him raid rewards. So he has to play by the hidden boss's rules and formally say he is challenging Kallian. The dark elf is briefly surprised that Sungjin came alone, but once Sungjin confirms it, the warrior accepts the solo challenge and draws both blades. Only after that formal challenge does the operator finally mark the duel as the hidden boss fight. Sungjin opens Romance of the 3 Kingdoms again, and this time the text appears, but Kallian charges before he can read more than the opening lines. He has to throw the book aside and meet Kallian blade for blade in a deafening 4-sword clash. Their strength is even, and the first lock breaks into a blistering exchange where either duelist can gain ground. Sungjin even uses his unusual dual-wield angles that should be hard to answer, but Kallian blocks them cleanly as if he understands the style himself. After dozens of exchange strikes, Sungjin finally admits this is why 5 hunters once failed here, because Kallian really is that strong. Realizing pure swordsmanship will not be enough, Sungjin sheathes Moon Spectre and reaches for blood vengeance instead. He activates Baptism of Blood, letting small blades bite into his hands so his own blood can feed the Crimson Sword. As blood vengeance drinks Sungjin's blood and glows red, the hidden boss Kallian lights up with battle lust and calls for him to come. In the dark elven cavern, Sungjin presses Kallian with blood vengeance drawn but keeps Moon Spectre ready, looking for one clean opening to end the duel. Kallian's twin sword rush is so tight and fast that Sungjin can only retreat and parry with one hand instead of getting close enough for a full Ghastly Wail. Sungjin suddenly triggers Ghastly Wail from a bit farther out, and the shriek finally makes the confident Kallian recoil in surprise. Seeing even that partial stun as his best chance, Sungjin dives in with an empowered blood vengeance to finish the fight. Kalyan calmly cancels the opening with Light of Aeon, a glow under his armor snapping him back to full control before the killing blow lands. Kalyan blocks not just one strike but every follow-up, and his defense feels even worse now that he has stopped wasting movement on counterattacks. Realizing his burst failed, Sungjin cuts off Baptism of Blood so it stops draining his life for nothing. Kalyan takes the initiative, and the duel settles into a brutal deadlock where both swordsmen trade shallow cuts without giving away a real opening. As the stalemate drags on, Yanhurat's old whisper creeps back into Sungjin's head mid-fight, hissing for him to kill. Distracted by the voices, Sungjin shoves Kalyan back to make space and snaps out a furious order for the chatter to stop. Kalyan uses that break to fire lightning bolt, forcing Sungjin into a desperate sideways tumble. Sungjin answers magic with magic, layering illusion and fireball together so 6 copies of himself seem to launch 6 attacks at once. The trick finally rattles Kalyan enough that he retreats behind his guard, and the one real fireball leaves his mantle burning anyway. Sungjin tries the same spell again, only for Kalyan to react instantly and prepare a counter. With Reflect Magic on his right sword, Kalyan picks out the one real fireball and sends it straight back at Sungjin. Sungjin barely avoids his own spell, throwing himself away from the blast and hardening his body with solidified to survive it. That one exchange tells Sungjin the truth. Kalyan is reading through layered magic after seeing it only once, so this fight is too dangerous to treat lightly. Knowing he needs a riskier answer, Sungjin asks about Frenzy one last time and reaches for Yanhurat's necklace while Kalyan waits across the cavern. He equips the grotesque Yanhurat necklace in place of Basilisk's eye, and the bloodthirsty whisper immediately grows louder and more frantic. Sungjin answers the voices with a cold promise to kill, then feeds Blood Vengeance his blood again and braces for an all-out rush. Kalyan sees the crimson blade and immediately covers himself in dark shield, wrapping his whole body in defensive black aura. With the kill whisper screaming in his ears, Sungjin stacks Frenzy on top of Baptism of Blood and then accepts Yanhurat's Zealot as well. All 3 boosts hit at once, and Sungjin launches himself at Kalyan so fast the duel suddenly turns into a one-sided storm. Kalyan still blocks most of it with masterful technique, but one small cut from Moon's Spectre finally slips through his defense. That first hit makes Frenzy ramp harder, and another shallow cut from Blood Vengeance opens Kalyan's leg before he can recover. Kalyan realizes too late that tiny wounds are enough to snowball Sungjin's speed, and once the blood starts flowing the ghosts drive Sungjin completely over the edge. When Sungjin comes back to himself, the fight is already over and the operator is warning him that his health has dropped to half. He shuts off Baptism of Blood at once, suddenly aware that staying berserk any longer could have killed him if another enemy had shown up. Then he turns and sees what he did to Kalyan. The Dark Elf swordsman has been hacked apart so badly the body is barely recognizable. Sungjin raises his blade in respect, admitting to himself that without his stacked items he might never have beaten an enemy like Kalyan. He rips off Yanhurat next, unwilling to keep listening to its frenzy now that the duel is done. Bisgoro is still screaming for more blood, so Sungjin unequips the talking item too and finally sits down to catch his breath. The close call shakes Sungjin, because it reminds him that the raids are still deadly and that buying powerful gear has made him neglect his own growth. His eyes land on Romance of the Three Kingdoms where he dropped it earlier, and he realizes again how vulnerable the book is when an enemy refuses to give him time to read. That settles it for him. Once this raid is over, he needs real upgrades instead of leaning so heavily on one risky item. After checking the raid time and seeing he still has room to move, Sungjin heads back into the cavern to refill his health and mana on weaker enemies. Before going in, he re-equips Basilisk's Eye and Bisgoro immediately gushes that Yanhurat and Frenzy together make him unstoppable. Back in the city, Sungjin keeps cutting down dark elves to refill himself, but his mind is already shifting to the next phase of the raid, hunting trolls fast enough across multiple dimensions. To save mana while moving, he uses Lich's Beacon on a corpse and keeps studying the city layout, deciding the central temple will be the best place to spot future hunter activity. The climb back up is easy now, and after dueling Kalyan, every normal dark elf feels embarrassingly outclassed. On the way, he runs into the same 4 hunters from earlier, and they freeze in shock because the system already announced that he cleared both the boss and hidden boss by himself. Sungjin casually tells them he only took the bosses as promised and they can have everything else, which somehow makes them even more speechless. The swordsman who challenged him earlier cannot even meet his eyes now, and Sungjin just smirks and keeps going. By the time his health is full, Sungjin reaches the temple again and knows it is time to spend his first Troll Seeker marble. He steps inside where no enemies can interrupt him and activates the marble with Pursuit of Justice. A pillar of light answers even underground, but before the transfer can happen the system stops to dump out his raid rewards. The rewards are huge, with a massive pile of points and coins from the raid, both bosses, the clear bonus, and his extra gain effect. Then the item drops come through, including the legendary sword Artemio and another enhancement stone, and that instantly gets Sungjin's full attention. Sungjin recognizes Artemio as Kalyan's magic sword, the one that reflected his fireball back at him. The title reward is Assassin, and Sungjin reluctantly admits it is useful even if it reminds him of a disgusting hunter from an earlier raid. That new title also reminds him again how badly he wants Star of the Nameless, because switching titles on demand would make all of these situational advantages far easier to use. Once the reward process ends, the teleport countdown starts, and Sungjin treats it like the beginning of a timed hunt rather than a break. He uses those last seconds to think through the scale of the job ahead, because even a tiny troll raid across countless dimensions still means plenty of targets if he moves fast enough. Then the transfer fires, and the story jumps to another raid team just as they reach the same temple and catch Priestess Karines in the middle of a ritual with 4 guardians. The team plans to open by sniping the priestess and archer while the ritual keeps them distracted. But the ambush collapses the moment the priestess sacrifices a giant snake, and one hunter's startled gasp gives the whole team away. Even with the surprise ruined, the team is strong enough that the fight still goes well at first. Then Karines pulls out a rotting finger and brainwashes the team's slaughterer, instantly turning their biggest damage dealer into a nightmare on their own side. The team hesitates because they do not know whether to fight their ally or the boss first, and that confusion costs them their tank. The survivors force themselves to focus on killing Karines, but another teammate dies right at the end before the brainwashing finally breaks. With the boss dead, the 3 survivors should be safe, but the clear only leaves them staring at 2 dead teammates and a pile of blame. One surviving hunter with a giant hammer snaps and blames the slaughterer for everything, furious that the brainwashing led to the tank's death. The slaughterer fires back that the boss's skill is to blame, not him, and insists anyone could have been hit the same way. When the destroyer refuses that excuse, the slaughterer shifts the blame to the sniper for botching the ambush in the first place. The sniper jumps in too, and the shouting match gets uglier as all 3 survivors tear into each other over who really caused the disaster. At last the destroyer loses control completely and swings his hammer, turning the post-raid argument into violence. Inside the temple, the destroyer smashes the slaughterer away and charges in to finish him with Shatter Earth. The slaughterer blinks out just before the hammer lands, and the destroyer triggers Troll State by striking an ally. An elite sniper reveals the slaughteurer's position, and the 2 hunters chase him out of the temple. A minute later, Sungjin arrives through a white pillar and steps into a temple full of corpses. From the temple summit, Sungjin spots fighting far below and sprints toward it with swift paw. He catches up in seconds and finds 2 red aura trolls ganging up on the slaughterer, which means extra loot if he moves fast. Before Sungjin can step in, the slaughterer roots the destroyer, blinks to the archer, and splits the sniper's head with one brutal swing. Sungjin refuses to lose the last troll too, so he slips behind the destroyer and cuts both hands off in one ambush. He follows up instantly and beheads the destroyer before the troll can recover. The slaughterer, stunned by this outsider, asks if Sungjin is an enemy. Sungjin gives him a cold challenge, then casually scoops up the dropped items instead of fighting. He leaves the shaken survivor with one warning: don't throw your life away fighting alone. Back at the temple, Sungjin tries to use the second Troll Seeker marble right away and learns it has a 10-minute cooldown. Since he has time to burn, he settles on the stairs and asks for the items from the last raid reward. The first item is Artemio, a legendary anti-mage sword, and Sungjin is immediately pleased with the pull. He equips Artemio, tests its balance with a few swings, and decides it is strong enough to become his third weapon. The next reward is Karines' Cursed Chalice, a black magic support weapon that would suit a caster but means nothing to Sungjin. He remembers the deadly woman Nada using this kind of weapon in his past life, but for him the chalice is just something to sell. The last reward is a shriveled finger that grants 10 seconds of mind control, but even after talking it through, Sungjin can only call it awkward and situational. He still keeps the finger instead of selling it, trusting it might matter later. When the transfer window opens again, Sungjin uses his second jump into another version of the raid. In the next realm, 2 surviving hunters have already betrayed their spearman teammate and are congratulating each other over the body. Their teamwork lasts only a second, because both men immediately realize they would rather take all the points for themselves. They openly agree to settle it in a duel and charge straight into a clash. Sungjin arrives on the temple roof of the second jump, spots the duel, and heads out at once. As he closes in, he realizes both fighters are trolls, so if he hesitates one of them will die for nothing. Instead of shouting, Sungjin and Biscoro cast Polymorph together and turn both trolls into sheep at the same time. Sungjin attacks the nearest sheep, breaks the spell on contact, and goes straight for the kill. The troll tries to save himself with Snake Eye, using the same basilisk necklace Sungjin owns, and briefly petrifies him. Sungjin breaks the petrification with Free Arc and drives Blood Vengeance through the troll's heart anyway. He turns on the second troll before the man can make sense of the ambush, and cuts him down just as fast. With both trolls dead in barely 7 minutes, Sungjin calmly harvests the drops and realizes the city map lets him hunt much faster than the plateau ever did. Back at the temple, he prices out the loot and starts planning a busy market run to fund expensive spellbooks, the Star of the Nameless, and smithing upgrades. Satisfied with the math, Sungjin activates Pursuit of Justice for the third and final transfer. The third temple is already mid-fight, and Sungjin arrives just in time to see a troll berserker cave in the guard's head with a hammer. Angry that he missed the save, Sungjin sneaks behind the berserker and kills him with a single assassin-boosted backstab. As he moves to collect the loot and leave the corpse-strewn temple, Sungjin hears a weak cough behind a pillar. He finds Goliath, a tall Western hunter, slumped against a pillar and barely hanging on. Sungjin first assumes it is blood loss and offers a medium recovery potion, trying to stabilize him fast. Goliath reveals the real problem is Karini's lethal poison, and the swollen purple leg makes the situation suddenly worse. Goliath already burned his only antidote on the anaconda earlier, and Sungjin knows that mistake has likely doomed him. Sungjin still hands Goliath a large recovery potion, knowing it can only delay the poison instead of curing it. When Goliath checks the timer, the operator confirms he still has more than 8 minutes of a poison that burns 10,000 HP every minute. Even Sungjin's stockpile cannot cover that damage, and for a hard moment, he has no answer at all. Then Sungjin remembers the romance of the Three Kingdoms and gambles on its once-a-day seance to save him. The page is not blank, so Sungjin reads the passage about Huatua cutting poison from Guan Yu's body. The seance responds, granting Sungjin a healing skill on the spot, and he finally looks relieved. Sungjin tells Goliath he has a way to save him, lays a hand on the poison leg, and casts techniques of the god of healing. Later, Sungjin walks through the market in a rare good mood, richer from the raid, loaded with auction loot, and carrying the white coin he earned for saving a dying hunter. Back at the auction house, Sungjin puts 7 fresh items up for sale and aims to turn today's haul into a pile of black coins. When Sungjin returns to 99 Nights, Kane greets him eagerly, and Sungjin realizes the wolf has grown big enough to reach his hand without him even bending down. Seeing Kane's deeper bark and stronger presence, Sungjin is genuinely pleased that the wolf is growing into something powerful, almost mystical like a hyena. A horse's impatient noise pulls Sungjin toward the stable, where neglected Shadowrun is clearly asking for attention after being left idle during the Dark Elf raid. Bisgoro asks to be set on Shadowrun so they can talk, claiming old comrades of war do not need words to understand each other. Sungjin places Bisgoro on the saddle, and Kane immediately growls at Shadowrun again, still refusing to accept the horse as part of the team. Back inside the inn, Soldemir and Dalyapin welcome Sungjin home, and he sits down already planning his next round of shopping. He orders a very specific comfort meal, Korean fried chicken with sauce, cold beer, and plain fried chicken for Kane. Before dinner arrives, Sungjin tells Soldemir to expect around 40,000 coins between raid rewards and auction sales, and he plans to spend it on a high-class spellbook tonight. Then the food lands, and for a moment Sungjin drops all the tension to enjoy crispy chicken and cold beer like a man finally breathing again. After 3 full glasses, Sungjin stops himself there, knowing any more would blur his judgment before shopping and tomorrow's raid. He thanks Dalyapin sincerely, because good food and a little care are still rare comforts in this brutal cycle of raids. As sunset stains the sky orange, Sungjin waits outside in a rocking chair for the auction day to close and the receipts to arrive. Right after sundown, a bizarre pigeon demi-human delivery boy pedals in from the dark with Sungjin's auction parcels. Dalyapin hands over the receipts, and Sungjin sees that 6 of his 9 listed items have already sold. Most of the sales are solid, but one final receipt makes Sungjin stop cold when he sees a huge 12,000 coin purchase. The buyer is titled God of Spears, and that name instantly tells Sungjin one of the old Final 10, Ryushin, is still alive and thriving. That receipt drags up old memories of Ryushin's monstrous skill and his ugly pride, the kind that made even allies hard to tolerate. Sungjin thinks through the other survivors from the old Final 10 and quietly judges who might be worth saving and who absolutely are not. Then a global notice flashes over the cube. Spellmaster has completed the unique legendary Edda, and Sungjin immediately knows the worst possible name behind it is Edward. That news hits him like a threat, and Sungjin decides he cannot waste another minute if he wants the strength to beat all 9 of those monsters by himself. He shoves the receipts into the cube, cashes out 27,500 coins, and calls for Soldemir in a sharp voice that makes even the genie hurry. Sungjin gives one clear order: they are going to buy the spellbook now. Before leaving, Sungjin stops at the stable, picks Bisgoro up from Shadowrun's saddle, and equips the old warrior head again so he can see in the dark and get spell advice. Kane falls in beside Sungjin, and the 3 of them head into the black market after dark with Bisgoro now equipped on Sungjin for their first real nighttime shopping trip. The black market turns out to be bright even at night, and Sungjin heads straight past the center toward the western row of 5 Dragonkin spellbook shops. Because his blue mage title boosts at school, Sungjin starts at the blue stall run by the calm Dragonkin merchant Lochnes. Soldemir explains that blue magic covers illusions, transformations, ice, and lightning, making it far more versatile than the name suggests. For recommendations, Soldemir picks Teleport and Mana Shield, 2 practical spells aimed at movement and survival instead of flashy damage. Teleport catches Sungjin's full attention because, as long as he can see the destination and pay the mana cost, it could let him cross huge raid maps almost instantly. Mana Shield sounds less urgent to him, but Soldemir points out that Sungjin's mana-draining sword could make that defense brutally efficient later on. The prices sober him up fast, so instead of buying immediately, Sungjin decides to compare the other schools first. At the red stall, the fiery merchant Kahao loudly insists red magic is the best before Sungjin even starts browsing. Soldemir sums up red magic as pure offense and points Sungjin toward heavy hitters like Inferno and Volcano. Then Sungjin notices a far grander book, Meteor Strike, and learns it is a 9th class disaster spell capable of smashing an entire battlefield. Its absurd 137,540 coin price immediately puts 9th class magic into perspective, and Sungjin backs out of the red stall while Kehao protests the lost sale. Next he reaches the white stall, where the graceful merchant Mars's fits the calmer support magic Sungjin originally came for. Sungjin first checks invisibility, and relaxes a little when he hears it is only 5th class instead of some impossible luxury spell. He also decides to add backup healing, because even with Watuo's seance available, he cannot count on that rare answer every time. Soldemer hands him heal, warning that the spell is easy to learn but only becomes truly effective with enough magic power behind it. When Sungjin asks about fixing status effects too, Soldemer adds Purify and points poison treatment toward the green school instead. The total for invisibility, heal, and Purify comes to 7,520 coins, and this time Sungjin buys all 3 on the spot through the cube. But one white spell book still stops him cold: Resurrection, a 9th class spell that can revive the dead if used within 3 minutes. The catch is brutal, because Soldemer says Sungjin's current magic power is nowhere near enough to activate it at all. When Sungjin checks his own number, the operator gives him 3,119 base and 3,587 with bonuses, and Soldemer estimates true 9th class magic needs something closer to 20,000. Then the price lands too, and Resurrection somehow costs even more than Meteor Strike at 141,857 coins. Walking away, Sungjin asks what Blue Magic's own 9th class spell is, and Soldemer hesitates before admitting it is the time magic he spent centuries developing inside his lamp. The answer is time reversal, and the very idea of going back in time makes Sungjin stop listening and march straight back to the blue shop. At Blue Hole, he bluntly asks Loch Ness if the shop sells time reversal magic at all. Loch Ness actually finds the ornate book, and Sungjin immediately presses the real question: if this spell rewinds time, then how far back can it go? In the magic shop, Sungjin confirms the time reversal spell keeps his memories, but Soldemer warns his current magic and mind stats would only rewind a useless fraction of a second. When the merchant quotes a brutal price of 162,414 coins, Sungjin lowers the book and gives up on buying the spell for now. Sungjin moves to the green magic shop and asks for a spell that can neutralize poison. The shop provides neutralization, and Soldemer explains that stronger magic power lets the purification handle deadlier toxins. At 3,570 coins, the antidote spell is cheap enough, so Sungjin buys it on the spot. Before leaving, Sungjin asks to see 9th class magic and is shown an ornate book called Force of Nature. The spell's description sounds bizarre. Force of Nature makes animals, plants, and even microscopic life in the area want to help Sungjin reshape or destroy the environment. Sungjin still cannot picture how that magic really works, so he thanks the merchant and moves on without buying it. The mood turns colder in the black magic shop, where the merchant greets Sungjin with obvious annoyance. After looking over curses like undead raising and slowing magic, Sungjin asks Soldemer for something truly useful. Soldemer recommends Anti-Magic Shield, a prepared spell that can block one incoming spell better than similar counters from other schools. The price is 6,050 coins, and Sungjin immediately starts weighing that cost against what he still wants to buy in Darker Than Black. He finally decides Teleport can wait, because invisibility already covers enough for now and the anti-magic defense matters more. Sungjin buys Anti-Magic Shield, knowing he will need much higher magic power before it can stop truly dangerous spells. He also checks the 9th class black spell Summon Black Hole, but even Soldemer can only describe it as terrifying damage across dimensions. By the end of the shopping trip, Sungjin leaves with 5 support spells and realizes his build still looks far more like a magic swordsman than a true mage. Back at 99 nights, he memorizes every new spell, then forces himself to sleep early because he still has secret business in Darker Than Black. Later in Darker Than Black, Sungjin sits down with the hidden merchant and brings up Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Sungjin admits the book is powerful but awkward to use mid-battle, asking if there is any better way to handle it. The merchant's answer is a gold-framed monocle once worn by Gourmet, an accessory that can read the book for its user. The mention of Gourmet surprises Sungjin, but the item is real, useful, and painfully expensive at 15,000 coins. Even though he wants the monocle and the Star of the Nameless, Sungjin chooses immediate profit instead and asks for 2 more Troll Seeker marbles. He also recharges the marbles he already owns, paying 23,000 coins to walk away with 5 total and a much better plan for earning money next raid. Then Sungjin brings out his white coin, and the merchant reacts with the same startled disbelief as before. Since 1 coin still only buys the holy water, Sungjin decides a second vial is worth more than saving the coin for later. He is ready to leave, still uncomfortable in this place, when one more problem catches up to him on the stairs. Sungjin turns back and asks the merchant the question that matters most now: how to dramatically increase stat points, not money. The merchant grins like Sungjin finally understands the shop and produces a tiny triangular vial filled with black liquid. He calls it an elixir that instantly raises unallocated stats, and Sungjin stares at the black vial before asking the price. Back at the inn before dawn, Sungjin lies awake instead of sleeping, stuck thinking about 9th class magic and that black elixir. After 20 minutes of tossing around, he gives up on sleep and grabs the information sheet Daliapin left for the next raid. Down in the lobby, he orders a few fruits from Daliapin even though he barely feels hungry, then starts reading. The page reveals Chapter 9, Magician's Ivory Tower, and that number alone makes Sungjin tense because Chapter 10's brutal 10-man raid is getting close. He knows the Red Dragon's lair will force 10-man teams and a much deadlier boss, so he decides this raid has to be part of his preparation for that wall. For his final prep, Sungjin spends his stat points mostly on strength and dexterity, while still feeding some into magic and mind power. He still wants 9th class magic badly, but Kallian nearly killing him taught him that dropping strength and dexterity would be suicide first. He also refuses to unequip Adjudicator for Master Hunter, because cutting his income now would only slow down everything else he wants to buy. Remembering this chapter's hidden element location gives him a small edge, and he promises himself again that the Star of the Nameless comes after this raid. Then the operator reminds him that Rajant's egg has already trembled twice today, and Sungjin suddenly remembers he has ignored it again. He takes out the golden egg and sees it has changed again into Regenta, now set to tremble 3 times in one day. The egg starts shaking in his hands once, then twice, then a third time, and Sungjin grips it tight as the shell finally cracks. An eye blinks through the broken shell, and a slimy hatchling pushes its way out while the operator announces a new legendary item. Once it fully climbs out, Sungjin realizes this is not an eagle at all but a baby griffin with golden wings. Soldimer confirms the hatchling is a rare royal griffin, pointing out its golden wings and unusually strong resistance to magic. Kane just stares with his ears standing straight up, while Sungjin picks up the newborn and gets hit by an absurdly cute little rar. At that same moment, a tiny miniature golden egg appears in Sungjin's hand, clearly the griffin's summon item. The griffin locks its big eyes on him, and Sungjin realizes the hatchling has probably imprinted on the first person it saw. With the raid only an hour and a half away, Sungjin asks Daliapin to watch the baby while he is gone. Daliapin agrees, and Sungjin spends the rest of the wait simply playing with the ridiculously cute griffin chick. Then the teleport hits, and Sungjin arrives in Magician's Ivory Tower to find a whole town burning beneath a pale tower. The operator explains that the mad magician Lenin burned the town and warns that dangerous homunculi also live inside the tower. Right on cue, Lenin appears in the sky laughing like a lunatic and hurls more fireballs into the dying town. After Lenin retreats to the tower's flat rooftop, Sungjin immediately wonders if Flight could let him skip the whole climb and rush the boss. Because he now owns 5 Trollseeker marbles, he knows every minute matters, and a direct route would make his profit plan possible. Other hunters begin sinking in around Sungjin, and their floating titles show that only high-tier survivors are left now. One of the synced hunters asks who has found hidden bosses or pieces before, and Sungjin joins the silent show of hands while one hunter stays confused. When one hunter admits he never even knew hidden elements existed, the group pauses in the ruined street to explain the mechanic to him. Their quick exchange about old hidden bosses shows Sungjin something important. The surviving hunters are finally strong enough to become real allies, not random placeholders. When another hunter asks what hidden boss he found, Sungjin calmly dodges the question and steers everyone back to raid planning. The hunters settle on a basic formation, but Sungjin keeps staring at the tower and thinking about skipping the climb entirely. As they discuss healing and defense spells, Sungjin barely listens because he is still studying the tower roof and thinking about bypassing all of them. By the time the countdown starts, Sungjin has already decided he will try the shortcut and clear the raid on his own if it works. The tower's first floor door opens at the start signal, but instead of following the party inside, Sungjin tells them to wait. He pulls out his carpet, activates Flight, and rises alone up the outer wall of the ivory tower while the others shout after him. At the rooftop, Sungjin lands beside a beheaded lion laid over a magic circle, a gruesome sign of just how twisted Lenin really is. He ignores the corpse, confirms there is an open stairway down into the tower, and realizes this route really can skip straight to the upper floors. Then he rides halfway back down just to call out an order. The others should work together, climb fast, and he will reward them if they do. The team is stunned when Sungjin calmly explains he will start from the top and fight downward until they meet in the middle. With that, Sungjin turns the carpet back upward and heads for the rooftop stairway alone, fully committing to his reckless shortcut. Back on the tower roof, Sungjin hears Lenin's manic laughter below and remembers exactly how unpredictable this raid boss is. Since he skipped straight to the top instead of climbing floor by floor, Sungjin knows the mad magician should be waiting just one level down. He switches to Artemio because this sword was made for mage fights, with spell resistance and the chance to reflect magic back. From the stairwell above the tower's giant central void, Sungjin spots Lenin raving to empty air about being rejected and outshining an old master. Seeing the boss lost in his own madness, Sungjin decides this might be a fast kill if he can close the distance first. He casts invisibility and slips down the stairs, trusting his assassin title to finish the fight in one clean ambush. Sungjin gets within a few steps and lunges for the kill, but Lenin vanishes in a flash before the blades can land. The failed ambush triggers the boss warning, and Sungjin is left staring at another assassination attempt ruined at the last second. Lenin pulls out a grotesque 3-headed staff named Cerberus, and the barking heads explain how he smelled Sungjin coming through the invisibility. With stealth useless now, Sungjin drops into a normal combat stance while Lennon rambles about burning, freezing, and beheading whoever sent him. Lennon blinks behind him and fires a fireball, forcing Sungjin to immediately test the anti-magic shield he just learned. The shield barely holds, and Sungjin snaps back with his own fireball just to see Lennon blink away from that too. Lennon adds living edge to the chase, surrounding himself with autonomous swords while he retreats and teleports whenever Sungjin gets close. The endless blinking starts eating into Sungjin's marble time limit, so he realizes he cannot afford to keep playing chase with this boss. He sheathes Moon Spectre for a beat, grips Artemio alone, and prepares to gamble on a perfect spell reflection instead. Lennon dodges that plan by turning invisible himself, leaving Sungjin to search the silent floor for any clue at all. An orb of ice appears from a corner before Sungjin can locate the caster, and he has no time to finish a safer defense. The first wave of ice bites into Sungjin's back, and Lennon's mocking laughter finally pushes him past patience. Deciding he needs a mage to beat a mage, Sungjin yanks out Soldemer's lamp and summons the blue genie on the spot. Another hidden fireball comes in immediately, but Soldemer throws up an ice wall fast enough to save his master. At Sungjin's order, Soldemer floods the room with a blizzard so the invisible magician finally leaves a visible outline in the storm. Sungjin instantly launches Moon Spectre at the snow-covered silhouette, but Lennon still blinks away before the sword can pin him down. Once Lennon drops the failed invisibility, Soldemer explains the weakness in blink. He cannot cancel the transfer cleanly and can be trapped by layered attacks. Lennon tries to turn the fight again with a deadly purple killing cloud, but Soldemer blasts it back at him with a gust. Lennon blinks away from his own poison, but the sloppy escape still leaves him coughing, and Sungjin sees the opening they needed. Sungjin calls Kane as the third angle of attack and quickly assigns the trap. Soldemer pressures with spells, Kane cuts off the right, and Sungjin waits on the left. The plan works on the first cycle when Lennon blinks out of Soldemer's attack and lands right where Kane is waiting. Cerberus snaps wildly to protect its master, but Kane slaps all three heads aside, disarming Lennon and scaring him into another desperate blink. That panicked blink drops Lennon almost on top of Sungjin, who was deliberately holding back at the perfect distance for the ambush. Sungjin slices Lennon across the stomach, drawing out a desperate frost bite in return. Using Artemio at exactly the right moment, Sungjin reflects the spell back into Lennon's own feet and freezes him in place. Before the mad magician can recover, Sungjin flashes in with Moon Spectre and takes his head clean off. With the boss finally cleared, Sungjin exhales in relief but immediately thinks about the time he already burned in that short brutal fight. He heads down the stairs again, trying to remember which lower floor hid the secret magician's hat from his first life. Because his summons still have time left, Sungjin keeps both Soldemer and Kane with him and pushes down to the 9th floor fast. On the 9th floor, an ordinary-looking black goat opens its mouth and slams Sungjin with sudden magical sleep. Sungjin starts to call for Soldemer but drops asleep on the spot before he can finish the name. Soldemer jolts him awake with lightning just as the goat charges, and Kane smashes the beast sideways before it can trample him. The weird enemy proves even worse when it casually casts a fireball through a magic circle like a real magician. After blocking the goat's fireball with anti-magic shield, Sungjin rushes in and snaps off one horn with Moon Spectre, making the creature realize how badly close combat will go for it. The goat tries to flee with blink, but Sungjin immediately recognizes it copied the same trick from Lennon, so he repeats the boss-killing formation, with Soldemer pressuring from the front while Kane and Sungjin close off both sides. The weaker imitator falls instantly, blinking right into Sungjin's range and losing its head to blood vengeance. Soldemer picks up the goat's head and finds a red upside-down pentagram on its forehead, his face turning grim at the sight. He explains that the mark belongs to a forbidden species merging spell so vile that even drawing it in Kyuten would mean execution on the spot. Sungjin shrugs that the tower's master was obviously insane anyway, then urges Soldemer onward because they still need to meet the other hunters halfway. As Sungjin cuts through weaker lower floor monsters, he finally reaches the 6th floor and recognizes the hidden piece guardian he was looking for. The guardian is a man-scorpion, a scorpion-bodied human hybrid in a metal helm, and even Sungjin has no desire to imagine what is under that helmet yet. Soldemer warns that he only has one spell left, so Sungjin gives Kane one job: destroy the tail while he handles the rest up close. Soldemer spends his last lightning spell to stun the hybrid, and Sungjin instantly chops off both scorpion claws before it can recover. The human half swings a sickle back at him, but Sungjin slips past it by a hair because he had already calculated the angle. At the same moment, Kane clamps onto the descending tail and stops the deadliest part of the monster cold. With the hybrid pinned apart, Sungjin runs up its body, cuts off the human arms at the wrists, and ends it by driving blood vengeance straight into the scorpion core. He briefly considers removing the helmet to see the face, but the thought alone feels foul enough that he decides not to. Soldemer's time runs out and he returns to the lamp, leaving Sungjin alone with Kane and the ugly reminder of Lennon's taboo magic. Then voices rise from the stairs below, and Sungjin realizes the other hunters have finally reached him. Sungjin greets the arriving hunters like the timing is perfect, but the group stops short when they see him and Kane beside the dead hybrid on the 6th floor. The newly arrived hunters react all at once, and Sungjin stays calm in the middle as one falls silent. One asks if he killed the boss alone, and another demands to know why he ran ahead. One furious hunter stops arguing and charges straight at Sungjin with a huge two-handed sword, turning the standoff violent in an instant. Sungjin catches the first exchange and immediately realizes the furious swordsman is genuinely skilled, not just reckless. When Sungjin tries to shove the Highlander's heavy downward strike aside, the man gives way on purpose and uses that opening to swing at Sungjin's exposed flank instead. They both freeze for a beat after that exchange, and Sungjin tightens his guard now that he knows the Highlander is far more dangerous than he first looked. The Highlander yells for backup, but the rest still hang back, unwilling to be the first ones to hit another hunter and trigger troll penalties themselves. Curious how far that hesitation goes, Sungjin activates the Eye of Jeremiah and calmly tells them he is not a troll, he just moved ahead first. The earring floods Sungjin with what they are really thinking: suspicion, self-interest, and a strong fear of taking troll penalties by attacking first. The Highlander's thoughts hit hardest of all, full of sincere rage, and Sungjin realizes this furious guy is charging him for real conviction, not cheap selfishness. Instead of getting angry, Sungjin ends up grinning because the man trying to kill him actually seems stubbornly principled. Sungjin keeps crossing blades with the furious Highlander, still trying to talk, but the man answers with nothing except harder swings. Even after Trite's mind-reading window ends, Sungjin realizes the Highlander is risking troll state just to punish the man he thinks abandoned the team. Instead of baiting him into troll state for loot, Sungjin decides this reckless swordsman is sincere, talented, and worth understanding. Sungjin suddenly locks the Highlander in place with Binding Frost and Frostbite, proving the man has almost no resistance to magic. When Sungjin asks his name, the Highlander only spits back that it does not matter. The moment the frost wears off, the Highlander charges again, and Sungjin finally decides he has seen enough. Sungjin gets serious for one instant, parries with one hand, and knocks the Highlander's great sword flying clean out of his grip, while the three other hunters stare in shock. With his blade at the man's throat, Sungjin asks one last time for a name, and the Highlander answers by telling him to kill him. Sungjin sheathes his weapons, apologizes for leaving the party behind, and makes it clear he is not a troll who would abuse his power. The Highlander finally backs off and returns to the three waiting hunters, and Sungjin quietly approves of that choice. Sungjin heads toward the next stairway for the hidden piece, and Kane quietly follows after correctly reading that the fight was only a test. At the stairs, Sungjin remembers the hidden piece is not exclusive, so he turns and invites the other hunters to come claim it too. When they still hesitate, Sungjin shrugs them off, says there are only corpses upstairs anyway, and starts searching the stairwell on his own. On the 5th floor he passes the dead lion-dog hybrid, and even Kane growls at the sight of Lenin's forbidden magic. Back on the stairs, Sungjin finds one loose brick and uncovers the hidden switch behind it. The wall rumbles open into a hidden chamber, and the operator confirms he has found the magician's treasure hoard. Inside, Sungjin walks past mountains of gold and jewels without caring, because ordinary treasure means nothing to a hunter. The other hunters finally follow him in, and the sight of real treasure instantly lights up their faces. One greedy hunter stuffs a diamond necklace into his cube, only for the cube to spit it right back out because the treasure cannot be claimed. At the far end of the room, Sungjin picks up a battered pointed wizard hat, and the hat immediately starts talking to him. When Sungjin calmly introduces himself as K, the hat immediately pegs him as a veteran hunter because he is not surprised at all. The hat warns him to flee the tower before its master grows even more dangerous, and Sungjin bluntly answers that Lenin is already dead. That answer stuns the hat, and after a long pause it asks if Lenin really went mad in the end. Sungjin confirms that Lenin lost his mind, burned the town, and filled the tower with twisted experiments that fused different species together. The hat reveals Lenin was once its friend, a respected protector who started breaking after his teacher chose another disciple over him. As the other hunters drift closer to listen, the hat says Lenin's rejection curdled into taboo magic, and trying to stop him left the hat trapped like this. Thankful that Sungjin ended it, the hat offers him all of its remaining magic power as a reward. Sungjin accepts, and a blue beam pours into him as the operator announces a huge reward of 5,000 status points. Then the hat notices the hunters behind him and asks the one question that will decide whether they get anything too: are they his allies? The room goes still as everyone silently prays Sungjin will say yes, because 5,000 points would be life-changing for them. Amused by the proud swordsman's awkward reaction, Sungjin calls the group his allies and asks the hat to reward them too for helping kill Lenin. The hat calls the hunters forward one by one, and the grateful group thanks Sungjin as they receive the same massive bonus. Once outside, Sungjin immediately spreads his new points evenly across all 5 stats, preparing for the brutal fights still ahead. Kane gives a short bark, gets praise for his work, and returns to his wooden figurine form so Sungjin can store him away. With the hidden place cleared, Sungjin activates Treasure Hunter and asks the operator for a clue to the hidden boss. The clue points to a final taboo spell that needs a lion, a goat, a snake, and above all an intelligent human gathered on a formation. That sends Sungjin back to the goat corpse on the 9th floor, where he confirms the pentagram mark tied to Lenin's fusion magic. The mark makes him remember the larger ritual circle hidden under the lion's corpse on the rooftop. On the roof, he sets the goat head onto the pentagram and realizes the lion body was already waiting there as another ingredient. Next he runs down to the 5th floor, where the dead lion-dog hybrid confirms what he needs from the lion's side of the ritual. He finds the pentagram beneath the lion's ear and cleanly cuts the lion head away from the dog body. As the other hunters come over to thank him for the treasure room reward, Sungjin ignores the small talk and asks the only thing he needs next: where did they see a snake monster? One of the hunters tells him they saw a snake monster on the 3rd floor, giving Sungjin the next piece of the ritual. Sungjin shoves the heavy lion head into one hunter's arms and tells him to carry it to the rooftop pentagram as an easy payback for those free 5,000 points. The hunters actually follow his order and head up with the lion head, while Sungjin turns and rushes alone toward the lower floors for the snake body. On the 3rd floor he finds another abomination, a turtle-bodied monster with a snake head, and confirms the ritual mark again. Sungjin cuts away the snake body, leaving him with 3 ingredients and only the intelligent human still missing. He first checks the man-scorpion's human face on the 6th floor, hoping that was the last piece, but there is no pentagram anywhere on the body. With the man-scorpion ruled out, Sungjin realizes the only human ingredient left in the tower is Lenin's own corpse, and the thought is ugly enough to stop him cold. Back at Lenin's corpse, Sungjin still finds no mark on the body until the dead magician's tongue slips out and reveals the hidden pentagram there. The sight confirms the worst. Lenin planned to use his own human intelligence as the final ingredient for his supreme life form. Sungjin carries the snake piece back to the rooftop, where the waiting hunters have already seen enough corpses upstairs to realize just how many monsters he killed alone. He tosses the snake piece onto the ritual circle and dryly answers that, no, those monsters definitely did not kill themselves. When one hunter points at the pile and asks what these body parts are for, Sungjin calmly tells them to wait and says the hidden boss will show up in a moment. The words hidden boss instantly tighten the air, and Sungjin gives them a blunt chance to run because he expects this fight to be nasty. None of them back down, so Sungjin accepts their decision and turns for the stairs to fetch the last piece himself. He returns carrying Lenin's corpse on his back and gives one last warning that anyone who stays can die here. They still refuse to run, and Sungjin finally tells them they will fight together. Sungjin throws Lenin's body onto the pentagram, and the entire rooftop ritual circle erupts in blinding light. As the rooftop blazes with summoning light, the hunters hurriedly stack up with their tank in front, while Sungjin takes the rear and opens Romance of the Three Kingdoms to prepare his trump card. The operator warns that the hidden boss has appeared, but the ritual column is so blinding that Sungjin still cannot see what came out of the pentagram. Sungjin flips open the book, but instead of text he first finds a blank page, which means his summoning line still cannot trigger yet. Then Lenin's voice booms from inside the light, gloating that this is the perfect body he always wanted. When the light clears, Sungjin finally sees the hidden boss, a grotesque chimera with a lion body, a goat head, a snake tail, and Lenin's human torso fused on top. Now the book finally shows text, and Sungjin tries to begin the Three Kingdoms recitation before the monster can move. But the goat head bleats first, and an unnatural wave of sleep slams into Sungjin before he can finish the line. While Lenin's fused torso chants a lightning spell from the chimera body, Sungjin sways in place and realizes the sleep effect is too strong to fight off. Just before Sungjin blacks out, he sees the Highlander step in with electricity surging into his two-handed sword. At the heart of the chimera, Lenin fires lightning, and Franz the Highlander boldly absorbs it into his greatsword before charging straight for the human core. The charge stalls immediately because the chimera fights like one body, with the lion, snake, goat, and Lenin covering each other at once. While the others struggle, the green magician wakes Sungjin with a recovery spell, breaking the sleep the goat put on him. Sungjin realizes the goat's sleep spell only hits one person at a time, and the chimera proves it by dropping the tank next. With the tank asleep, Edwin barely holds off the lion, and Franz gets bitten in the shoulder by the snake while trying to cover both fronts. Sungjin drops the book idea on the spot, rushes in, knocks away the snake with Moon's Spectre, and slices through the lion's claws to save them. Lenin recognizes him at once, and Sungjin answers with cold certainty that he plans to kill him again. The real problem is teamwork inside one monster, because claws, fangs, sleep magic, and Lenin's spells all keep coming together. To stop the whole body at once, Sungjin opens the basilisk eye on his necklace and freezes the chimera in place. He uses that brief opening to carve an X across the lion's face and blind it in one brutal strike. Before Sungjin can finish it, the goat cries again, and the chimera lifts itself into the air to escape his blade range. Sungjin fires blood vengeance at the flying boss, but the lion swats the crimson katana aside even without its eyes. Lenin calmly heals the damage in midair, and Sungjin realizes this boss is nasty because it mixes strong physical pressure with real magic support. The other hunters try firing lightning and wind upward, but Sungjin can tell their spells are too weak to matter. The goat proves him right by throwing up an anti-magic shield and wiping out those spells before they land. The green magician keeps the team alive instead, cleansing Edwin's poison and following with regeneration while Franz thanks him. Sungjin switches from blood vengeance to Artemio and waits for a clean chance to reflect their magic back at them. Instead of trading spells, the chimera climbs even higher, and Sungjin suddenly realizes it is setting up a body slam. The shield-bearing hunter realizes too late that blocking is suicide and shouts for everyone to dodge as the chimera drops like a meteor. The impact smashes the rooftop apart, and hunters and monster alike crash down into the 10th floor through dust and broken stone. In the confusion below, the fully healed lion body pounces on isolated Edwin and rips his arm off before anyone can reach him. The snake follows instantly, wraps Edwin, and hurls him out of the broken tower while Franz screams his real name. Edwin's death turns the fight personal, and Franz charges the chimera in fury with Sungjin joining the rush. Franz pins the chimera's front in place long enough for Sungjin to break away and rush the goat, the most dangerous caster after Lenin. The moment the goat notices Sungjin, the whole chimera jumps back and Lenin starts casting, showing they know exactly who threatens them most. Lenin and the goat prepare the same fire spell together, and the other hunters panic and dive behind rubble to avoid the blast. Sungjin does the opposite and runs straight into it, deciding this stacked spell is the opening he has been waiting for. He activates Artemio's Reflect and layers an anti-magic shield over himself so he can meet the blast head-on. When the twin fireballs fly, Sungjin swings like a batter and smashes the attack back into the chimera. The reflected spell explodes point-blank on the fused body, and Sungjin walks through the embers untouched inside his anti-magic shield. Knowing the stun will not last, Sungjin goes all in and unleashes frenzy for a killing rush. In a blur of speed, he beheads the lion, splits the snake, and drives his sword through the goat before the chimera can react. Only Lenin still responds, desperately trying to cast flight and flee back into the air. Sungjin was ready for that too, and one ghastly wail shatters Lenin's concentration with pure terror. Lenin crumbles on the spot, begging for mercy like a sane man suddenly dragged back out of madness. Before Sungjin can finish him neatly, the lion's main body panics, runs backward off the broken floor, and throws the whole ruin of the chimera out of the tower. A crash from below ends it, and the operator announces the hidden boss clear before Sungjin even reaches the edge. He looks down at the bloody heap and admits to himself this was no easy win, especially with Edwin dead and his own growth slowed by hoarding for future purchases. That ugly fight finally pushes Sungjin to a new conclusion. Next time he will stop chasing extra coins and just buy what he needs from Darker Than Black. When Sungjin turns back, he finds Franz staring in silence, crushed by Edwin's death and blaming himself for not being stronger. Seeing too much of his old self in that pain, Sungjin puts a hand on Franz's shoulder and tells him Edwin's death was not his fault. Franz breaks down at that, and Sungjin's respect for his strength and humanity turns into a serious thought about baptizing him. Sungjin studies the holy water of baptism in his hand, still unsure what being chosen actually does and wary of wasting something bought with a rare white coin. The operator cuts in with raid completion, and Sungjin realizes there are no more monsters because the hidden boss was the tower's last threat. The point breakdown confirms what the fight already showed. Franz carried a heavy share, but Sungjin still took more than half the entire raid by himself. Sungjin's rewards are exactly the kind he wants, because instead of mediocre gear he gets 3 legendary grade prizes. The first item is Chime Rao, a ring decorated with the chimera's 4 fused beast forms around a central diamond. The second reward is even stranger, a pale green fruit-like material called merca that smells so awful Sungjin immediately recoils from it. The third reward is another enhancement stone, which only makes Sungjin more certain he needs a trip to the smith soon. The title reward surprises him too, because this raid grants Iron Will, a status defense title that is actually worth keeping in mind. When the operator starts the return countdown, Sungjin immediately stops it and asks to stay until time over instead. The new timer leaves him less than an hour, and with Troll Seeker marbles still waiting, Sungjin knows his schedule is brutally tight. Even so, before chasing trolls he decides he cannot leave without settling Franz's baptism first. He finally resolves the hesitation by telling himself he needs to learn what the holy water does anyway, and he can find another white coin somehow later. Sungjin walks up and asks the Highlander his name one more time, ready to give up if he still refuses. This time the answer comes cleanly, because the suspicion is gone and the Highlander finally introduces himself as Franz Hosenfeld. Sungjin bluntly tells Franz he is going to baptize him, while admitting in the same breath that he does not actually know what it will do. Franz is understandably alarmed, but Sungjin decides there is no time for a careful explanation and moves before he can back out. He pours the holy water over Franz's head and triggers baptism, flooding the ruined floor with sudden bright light. Nobody understands what they are watching, so Sungjin, Franz, and the green magician just stand there in silence until the holy light finally fades. Then Franz's cube announces the truth, and the ruined tower goes dead silent before everyone erupts when he receives the title Chosen One. The title's effect is absurdly strong, because Franz gains bonus stats based on Sungjin's own numbers and can summon him once a day with permission. Franz hurriedly opens his full status, and the huge boosts across every stat leave both him and Sungjin staring. The bonus numbers make the truth obvious, and the room's shock turns towards Sungjin when everyone realizes just how overwhelming his base stats must be. Franz understands at last that Sungjin truly held back earlier, because those numbers make it obvious he never had a real chance in that fight. That kills the last of Franz's hostility, and he bows his head to apologize for attacking Sungjin out of nowhere. Sungjin answers with the strangest truth of all, That attack is exactly why he chose Franz for baptism. He explains just enough for Franz to grasp the point. Sungjin chose him because he acted on justice instead of looking away for his own convenience. But the timer is still running, so Sungjin cuts to the practical question he needs answered before leaving for troll hunting. He asks Franz to confirm the key part of Chosen One, whether that summon clause really means Franz can call Sungjin to him. On the 10th floor, Franz confirms his title can summon the chooser once a day, so Sungjin tells him to use it after the raid and meet him in the black market for a proper explanation. When Franz asks why they cannot talk now even with 50 minutes left, Sungjin bluntly says the short time is exactly why he has to move fast. As soon as Franz reluctantly agrees, Sungjin pulls out the Troll Seeker marble and prepares to start hunting trolls from the boss floor. Before he can activate it, 2 other hunters stop Sungjin and beg to be chosen and baptized too, desperate for the extra stats. Sungjin refuses because he only has 1 bottle left, and the 2 hunters visibly wilt at the answer. When the 2 hunters keep pressing and even offer to do anything, Sungjin gets an idea and raises his left hand to show the helix ring. He offers a harsh deal. If they kiss the ring with sincere submission, he will baptize them the next time they meet, and the 2 hunters agree before hearing the rest. Their confidence falters when Sungjin says he can only baptize them the next time they meet, with no idea when that will be except maybe if they both stay alive. Then Sungjin reveals the real price. Kissing the ring permanently cuts 10% from future raid rewards, and both hunters recoil in shock. The 2 hunters immediately panic about surviving later chapters with 10% less income, and Sungjin coolly reminds them that was why the offer was difficult. As Sungjin turns to leave, one of the disappointed hunters demands to know why Franz got baptized for free, and Sungjin simply says he liked Franz's skill. With that, Sungjin finally activates the Troll Seeker marble and calls out pursuit of justice. A pillar of light drops around Sungjin, and the nearby hunters rush over in alarm as the dimensional transfer countdown begins. When Franz and the others fail to reach through the barrier, Sungjin uses the last seconds to promise Franz they will meet again at the black market. Sungjin lands in another dimension mid-fight and instantly punishes the troll overlord, slipping blood vengeance around the shield and carving into his side. The wounded troll boss panics and begs for mercy, but Sungjin shows none and beheads him. After the kill, Sungjin checks the time and learns he cleared this jump in just over 3 minutes, his fastest run yet. A glance around the room tells the whole ugly story. The party barely beat Lenin, then the troll turned on the last survivor and took everything for himself. Bisgoro grumbles that each jump is only yielding 1 troll, and Sungjin realizes the lower count means less profit than he planned. He thinks back to the hunters he saved in earlier jumps, who accepted the hidden reward and stat boosts but still refused to lose 10% of future raid coins by kissing the ring. Even the hidden piece event confirms the same rule, because Sungjin already received his raid distribution. The magic hat recognizes his feat but gives him nothing extra. Since the extra farming is thinner than he hoped, Sungjin decides the practical answer is simple and brutal: focus on killing trolls faster. With a little breathing room, he asks the operator for the real prizes from the earlier reward distribution and pulls out a legendary ring and a foul-smelling fruit. The Chimrao ring turns out to be a strong defensive legendary that can briefly block fire, poison, fear, or ice, exactly the kind of status protection Sungjin values. He equips the ring immediately, though the growing collection crowding his fingers makes him think he will soon need to choose what stays on. The second item, Merka's Pulp of Evolution, is a legendary fruit that can force rapid growth and even evolution in spiritually linked summons. Bisgoro immediately points out the obvious candidates, the wolf or the baby griffin, and Sungjin puts the fruit away for later instead of using it blindly. With about 5 minutes left in this dimension, he has the operator dump the troll loot and starts sorting through a stack of weapons by resale value. Elsewhere in the tower, 3 male hunters climb with severed boss heads because the black magician told them those gruesome trophies will unlock the hidden boss. As they talk on the stairs, it becomes clear the black magician already led them to a hidden place and netted them an extra 5,000 stat points through a treasure hunter title they do not understand. A contribution check sours the mood fast when the men realize the black magician is carrying nearly half the raid by herself, while each of them trails far behind. What starts as frustration turns ugly when the swordsman proposes that if they survive the hidden boss, they should rob the black magician of her contribution points. He pushes the idea even further by making it clear he wants to prey on the woman before taking her points, exposing greed and lust instead of any survival logic. The axe-wielding hunter worries the black magician is too strong and Iron Will might not side with them, but the swordsman talks the others into waiting for a chance. In the end, the other 2 men agree too, and the 3 unnamed hunters carry their ugly plan with them up to the roof. On the roof, they find Lenin's corpse beside the black magician, Nada, a pale blonde woman in fitted leather armor who coolly commands the group. At Nada's order, the hunters place the collected heads and Lenin's corpse onto the pentagram, and the hidden boss ritual finally triggers. A red pillar erupts and announces the terrible chimera, and the 3 unnamed plotters exchange loaded glances the moment the hidden boss appears. Back in the present, Sungjin finishes pricing one of the troll drops high and checks the clock again, realizing his next jump is almost due. He picks the last still glowing troll seeker marble, calls pursuit of justice again, and starts one more dimensional transfer. But when he arrives, something is wrong. The room shows heavy fire and ice damage, yet Lenin's corpse is gone. A crash from above gives Sungjin the answer at once, and he realizes the surviving hunters must have gone after the hidden boss. He sprints to the roof and there runs into a familiar face from his previous life, the Black Magician herself. At that exact moment, the elite samurai and the high-level berserker are ganging up on her, trying to bring down the woman they plan to betray. Sungjin is not worried for Nada though, because one spell proves she is every bit as dangerous as he remembers. She splits herself into 5 illusions and throws her attackers into chaos. Even amid the illusions, Nada's dagger work stays terrifyingly precise, and the samurai suddenly loses several fingers from his sword hand. When the berserker rushes in to help finish her, Sungjin finally steps into the fight, not to save Nada, but to stop her from killing the trolls before he can collect the rewards. Sungjin fires off Ghastly Wail at point-blank range, and the 2 male trolls instantly break and run in blind fear. Nada stays completely calm through the same fear blast and coolly asks who Sungjin is, revealing she has some way to nullify fear effects. Sungjin brushes the question aside and says they can talk later, because killing the trolls comes first. He catches the fleeing elite samurai almost immediately, and the wounded swordsman, still shaking with fear and missing fingers, can barely defend himself. One blade draws his guard high, and Blood Vengeance slips in from the side to cut him down with a wet, final strike. Sungjin turns to finish the berserker too, but stops cold when he sees a crimson aura, red eyes, and a familiar cursed object shining at the man's neck. The sight makes Sungjin tighten his stance and mutter the name Yanhurat, realizing this fight just became far more dangerous. The berserker suddenly enters a red-eyed zealot state, and Sungjin braces as Bisgoro warns him the next few seconds will be the most dangerous. Sungjin times his fireball to follow Bisgoro's binding frost, hoping the freeze will pin the charging berserker long enough for a clean blast. The berserker's hidden protection triggers twice, first blocking the frost, and then shaking off Snake Eye after he escapes the fire blast and keeps charging. With his spells failing, Sungjin switches to pure defense and calmly absorbs the berserker's wild, brutally fast axe barrage. Sungjin realizes this fight is simpler than Kalian's because Zealot mode only lasts 30 seconds, so surviving the rush already means he wins. Then Nada changes the battle by raising the fallen elite samurai as an undead servant, turning the berserker into a trap target between 2 attackers. That help creates a new problem for Sungjin, because if the zombie samurai gets the killing blow, the berserker's loot will be wasted. When Nada casts Frenzy on him, Sungjin answers with Bisgoro's own frenzy and starts carving quick shallow cuts into the berserker's joints and legs before the undead samurai can finish him. Before Yanhurat's buff can fade, Sungjin outspeeds the undead samurai and kills the berserker himself, making 2 items drop to the ground. Once the berserker falls, Sungjin turns toward Nada and finds her staring back in full suspicion, with the undead samurai still ready to attack on command. Sungjin tries to calm her by lowering his weapons, but Bisgoro keeps fixating on her chest and completely wrecks his timing. Instead of saying he is an ally, Sungjin blurts out I am boobs, and Nada instantly goes from wary to furious. Sungjin rips off the helmet and desperately corrects himself, but the damage is done and Nada now looks ready to treat him like a predator. He backs away with his hands up and insists he is neither her enemy nor a troll, and the raid system backs him up by announcing that every troll in the chapter is already dead. While Sungjin stands still to avoid provoking her, Nada's reward screen appears and shows she cleared the raid alone after her party was wiped out. Her reward haul includes several major items and the treasure hunter title, which tells Sungjin she has been clearing hidden bosses and is much more formidable than her appearance suggests. Sungjin silently remembers the warm, loyal Nada from his previous life and hates that their reunion has somehow started with I am boobs. With a little over 3 minutes left before extraction, Sungjin decides honesty is safer than another bad lie and reveals that his title is Adjudicator, a troll hunting specialist. Nada surprises him by saying she also has the Adjudicator title, making it obvious she has been hunting trolls for their loot too. When she demands to know how he entered a raid after it started, Sungjin gives only a partial truth and says he owns an item that lets him travel between dimensions. Nada still tells him to leave, and Sungjin realizes words alone will not fix the fact that she now sees him as both dangerous and filthy. He warns that he is only going to collect his loot unless she attacks first, and Nada holds position because charging an Adjudicator could get her killed or even marked as a troll. As he stores the berserker and samurai loot, Sungjin keeps thinking the same thing. He really wants to baptize Nada and make sure this reliable future ally survives. With only 1 minute left, he desperately searches for any way to change her mind before they are forced apart. Then Sungjin remembers the eye of Jeremiah on his ear and decides to read her thoughts for a clue. He casually asks her name, and her surface thoughts reveal the real problem. She just wants to survive 1 more minute and grab the owl hunter's dropped bow. Sungjin points out the bow and tells her to take it, offering the first practical sign that he is not here to rob or kill her. That helps a little, and Nada backs up carefully, grabs the bow, and stores it without ever taking her eyes off him. Even after that, her thoughts make it clear that one humiliating line still outweighs everything else, so Sungjin puts all his swords away and tries again. Sungjin says he only wants to talk and reveals the holy water of baptism, offering to use it on her as a powerful stat boost. Nada immediately suspects poison and demands he hand the vial over instead, leaving Sungjin no clean way to explain it before time runs out. The moment her zombie samurai suddenly collapses from lack of mana, Sungjin realizes she has lost the one thing that could stop him and makes his decision. Sungjin gives up on persuasion, exhales once, and charges straight at her before the chance disappears. Nada fights back fiercely, but without mana she cannot match Sungjin's speed, and he slips past every strike to seize her wrist. She even tries to knee and kick him in desperation, but Sungjin dodges again and catches her as she loses balance. The scene turns even uglier when Sungjin pins her to the ground just to keep her from moving, and Nada starts cursing him like the worst kind of creep. Ignoring the disaster of the moment, Sungjin opens the vial and baptizes her with the holy water, forcing the title transfer through in a burst of light. Sungjin pulls her back up and apologizes, but Nada is now more furious than ever and tells him to get out of her sight. He tries to salvage it by shouting for her to check the new title, but the return countdown cuts in before the explanation can finish. As the final seconds tick away, Sungjin begs her to call for him at the black market or any time she is in danger, and then they vanish before she answers. Sungjin arrives in the Hunter's Hall, a forest of endless columns packed with silent survivors who all look exhausted after 9 raids. The operator announces that only 183,655 people remain out of more than 7 billion, making everyone here the top fraction of humanity. Instead of breaking down at the usual purgatory images, the survivors now watch their trapped loved ones in grim silence because they have seen this too many times. Then the operator reveals the next big change: raids will now use 10-person teams, and the hall erupts with angry, anxious whispers. Before anyone can do more than complain, the operator starts another countdown and teleports everyone out to the black market. Back at first drop, Sungjin drops into a seat and asks Shio-ran for cold water, still worn out and replaying Nada's furious face in his head. He drinks the water and broods over how badly his reunion with his former ally went, hoping she will at least read the title and understand what he tried to do. When he pulls out Biscoro to vent, the foul-mouthed old spirit only doubles down and shamelessly blames Sungjin for staring too. Biscoro pushes it further with a filthy joke about the baptism, and Sungjin immediately tears the helmet off and decides he really needs a replacement someday. After thanking the server and leaving first drop, Sungjin refocuses on business because Franz will probably contact him soon, and he still has a lot to handle first. At the Pig Brothers auction house, Sungjin starts listing item after item for sale with firm starting prices and buyouts. Then he checks the 4 items from Nada's dimension and freezes when he sees another Yanhurat necklace, meaning he now holds 2 copies of the same cursed item. The duplicate makes him think about item synergy and finally pushes him toward cargoes, because now is the right time to handle both enhancement and fusion work together. He puts the last samurai and berserker loot up for auction too, wrapping up the sale before moving on. As he leaves the auction house, Sungjin's mind splits between 2 new allies he tried to secure: Franz, who will probably call, and Nada, who still might only remember him as an irredeemable pervert. Sungjin heads into the southern black market, follows the ring of hammer blows, and finds the smithy he was looking for. Inside the smithy, Sungjin asks for an enhancement, and lays out Blood Vengeance, Moon Spectre, and Artemio to decide which weapon to upgrade. Sungjin asks if he can preview the enhancement first, but the smith bluntly tells him nobody can know exactly how an item will turn out. After weighing his options, Sungjin puts Blood Vengeance and Artemio away and chooses Moon Spectre for the upgrade. The smith draws the shabby Moon Spectre and immediately realizes the ugly old sword is actually a legendary weapon. When Cargo says a legendary enhancement needs 3 stones, Sungjin produces all 3 and hands them over. Cargos tells him to come back tomorrow morning before the raid, and Sungjin is relieved the sword will be ready in time. The price hits next. Cargos asks for 10,000 black coins, and Sungjin pauses to do the math against everything else he still wants to buy. Cargos offers to let him pay on pickup, and Sungjin takes the deal so he can wait for his auction money before locking in the rest of his budget. Before leaving, Sungjin asks about combining duplicate items, and Cargos explains that matching copies can replace enhancement stones and raise an item's grade the same way. Sungjin immediately tests that rule by pulling out both Yanhurat necklaces and asking Cargos to combine them. Cargos warns that Yanhurat's side effects will grow along with its power, but Sungjin still decides he wants the risk loaded into his emergency trump card. For 3,000 coins, Cargos drops the 2 necklaces into a special box, gives it a shake, and a burst of light announces the fusion is done. The fused necklace becomes Yanhurat Mad God's Whisper, and Sungjin sees its power jump to a brutal 500% boost with even worse costs attached. The necklace instantly starts screaming for blood in his head, so Sungjin recoils and shoves it back into storage before it rattles him any further. Business finished, Sungjin leaves the forge and heads back to the 99 Knights. At the inn courtyard, Kane and the baby griffin Magenta are roughhousing together until they spot Sungjin and rush him at once. Sungjin laughs, hugs both of them, and brings them inside while Shadowrun waits calmly in the stable like the one summon who never makes a fuss. Inside the inn, Soldimer greets his master, and Sungjin settles down at a table to finally eat. Sungjin orders himself a heavy double meat hamburger, and makes sure Kane and Magenta will be fed too. While relaxing at the table, Sungjin suddenly remembers the fruit of evolution and asks the operator to bring it out. The moment the merca fruit appears, every summon in the inn freezes and locks onto it like it is the best thing they have ever smelled. Sungjin still thinks the fruit smells awful, but Soldamer explains it is probably packed with mana and irresistible to summons. Even Shadowrun wanders in for a look at the fruit, so Sungjin hurriedly puts it away and realizes he can only feed it to one summon in private. Daliapin arrives just in time with burgers and raw meat, and the room's dangerous fruit obsession is instantly replaced by dinner. Sungjin digs into the burger, enjoying the first real quiet moment of the night. That calm breaks when the operator announces a teleport request, and Franz's anxious face appears above the cube with a countdown already ticking. Sungjin accepts just before time runs out and vanishes from the inn in the middle of dinner. He reappears near another market's auction house, where Franz blurts out in surprise that the teleport really worked. Sungjin notices his unfinished burger is gone with the jump, decides he is still hungry, and tells Franz they should eat while they talk. The two head into Yaochan's Thumb Thumb, and the bare demi-human vendor treats having two hunters together like it is perfectly normal. They order mandu soup and shrimp gyoza, but the table turns awkwardly quiet because they barely know each other outside one raid. When Franz presses him about how this dimension jump works, Sungjin keeps his guard up and says he will explain later, because the secret is too dangerous to reveal yet. Sungjin adds that crossing dimensions is genuinely dangerous because trolls can turn it deadly, so he will only reveal that path when the timing is right for both of them. Franz accepts that answer without pushing, and Sungjin quietly marks that as proof he chose well. Asked for a name, Sungjin sticks to his cover and introduces himself simply as K. Franz thanks him for choosing him, and Sungjin finally explains the core reason. The Chosen One bond scales off Sungjin's own strength. Sungjin says he wants real cooperation for the final raid because too many hunters stop acting like teammates long before the end. When Sungjin brings up trolls, Franz reveals he has already survived 2 encounters because jealous hunters targeted his high contribution. Sungjin tells him the adjudicator title lets its owner take 2 items from a troll kill, and Franz's anger at trolls flares up on the spot. Sungjin lays out his real mission: keep getting stronger, wipe out trolls, and gather reliable people like Franz so they can reach the end together. He explains the Chosen One buff can reach 20% of his stats, turning Franz's survival into a direct payoff of Sungjin's growth. Sungjin also offers emergency help once a day, especially against hidden bosses or trolls, but Franz immediately says he wants to kill any troll himself. That answer seals it, and the 2 men shake hands over dinner as new allies with the same enemy. Once the heavy talk is done, they ease into small talk and finally trade nationalities like normal dinner companions. After dinner, Sungjin suggests Franz call him at 6 p.m. when he is free so they can keep meeting over meals. Sungjin adds one useful shopping tip before he goes: buy and equip a Ring of the Rich because it is one of the best value items in the market. Just as he is about to leave, Sungjin remembers the evolution fruit and decides to handle it here, away from the other summons. He asks the operator for all 4 summon anchors, then studies them and chooses Kane as the one most ready to evolve. Sungjin tosses Kane's figurine into the air and summons the giant wolf to his side in the market. Then he brings out the merca fruit, and Kane instantly goes still, completely mesmerized by it. Sungjin settles on Kane, both because the wolf seems closest to the next milestone, and because Kane is still the summon he trusts most in a fight. He tosses the fruit to Kane, and the wolf swallows it in one bite. Kane erupts in blinding light, and starts growing so fast Sungjin has to turn his eyes away. When the operator announces Grand Kin Master of the Forest, Sungjin knows Kane's evolution has succeeded. When the blinding light clears, Sungjin and Franz find Kane transformed into a giant new form almost as tall as Sungjin himself. Kane lets out a pleased howl, and Sungjin sees that the summon figurine has changed too, now bigger and more lifelike. The item screen reveals Kane's new legendary summon form, Grand Kin, a forest heir who can command creatures and spirits. Franz blurts out that Kane looks like the wolf from Chapter 2, clearly mistaking his evolved form for a hyena. Kane walks up to Franz to inspect him, and Franz instinctively backs away from the suddenly huge wolf. Kane turns to Sungjin with a questioning look, and Sungjin gently introduces Franz as a comrade just like him. After Kane memorizes Franz's scent, Sungjin reassures Franz that this wolf is one of his most dependable allies. That reminder about comrades pushes Sungjin to finally ask Franz if he can accept a permanent 10% coin penalty from future raids. Franz assumes Sungjin means covering the loss with the Ring of the Rich, and that answer makes Sungjin realize he overlooked the obvious fix. On the way to the jeweler, Sungjin explains the hidden rule in pieces. Choosing one person as a comrade always costs someone a permanent sacrifice. Sungjin admits he wants Franz to share that burden so he can choose another comrade later, and Franz quietly takes in how serious the offer is. At Meridian's shop, Sungjin confidently asks for Heart of Gold, expecting the familiar 500 coin bargain. Meridian calmly ruins that plan by saying the same ring now costs 5,000 coins because its price rises with demand over time. Sungjin starts arguing at the sudden price jump, but Meridian reminds him the black market does not bend its rules for anyone. Franz steps in before Sungjin can keep fighting and says he will buy the ring himself, since the benefit is his and Sungjin already gave him far more than enough. Franz buys Heart of Gold on the spot, proving he is willing to carry the cost that comes with standing beside Sungjin. Once Franz is done, Sungjin turns to the next step and brings out the helix ring for what comes after. Later, back at the 99 Nights, Dalyapin is clearing away Sungjin's abandoned burger when Sungjin finally returns. Sungjin tells Dalyapin not to worry about the food, then warns him that the newly enlarged Kane will probably need double portions now. Kane gets stuck outside the inn, and his new size instantly changes the whole household's mood. Regenta takes one look at giant Kane and hides behind a chair, suddenly far less brave than before. Soldemer immediately figures out Sungjin fed Kane the fruit, and Sungjin promises it will be Soldemer's turn next time. Dalyapin brings Sungjin the auction receipts and the briefing sheet for the next raid, putting him straight back into planning mode. The moment Sungjin sees Red Dragon's lair on the information sheet, he knows this briefing matters and tucks it away to study carefully. He goes through the auction receipts one by one, grumbling at low bids and grinning at the better sales like a kid counting allowance. By the end of the count, 9 of his 10 auction items are sold, and the operator confirms his total funds have jumped to just over 50,000 coins. Sungjin quickly budgets the money for Star of the Nameless, Gourmet's Monocle, and Moon Spectre's upgrade, relieved that he can finally afford every priority at once. That relief lasts 1 second, because he suddenly remembers the marble recharges and realizes his remaining money is basically gone. He gives up on the elixir for now and decides today's work is finally over, with only rest left. But even then, his mind drifts to Nada, and he wonders if she has checked her status screen yet and realized she can call him. He waits through the whole night for Nada's teleport request, but by dawn no system message ever appears. By early morning, the hidden merchant hands over Star of the Nameless, Gourmet's Monocle, and the fully recharged marbles. Sungjin tries to buy another holy water with the white coin, but the merchant's knowing grin makes the whole exchange feel dirty. As Sungjin leaves, the merchant unexpectedly brings up Red Dragon's lair and warns him the Red Dragon is a historic monster, speaking like he knows more than he says. Outside in the dark pre-dawn streets, Sungjin checks the time, wonders if Moon Spectre is done upgrading, and decides there is no harm in detouring to the smithy. The ring of hammering guides him to the smithy, where Cargos is still working through the night in a storm of sweat and sparks. Not wanting to interrupt, Sungjin stays silent and watches Cargos work for over an hour until the blade is finally quenched. When the Moon Spectre's blade comes out gleaming in moonlight, Cargos mutters that a weapon packed with this much death energy was worth the extra effort. Sungjin finally speaks, startling Cargos so badly the blacksmith nearly jumps out of his skin. Once he settles down, Cargos says the job is finished and bluntly reveals he was working on a possessed ghost blade. Sungjin checks the upgraded Moon Spectre and finds every core stat improved, stronger mana drain, a new protective ghost passive, and a fear skill that now lasts longer but has a brutal cooldown. Then a soft female voice comes from the sword itself, and Moon Spectre finally introduces herself as the spirit sealed inside the blade. She tells him she has always protected him but could not greet him until now, and Sungjin realizes the cemetery ghost has been his sword all along. Sungjin thanks her for all the battles she helped him survive, a little embarrassed to be openly talking to a ghost in front of Cargos. Cargos tells him to draw the blade properly, and the upgraded Moon Spectre looks even more sinister and beautiful out of the scabbard. Cargos offers to make a fresh scabbard too, but Sungjin refuses because the battered old sheath makes the sword's horror feel even sharper. After paying the full 10,000 coin fee, Sungjin leaves the smithy with the completed weapon at his side. On the walk back, Sungjin asks the spirit how she ended up sealed in the blade, and Moon Spectre begins telling the story of her short life and early death from illness. She says her grieving parents anchored her soul to the columbarium, where she found some peace until necromancer Oryx came for her. When Oryx tried to turn her into a banshee, she resisted, so he trapped her inside one of her father's swords instead. Sungjin realizes he unknowingly helped her get revenge when he killed Oryx with the very blade she was trapped in. Even after hearing that history, Sungjin still asks if she wants to move on, and Moon Spectre calmly says she is fine staying until the right time comes. She explains her new blessing of the ghost as a sixth sense that will warn him whenever danger creeps in outside his awareness. That answer reassures him, but it also reminds Sungjin he is now traveling with 2 ghosts, and one of them is Bisgoro. Back at the inn, Kane reacts to the unseen spirit around Sungjin, confirming that the giant wolf can sense her too. Sungjin casually tells Kane he came back with a lady the wolf can apparently sense, then slips into the inn, while the oversized Kane has to stay outside. In his room, Sungjin lays out the next raid plan: use Master Hunter to start, swap to Treasure Hunter for hidden pieces, and finish with Adjudicator for troll hunting. He equips Master Hunter, and immediately pours all his remaining stat points into the spread he has planned for the coming battle. Looking at the finished numbers, Sungjin realizes he should assign points as soon as he earns them so his chosen allies start benefiting sooner too. He gears up in order, but this time Moon Spectre takes the lead because the upgrade pushed it past his other swords as his best opener. When he equips Bisgoro, the old ghost instantly notices a new presence, and Moon Spectre politely introduces herself first. Sungjin immediately shuts the whole thing down and forbids his 2 ghosts from talking to each other without him there. He makes the warning even clearer by threatening to auction Bisgoro off if the old man crosses the line. Bisgoro's next question cuts right back to Nada, and Sungjin has to admit she still has not contacted him. With no answer from her, Sungjin heads downstairs and orders a vanilla latte and cheesecake before one last careful read of the raid notes. As he studies the briefing, Sungjin reminds himself this next fight is a 10-man raid and not something even he can brute force alone anymore. When the raid time arrives, Sungjin is pulled out of the inn and teleported straight into Red Dragon's lair. Sungjin drops into Angkor Volcano, where black clouds, ash, lava, and hissing gas make it clear this raid is built to kill people fast. The operator warns that this is the lair of the fully mature red dragon called Gal, a brutal boss that will wipe out any team that fails to work together. The warning hits harder because Sungjin remembers his past run here. When the tank died, he got smashed nearly to death, and only 3 hunters survived. Even with his current strength, Sungjin stays cautious and starts worrying about something worse than the dragon, whether this map also hides a secret boss. He decides he can check for hidden pieces later, but for the dragon fight itself he may actually need the other hunters alive and cooperating. The operator sinks in the other 9 hunters, and Sungjin immediately sees the real danger. 10 elite survivors, all strong enough to ignore each other. Because the chance of a troll is high in a group like this, Sungjin quietly prepares to use the Eye of Jeremiah and screen everyone early. The hunters split by role, and Sungjin keeps his healing ability to himself because using him as a support caster would waste too much firepower. Sungjin joins the melee group, where the barbarian proposes attacking the dragon from both flanks in pairs to avoid getting wiped out by one sweep. The barbarian casually pairs himself with Sungjin on the right flank, not realizing the team is nowhere near as evenly matched as he assumes. A tall tank titled Immortal naturally takes command of the whole team, calling positions, warning archers about dragon breath, and sounding like someone used to leading under pressure. When Immortal checks the flank setup, he suddenly freezes on Sungjin and blurts out the name Master Hunter K. Sungjin is caught off guard because almost nobody should know that alias, but Immortal rushes in and greets him like a legend. Immortal explains that he heard about K from Hiroaki, the samurai Sungjin saved back in Chapter 3, and that Hiroaki called Sungjin a swordsman far beyond himself. That revelation pulls every eye onto Sungjin, and he decides this is the perfect moment to read the room with the Eye of Jeremiah. Out loud, Sungjin downplays the hype around him, but inside the group a flood of thoughts starts judging his hidden boss gear, rings, and legendary swords. The problem is that 9 minds at once are too messy to sort cleanly, so Sungjin can catch the content but not which face each thought belongs to. So Sungjin gives a steady teamwork speech, hoping the extra words will draw out more honest reactions from the party. Most of the thoughts are mixed, but one rough inner voice stands out cold and clear. Cooperate for now, then steal 10 people's worth of contribution later. When Sungjin promises they can clear the raid without losing anyone, that same hidden voice thinks about waiting until only a few survivors remain before making a move. Sungjin confirms there is definitely a troll in the party, but the eye cuts out before he can match that rough voice to a body. Immortal rallies everyone with a quick team cheer, and Sungjin joins the gesture while staying focused on catching that voice one more time. The next fight starts hard when a magma golem charges through the cavern, and Immortal shouts for everyone to brace themselves. Even as a normal mob, the golem is almost boss level, and both tanks get driven back just trying to stop its molten arms. The rest of the party piles on with weapons, arrows, and spells, but every splash of magma is dangerous enough to cripple someone instantly. That danger becomes real when a stray molten drop lands on the barbarian's glove, setting it ablaze and badly burning his hand. A mage throws up an ice barrier to cover him, and the whole team instantly starts fighting more carefully after seeing how punishing one mistake can be. The problem is that the golem still barely slows down, because its absurd health pool lets it shrug off almost everything the party does. Sungjin breaks the stalemate by slipping under the golem, and casting frost magic from the far side to slow the molten body and reduce the deadly splash. Then he draws Moon Spectre and Blood Vengeance together, and charges in for a real cut. The golem swings at him mid-rush, and Sungjin proves he already read that by catching the blow with one sword and cutting through the arm with the other. The severed arm crashes down, and the whole team is stunned because the monster they could barely scratch just got carved apart in one strike. Even Sungjin is surprised, because the upgraded Moon Spectre is far sharper than he expected and cuts on a level above his old fights here. Once the others see the opening, they jump back in with confidence, and the magma golem finally collapses. During the short rest, an Asian mage titled Blue Magician approaches Sungjin, impressed that a swordsman with that much physical power can also throw strong frost spells. Sungjin gives a vague answer about having around 5,000 magic power, but what he really takes from the exchange is that Blue Magician's soft voice doesn't match the troll he heard. Still hunting for the traitor, Sungjin next checks on the Royal Ranger, a red-haired archer whose sickly look makes him suspicious at first glance. But the archer answers in a clear, polite tone, so Sungjin rules him out too. Then the axe-wielding destroyer comes over to ask which sword cut the golem, and his voice is deep enough to eliminate him from suspicion as well. Before Sungjin can keep probing people, Immortal gets the party moving again, and at the next fork Barbarian uses his guide title to reveal which tunnel leads toward the dragon. That is when Sungjin hears a smoker cough behind him and realizes the clean, polite healer Friar has the exact rough phlegmy voice from the troll thoughts. Sungjin keeps his face calm and speaks to Friar politely, but now he is sure the troll is hiding in the safest role on the team. As Sungjin studies him, he understands the trick. A fake healer can earn trust, stay protected in the back, and quietly decide who lives long enough for the final betrayal. The ugly part is that Sungjin cannot expose Friar, because without proof nobody will attack a suspected troll first and risk taking the penalty themselves. So he swallows it for now and decides the only practical move is to kill the dragon first and keep the party numbers high enough that Friar won't dare act alone. A little later the front line stops at a fork in the maze, and even Sungjin realizes he can't remember the exact route to Call Gal's chamber. Before the team can waste time guessing, the barbarian steps up and reveals he has the guide title, which can point straight to the boss. When he activates the title, the right-hand cave glows blue, giving the whole team a clear path toward the red dragon at last. With the route solved, the hunters head into the blue-lit tunnel together, and Sungjin has to admit having more people is actually useful sometimes. The hunters finish off one more hellhound, only to realize Sungjin has already cut down the two ahead and quietly cleared the way. At the next fork, the operator's glowing cube points left again, and the brighter blue light tells the team the boss is close enough that nobody can relax now. The party reaches a cavern of lava falls and molten pools, and Sungjin recognizes the place from his past run just before the next danger appears. When the immortal spots a lone figure in the distance, Sungjin instantly recognizes the ambush and shouts a warning too late. The hidden dragon demihuman opens with Inferno to scatter the formation, then wraps himself in fire and dives straight at the blue magician in the back line. The blue magician throws up an ice shield, but the elite enemy smashes through it and drives his spear into the mage's shoulder. As the demihuman's orbiting fire spirits force the others back, he goes for the wounded mage's neck and Sungjin's blood vengeance cuts in just in time. The enemy leaps back and hurls a huge fireball, so Sungjin uses anti-magic shield to block the blast before the raid loses momentum. Sungjin rushes the elite head-on, and his absurdly sharp blades start shaving the demihuman's spear down piece by piece. When the panicked demihuman tries to flee, Sungjin freezes him with Snake Eye and cleanly takes his head with Moon Spectre. The whole party stares at Sungjin in stunned silence, and even the immortal can only awkwardly agree when Sungjin tells them to keep moving. Sungjin notices the friar watching him too closely, so he casually asks for a cigarette to get close enough to use Tried again. As the friar lights the cigarette, Sungjin taps Tried on his ear and listens to the team's thoughts instead of the smoke. The thoughts around him are full of shock at Sungjin's power, but the key one is the friar realizing he cannot try anything while Sungjin is alive unless Sungjin turns troll first. Instead of exposing him, Sungjin quietly decides that a frightened traitor can still be useful for now. The tunnel opens into the boss chamber, and the hunters finally see the sleeping red dragon sprawled through the cavern like a living fortress. Even hardened hunters freeze at the dragon's sheer presence, and the immortal has to pull everyone back so they can make their final preparations with death on their minds. While the others steady themselves, Sungjin weighs a harder problem. He must save enough of his strongest tools for a possible hidden boss without letting this raid fall apart first. He settles on a brutal rule for himself: preserve his trump cards if he can, but if hunters start dying, he will burn everything to keep enough people alive for the hidden boss later. For the dragon fight, Sungjin swaps out the basilisk's eye, hangs the grotesque Yanhurat at his throat, and trades blood vengeance for Artemio to deal with spell attacks. A quick glance at the grim, chain-smoking friar reminds Sungjin that fear alone should keep the healer from betraying them during a fight this deadly. Once the immortal asks if everyone is ready, the hunters can only nod and march toward the sleeping dragon because backing out now would break them. The dragon's nose twitches at their approach, and Call Gal wakes with open hunger, calling them human meat just as the boss warning appears. Call Gal rises to his full terrifying size, and the hunters force themselves into their planned positions because killing him is the only way out. The immortal buffs himself and tries to meet the first strike, but Call Gal's sheer power blows straight through the front line's confidence and sends him flying. Iron Wall tries to hold the dragon in place, but his axe barely scratches the scales and he survives the counterattack only because the backline shields and heals him in time. Sungjin stays near the tanks on purpose, knowing that if he hits too hard too early he will drag the dragon's attention onto himself. Even holding back, Sungjin's blades tear scales free and cut deep enough to make Call Gal roar and instantly mark him as the real threat. The dragon whips around at Sungjin so violently that nearby melee fighters are blasted away, and the barbarian goes rigid when Call Gal's killing glare swings onto their side. Call Gal lunges at Sungjin, but what looks like a breath wind-up turns into a deafening dragon shout instead. The roar floods the cavern with fear, the barbarian breaks and runs for his life, and Sungjin only stays functional because Iron Will drags him back under control. The moment he recovers, Sungjin carves an X across the dragon's throat and drives Call Gal back again. Rather than stay on the ground, Call Gal spreads his wings and takes over the whole cavern from the air before the tanks can stop him. With the dragon circling overhead, the hunters pour arrows and spells upward, and Sungjin adds twin chain lightnings that finally make Call Gal feel some real pain. Moon Spectre's warning makes Sungjin realize the next breath is the real one, and his shout gives the hunters just enough time to scatter. Call Gal's breath splits the cavern in half with a blazing river of fire that keeps burning and turns the whole chamber bright as a furnace. Then the red dragon starts shaping an enormous fireball in the air, forcing Sungjin to choose between blocking it and turning the spell back on its owner. Sungjin bets on offense, activates Artemio's magic reflection, and sends the giant fireball back into the dragon's flight path. The reflected blast tears into one of Kal Gal's wings, and the wounded dragon loses balance, slams into the cavern wall, and drops hard to the ground. Sungjin can't cross the breath fire yet, but he spots the surviving hunters sheltering behind the blue magician's ice wall and yells for everyone to focus the fallen dragon. As the dragon scrambles back up, Kal Gal swallows his pride and calls nearby monsters to protect their master. Seeing the other side still too shaken to handle both the dragon and the reinforcements, Sungjin decides this is the moment he has to spend one of his saved tools. He throws Kane's figurine and summons a giant wolf, ordering it to intercept the incoming monsters instead of joining the dragon fight. Kane answers with a howl, and the upgraded summon reveals itself when more wolves appear around him in smoke to form a full pack. With Kane and the wolf pack peeling off to handle the adds, Sungjin waits for the breath fire to drop just enough and then charges straight through the flames toward the injured red dragon. Sungjin breaks through the wall of flame and finds the front line barely holding, with the immortal getting battered head-on by Kal Gal. Worried the tank will die, Sungjin throws a heal from range and runs in to help. Kal Gal instantly locks onto Sungjin and tries to rip him apart with a furious claw strike. As the claws gouge boulders out of the ground, Sungjin realizes even he cannot afford a clean hit and starts reading the dragon more carefully. During another dodge, Sungjin finally spots blood dripping from the X-shaped wound he carved into Kal Gal's neck earlier. Sungjin shouts the opening to everyone, and the whole raid immediately refocuses arrows, bolts, and magic onto the dragon's neck. Kal Gal tries to shield the weak spot with his wings, but one damaged wing makes the defense clumsy and incomplete. The dragon loses his nerve and calls for his minions, only to see Kane's pack has already torn them apart near the exit. Realizing he is outnumbered, Kal Gal starts flapping and stampeding wildly through the cavern like a giant panicked beast. Even after being scattered, the hunters quickly regroup into formation and keep shaving down the dragon with disciplined attacks. Seeing the fight finally tilt their way, Sungjin charges in again to press the advantage. Moon Spectre suddenly warns him that Kal Gal is not fleeing at all, but secretly preparing a terrorizing roar. Sungjin instantly warns the others, but he knows this roar is more than noise and can drive hunters into blind terror. He reaches for the Chimao ring, remembering the lion facet can block fear, and prepares to time the counter perfectly. Before Sungjin can act, the immortal steps in front of him and promises to shield him from the roar. The immortal activates Bell of Silence, and a dead quiet field drops over him and Sungjin just as Kal Gal roars. Inside the silence, Sungjin hears nothing at all, while the rest of the hunters, wolves, and hellhounds outside break and run in panic. Then Sungjin reveals the panic is an act, joining the retreat on purpose and sprinting away screaming to lure Kal Gal after him. From the immortal's stunned view, the bell clearly worked, so Sungjin's screaming retreat looks completely baffling even as Kal Gal takes the bait and chases him. Kal Gal takes the bait completely and ignores the immortal, chasing Sungjin across the cavern as his top priority kill. Only then does the immortal notice Sungjin secretly swapped one blade, replacing the glowing scimitar with the red aura katana Blood Vengeance. At the perfect moment, Sungjin plants a foot on Kal Gal's paw, vaults upward, and drives both blades straight into the wounded neck. The stab lands hard, but the dragon still thrashes away in a frantic run, forcing Sungjin to chase while looking for one clean finishing chance. Then Kal Gal draws another deep breath, and Moon Spectre warns Sungjin this time the dragon is going for breath again. Sungjin shouts the warning, and the hunters scatter immediately because they already know even a graze from that breath can kill. Pressed to protect everyone behind him, Sungjin cuts his own blood into Blood Vengeance, and decides to drag the dragon's aim away. He slices off part of Kal Gal's tail and mocks him as a lizard, baiting the enraged dragon to focus the breath directly on him near the wall. Just as the breath is about to fire, Sungjin entrusts the opening to Moon Spectre and unleashes Ghastly Wail. The fear attack jerks Kal Gal's head upward, and his flames blast uselessly into the cavern ceiling instead of across the raid. For one heartbeat the neck wound is wide open, but Moon Spectre warns that Kal Gal's fear resistance is already kicking in. A quick flashback cuts in. Before this raid, Sungjin studied the dragon's breath and grimly concluded that taking it head-on should be suicide. While turning the Chimao ring in his fingers, he realizes it can grant 5 seconds of fire immunity, but even then he hates the idea of ever trusting his life to it. Back in the cavern, Kal Gal fully recovers and swings the breath back onto Sungjin, then slams a claw down to wall him in with no path left. Cornered for real, Sungjin finally uses the desperate option he planned that morning and triggers Chimareo's fire immunity. Kal Gal's flames engulf Sungjin completely, but inside the blaze he feels no heat and starts counting down the 5 seconds with his life on the line. As Moon Spectre and Biscoro panic in his head, Sungjin bitterly regrets risking everything just to keep other hunters from dying in the crossfire. At the last second the pressure disappears, and Sungjin opens his eyes to see Kal Gal staring at him in despair. The dragon's own forearm is burned black from sustaining the breath so long, and Sungjin instantly understands Kal Gal has spent his last real chance. Sungjin explodes forward, running up the ruined arm and onto the dragon's body before Kal Gal can flee again. He powers up Blood Vengeance, and drives it into the X-shaped wound again, locking himself onto Call Gal and starting the final kill sequence. Using the embedded katana as an anchor, Sungjin hacks brutally across the neck while the rest of the hunters pile on from range. Call Gal struggles for only a few more seconds before the massive body finally collapses and bleeds out across the cavern floor. Lying on the ground after spending everything, Sungjin hears the operator confirm the boss is dead. Kane rushes over first and slobbers all over Sungjin's face in frantic relief until Sungjin laughs and tells him he is fine. Then the surviving hunters gather around him one by one and openly admit they lived through this fight because of Sungjin. Even the friar, who already knew Sungjin was strong, is left stunned by just how far beyond expectations he really is. Sungjin cuts through the praise, tells everyone to rest first, and turns the cavern from a death zone into a brief recovery point. During the break, the hunters keep trading stunned comments that Master Hunter may really have been able to clear this place alone. A little away from the others, Sungjin thanks Kane for bringing his pack from the forest and helping thin the boss fight. Still low after the battle, Sungjin drains MP from a mangled hellhound corpse and follows it with a heal on himself. The operator confirms his HP is restored, and the short clear time reminds Sungjin how much the Barbarian Guide title quietly mattered. But he cannot relax for long, because this chapter is still a maze and troll hunting could waste huge chunks of time if he is slow. He returns to the group to move out again, and the hunter's full attention snaps to him the moment he speaks. The immortal steps up first and suggests they keep hunting to raise contribution points, showing the group has fully fallen in behind Sungjin. Instead of just farming monsters, Sungjin asks whether they want to search for hidden pieces too. The team likes the idea of dragon treasure, but someone voices the obvious worry that the hidden boss could be far worse than what they just beat. Sungjin steadies the room by saying they will use his treasure hunter title for clues first, and worry about fighting the hidden boss later. To prove it, he calls for the Star of the Nameless and prepares to switch titles in the middle of the raid. Sungjin renames his active title to Treasure Hunter on the spot, and the 9 other hunters are left staring at him in open disbelief. No one even asks how he got such an item anymore, because by now they have accepted that Sungjin simply operates on another level. Sungjin gathers everyone like a teacher before a lesson and asks them to listen carefully to the clue and help interpret it. He activates Treasure Hunter, and the operator answers with a riddle about Call Gal's Horde, a red path, and a place only the dragon could reach to cool his wings. The group starts parsing the clue together, landing on the Winkling spot as the most promising lead. Sungjin decides they should identify the hidden boss location next, even if only so they can avoid stumbling into it unprepared. When he asks for that clue, the operator gives a darker riddle about a woman awakened by the child's wickedness, and the wrath waiting above that proof. The clue leaves the entire group silent and baffled, because unlike the treasure hint, this one barely gives them anything solid to work with. Still stuck, Sungjin asks the operator to repeat the hidden boss hint again, ending the moment with the mystery unresolved. After the second clue stumps everyone, the Royal Ranger quietly says he thinks the hidden piece is tied to the lava flow. He breaks the riddle down fast. The red path means lava, and a place only the dragon could reach must lie beyond it. His last point clicks for everyone when he says the dragon's wings had to be heated by lava dripping onto them. Sungjin accepts the deduction and decides the group should search for the hidden piece before worrying about the hidden boss. The hunters push deeper along the lava, and Sungjin tears through the mobs so hard that the rest just accept he will take most of the credit. After a long search, the group reaches a huge chamber dominated by a slow, terrifying lava fall. Sungjin studies the suspiciously empty chamber, and starts thinking the lava fall fits the clue too well to ignore. Near one wall, he notices strange broken fragments, and realizes they are cooled prints left by something stepping out of lava. When Sungjin explains they are footprints, the others finally see a red trail leading straight toward the lava fall. The trail climbs halfway up the lava fall and abruptly stops, which makes the group suspect a hollow space hidden behind the molten curtain. The clue now makes perfect sense, but getting through that lava wall without burning alive is still the real problem. Sungjin considers using the Ring of Chime route to tank the lava, but the timing is too tight and a failed flight over the lava lake could kill him outright. Instead of gambling blind, he rides his magic carpet up to inspect the hidden opening from the side. He confirms the hollow is real, but the gap is so cramped that neither he nor the carpet can squeeze through. Then Sungjin remembers how frostbite slowed magma golems, and a cleaner way through the lava finally clicks. He fires frostbite at the lava fall, and the molten edge starts hardening little by little. When the spell ends, the frozen edge has narrowed the lava curtain enough to open a usable gap. Sungjin goes back down and pulls in the blue magician, figuring a second round of frostbite will make the entrance safe enough for everyone. The two of them cast together until Sungjin nearly drains himself dry, forcing the lava wall back even farther. Now the hollow behind the lava is fully exposed, and Sungjin tells anyone who can fly to head in. The hunters answer all at once with flight magic, summons, and air-walking items, proving they survived this far for a reason. Sungjin enters first and finds a hidden cavern behind the lava packed with treasure on a ridiculous scale. Even Sungjin is stunned when he lands on a little mound of coins and realizes the dragon really had been rolling around on treasure. The other hunters pile into the treasure chamber with greedy eyes, then sour fast when they remember the gold will not go into their cubes. Sungjin checks several coins, notices kings from different eras stamped on them, and understands this hoard was built across generations. He puts the coins back and reminds everyone the real prize is still the hidden piece somewhere in this chamber. The group combs through the mountain of treasure until one hunter suddenly yells that he found something. At the center of the hoard, they find a gigantic chest crowned with an amethyst crystal big enough to dominate the whole room. It takes a crowd of hunters straining together to force the lid open. Instead of a flashy relic, the chest is filled with plain black stones, and the mood drops hard for a second. Then the operator identifies the stones as dragon hearts, and the entire room jolts from confusion to excitement. Sungjin checks the item and learns each dragon heart is a legendary crafting material and source of magic power. There are enough dragon hearts for every hunter to claim one, and Sungjin briefly relaxes when it looks like the hidden piece will not spark a fight after all. But 6 dragon hearts are still left over, and the room instantly turns ugly as hunters scramble to grab extra ones. Sungjin hesitates on the edge of the brawl because the spare hearts are valuable, but a full meltdown here could wreck any chance of taking on the hidden boss. When the struggle starts edging toward real violence, Sungjin finally steps in and roars for everyone to stop. Sungjin buys a little calm and tells them to stop fighting while they think of a fair way to divide the leftovers. Then the friar tries to pocket a second heart in secret, and the raid itself immediately shuts him down. The stolen heart drops back out, and everyone realizes the hidden piece rule only allows one per hunter anyway. The immortal tries to smooth things over, but the damage is already done and the room's old camaraderie is gone. Sungjin quietly gives up on proposing the hidden boss, because after that fight the group is one bad push away from trolling each other. That dead silence breaks when space above the treasure twists open and a red-haired woman steps out of it. She looks human at first glance, but there is no hunter title over her head, so Sungjin instantly treats her like a monster and draws both swords. As she walks closer without answering, Sungjin notices her slit yellow eyes and realizes they are the same kind of eyes Kal Gal had. She ignores the fear around her, picks up one of the spare dragon hearts, and quietly confirms the rumor was true. Then she returns every leftover heart to the chest and shuts the massive lid with one arm, proving beyond doubt that she is no ordinary person. She finally speaks and asks the hunters point-blank whether they were the ones who killed Kal Gal. Her pressure is so overwhelming that the barbarian blurts out the truth before he even means to. Instead of attacking, she casually makes the giant chest vanish, and Sungjin uses the opening to ask if she is a dragon like Kal Gal. Her answer lands like a blow. Kal Gal was her son. The hunters brace for revenge, but she coldly calls Kal Gal a problem child who murdered his own kin to steal their hearts. Then she shocks them again by saying they actually helped her, because she had come here to kill him herself. Sungjin finally understands the real threat in front of him. The hidden boss is not Kal Gal's treasure, but Kal Gal's much older mother. Bisgoro warns Sungjin that Kal Gal's mother is on a completely different level from the young dragon they just killed, and the other hunters look just as terrified. The dragon mother ignores the hunters, calmly inspects the treasure pile, and recognizes a stolen heirloom that had wrongly brought blame onto her. With one quiet command, she makes the entire mountain of treasure vanish, and the hunters drop hard onto the bare cavern floor. Now that the treasure is gone, she finally addresses the hunters and tells them to leave because she will blow up the volcano in 30 minutes. The raid timer still has almost 2 hours left, so the hunters realize her deadline would trap them between the volcano and the operator's forbidden zone rules. Then she casually grabs the hunter's untouchable cube out of the air, shocking everyone before she starts examining the raid system itself. By reading the cube, she realizes the hunters are dimension crossers sent here by outside forces, and for the first time a monster openly understands their situation. She suddenly asks if that means she is a hidden boss too, turning the whole encounter into something even stranger and more dangerous. When one frightened hunter cannot answer, she presses him until he truthfully explains that she is a hidden boss with massive bonus rewards, but no obligation to kill. She bursts out laughing, loves the title hidden boss, and openly invites anyone brave enough to challenge her. To tempt them, she promises a reward powerful enough to change their miserable fate, but nobody dares step forward. Sungjin also decides the hidden boss is probably impossible, because he might beat Kal Gal alone but not a mother far stronger than her son. Arian notices their caution and sweetens the challenge with 3 self-imposed penalties, starting with staying in her human form instead of fighting as a dragon. Her second penalty is limiting herself to magic below 9th class, which still sounds absurd because everyone already knows even her ordinary spells would be monstrous. Her final rule is the real bait. If they can hurt her in any way, even just her clothes, she will count it as their victory. But she immediately crushes that hope by warning that her fire is not precise enough to spare them just because she only needs to lose a thread. Sungjin wavers between survival and temptation, because the chance to change fate is exactly the kind of reward he cannot ignore. Moon Spectre quietly says she is ready to fight, but Bisgoro snaps back that this is suicide and reminds Sungjin how terrifying the dragon's power really is. When Ariane starts to lose interest and move on, Sungjin stops her and asks for a little time to discuss the challenge. Amused, she offers them absurdly generous time like a day or even a week, showing again that time means almost nothing to a dragon like her. Sungjin gathers the hunters and asks who wants to try, but the group answers with silence. He activates Jeremiah's eye and hears their real thoughts, and every one of them is some version of no way, that dragon will kill us. With the group too scared to even test the idea, Sungjin decides to ask the one advisor he saved for this exact kind of hidden boss. He pulls out Soldemer's lamp and summons the genie, who stops mid-greeting the moment he senses the dragon woman nearby. Soldemer confirms she is a red dragon and says her power is so overwhelming she likely has no equal on the whole planet. Because of his immortal contract, Soldemer can sense mana and estimates that this dragon is around 10,000 years old, or even older. Even then, Sungjin asks the real question anyway. If all he needs is one scratch on her clothes, do they have any chance at all? After thinking it through, Soldemer finally says the honest answer is no if they stay rational, but there might be one opening if they use a dragon's arrogance against her. Soldemer explains that ancient dragons are often ruled by boredom, so if Ariane treats the fight as entertainment instead of war, she may leave a tiny opening on purpose or by carelessness. That is enough for Sungjin, because Ariane already feels like a being outside the raid's rules, and any reward from her could matter in ending this nightmare. Sungjin returns to the others, announces that he is challenging her, and asks one last time if anyone will come with him. Nobody answers, because even if teaming up might increase their odds, they are all thinking first about the chance of dying beside him. So Sungjin walks away from the group alone, ignoring Bisgoro's furious protests because he has already made up his mind. He asks Moon Spectre to stay ready, and she answers with quiet loyalty while he approaches the dragon. Standing right in front of her, Sungjin briefly thinks about Kane and the friends he may never see again if this ends badly. Then he opens his eyes, uses the Star of the Nameless, and switches his active title back to Master Hunter for maximum combat power. Instead of drawing Moon Spectre, he readies the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and checks Yanhurat, knowing this fight may force him to risk everything. He warns Soldemer that if he dies he wants Kane told sorry, only for the genie to calmly remind him that his own existence will end too if Sungjin falls. When Ariane asks how many hunters will face her, Sungjin shocks her by declaring that he will challenge her alone. Ariane calls him either brave or foolish, but she clearly respects the courage it takes to step forward alone. To make the duel clean, she orders the other 9 hunters to stay out of it, and instantly banishes them from the battlefield. Then Ariane casually points out the mistake he missed in all the tension. Sungjin is almost completely out of mana before the duel even starts. Before he can even ask properly, Ariane refills his mana to maximum herself, proving again that winning is less important to her than being entertained. Satisfied, Ariane spreads her hands and invites the mortal to begin, and the operator finally announces the hidden boss by name, Ariane. Sungjin starts with his plan at once, activating substitute reading so Gourmet's monocle can recite the Romance of the Three Kingdoms for him. The chosen passage is Zhang Fei's scene again, and Sungjin knows that if it finishes he can briefly shut down Ariane's spellcasting. Ariane does not wait and casually throws out Inferno, a hellish blast so huge it could swallow the whole cavern. Soldemer throws up an anti-magic shield, but Ariane's flames smash through it instantly. Bisgoro and Sungjin throw up 2 more anti-magic shields, but those shatter too, forcing Sungjin to dive clear of the still massive Inferno. As he scrambles clear, Sungjin looks up in frustration because the book is still reading and his countermeasure is not ready yet. Ariane rises into the air and launches a second spell, a fireball so huge it looks more like a meteor falling on him. Soldemer realizes he cannot stop that one, so Sungjin gambles on Artemio's Reflect magic even though the attack looks far too large to turn back. The reflection works, and the giant fireball whips back toward Ariane instead of killing Sungjin on the spot. Instead of dodging, Ariane casually catches and absorbs the reflected fire into her hand, impressed that he survived 2 spells already. But those few seconds were enough, because the reading finally completes and Sungjin triggers the seance of Zhang Fei. Empowered by Zhang Fei's seance, Sungjin surges forward at once while Ariane laughs in delight at the ancient book's power and the fight he is finally giving her. Sungjin charges Ariane before she can finish another spell and fires off Shout of Changban to force her into close combat. Ariane instantly answers by pulling out a short stick that unfolds into a slender staff, showing she is willing to beat him physically instead of casting. Sungjin slashes from both sides at once, but Ariane hops back and turns the staff cleanly enough to knock away both legendary blades. Her next thrust looks simple, but the staff bends its path mid-motion and nearly catches Sungjin twice before his boosted speed barely saves him. When he looks for a chance to counter, Ariane's staff is already above his head, and he has to throw both swords up just to stop a skull-crushing blow. Ariane casually praises the block, and Sungjin realizes the earlier thrusts were bait, and she had been playing with him the whole time. He finally knocks the staff away and retreats, but the clash has already shattered Artemio in half. Knowing he has seen enough, Sungjin drops the broken sword, draws Blood Vengeance, grabs the grotesque Yanhurat necklace, and commits to killing mode. Yanhurat answers at once. A violent red aura floods over Sungjin, and Ariane's expression hardens because she knows exactly what that state means. He explodes forward at full speed and hammers her with a storm of twin sword strikes, but Ariane's staff keeps turning every hit aside. Even pushed to the limit, Ariane still keeps every blade off her body, and Sungjin realizes he will die the moment his seance runs out, and her magic comes back. With the countdown closing in, Sungjin hears Bisgoro urge him to use frenzy, then give the desperate solution when he hesitates. Cut yourself. With only seconds left, Sungjin activates Frenzy and slashes his own side with both swords to stack the speed boost on his own body. Ariane pauses in open disappointment because she thinks her toy has broken and Sungjin is trying to die, and that tiny mistake gives him the opening he needs. In the final 3 seconds before the seance ends, Sungjin unleashes a last burst so fast even Ariane has to weather it head-on. The instant the seance ends, Ariane calmly says stop, and Sungjin's body obeys before he can swing again. Soldamer rushes in to protect his master, but Ariane shuts him down just as easily with another command. While they stand helpless, Ariane admits the fight was genuinely thrilling, and Sungjin can only stare at her clothes and realize he never even damaged the hood. Then the operator declares Ariane's hidden boss bet a success, shocking Sungjin because she still looks completely unharmed. Only then does a thin cut bloom across Ariane's cheek, proving one of his last attacks really did reach her. Ariane wipes the blood away, heals the cut instantly, and frankly admits she had planned to kill him after she got bored. But a promise is a promise, so Ariane releases Sungjin from her command and formally ends the fight. Yanhurad is still screaming for blood, but Ariane tells it to calm down, and the maddening voice cuts off at once, leaving Sungjin crushed by sudden exhaustion. Now that he has survived, Sungjin quickly shifts the mood and praises Ariane's terrifying staff skill to open a friendlier conversation. Ariane says his performance was unbelievable for a human, and Sungjin bows and asks her to help him end the miserable cycle the hunters are trapped in. She teases him with the old story of a hero defeating a dragon and earning treasure, then agrees the hidden boss owes him a reward. Ariane summons a transparent ring full of drifting blue matter and hands it over as her first gift. She explains that the ring contains the power of Anatole of the blue sky, and even Soldamer reacts like he is staring at a legend. When Sungjin tries to inspect the ring, the operator only labels it unclaimed, so Ariane tells him to put it on and is baffled when the cube's rules stop him. Ariane casually grabs the cube out of the air, proving again that she can touch the thing no hunter should be able to touch. Looking at the cube, Ariane hints that it does seem connected to some maker, and Sungjin immediately presses her for the truth behind the entire raid system. She refuses to say much because her mother warned her not to get involved, and that casual mention of her mother leaves Sungjin stunned all over again. Pressed for even a hint, Ariane says the raids are not simply being staged but watched and recorded because there is meaning in that. Since she will not explain further, Ariane summons one more item, an ordinary-looking pen, and offers it as a clue instead of an answer. She tells him she hopes her presence help him escape his tragic fate, and before Sungjin can ask another question, Ariane disappears. Soldamer stares at the ring in awe, so Sungjin lets him examine it, and the magician can only confirm one thing for sure: the mana inside is overwhelming. Sungjin decides he needs distribution as fast as possible, so he heads back toward the lava fall and has Soldamer cast levitation for the trip out. Outside the hidden boss cavern, the surviving hunters are stunned to see Sungjin come back alive from a fight they thought should have killed him. He brushes off the hunter's amazement because he has no time to waste and starts giving quick orders before he leaves. Sungjin calls Immortal and Friar forward, keeping one eye on Friar because he still suspects him of becoming a troll later. He first gives Immortal the straightforward job of leading the others to finish the remaining monsters, rewarding his cooperation with trust. Then Sungjin turns on Friar alone and quietly warns that if he follows through on what he is planning in the future, Sungjin will hunt him down and kill him. Without exposing Friar in public, Sungjin leaves the warning hanging in parts from the group like nothing happened. He returns to call Gal's corpse, pulls out the Troll Seeker marble, and triggers dimensional transfer right at the boss room where troll hunting will be fastest. The reward screen rolls in, and even with a lower contribution than usual, the 10-man raid pays out an enormous amount of points and coins. Then the item distribution hits all at once, and Sungjin receives the dragon scale armor, the ring, the brush, the pulp of evolution, and 3 enhancement stones. Every reward is legendary, confirming that Ariane's gifts really were folded into the official loot. The operator also grants him Dragon Slayer, a new title that makes any attack against dragons hit 4 times harder. With distribution finished and transfer counting down, Sungjin sends Soldamer back to the inn and prepares to jump dimensions alone. A moment later Sungjin arrives in another version of the raid, spots Call Gal's corpse already down, and realizes this parallel party must have been strong and fast. Assuming any trolls would head for the hidden boss cavern, Sungjin breaks into a run toward it while finally giving in to his curiosity about Ariane's mysterious loot. While running through the lair, Sungjin checks the red dragon scale armor and sees a legendary breastplate with fire resistance, a stacking dragon's rage passive, and a dragon's breath active skill. He equips the armor on the spot, relieved to finally have a legendary chest piece after fighting this long with nothing protecting his torso. Next he raises the ring Ariane praised and finds an even rarer treasure, Yahello, a unique legendary ring that lets its wearer cast every blue magic spell. When he reads that the ring can also multiply magic power 5-fold for 30 seconds, Sungjin immediately starts imagining how dangerous that combination could become. A spellcaster's voice echoes from deeper in the lair, so Sungjin slips the ring onto his finger and pivots toward the fight instead of testing it now. Realizing his current title still shows Master Hunter, he pulls out the Star of the Nameless and switches back to Adjudicator before charging in. Elsewhere in the same raid, Tanabat is still thankful the dragon fight ended without losing anyone, even though he came out burned and clawed up. He thanks the divine archer for carrying the team, convinced the archer's speed, precision, and strange support magic kept people alive. But when the team checks contribution scores, resentment starts brewing because the divine archer has clearly taken most of the credit. Tanabat only notices the betrayal when 4 hunters suddenly jump the divine archer from behind in the middle of the cleanup hunt. Tanabat throws himself in to protect the archer, and for a moment the two of them hold the trolls back with solid tank and archer teamwork. Then more hunters pick the troll's side, and even with a red mage joining Tanabat, the fight turns into a brutal 7 against 3. The red mage goes down, one attacker is finally shot dead, and Tanabat realizes he chose the right side just in time to be killed for it. At the worst possible moment, a new figure drops into the fight, and casually calls 6 trolls at once a jackpot. A troll threatens him, but Sungjin answers with steel and immediately shows he is operating on a completely different level. With the divine archer covering him, Sungjin tears through the trolls so fast that 3 are dead within seconds, leaving Tanabat only watching the slaughter. The surviving trolls panic and run, but Saran is even faster, pinning 2 of them with arrows before Sungjin can finish the job himself. Annoyed that his adjudicator title needs those kills, Sungjin snaps at the divine archer to stop stealing them and freezes the last troll in place himself. He beheads the frozen troll, leaving only Tanabat and the divine archer alive among a floor of bodies. Tanabat tenses up because the adjudicator looks like a nightmare made real, drenched in blood, carrying 2 swords, and wearing a flaming skull title. Instead of turning on them, Sungjin calmly walks from corpse to corpse collecting copy drops of the dead hunter's gear. He mutters in disappointment that there were 6 trolls but he only got to kill 4, which does nothing to make Tanabat feel safer. When Sungjin finally asks if the 2 survivors are alright, the divine archer surprises Tanabat by greeting him like an old acquaintance. Then the divine archer peels off the fake skin and beard, revealing that the archer was Saran all along. Sungjin quietly greets Miss Saran as her true face returns, and even Tanabat can tell this reunion means more than a chance meeting. Their reunion is warmer this time, and Saran openly thanks him for warning her about disguises because the ugly bearded mask kept unwanted attention off her. When Saran asks how he suddenly appeared here, Sungjin first makes Tanabat step away because this answer is not for strangers. Once they have privacy, Sungjin tells Saran the truth. He uses an item that tracks trolls across dimensions, and that is how he earned and uses the adjudicator title. Saran admits she has adjudicator too, which is why she had almost kept shooting the runners until she recognized Sungjin's voice. After thanking her for yielding those kills, Sungjin decides to repay the trust another way and pulls out a bottle of holy water of baptism. He explains just enough to tempt her curiosity. The item will share part of his stats with her and let her reach him again when she needs him. Saran chooses to trust him without fully understanding, so she stands still and lets Sungjin pour the holy water over her. Light erupts around Saran as the baptism takes hold, and the operator grants her the chosen one title tied directly to Sungjin. When Saran checks the new title, she is stunned by the huge stat boost and the once-a-day right to summon Sungjin if he agrees. Sungjin tells her the real point is the summon, and asks her to call him at 5 p.m. after the raid so they can finally talk properly. Before he can explain more, a teleport request cuts in, and the image on his cube shows Nada desperately calling for help from another dragon fight. Sungjin instantly realizes Nada is in real danger, and Saran is left blinking at the fact that this woman calls him Mr. Boobs. With the timer dropping fast, Sungjin has no time to clear up the misunderstanding and only repeats that Saran must call him at 5 p.m. Just before leaving, he points Saran toward the lava fall and reveals that the hidden piece is behind it if she freezes the lava first. Sungjin accepts Nada's request and vanishes mid-conversation, leaving Saran staring at the empty space where he stood. Saran can barely process their second meeting because Sungjin arrived like a storm, saved her, baptized her, dropped secrets, and disappeared again in minutes. As she gathers the troll's dropped gear, Tanabat asks if that terrifying man was someone she already knew. Saran says Sungjin is someone she met in a past raid and, without joking at all, calls him probably the strongest hunter. When Tanabat asks if K is even his real name, Saran suddenly remembers Sungjin promised to tell her the next time they met. She checks the remaining raid time, calculates that she can meet him later in the black market, and quietly resolves to ask everything at 5 p.m. Then she turns practical again, points Tanabat toward the lava fall Sungjin mentioned, and invites him to go claim the hidden piece with her. Tanabat activates his flight boots and starts walking up through the air, proving he can keep up. Saran answers by calling wind to herself and lifting into the air with her fairy cape, heading for the lava fall and the hidden piece. But while flying there, Saran cannot stop thinking about Nada's face on that summoned screen and the uneasy realization that she was not the only one Sungjin chose. By the time she nears the hidden piece, Saran is still distracted by one last baffling detail of the whole encounter. Why on earth does that woman call him Mr. Boobs? Sungjin lands in another dimension and barely has time to orient himself before a giant fireball drops straight at him. With Artemio broken and no time to chant, he throws his frozen mantle over himself and shouts "Solidify" as the blast detonates. The explosion still scorches him, curling his hair and burning exposed skin, but the red dragon scale armor saves the parts it covers. When he looks around, Call Gal is still rampaging overhead, and most of the raid party is already dead. Only 5 hunters are left alive, and even after losing half their team they have barely wounded the dragon. Sungjin braces himself for another lethal fight, and his swords start biting deeper because he finally remembers his Dragon Slayer title bonus. Nada backs him up with black magic, weakening Call Gal while the shocked survivors rally behind Sungjin's attack. With Sungjin leading the push, the battered party finally brings Call Gal down again. As the others celebrate, Sungjin slumps against the dragon and exhales, knowing this win was rougher because his major item cooldowns were gone. Nada comes over and sincerely thanks him, admitting her group was in real danger after all their tanks burned to death. Sungjin cuts past the thanks and asks if she finally understands their last encounter was a misunderstanding. Nada admits she judged him wrong and now believes he had his reasons for what happened before. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, Sungjin gets to his feet and says he has to leave for other dimensions immediately. Nada is baffled, but Sungjin explains he cannot stay and tells her to summon him again if she is ever in danger. To give her one clear promise, he tells Nada to call him at 7 p.m. if she needs him. Before leaving, Sungjin points the survivors toward the hidden piece behind the lava fall and warns them not to challenge the hidden boss. Satisfied that Nada can manage the rest, Sungjin uses another Troll Seeker marble and jumps out again, glad they parted on better terms. His next jump drops him into a 3-on-3 fight, and he immediately cuts down 2 troll hunters before anyone can react. In another dimension he finds 2 survivors already dueling for points, both deep in troll state, and he kills them after they turn their temporary truce against him. The 4th dimension is simpler. Only 1 troll is left, and Sungjin kills him too. After hours of non-stop running, killing, and teleporting, Sungjin checks the timer, feels completely drained, and heads to one last red dragon corpse for his final marble. He activates Pursuit of Justice for the last jump, expecting chaos again, but instead arrives in a chamber where Call Gal is still asleep. The sight jolts him, because it means the trolling in this dimension probably happened before anyone even reached the boss fight. He backs away carefully and searches for survivors without waking the dragon. Just around the bend he finds 4 hunters sitting together in total despair, having already given up on the raid. They are startled by his sudden appearance, but Sungjin presses past that and demands to know what happened here. When Sungjin asks about trolls, one survivor admits there was one earlier and points out the corpse where they killed him. But nobody explains further until Sungjin loses patience, swings his sword, and promises to save them if they answer honestly. To make them listen, he calls himself a helper who appears when people have already given up. They still do not believe he can kill Call Gal for them, so Sungjin walks to a nearby magma golem corpse and cuts it cleanly in half with one stroke. Then he points to his dragon scale armor and flatly says he has already killed that dragon twice. At last one hunter explains the disaster. A bad arrow pull led 2 dragon demi-humans onto them. 6 people died in the fighting and the arguing, and the only troll is already dead. That answer kills Sungjin's momentum, because he came here hunting trolls and there is nothing left for him to gain. The survivors nervously ask if he will still kill the dragon for them, and Sungjin hesitates because the fight is risky and unrewarding. Their desperate begging finally cracks his resistance, but it also gives him an idea when he looks down at the ring of the warlord. Sungjin agrees on one condition: each of them must kiss his ring and accept a permanent 10% black coin penalty. Facing certain death, all 4 accept without hesitation and kiss the ring one by one, giving Sungjin 4 more white coins. Since he is committed now, Sungjin finally spends the huge pile of stat points he had been carrying and spreads them across strength, dexterity, endurance, magic power, and mind power. Next he uses the Star of the Nameless to switch his active title from Master Hunter to Dragon Slayer for the full dragon killing bonus. He checks his new status, and the survivors are even more stunned by the absurd numbers than they were by his swordsmanship. Looking at those numbers, Sungjin decides this is the perfect time to test AIO Ring of the Great Sage with Frostbite. Before he heads in, he tells the survivors to stay back unless they can safely support him with ranged attacks. He enters the chamber again, finds Call Gal still sleeping, and charges straight at him with both swords ready. A half-awake Call Gal mocks the armor on Sungjin's body, not realizing he is facing the man who has already killed him again and again. Sungjin slips past the familiar opening attacks and lands a few blows so strong that even he is surprised by the Dragon Slayer title's effect. When Call Gal takes to the air to unleash his breath attack, Sungjin decides to test AIO for real. He casts Empower Magic, and the ring erupts with blinding light as a massive surge of power floods his body. Sungjin follows immediately with Binding Frost and Frostbite, releasing a monstrous wave of cold that freezes the dragon in midair and slams him to the ground. Even Call Gal can barely force out a stun question, because the spell was far stronger than a simple 5x boost should have been. Sungjin does not give him time to recover, triggering Frenzy and tearing into the helpless dragon before he can resist at all. The cubes announce Call Gal's defeat, and Sungjin realizes he just killed the dragon far more easily than on the earlier runs. What stays with him most is AIO's terrifying potential, because a single boosted second circle spell just dropped a red dragon. Then the 4 survivors rush in and mob him with grateful hugs, celebrating the Dragon Slayer who just saved all of them. After surviving the Red Dragon's lair, Sungjin drops into the black market exhausted and heads straight for first drop to finally breathe. While Sungjin sits down, the operator announces that the 10-man raid is over and the next raid will start 2 days later, reminding him he actually has time to rest. Still feeling scorched from the volcano raid, Sungjin asks the server for a cola packed with ice instead of tea. He gulps the cola down so fast it feels like the lava heat finally leaves his body. Once he cools off, Sungjin has the operator dump out the raid loot so he can sort through everything except the Fruit of Evolution and Enhancement Stones. Looking over the pile jogs his memory, and Sungjin pulls out 2 things he never properly checked before, the Dragon Heart and Ariane's pen. The Dragon Heart turns out to be a legendary crafting material with huge mana value, and Sungjin immediately thinks of taking it to Cargos. Then he checks Ariane's gift and is baffled to find that Mu Pen of Reply is only a normal grade pen meant to write out one stored message. He decides to test it anyway, lays the pen on a stiff napkin, and activates the writing spell. The first line the pen writes is instantly familiar, because it matches the hidden merchant's strange saying about answers and questions. The pen keeps going and writes out a pre-dawn address, clearly revealing the route to the hidden shop darker than black. When the pen finally drops lifelessly, Sungjin realizes Ariane's clue was supposed to change his fate by leading him to that merchant. That clue only makes things stranger, because Sungjin already knew about Darker Than Black from his past life and remembers hearing about it from Edward near the end. He can't solve that contradiction alone, so he decides the only useful move is to visit the hidden merchant at dawn and show him the written note. With that mystery shelved for later, Sungjin goes back to business and starts pricing the mountain of troll loot item by item. In the middle of the stack, he suddenly finds another Blood Vengeance, hidden at first because its scabbard color was changed. That discovery gives him an idea. If duplicate legendary swords can be fed into upgrades, he may have found a shortcut around the rarity of enhancement stones. After listing prices for everything else, Sungjin takes the sale pile to the auction house, where the staff treat him like a major customer. On the way out, he doubles back to ask if anyone has listed a Blood Vengeance, hoping to buy another copy for upgrades. There are no copies for sale, but the dead end sparks a better plan. He can use Chosen One trades to get more Blood Vengeances and save his new enhancement stones for Artemio instead. With that settled, Sungjin heads to Cargos' smithy to ask about the Dragon Heart and cash in his latest upgrades. Inside the smithy, Cargos greets him with rough humor and asks how the upgraded Moon Spectre performed, and Sungjin says it was beyond anything he expected. Sungjin passes along Moon Spectre's thanks, and Cargos' awkward reaction leaves him faintly amused. Then Sungjin reveals the Dragon Heart, and Cargos' whole demeanor changes the instant he recognizes what is in front of him. Cargos confirms it is real and asks where Sungjin got it, only to learn it came straight from the Red Dragon's lair. When Sungjin asks what can be made from it, Cargos explains the heart can become one powerful item, not a set, and starts outlining the options. Sungjin leans toward defense first, but Cargos says the material is too small for major armor and would work best as a shield or helm. The moment a helm is mentioned, Sungjin has to shut down Bisgoro's panicked protest because his talking helm does not want to be replaced. Shield is not ideal either since Sungjin fights with a sword in each hand, so he asks if gauntlets, boots, or accessories could work instead. Cargos shuts down every shortcut, and Sungjin is left listening as the smith insists the Dragon Heart must stay whole, or its power drops hard. Cornered by the limits, Sungjin reluctantly circles back to a shield even though it does not fit his fighting style. Then Cargos offers a cleaner answer: forge another sword, one built for magic, because the Dragon Heart's real strength is boosting mana. As Cargos breaks down his loadout sword by sword, Sungjin realizes the smith has already read exactly how he fights. After thinking it through, Sungjin accepts the idea and orders a new sword forged from the Dragon Heart. Cargos names the price and timeline: 2 days and 10,000 black coins for the new magic sword. Sungjin follows that up by laying down Artemio and asking Cargos to enhance it too. When Cargos reminds him a legendary item needs 3 more stones, Sungjin calmly calls up the cube and proves he already has them. Cargos agrees to handle both jobs side by side, and Sungjin listens as the schedule lands: Artemio tomorrow, new sword the morning after. Back at 99 Nights, Sungjin is too drained to discuss magic with Soldemer and drops straight onto the bed instead. He checks the time and realizes he only has a short window before meeting Saran, so he tells the operator to wake him in 30 minutes. As he drifts off, his thoughts soften from survival and gear into something almost normal, spending tomorrow eating around the market, maybe even with Nada and Saran. 30 minutes later the operator wakes him, and Sungjin sits up with messy hair, suddenly aware he is about to meet Saran outside the raids. He awkwardly fixes his appearance in the mirror, not because he is vain, but because meeting Saran suddenly feels different now. Before he can settle himself, a Chosen One summon request appears, and Sungjin accepts almost immediately. He arrives in a calm, elegant cafe Saran picked out herself, and the whole place feels more like a date spot than a quick hunter stop. Saran proudly introduces the cafe's atmosphere, coffee, and sweets, while Sungjin looks around and realizes he never even knew this kind of place existed here. Sungjin came planning to explain the Chosen One arrangement, but Saran cuts in first and says she has questions of her own. Her first question catches him completely off guard, because instead of asking about powers or strategy, she asks how old he is. Sungjin answers that he is 27, and Saran immediately reveals she is 1 year younger. With that gap established, Saran asks if she can call him Appa from now on, pushing their relationship a step closer in one neat move. Sungjin awkwardly agrees, and Saran immediately tells him to stop speaking so formally because she wants him to treat her like someone younger and close. That sudden warmth leaves Sungjin badly flustered, and he hides behind a sip of coffee while realizing Saran is much gentler than he expected. Saran asks Sungjin to drop the formal speech, and hearing her call him Appa leaves him visibly awkward. To cover his discomfort, Sungjin brings up the emergency call from another chosen one, and Saran darkens because she knows exactly what kind of misunderstanding that scene created. Sungjin quickly changes topics and asks how Saran has been doing since they split up at the canyon. Saran proudly shows him the completed 1001 Nights, confirming she gathered all 3 parts, and combined them just as he advised. As Saran explains how she saved coins and watched the auction house, Sungjin realizes she must have been the one who bought his mystery pouch. When Sungjin says he was the seller, Saran finally breaks her usual poker face and reacts with open surprise. Sungjin clears up the confusion over his changing title, and Saran explains that the pouch gave her the first volume, letting her buy the last piece and finish the set. Saran says the book is strong enough to crush most bosses and even helped her challenge hidden bosses in tougher raids. She casually names Dark Elf Village and the Magician's Ivory Tower, and Sungjin notices the Chimrao ring on her finger as proof of how far she has come. When Saran mentions finding a hidden piece in the troll raid, Sungjin immediately asks what she did with the dragon's heart. Saran says she turned the dragon's heart into a quiver that feeds mana into her arrows, and the two settle into an easier back and forth about raids. Then Saran reminds him of his old promise, and asks for the real name hidden behind K. For the first time since regressing, Sungjin tells someone his real name. But when Saran asks for his last name, Sungjin stops and pulls back before giving her the rest. He says he will explain after the raids, because names mean closeness to him, and in his last life too many friends died calling for him. Saran quietly points out that he always talks like someone who has already lived through all of this once. Sungjin tries to bluff his way past it, but Saran cuts him off with a flat little liar. She moves her hair aside and reveals the purple eye of Jeremiah earring, proving she read his thoughts before she asked. Saran lays out every clue that made her suspicious, from hidden bosses and rare items to dimensional travel, until Sungjin can no longer deny it. When Sungjin asks how much she heard, Saran answers that she caught the part where he was the final survivor given a second chance. Instead of recoiling, Saran says that surviving to the end and coming back to fight again is nothing to be ashamed of. She asks the awful question herself, and Sungjin admits that in the first timeline she died too, just like everyone else in the end. Saran stays remarkably calm, and that steady reaction finally convinces Sungjin he can trust her with the truth. He asks her to keep his regression secret because other hunters might break under that revelation, and Saran agrees at once. With the secret out, Sungjin finally explains his real plan: gather strong, trustworthy people and shape the final 10 before history repeats itself. He tells Saran he chose her for that future team, and her chosen one title now feels less like a buff and more like an invitation into his core group. Sungjin reminds her that if luck turns bad she can call him, and mentions there are already 2 other chosen ones besides her. When Saran asks how she can help, Sungjin first tells her the obvious answer: get stronger, because that strength will carry the whole team. Then an inappropriate comment from Biscoro cuts into Sungjin's thoughts, and his face sours while Saran stays unaware across the table. Sungjin shakes that off and remembers something useful instead. He needs Saran's help buying a sword at Last Edge. As they walk into the black market together, Sungjin gives Saran one brutal warning: if she ever meets Adrian, called Ed, she should kill him without hesitation. Saran asks why, and Sungjin says the blonde mage betrayed his own allies at the very end of the last timeline. On the way to Last Edge, Saran keeps digging into the betrayal, trying to understand what kind of person would do that. Sungjin says the worst part is that Ed used to seem like a genuinely good man, gentle and smart right up until that final raid. He explains that the final 10 were all strong specialists, and he only outlived the others because he happened to be standing slightly away when Ed attacked. The conversation ends as they arrive at Last Edge, where Sungjin immediately checks the display and confirms blood vengeance exists in Saran's dimension too. Kenneth brings over the Crimson Blade, but the same rule blocks Sungjin again: a guest hunter cannot buy from another dimension's shop. So Sungjin asks Saran to buy it for him and resell it immediately, warning her not to equip it even for a joke because that would bind the weapon to her. Saran handles the purchase cleanly, and Sungjin secures his 3rd copy of Blood Vengeance for a future upgrade. The two briefly compare upgrade progress, and Saran says she already spent enhancement stones on her bow and mantle. Then Franz appears on Sungjin's cube with a teleport request, abruptly pulling Sungjin toward his next appointment. Sungjin tells Saran Franz is another chosen one, and they quickly set a date to meet again tomorrow at 1. Sungjin accepts the request and arrives in Franz's dimension, where Franz is already waiting outside a restaurant in the black market. Franz immediately asks about the beautiful woman he just saw, and Sungjin casually says she is one of the other chosen ones. Franz leads him to a pub with good beer and food, and Sungjin goes along happily. At Mono's Cool and Petty, a bulky gorilla owner serves them huge sausages and frothing mugs of beer for a rare relaxed meal. Over food and beer, Franz says Sungjin's title made the raid much easier even if they still couldn't risk the hidden boss. After dinner they head to Last Edge again, where Franz buys another blood vengeance on Sungjin's behalf. With the fourth copy secured, Franz suggests meeting tomorrow too, and Sungjin carefully gives him the leftover 3 o'clock slot because lunch and dinner are already taken. Sungjin returns to his own dimension and reappears in his room at 99 nights. Downstairs, Dalyupin says dinner has already been handled for the summons, so Sungjin turns straight to the next thing on his mind, auction receipts. He checks his coin total and realizes he is sitting just under 7,000, which may or may not be enough for the combination he wants next. Since he has to wait anyway, Sungjin decides to use the time on 2 priorities, and first calls Soldamer over to examine Yahello. Soldamer instantly recognizes the ring as power tied to the great wizard Anatole, and Sungjin explains how absurdly strong it felt in actual combat. Sungjin says Yahello unlocked every blue magic and multiplied his magic power 5-fold, enough to freeze the red dragon even inside its own volcano. Soldamer adds that stronger magic gains extra effects naturally, hinting the ring may be even more broken than the numbers suggest. Right then the evening delivery arrives, and Dalyupin takes the auction receipts from the messenger and brings them straight to Sungjin. Sungjin flips through the stack and realizes his heroic item sales are pouring in enough money to make tomorrow's elixir realistic. Meanwhile Soldamer mutters that with a little work, the ring might even make that possible, and Sungjin instantly catches the implication. Soldamer reminds him of the forbidden blue magic they discussed before, reversing time. That possibility makes Sungjin realize Yahello may be worth far more than the impossible spellbook itself, turning Ariane's gift into something almost priceless. Looking out at the darkening sky, Sungjin quietly thanks Ariane for the gift that might change everything. Back at the inn, Sungjin counts 10 auction receipts and realizes his money has exploded again. The huge total makes him think of how different this life is, especially after already buying legendary gear. He decides the day was worth it, but he is too exhausted to visit the smithy tonight and pushes the sword fusion to later. Before going up, Sungjin tells Soldamer he is turning in early and wants more research on the ring by tomorrow. He skips his usual bath, takes only a quick wash, and drops straight into bed. At 4:10 in the morning, Sungjin wakes on schedule and heads out before dawn. Dalyupin comes up the stairs to wake him, only to find Sungjin already moving. Outside the inn, Sungjin finds his linked beasts waiting, sleepless Shadowrun, alert Kane, and a deeply sleeping Regenta. Kane rises to follow, but Sungjin quietly orders him to stay behind. Seeing how fast Regenta is growing, Sungjin figures the young royal griffin may become as big as a small dragon. On the way to Darker Than Black, Sungjin rereads Ariane's napkin and the hidden instructions written by the reply pen. The warning hits harder now that he knows even dragons avoid the merchant he is about to meet. He wonders if the shopkeeper is a god or a demon, and Biscoro immediately starts grumbling in his head. Sungjin dryly reminds the sulking item that he wears it here because it helps him see in the dark, not because he likes the attitude. Inside Darker Than Black, the merchant greets Sungjin with fake surprise that makes it obvious he expected him to survive. When Sungjin brings up the red dragon and her mother, the merchant casually says he knows of Ariane's line from long ago. The merchant makes it worse by saying he met Ariane's mother when she was still an infant, and Sungjin finally realizes just how ancient he might be. Sungjin bluntly says the merchant cannot be human, but the man only smiles and refuses to be pinned down. Sungjin puts Ariane's napkin on the table and uses it to force the real issue. The merchant already knew he was a regressor. The merchant admits there are very few things he does not know and says that in other dimensions he works as an information broker. He also makes the rule clear: answers have a price, and the truth about what he is would cost an impossible 10,000 white coins. When Sungjin asks what raids are really for, the merchant only repeats the brutal official answer: humanity must prove its worth or be wiped out. So Sungjin changes tactics and pays a cheap 100 black coins to ask the one question that matters now: is there a last raid? The answer lands hard: there is a final raid, and it is not far beyond the chapter where Sungjin died in his first life. That revelation leaves Sungjin grimly calculating how close the endgame may already be. Once he regains focus, Sungjin has the merchant recharge his 5 marbles for later use. Then he asks for a better way to gather the chosen ones, and the merchant produces a tempting answer from the dark. The Helix staff can summon every chosen one, monitor them, and even let Sungjin teleport in himself, but the price is a brutal 30,000 black coins. Sungjin wants it badly, but after weighing Cargos' fee and his other plans, he forces himself to wait until tomorrow. He checks his white coins next, only to learn that 4 can buy nothing except holy water and that real white coin items start at 10. So he settles for 4 bottles of holy water and starts planning around 9 chosen ones instead. Sungjin leaves as fast as he can, and the merchant calmly tells him they will meet again tomorrow. From there he heads straight to the one shop still blazing with light at this hour, Cargos' smithy. Inside the forge, Cargos is still hammering Artemio and notices Sungjin without even turning around. Cargos even spots the 4 matching blades through Artemio's reflection and tells Sungjin he can handle the fusion himself. After paying 6,000 coins, Sungjin opens the strange fusion box and finds it impossibly larger inside. He feeds all 4 blood vengeances into the box and gives it a shake, trusting the forged magic to do the rest. When he opens it again, only 1 sword remains, and its red aura is clearly deeper than before. Reading the familiar stats, Sungjin confirms blood vengeance has returned to the terrifying form he remembered from his previous life. He steps outside to test the katana, and the old feel of it in his hands hits him immediately. A few minutes later, Cargos finishes Artemio and hands over the reforged scimitar with its scabbard. Sungjin inspects the upgraded Artemio and realizes it has become an even nastier anti-mage weapon than before. Pleased with both swords, Sungjin thanks Cargos for making him stronger. Before leaving, he asks about the dragon heart and learns it has nearly melted enough for Cargos to begin forging soon. Sungjin immediately pays the 20,000 coin forging fee in advance so nothing will slow that weapon down later. He returns to the inn carrying 3 legendary swords at his side and finally gives himself permission to sleep. Before closing his eyes, he stares at the enhanced blood vengeance beside the bed like he is looking at a piece of his old life. That sword pulls him into a dream of the past, back to the team he fought beside before he died. In the dream, Hildebrandt the giant tank checks if everyone is ready, standing at the front with hammer and shield like a wall. One by one the old monsters answer him: Proud Ryushin, Seasoned Araujo, and Reckless Fast Umkiba. Mustafa asks for a moment to finish praying, and Nada quietly uses that pause to pray too. Illich finds the timing odd but is ready anyway, and Silent Shunsuke confirms he is set with the same cool precision he always had. Flashback: Sungjin raises his hand and says they can move as soon as the last 2 finish, taking his old role as the team's main damage dealer. Then Edward grabs Sungjin's shoulder from behind and cuts in with a familiar complaint: he is not ready yet. At the gates of the Demon King's castle, the final 10 hunters line up in their assigned rows, and Sungjin grips blood vengeance with the grim feeling that this is humanity's last expedition. At the front, Hildebrandt and Illich quietly review the plan, already focused on spotting dangerous enemy mages and covering each other's roles. Behind them, Ryushin and Umkiba turn the tension into a contest, boasting over who will earn more contribution once the raid begins. Araujo uses the quiet moment to scold Edward again, warning the younger hunter that his habit of acting alone will get the team hurt. In the back, Shunsuke silently checks his crossbow while Mustafa reads from a book, both so still that they make the whole formation feel even more serious. Sungjin's dark thoughts are interrupted when Nada suddenly steps into his space and warmly says she is glad to fight beside him again. Nada jokes that a demon king should be the final boss, then says she wants to visit Korea after the raids because she is curious about Sungjin's real life. When Nada asks what he wants to do after returning home, Sungjin can only admit he has never really had a dream waiting for him. Edward barges into the conversation with his usual energy, and insists Sungjin will discover plenty to want once the raids are over. Edward paints a dazzling future where the final 10 become rich enough to do anything, because the whole world should celebrate the people who saved humanity. Sungjin and Nada both question whether anyone would even know the truth, but Edward keeps pushing the fantasy of memoirs, hero worship, and endless money. The operator's 1-minute warning cuts off the daydreaming, and Hildebrandt bluntly tells Edward to save the hero talk for after they survive the raid. Even so, Edward's words leave Sungjin with a brief, dangerous hope that if they win, he might finally escape the poverty that ruled his whole life. The countdown hits 0, and the gates of the Demon King's castle grind open as the final raid officially begins. Inside the raid, a skeleton mage opens with Inferno, but the hunters avoid the blast because they recognize the incantation and split apart on cue. Then 2 more skeleton mages reveal themselves, and the sudden triple Inferno forces Edward and Mustafa to throw up anti-magic shields, while anyone outside the protected zones gets burned. Using the cover his allies created, Sungjin gambles on Baptism of Blood and charges a skeletal mage, trusting the others to stop any follow-up spell from killing him instantly. The skirmish ends without any deaths, and the hunters regroup among scorched stone and shattered skeletons, relieved for only a second before tempers flare. Illich explodes at Edward and Mustafa for not shielding the tanks as planned, furious that they made split-second choices instead of following the agreed strategy. Ryushin makes it worse by complaining that the support should have focused on him, and Araujo and Shunsuke immediately call out his selfishness. Sungjin watches the team fall into the same ugly infighting that ruined raids in his past, and Edward's suddenly foul expression gives him a bad feeling he cannot shake. For brutal hours later, the exhausted group finally reaches the Demon King's chamber, and the thought they all avoid saying out loud is the same one: this might really be the end. Chadnez arises before them like a nightmare made flesh, a red-skinned demon king with black runes, horns, a third eye, 6 arms, and a cloak of living darkness. With contempt dripping from every word, the Demon King orders his subjects to kill the intruders, and 3 monster portals tear open in the chamber. The hunters rush to their assigned targets, and Sungjin heads for the rear portal exactly as planned, meant to hold the wave there before joining the final push on the boss. But the plan starts failing fast, because the 7 hunters on the boss are struggling and both Nada and Ryushin are getting overwhelmed by their own portals. Sungjin is also being swallowed by the endless stream of monsters, so he calls to Edward for support fire before his position is lost. Edward answers with a high-level spell chant, and for one brief second Sungjin thinks the help is finally coming. Instead of firing toward the portal, Edward turns the spell on his own allies, and the screams from the main formation tell Sungjin everything has just gone horribly wrong. Then Edward's body flares red, and Sungjin realizes the impossible truth at the worst possible moment. Edward has turned into a troll. With the Hunter's formation shattered by Edward's betrayal, Chadnezer wipes out the 7 fighters facing him in one ruthless strike. Ryushin dies next, and Nada staggers backward with fresh holes torn through her body as the whole raid collapses in front of Sungjin. Sungjin screams at Edward for an answer, but Edward only gives him a faint smile before disappearing under the Demon King's attack too. Left alone, Sungjin is swarmed by monsters until Blood Vengeance screams out that his HP has fallen to 1 and his last second of invulnerability begins. 1 second later, Sungjin dies as the final human to fall, ending the nightmare of humanity's last raid in total betrayal. Sungjin jolts awake in bed drenched in cold sweat, instantly realizing he has just relived the moment of his own death in a dream. Lying back down, he starts judging his old final raid teammates one by one, because if he meets them again this life, he refuses to repeat the same disaster. Hildebrand makes the cut in Sungjin's mind, because beneath the jokes he was always serious about ending the raids and saving his daughter. Illich gets rejected despite his skill, because Sungjin remembers too well how rigid and angry he became whenever anyone broke the plan. Ryushin and Umkiba are both out too, one for his ego and the other for being too hard to trust in a civilized team fight. Arojo also gets passed over, because even if he understands tactics, Sungjin can already imagine the constant lecturing and friction. Edward is the easiest decision of all, and Sungjin coldly decides that if necessary, he will even risk becoming a troll for 1 round just to kill him first. Shunsuke stays undecided only because Sungjin still knows almost nothing about him, and Mustafa passes because a skilled healer with family to save is too valuable to lose. Thinking it through, Sungjin realizes the men he trusts most are the ones driven by family, and that thought stings because he grew up as an abandoned orphan. When he glances at the window, the bright light shocks him back to the present, and reminds him he has a lunch appointment with Saran. The operator gives him the late time, and Sungjin hurriedly gets ready so he does not miss the meeting. At a fancy restaurant near the auction house, Sungjin sits awkwardly across from Saran, clearly out of his depth the moment the waiter asks how he wants his steak cooked. Once the small talk runs dry, Sungjin gets to the point and asks Saran to keep an eye out during raids for people who could become their comrades. He tells her the 2 things that matter most are simple but rare in these raids: strength and being a genuinely good teammate. Saran quietly points out the ugly truth that the raids reward selfishness, which is exactly why finding someone both kind and strong is so hard. Sungjin agrees that such people are rare, but that only makes them more valuable, and Saran accepts the task with renewed seriousness. Later that afternoon, Sungjin repeats the same mission to Franz over waffles, asking him to recommend dependable people worthy of the Chosen One title. Franz teases him for accidentally surrounding himself with beautiful women, then laughs it off and promises to look for trustworthy candidates anyway. That evening, Sungjin meets Nada for dinner and explains there are still 6 empty spots if they are building toward a 10-man endgame team. Looking out at the lights, Nada wonders if 6 strong and trustworthy people even exist, and Sungjin can tell she feels the same fear he does about the last raid. Sungjin tells her to prioritize trust first, because anyone still alive this late is probably already strong enough, and the Chosen One title can cover some of the gap. Nada adds that the Chosen One passive alone might carry anyone marked by it all the way to the end, especially if they can call for help when things go bad. When Sungjin says he cannot have people summoning him non-stop, Nada laughs, and then teases him again when he admits he plans to interview every candidate himself like a wary CEO. Back in his room that night, Sungjin barely settles in before Dalyapin arrives with auction receipts and the information sheet for the next raid. Sungjin quickly counts the slips and realizes all 6 auction items sold, confirming with quiet satisfaction that he priced everything perfectly. The operator tells him he now has 46,215 black coins, enough to buy both the Staff of Helix and the elixir he has been aiming for. Thinking ahead, Sungjin heads downstairs and finds Soldimer waiting as promised to report what he learned about Yahello, the ring of the great sage. When Sungjin asks about the research, Soldimer answers that he has gained some insight, ending the chapter on a new lead Sungjin clearly wants to hear. At 99 nights, Sungjin asks Soldimer to spell out exactly what his great sage ring can really do. Soldimer shocks him by saying the ring is priceless, but warns that its huge magic boost is wasted unless Sungjin first builds enough mana to handle it. When Soldimer lists useful blue magic, the point lands hard. Right now Sungjin can only cast a low-tier frostbite because his mana pool is far too small. So Sungjin confirms his next path: stop focusing on raw magic power for now and pour his growth into mind power instead. Soldimer explains that stronger spells use mana more efficiently, which means Sungjin's real goal should be climbing spell classes instead of spamming weaker magic. That leads to the brutal truth: the ultimate blue spell time reversal is still far out of reach, even for Sungjin. Soldimer lays a sheet of numbers on the table, turning Sungjin's stats into cold math instead of hopeful guessing. He walks Sungjin through title bonuses, the ring's multiplier, and the mana cost of time reversal until the final total becomes absurdly huge. The conclusion is painful but simple. Sungjin would need around 50,000 more mind power just to cast that spell once. Soldamer keeps him from regretting his build too much, warning that low magic power would make a time spell so weak it might only buy him a second or two. Then Soldamer mentions that true 9th class magic normally belongs to dragons, unless someone has a dragon's heart. Sungjin casually reveals he already got a dragon's heart in the last raid, and Soldamer is left staring at him in open disbelief. When Sungjin says he already handed the dragon's heart to Cargos, Soldamer can only hope the smith preserves its true nature as a source of mana. That hope gives Sungjin one new possibility. If the finished sword can feed him mana, he might reach time reversal much sooner than expected. In the end, Sungjin admits there is nothing left to do but trust Cargos and wait for the sword's result. At 4:30 in the morning, Sungjin returns to Darker Than Black and asks the hidden merchant for the Emperor's staff he was shown before. He takes the Helix staff and sees it can summon his chosen allies, inspect them from afar, and even force in anyone who rejects the call. The force summon option gives Sungjin pause, because for the first time he has to picture rebellion inside the team he picked himself. Then the merchant brings up Edward, and Sungjin realizes with a chill that without his old memories he would have chosen that same traitor again. That thought lands hard enough that Sungjin starts picturing how dangerous it would be if the people he empowered ever turned on him. The merchant tells him to make better use of his mind-reading earring, and Sungjin instantly wonders if it will work on the merchant himself. His little test dies instantly when the merchant calls him out, and Sungjin freezes in awkward embarrassment. The merchant argues that the mind-reading earring may matter even more than the famous ring, and Sungjin quietly admits the warning makes sense. Since he still has coins left, Sungjin decides to dump 16,000 into a stat elixir and buy as much as he can at once. He drinks the black elixir on the spot, and the bland taste almost makes him doubt it until the operator confirms a huge jump in unallocated points. With shopping finally done, Sungjin leaves the hidden shop and walks the empty black market streets still haunted by the merchant's warning about rebels. At Cargos' smithy, Sungjin arrives before dawn and finds the smith still hammering away without pause. He waits more than 2 hours in silence until sunrise, and only then does Cargos finally call the work finished. Cargos hands over the new sword, and before Sungjin even sees the blade, the dragon-themed scabbard alone leaves him impressed. When Sungjin draws it, the weapon reveals itself as a sleek black legendary katana forged from the dragon's heart in a single solid piece. Its abilities are exactly what Sungjin hoped for, because the sword can restore mana on its own and pour out half the cost of a spell when he needs it most. The sword has one awkward problem though. After all that work, it still has no name. Thinking back to the dragons he met, Sungjin chooses to name the sword after Ariane, the dragon he feels indebted to. Cargos likes the elegant choice so much that he suggests the nickname Dragon Lady, and Sungjin accepts it on the spot. The operator formally registers the weapon as Ariane Dragon Lady, turning the nameless blade into a true part of Sungjin's arsenal. After a few test swings, Sungjin thanks Cargos, though he knows this sword's real value will be in mana support rather than raw damage. On the walk back, Sungjin starts planning how the new sword might let him reach 4th class magic once the ring and mana support are combined. Then another detail clicks into place, and Sungjin realizes Ariane's magic power bonus will stack with the ring hard enough to spike even higher than an SSS weapon for a moment. By the time he gets back to 99 Nights at 7:30, Regenta and Kane are already awake and roughhousing in the courtyard. Seeing Regenta reminds Sungjin that he still has another pulp of evolution, and he immediately decides the griffin will get it. Once they're out of sight, Sungjin pulls the evolution fruit from his cube, but Regenta snaps it up and swallows it before he can even finish presenting it. The effect is much bigger than expected, because Regenta starts glowing and grows far past his old size until he becomes a full large griffin. When the light fades, Regenta is now big enough to ride, and even he looks confused by how much the world suddenly seems to have shrunk. Sungjin tests the obvious next question, and Regenta answers by flapping into the air in a brilliant flash of golden wings. Watching him fly, Sungjin realizes the royal griffin has now grown into a mount he might be able to use in real combat. With raid time closing in, Sungjin heads inside and shows Soldamer the finished dragon's heart sword at once. Soldamer immediately locks onto Ariane's mana support effect, realizing this sword could sharply expand what Sungjin can do with magic. Before Sungjin can order breakfast, his stomach growls and reminds him the raid is close enough that he should gather everyone first. He checks the time with the operator, confirms there is still more than an hour before the raid, and changes plans on the spot. Sungjin grabs the raid information sheet, brings out the Helix staff, and decides this is the right moment to pull his chosen people together. Remembering the Karaharan Frost Plains and its hidden piece, Sungjin activates draft so the team can meet over breakfast before the next raid begins. Sungjin tests his new summoning item by calling Franz first, dragging the sleepy swordsman into an unexpected breakfast plan. Next he contacts Saran, who is already geared up for the raid, and she immediately agrees to come eat with him. Franz and Saran arrive almost at the same time and look around Sungjin's inn, quietly realizing they have crossed into another dimension. While Sungjin waits for Nada, Franz politely breaks the awkward silence and introduces himself to Saran first. Nada finally answers, and Sungjin instantly realizes he caught her in the middle of a shower when she appears on screen in a bathrobe. Even so, Nada accepts, and a few minutes later she joins them in day clothes with damp hair, making the four-person meeting official. Sungjin starts the introductions with Franz, praising both his skill and the fierce duel that convinced him to choose him. He introduces Nada next, but slips by naming her country before remembering she never told him in this timeline, and has to bluff his way out of it. Sungjin recovers by praising Nada as a dagger fighter and black mage, and she ends her turn with a curt greeting. Then Sungjin reveals that Saran is an Olympic gold medalist archer, and Franz excitedly recognizes her, leaving Saran blushing behind her hand. With everyone introduced, Sungjin lays out his plan to gather them for breakfast before raids whenever possible so they can prepare together. He calls Dalyapin over, and the four hunters settle into an easy shared breakfast instead of a stiff first meeting. Over breakfast, Sungjin notices Franz and Saran barely use magic and pushes both of them to learn a spell or two after this raid. When Saran asks why they should stick to one color of magic, Nada smoothly explains that most magic titles only boost a single school at a time. Sungjin sits back and watches the three of them talk on their own, but the easy mood makes him think harder about whether his future team will actually stay stable. To test the atmosphere, Sungjin secretly activates the Eye of Jeremiah and listens to their inner thoughts for 10 seconds. Franz's mind is hilariously simple, because all he can think about is how lucky he is to be eating breakfast with two beautiful women before a raid. Nada's thoughts go in the opposite direction, because she is already bothered by the bigger issue that their chosen groups still cannot enter raids together. Saran startles Sungjin by internally admiring Nada's figure and accidentally recalling the nickname she used for him, making him choke on his croissant. The eavesdropping reassures him for now, so after breakfast Sungjin sends the others back with a promise to meet again tomorrow morning. Left alone with only half an hour before the raid, Sungjin calmly reflects that ordinary 5-man raids no longer scare him after surviving repeated 10-man nightmares. His attention shifts past the coming raid to the next 10-man chapter, and he decides the only reliable answer is to become strong enough to clear those disasters alone. That resolve deepens when he reminds himself that every gain he makes now also lifts his chosen allies, so his strength has become their safety too. Still, the thought of future betrayal nags at him, and he reaches for the earring again while wondering whether even a chosen ally might one day turn rebel. He unequips the Eye of Jeremiah, studies the sleepy eye trapped in its purple gem, and realizes the item's 10-second mind reading is nowhere near enough to reveal a person's true core. So Sungjin jumps to a harsher answer. If he becomes overwhelmingly stronger than everyone else, betrayal might never even be attempted. He starts wargaming the worst case, picturing himself fighting Franz, Nada, and Saran together, and immediately admitting that their balanced roles would make it ugly. In his head he counters them with summons like Cain and Soldimer, the romance of the three kingdoms, and every edge he has, until he finally judges that he could barely win. That grim exercise leaves him with one final rule for the future: choose members carefully, watch them closely, and keep growing until instability itself gets crushed. Then the raid begins, and Sungjin is dropped into the Karaharan Frost Plains, where savage wind and snow turn the whole world into a white storm. A massive saber-toothed tiger lunges out of the blizzard to ambush the rider, but Sungjin cuts it into 3 pieces in a single instant. Looking down at the kill, Sungjin is openly impressed by how monstrous Blood Vengeance and Artemio have become this early in the game. Using Bisgoro's night vision, he spots the Ice Witch's frozen palace through the darkness and thanks Shadowrun for carrying him through the storm untouched. The closer he rides to the palace, the more he remembers that the cold itself is the real enemy here, and his thoughts drift to how his chosen allies are handling their own raids. Elsewhere in her own Frost Plains raid, Nada dodges a charging Yeti, slices off its thumb, and throws her zombie Domingo into the fight to keep it off her. As different hunters strike in sequence, the stupid beast keeps switching targets exactly as Sungjin explained over breakfast, and Nada realizes his advice was dead on. Once the Yeti finally drops, the other hunters are amazed that Nada knew a tactic far more useful than the official information sheet. Nada has no answer for them, because even she cannot explain how Master Hunter K always seems to know too much. In another dimension, Saran fights under the false name Hassan, calmly landing arrows through the wind and wide out where most hunters could barely even aim. By carefully timing each shot, she keeps stealing the Yeti's attention whenever an ally is in danger and turns the whole fight into target control. After the kill, the other hunters praise Hassan's skill, never suspecting the quiet archer helping them is actually Saran in disguise. The disguise has worked so well that Saran can move freely, and with Sungjin's stat bonus boosting her even higher, she feels strong enough to solo an ordinary boss if she had to. But Saran is aiming higher than survival, because Sungjin told her the hidden boss is frozen beneath the palace, and she is determined to claim that reward too. Franz's raid is running even more smoothly, because the man called Frozen Heart has the team halt at exactly the right moment when a Yeti appears through the blizzard. Using Sungjin's breakfast strategy, Frozen Heart assigns the attack order, and the hunters pass the Yeti around one hit at a time under his command. Franz is struck by how naturally everyone follows Frozen Heart, because even he feels compelled to obey the man's cold, effortless leadership. Then the rotation nearly breaks when the first hunter misses his turn, leaving the 5th man 1 heartbeat away from being crushed. Franz moves to save him, but Frozen Heart is faster, stepping in with his shield and taking the hit head-on. But the one that dies is the Yeti, because Frozen Heart's axe has already buried itself at the base of its neck. Frozen Heart coldly warns the hunter whose mistake almost got someone killed, and Franz admires him even more for that ruthless competence. Wanting to know who this man really is, Franz asks for his name, and Frozen Heart finally answers with a quiet sigh, Illich. In the Frost Plains, Illich confirms that the strongest blizzard should point straight to the boss. When Illich presses him for the source, Franz hides Sungjin and the Chosen One's meeting and claims a title gave him the clue. Illich immediately asks what the Chosen One title does, pushing close enough that Franz has to lie about the bonus. Franz says it boosts all stats by about 10%, and Illich openly admits he wants a title like that for himself. Franz stays quiet about the truth and realizes Illich is skilled, calm, and sharp enough to deserve becoming a Chosen One. Franz decides that once this raid is over, he should report Illich to Sungjin. Elsewhere, Sungjin reins Shadowrun to a stop right in front of the transparent frozen palace. The trip only took a few minutes, so Sungjin sends Shadowrun back and approaches the palace alone. He remembers that before his regression, his party wandered blindly because no one guessed the boss was hidden inside the worst part of the blizzard. Satisfied that sharing this route should keep Saran, Nada, and Franz alive, Sungjin admires the palace for a moment. A Yeti tries to ambush him from behind, but Sungjin sidesteps and slices off its fingers with Moon Spectre. When the enraged Yeti rushes again, Blood Vengeance cuts it clean in half. Inside the frozen palace, two strange support pillars twist and reveal themselves as malformed ice golems. The golems hammer at him, but every block strike crumbles their own bodies against his swords until they collapse into rubble. Their defeat draws out the boss, Ice Witch Oelia, descending the stairs with a mocking laugh. While she talks, Sungjin barely listens because he is already thinking about how to test the ring of the Great Sage. As the boss warning appears, Sungjin switches to Artemio and prepares to turn her own magic against her. Oelia fills the room with ice shrapnel, and Sungjin uses Artemio's absorb magic to drag the whole spell back into the blade. She throws up an ice wall to stop his charge, but Blood Vengeance cuts straight through it. Then the witch counters with a creeping white fog of sub-zero liquid, and Sungjin has to tumble back before it can freeze him solid in seconds. Sungjin backs out of the fog's range and tries throwing Blood Vengeance with his glove command, but another ice wall traps the sword. Annoyed, he finally commits to the ring of the Great Sage and draws Ariane to cast through it. He recites a fire spell as the ring and Ariane build to a dangerous, vibrating brightness. The result is a massive fireball far beyond what he expected, so huge that he can barely even see it properly at point-blank range. Oelia throws up one last ice wall, but the fireball detonates through it and wipes her out instantly. The operator announces the clear, and cold water suddenly starts dripping onto Sungjin from above. He realizes his spell burned through the roof, and the entire frozen palace starts collapsing around him. Sungjin grabs the fallen Blood Vengeance from a puddle, stores Ariane, and escapes before the palace fully comes down. From outside, he watches the palace break apart completely as the blizzard finally dies with the Ice Witch. He turns to his next goal, planning to use Treasure Hunter for the hidden piece since he already knows where the hidden boss is. Before he can ask for a clue, something bright catches his eye inside the rubble, the six-pointed star that used to hang from the ceiling. The star survived even though the whole palace melted, so Sungjin climbs onto the wreckage and reaches for it. The moment he grabs it, the cold bites so hard it hurts, and the operator confirms he found the hidden piece, Star of Winter. Not long after, Franz and Illich's party reaches the same frozen palace and gets jumped by the two ice golems inside. Franz and Illich smash through the golems so quickly that the real fight starts with their team already in control. The Ice Witch is dangerous too, but against those two powerhouses she struggles to hold the field. Her freezing fog nearly kills one hunter, but Illich bursts in with Shield of Conviction to knock her away from the helpless target. Franz follows with Wind Slicer, cutting through her ice wall so the others can drag the frozen hunter to safety and warm him back up. After a few more minutes of exchanges, Illich buries his axe in the Ice Witch's chest and clears the boss. The party cheers the clear, and Franz grows even more convinced that Illich would be an incredible ally. At the same time, Franz quietly worries that someone this capable might clash with Sungjin instead of following him. Illich cuts the celebration short and reminds everyone that clearing the boss was only the first objective. He asks if anyone has Treasure Hunter, and when no one answers, Franz offers the hidden boss location instead. Illich does not press Franz about that suspicious knowledge and reveals that he has Treasure Hunter himself. The hint says the hidden piece is a lone star in the winter night, and Illich instantly points everyone toward the ceiling. Back with Sungjin, he studies the item screen and sees the hidden piece is called Lathian, Star of Winter, but the vague description tells him almost nothing. Since it is listed as a material, he decides cargoes can explain it later and moves on to the hidden boss. With the blizzard gone and the night sky clear, Sungjin decides this open field is the perfect place to test Regenta. He pulls out Regenta's egg, calls him forth, and a much larger royal griffin appears in the snow. Regenta stomps around excitedly like a child seeing snow for the first time, even though his body is now mount-sized. When Sungjin asks for a ride, Regenta obediently lowers himself so he can mount up. Regenta launches into the air, and from above Sungjin starts scanning the now visible frost plains for the hidden boss. Sungjin has Regenta rotate slowly until he spots a motionless group in the distance, and directs the griffin toward them. Regenta understands at once and dives fast enough that Sungjin starts thinking his flying carpet has become obsolete. They arrive over the hidden boss site and find 20 or 30 men frozen upright in the snow, with a middle-aged commander in a red mantle at the front. Sungjin decides not to waste his own mana thawing the red-mantled commander, and summons Soldamer to handle it. While Soldamer melts the ice with fire magic, Sungjin switches from Artemio to Moon Spectre and waits with the blade he actually wants for the fight. The thawed commander drops to one knee clutching his head, and Sungjin watches without attacking while the rest of the men stay frozen behind him. As his memory snaps back to the witch, the red-mantled commander calls on the Knights of the Red Lion to rise and the ice behind him starts cracking open. The icebound men start staggering free, but their commander and the whole group look dazed and badly wrong rather than truly recovered. Then the commander's confusion twists into madness, his eyes turn blue, and his kill order flips towards Sungjin's group. The other knights answer in the same blue-eyed state, moving like loyal undead soldiers under a broken command. Only now does the operator label them the hidden boss, and Sungjin quietly decides to end their misery. Soldamer prepares a spell, but Regenta suddenly shoves forward too, eager to join the fight. Before Sungjin can answer, Regenta blasts forward, grabs a Red Lion Knight by the head, and drops him from high overhead, kicking off the battle in brutal fashion. In the Frost Plains, Soldamer's lightning, Regenta's aerial attacks, and Sungjin's sword work tear through the frozen soldiers fast. Even the red-caped commander is no match for Sungjin, who knocks away his sword and drives a blade through his heart. When the last soldiers fall, Soldamer starts to call the hidden boss weak, but Sungjin cuts him off and warns that the fight still is not over. The commander suddenly stands back up, bleeding from the chest and ranting that he cannot die before completing the king's order. Then the dead knights start flying into him, fusing into one hideous armored corpse mass with too many limbs and weapons. Sungjin calmly calls on Moon Spectre and charges the monster anyway. The abomination batters at him with a storm of mismatched weapons, forcing even Sungjin to fight at a careful distance. Sungjin draws Moon Spectre and unleashes Ghastly Wail, making the lower parts of the monster recoil in fear. The fearless upper section tries to keep fighting, but the upgraded blade keeps reapplying fear until more of the thing starts to falter. From somewhere inside the mass, Commander Lahart orders a shield wall, and the whole body rearranges into a tight armored defense. Sungjin immediately signals Soldamer, and chain lightning rips across the shield wall until parts of it scream and open up. The opening is enough for Sungjin to trigger Biscoro's frenzy and carve into the body at close range. The monster still fights back and even tries a synchronized scream that distorts Sungjin's vision, but Iron Will cancels the effect. Remembering how dangerous these coordinated enemies can be, Sungjin decides to answer brute force with an old legendary buff of his own. He throws out Romance of the Three Kingdoms, lets Gourmet's Monocle read the passage, and activates the Seance of Dianwei. When the monster hides behind shields again, Sungjin chooses the direct approach and starts cutting the defense apart with blood vengeance. A deadly burst of spears and swords shoots out from the gaps, but Sungjin bats them all aside and keeps driving forward. With Cargos' upgraded swords holding firm, Sungjin turns into a beast in close quarters and starts dismantling the abomination piece by piece. Commander Lahart keeps barking retreat and counterattack orders until Sungjin finally takes his head off too. Even headless, Lahart tries to cling to the king's order, and then the hidden boss Clear finally registers. Sungjin takes one hard breath among the butchered remains, but he has no time to mourn and immediately prepares to jump to the next raid. The Troll Seeker marble stops him just long enough for the Frost Plains rewards to be distributed first. His points and black coin payout jump again, confirming that his 5-man raid rewards have been steadily climbing. The raid drops 2 legendary items, a frost bow and a frozen gauntlet, and Sungjin immediately thinks about selling them or maybe passing the bow to Saran. Then the operator awards him the title Frozen Heart, a strange ability that can inspect another hunter's status and gear. Sungjin quickly realizes the title would be even more dangerous in a troll's hands than in his own. At another frozen palace, Illich climbs the spire and cuts down a shining 6-pointed star hidden piece with easy confidence. When another star appears right away, Illich explains that hidden pieces here are designed so every hunter can claim one. Franz is impressed all over again as the team takes turns collecting their copies and Illich casually identifies the star as smithing material. With the hidden piece handled, Illich asks Franz for the hidden boss location, trusting the clue Franz learned earlier. Franz points toward the darkness behind the palace, and Illich calmly uses a strange eye from inside his helm to confirm the frozen people waiting there. Guided by Illich, the group leaves the palace and soon reaches the frozen men that mark the hidden boss event. They inspect the frozen group, and one hunter's sword only scratches the ice, proving the boss still has to be awakened properly. Illich spots the commander by his red mantle and elegant armor, and the team gathers around him for the real start of the fight. After one quick check that everyone is ready, Illich melts the commander's prison with a fire spell. The commander wakes confused, the other frozen soldiers start moving too, and Illich snaps the whole team into battle positions. Back in Sungjin's route, he notices the blizzard is gone, realizes the ice witch is already dead there too, and heads into the palace looking for trolls. On the way up the palace stairs, Sungjin finds two red aura trolls already fighting each other for the leftovers. Trapped between enemies above and below, one troll panics, swings a huge hammer wildly, and misses both targets. His own momentum betrays him, and he slips off the ice and crashes all the way down the stairs instead. While the fallen troll screams over a broken leg below, Sungjin turns to the twin blade troll still in front of him. The twin blade troll charges with everything he has, but to Sungjin the attack is laughably slow. Sungjin snaps both swords with Moon Spectre and opens the troll's throat with blood vengeance in one smooth exchange. He does not even pause to watch the man die and runs straight back down to finish the other one too. But when Sungjin reaches the bottom, the injured troll has chugged a potion and escaped. Sungjin gives chase at once, easily closing the gap even while carrying all four swords. A saber-toothed tiger suddenly lunges out and pins the unarmed troll before Sungjin can reach him. Sungjin hurls Moon Spectre past the beast, recalls it into its blind side, freezes the ground, and kills the tiger before it can move again. Watching that effortless kill, the troll finally understands he never had a chance and starts begging for mercy. Instead of finishing him right away, Sungjin remembers Frozen Heart and decides this is the perfect test subject. He asks the operator how to use the title, calls up the troll's status, and sees the man's title is Juggernaut. The stat sheet shows a build that dumped magic and mind almost completely, along with a suspicious bonus to strength and endurance. Sungjin presses the man for the source of that bonus, wondering whether Juggernaut itself grants the boost. When the troll freezes up instead of answering, Sungjin cuts off his right hand to make the question very clear. With the other hand next, the troll finally breaks and starts answering. As he listens, Sungjin quietly judges Juggernaut as inferior to Master Hunter but still useful enough to remember. Then the troll tries to excuse his murders by saying he only followed another man's orders, and that answer instantly kills any chance of mercy. Sungjin beheads him on the spot and rejects the excuse outright. After collecting the dead troll's gear, Sungjin remembers he still needs the first troll's drops too and heads back to the palace stairs. Back inside the palace, Sungjin picks up the loot left on the bloodstained stairs, then settles there to wait out the troll seeker cooldown. While he waits, Sungjin reminds himself he needs to clear each troll hunt fast in case Saran, Nada, or Franz calls for help in their own raids. His real hope is that all three of them can handle their hidden pieces and hidden bosses without needing him at all. With time to breathe for once, he finally notices how beautiful the palace is, even with the dead ice which still staining it with blood. He mentally checks on the others, worrying most about Saran being an archer, thinking Nada's exposed appearance is risky, and trusting Franz to manage on his own. Meanwhile in Franz's raid, the zombie soldiers are easy enough until they merge into the same kind of command-driven abomination. Whenever the monster calls shield wall or company charge, its whole body shifts formation and the weaker hunters start getting hurt. Illich keeps the messy fight from collapsing by barking regroup orders every time someone slips out of line. Then Illich assigns a flanking attack, sending the others down the center and ordering Franz to strike from the right, and Franz follows without hesitation. On the Karaharan Frost Plains hidden boss fight, the 5 hunters rush the human abomination as its commander barks out shield wall and turns the whole mass into a bristling fortress. Franz instantly realizes hitting those raised shields will trigger a brutal counterattack, but he trusts Illich's judgment and keeps moving to the flank. At the exposed side, Franz hacks off limbs and helmets cleanly while the 3 hunters at the front get battered back by the expected counter. Then the commander changes tactics and orders the abomination to spread out, trapping one wounded hunter inside the closing ring. The injured man begs for help, and Franz waits for Illich to intervene, but Illich does nothing. Franz finally tries to force an opening with Wind Slicer, but the abomination blocks the aura slash with shields and spears him back before he can reach the victim. A horrible scream erupts as the abomination swallows the trapped hunter into its body, and Franz is hit with the helpless shock of losing a comrade. Illich comes back with cold focus and tells the survivors they are down to 4 and need to concentrate, while the strengthened abomination advances with its blades glowing red. Elsewhere, Sungjin corners a troll hunter, and when the man demands to know who he is, Sungjin just points up at the title above his head, Adjudicator. The troll charges in with impressive speed and dual legendary weapons, but to Sungjin that still is not even close to enough. Sungjin times one swing, shatters both weapons, and cuts the troll's head off before the man can even process what happened. Among the drops, Sungjin picks up the axe and the system confirms it is the legendary item Tooth of Barbarian. He dryly tells the dead troll that greed got him killed, then stores the prize away, finishing his 3rd troll hunt in barely a minute. Back at the hidden boss, Illich adjusts the plan and tells the 2 center hunters to only threaten the abomination without actually striking it. Franz thinks the idea finally makes sense, until the commander suddenly shifts the shields to his flank and ruins the opening again. Refusing to repeat the same mistake, Franz fakes an attack and shouts for the middle hunters to hit the open body instead. But those 2 obey Illich literally, and in that instant the abomination's center lowers its spears and launches a full charge at them. One hunter fails to escape the rush and gets run down like a train, hurled away as the team drops to 3. Illich immediately orders the survivors to chase the moving boss from behind, and for the first time Franz feels his leader is prioritizing the clear over the team. Even so, Franz obeys and joins the rear assault, carving away limbs as the shrinking monster struggles to cover every angle. When the commander snaps the abomination around, Illich silently backs off, and Franz realizes he has started copying Illich's instincts without even thinking. Illich assigns Franz to the middle for the next exchange, and Franz is now deeply unsure whether trusting him is a mistake. The weakened abomination can no longer defend every side, so the commander calls for an attack on the right, where the last ordinary hunter is standing. That hunter does not react in time, loses his spear to one hidden axe, and a second axe buries itself in his head. Now only Franz and Illich remain, and Franz briefly considers calling Master Hunter K for help because this has clearly become a deadly situation. Before Franz acts, Illich suddenly unleashes Merciless and tears through the abomination at terrifying speed, smashing past shields and counterattacks alike. Franz throws himself into the opening, and together the two of them strip the monster down until only its commander is left. They drive their weapons in together, and finally kill hidden boss Commander Lahart of the Knights of the Red Lion. As the fight ends, Franz looks over the 3 dead hunters and is crushed by guilt for failing to save them. Then Illich coldly asks the operator to show him the Chosen One's stats, and Franz snaps to attention because that title is his secret. Studying the numbers, Illich immediately realizes Franz's bonus stats are absurdly high and that the title he claimed to have does not explain them. Illich presses him on when he earned that title, openly admitting he wants it for himself. Franz fires back with the question that matters more to him. Why did Illich abandon their teammates earlier? Illich answers with a grin that makes everything worse. He let them die because they had already outlived their usefulness. Franz calls him a troll bastard and raises his blade, but Illich calmly reminds him that attacking first would mark Franz as the troll instead. That warning stops Franz cold, and he remembers K's advice that a hot-headed first strike can hand a manipulator exactly what he wants. Illich proudly explains his method: give believable orders, let fools march themselves into death, and the system never labels him a troll. He goes even further, saying anyone who cannot think for themselves deserves to die because they are just parasites on his contribution. Hearing that, Franz decides he may have to become a troll himself just to stop this man, but he forces himself to think before charging a dangerous opponent blind. Franz quickly reasons that Illich is probably near his level, because he was willing to sacrifice others but not confident enough to clear the hidden boss alone. Illich keeps talking anyway, saying it would have been cleaner if Franz had died with the hidden boss because entering troll state himself is just an annoying loss of 10% rewards. When Franz points out that Illich has seen his monstrous stats, Illich still says it is not enough and openly claims Franz cannot beat him. Illich finally reveals how long he has been doing this, bragging that every hunter who learned the truth died, so he can keep trolling raid after raid without anyone knowing. That is enough for Franz, and he charges Illich at last with a furious roar. Meanwhile, back in the Ice Palace, Sungjin looks down at the troll he just killed and starts thinking about the ugly truth behind the ranking system. He realizes that for ordinary hunters, trolling is one of the fastest ways to leap ahead, because fewer survivors means each killer takes a much bigger share of coins and stats. That thought leads him to a darker possibility. Some of the terrifying top 10 hunters from his previous life may have reached that level by regularly trolling their own teams. He starts sorting through them one by one, quickly ruling out Hildebrandt as too decent and family-minded to have done it. He also dismisses Mustafa, remembering his strong faith and how quickly he always moved to help injured people. Nada gets cleared too, because Sungjin knows she was far more likely to be targeted by trolls than to become one herself. Edward is the easy one, since Sungjin already knows he was guilty, and may have smiled his way up the rankings while killing teammates. Ryushin seems unlikely because his pride is tied to justice, while Arojo also feels far from the type. Amkiba, on the other hand, gets marked as a real possibility, while Shunsuke stays a question mark because Sungjin never knew him well enough to judge. Then Sungjin lands on Illich, and the more he imagines that cold soldier deciding trolling is efficient, the more convinced he becomes. An operator alert cuts to his thoughts and reminds him that 10 minutes have passed since he entered this dimension. Sungjin checks the remaining raid time, confirms he still has enough room for 2 more troll hunts, and reaches for the Troll Seeker marble again. As he prepares the 4th hunt, Sungjin briefly wonders if the next target could be Illich, Amkiba, or even Edward. Then he activates Pursuit of Justice, and a pillar of light drops over him to send him off on the next troll hunt. In the Frost Plains, Franz opened hard with his greatsword, but Illich met him head-on with shield and axe, instantly showing he could match Franz blow for blow. After trading more tight, technical strikes, Franz realized with a jolt that Illich was almost his equal even against the Chosen One's boosted strength. Illich rushed again, baited Franz's sidestep, and clipped his shoulder with the axe even as Franz cut Illich's thigh in return. The system branded both men as trolls for attacking another hunter, but Franz grimly accepted the penalty because killing Illich still felt necessary. Franz charged his sword with Electro and tried to force Illich into blocking, but Illich calmly dodged and blasted him back with Gust instead. When Franz landed in the snow, his charged blade dumped much of its power into the wet ground, and he realized Illich may have planned that too. Illich answered by enchanting his axe with Phantom Edge, coating it in a sinister blue aura that made the whole fight feel more dangerous. Franz blocked the first swing cleanly, but the blue edge passed through steel and tore into his fingers with agonizing pain. Once Franz understood how nasty that aura was, he stopped blocking and started retreating, waiting for the skill to wear off. Illich punished that caution by faking with the axe, slamming Franz down with the shield, and jumping on him before he could recover. Forced to block from the ground, Franz finally understood the truth. The blue edge was not fire at all, but the same freezing power the Ice Witch had used. Elsewhere in the empty fourth dimension, Sungjin found only the Ice Witch's corpse and immediately guessed the surviving trolls were out on the frost plains. When Sungjin climbed onto the palace roof and saw the Star of Winter was already gone, he knew a very capable hunter had beaten him to the hidden piece. Using Ghost Vision, he traced a trail past dead monsters and dismembered remains, then realized that same party had even killed the hidden boss. With only 40 minutes left and one Troll Seeker marble remaining, Sungjin dropped from the palace and sprinted toward the sound of battle. As he closed in, Sungjin drew Moon Spectre and Artemio, expecting multiple enemies and a messy finish. Then he spotted a familiar face in trouble, Baltran, bloodied and struggling to hold off a troll spearman alone. The troll mocked Baltran for trying to survive another 40 minutes, but Sungjin erased him in 4 brutal seconds. After Sungjin finished the troll without even checking the drops, Baltran finally recognized the man under the helmet and lit up at seeing Master Hunter K again. Baltran grabbed Sungjin's hands and warmly said they had really met again, while Sungjin was honestly glad to see he had survived this long. Baltran thanked Sungjin for the cheap heroic club from Chapter 1, saying that early advantage helped him survive the brutal beginning. Sungjin brushed off the praise and credited Baltran's own judgment, because very few rookies could have earned that kind of momentum on their own. Baltran awkwardly admitted he had sold that old club once he found something better, and Sungjin immediately told him that was the normal move by Chapter 11. Looking closer, Sungjin recognized Baltran's current weapon as a dragon's heart craft, which meant Baltran had hunted hidden content aggressively too. Baltran proudly explained that he had the treasure hunter title too, inspired by watching Kay chase hidden pieces in earlier raids. That was enough for Sungjin to connect the dots and realize Baltran was the hunter who had found the Star of Winter first. When Sungjin asked what had happened here, Baltran said their team cleared the boss and hidden piece cleanly, but the hidden boss's stance changes killed several hunters. Baltran pointed to the dead troll and explained that after the hidden boss, only the 2 of them remained, and the uninjured spearman immediately turned on him for contribution points. When Sungjin guessed it was greed over half the rewards, Baltran quietly corrected him and said he had ranked first in every round since Chapter 1. That steady record, good gear, and old loyalty made Sungjin think Baltran might be worthy of becoming one of his chosen ones. Instead of deciding blindly, Sungjin sat down to chat longer and prepared a quiet final test with the Eye of Jeremiah. Back in the other fight, Franz kept dodging Illich's freezing phantom slashes and even had his lips frozen shut for a moment, making the gap feel worse with every exchange. Franz realized the frost plane itself was helping Illich, because Franz's lightning weakened in snow and water while Illich's cold attacks only grew nastier. Then Franz noticed he could no longer feel his left leg, just as Illich started circling him like a predator testing a wounded target. Illich suddenly switched direction and rushed low, making Franz swing too high and opening the trap he had been setting. Franz thought Illich had missed too, until he looked down and saw his frozen left thigh had been hit again and his leg was now fully useless. Watching Illich close in again, Franz finally felt real fear, not of raw power like Kay's, but of a cold machine that meant to kill him without hesitation. Meanwhile, Sungjin quietly activated the Eye of Jeremiah during their chat, and Baltran's thoughts came through sincere and steady. He wanted hunters working together, and genuinely wanted to help Kay save humanity. That was enough for Sungjin, so he cut Baltran off mid-conversation and bluntly told him he had passed. Before Baltran could understand, Sungjin took out the holy water of baptism and asked him for trust one more time. Baltran agreed without hesitation, and Sungjin baptized him on the spot, turning him into another chosen one. Sungjin quickly explained that Baltran would receive bonus stats from him, and Baltran was stunned by just how huge that gift was. The operator's 10-minute warning cut the briefing short, reminding Sungjin he still had one last Troll Seeker marble to use. Sungjin told Baltran to check his status and promised to explain the rest over dinner, then use Pursuit of Justice and jump to the next dimension at once. Sungjin jumps into the 5th dimension of the Karaharan Frost Plains and instantly realizes he landed near the hidden boss while both the hidden boss and the normal boss are still alive. With only about 32 minutes left, he grimly figures this raid team is already a mess if a troll appeared before they even cleared the boss. He knows survivors in this kind of failed raid usually die to monsters, timeout, or despair, so he decides he has to find any remaining hunters fast. But the blizzard is too thick to track anyone, and without Shadowrun here, even his scouting options feel useless. Out of options, Sungjin summons Kane and apologizes for dragging his familiar into this freezing hell. Sungjin asks Kane to sniff out hunters, but even Kane seems unsure in the storm, which only makes the search feel more desperate. Then Kane howls, summons a whole pack of wolves, and sends them fanning out across the frost plains to search for people. Sungjin praises Kane, quietly thinking wolves cooperate better than most hunters ever do. Before the wolves can report back, a teleport request pops up, and the caller appears on the cube as a turbaned Arab man until one awkward Appa makes Sungjin realize it is Saran in a transformed raid body. Saran asks where the hidden piece is after killing the hidden boss, and Sungjin tells her to return to the Ice Witch's palace roof and take the star-shaped object there. Relieved that Saran only needed directions, Sungjin rejects the summon and stays focused on troll hunting. A second request comes in right away, and this time Nada asks him to come help with the hidden boss because her team is full of idiots. Instead of going, Sungjin talks Nada through the fight, let zombies trigger the enemy's shield wall counter, and have everyone scatter if the commander calls a charge. Nada pushes for safety, but Sungjin still refuses, telling her to try on her own first and only call back if she truly cannot handle it. After rejecting 2 summons in a row, Sungjin reminds himself he cannot let the chosen ones lean on him for every crisis. Then Kane suddenly perks up as distant howls echo through the storm, which means his wolf pack finally found something. Kane sits in front of Sungjin until he understands the hint and climbs onto the oversized wolf's back for a fast ride. Riding Kane through the whiteout, Sungjin hears humans shouting, barking wolves, and a spell being cast somewhere ahead. Through ghost vision, Sungjin spots a hunter glowing red with troll status and immediately orders Kane toward him. Sungjin rings the master's bell twice, boosting Kane so hard that the wolf pack tears the troll apart before Sungjin even has to swing a blade. As he picks up the troll's drops, Sungjin wonders whether any trolls or survivors are still left in this dimension. Another teleport request interrupts him, and because the cooldown has not passed for the others, Sungjin instantly knows this desperate call can only be from Franz. Franz appears on the screen trying to call for help, but a blast of lightning cuts him off and turns the whole feed into chaos. Sungjin hears clashing weapons, catches a glimpse of a red aura fighter with axe and shield, and the moment he recognizes Illich, his blood runs cold. Afraid Franz will die if Illich really is the troll, Sungjin stops hesitating and yells for the cube to send him there immediately. During the slow teleport, Sungjin can barely contain himself because if that enemy was truly Illich, Franz is facing one of the most dangerous hunters alive. He arrives just in time to see Franz bleeding in the snow while Illich raises an axe to finish him. Sungjin instantly fires his sword to break the execution, forcing Illich to jump back and finally confirming face-to-face that the troll really is Illich. What shocks Sungjin even more is seeing Illich using the same Frozen Heart title Sungjin only obtained today. Even though Franz also carries a red aura, Sungjin trusts him far more and charges Illich to drag the fight away from his wounded ally. A few fast exchanges push Illich back, giving Sungjin room to check on Franz instead of gambling on a killing strike. Franz admits Illich killed the others and that he waited too long to ask for help because he thought he could win on his own. Instead of blaming him, Sungjin feels even more certain Franz is the kind of honest man he wanted to save from this world. While Sungjin turns back toward the real threat, Illich uses Frozen Heart to inspect the adjudicator's stats and is visibly rattled by what he sees. Realizing he cannot win head-on, Illich vanishes under his mantle with Shadow Walk and disappears into invisibility. Sungjin braces for a sneak attack until Biscoro's advice clicks, and he drops his gaze to the footprints printed clearly across the snowfield. By sorting out his own steps, Franz's retreat, and Illich's trail, Sungjin realizes the hidden hunter did not circle back to attack at all. He ran. Sungjin chases after him, disgusted that a man he once respected may have built his strength by slaughtering fellow hunters. The footprints suddenly stop, and Illich bursts out of midair with an ambush swing that Sungjin barely catches in time. Illich follows with efficient, brutal pressure, but that clean direct style is exactly the wrong way to fight someone whose raw stats now dwarf his own. Illich blocks one of Sungjin's counters and proves why he once reached the final 10, but the gap between them is still obvious. When Illich tries to blow him back with gust, Artemio simply absorbs the spell and kills that escape route on the spot. Sungjin crashes into Illich's lion-crested shield and realizes the man is carrying legendary grade gear that can actually survive a direct hit from Blood Vengeance. Then Illich's axe leaves a blue trail that starts freezing Sungjin's hand, revealing why Franz lost even after getting Sungjin's buff. Sungjin answers by activating Goat's Fire through his ring, shaking off the cold and turning the duel serious. With the ring of the Siamese twins, Sungjin starts wielding Blood Vengeance and Artemio together, forcing Illich to defend against a style almost no hunter could read. Illich still blocks far more than most hunters ever could, but once Sungjin layers Frenzy on top, the cuts begin piling up. Sungjin finally knocks Illich's axe free and uses Artemio's expel to blast the weapon far across the snow, ending the fight for real. Faced with a battle he can no longer calculate his way out of, Illich drops to the ground and admits defeat. Sungjin stands over him in bitter disappointment, because the comrade he once trusted has turned out to be exactly the kind of troll he cannot forgive. When Illich asks what Sungjin even is, Sungjin raises his sword and gives the one answer Illich would never predict. I am an exceptional case, Illich. In the blizzard, Sungjin closes in with both swords ready, but Illich suddenly throws up his hands and begs for one last conversation. When Sungjin says he is killing him because he is a troll, Illich immediately pokes at the contradiction and asks why Franz gets spared. Illich correctly guesses the hidden system behind them, calling Franz the chosen one and Sungjin the chooser just from their stat gap. He pushes a self-defense story next, claiming Franz attacked first in grief and he only fought back to survive. Sungjin admits Franz can be too rigid, so for a moment he considers hearing Illich out before deciding whether to kill him. Sungjin presses him on the obvious weak points instead, asking why an innocent man fled and then set up an ambush. Illich never drops the smooth act, saying he ran from a stronger enemy and only ambushed Sungjin as a desperate last chance to live. To cut through the lies, Sungjin reaches for the eye of Jeremiah and asks flatly whether Illich has trolled before. Instead of hearing thoughts, Sungjin gets a cooldown warning and realizes the truth-reading item is still unavailable. He debates whether to wait 5 minutes or kill Illich now, knowing Amanda Slippery could still try something in the meantime. Then Sungjin catches the crack in Illich's story. He knew Franz's exact stats and was still wearing the Frozen Heart title built for scouting people. When Sungjin asks how he checked another hunter's stats so quickly, Illich fumbles and blames it on a hidden title skill. That lie seals it, because Sungjin already knows Frozen Heart doesn't do that, so he decides Illich was scouting victims before trolling them. Sungjin swings first, and Illich barely blocks with his shield before Artemio flashes out and cuts off his hand. As Illich screams, Sungjin tells him exactly why he is done listening. He hates people whose inside and outside never match. Now desperate, Illich drops the Innocence Act and offers himself as the better chosen one, bragging that his strength would make him a huge asset. Sungjin admits to himself that Illich would have been an incredible ally, but he refuses anyway because a strong traitor is still a threat to the whole team. Illich answers that rejection with one last trick, springing forward with a hidden dagger aimed straight at Sungjin's heart. Before the dagger lands, Franz rises from the snow and drives his two-handed sword through Illich's side, lightning crackling through the blade. Sungjin finishes it cleanly, taking Illich's head while Franz's sword still pins him, because killing the troll himself will let Adjudicator pay out 2 equipped items. When Illich's shield and mantle drop into the snow, Sungjin apologizes to Franz for taking the kill reward, and Franz answers with sincere gratitude instead of resentment. Franz blames himself for failing to beat even one troll, but Sungjin only pats his shoulders instead of rubbing in how dangerous Illich really was. Sungjin notices Franz still glowing red from troll state, then teasingly tells him he is the only troll in all the raids that Sungjin will never kill. Because Sungjin can no longer claim contribution from other dimensions, he has Franz mop up the remaining monsters so every reward goes to him alone. At raid completion, Franz gets a mountain of solo rewards, and Sungjin finally receives the Adjudicator title he had wanted for a long time. Before the teleport, Sungjin tells Franz to sleep early and be ready to greet a new chosen one in the morning. They return to the Hunter's Hall, where the once crowded forest of pillars now feels noticeably emptier. The operator announces that after 11 chapters only 103,655 hunters remain out of more than 7 billion starters, leaving the hall shaken by how many died. While others whisper about the dragon raid and people freezing to death, Sungjin looks ahead to the final stage and thinks this hall will soon hold only 10 survivors. Back in the black market, Sungjin strips off the thick snowsuit at once, relieved to be in warm air again. Since the market resets itself around each hunter, he casually leaves the coat behind and goes looking for hot food somewhere other than First Drop. He settles on a noodle shop called Noodle Friends, where a cheerful duck demi-human owner welcomes him inside. After ordering udon with extra tempura, Sungjin has the cube spill out everything he earned from the raid and the troll kills. He separates the raid rewards first and finds 2 legendary pieces, an elegant frost bow and a strange blue gauntlet. The bow, Ashdot, looks valuable but useless to him, so he starts thinking Saran might benefit more from it than some stranger at auction. The second reward is Tanj, a martial artist's frozen gauntlet, and seeing it reminds Sungjin of Mahada's and whether that dependable man is still alive. That thought circles back to Illich, and Sungjin quietly reaffirms that character matters more than raw strength when choosing allies. He inspects Illich's dropped shield next and is stunned to find a unique legendary item with absurd defense and a full magic immunity skill. The shield is incredible, but Sungjin knows switching from dual wield to sword and shield would gut his damage, so he starts thinking Baltran is the better owner. Then he checks Illich's black mantle, realizes its shadow invisibility could actually be useful to him, and decides to keep it for swap use instead of selling it. Just as he turns to the pile of troll loot meant for sale, his udon arrives and the smell of hot soup wins immediately. He drinks the broth and starts eating, finally feeling the frost plains cold melt out of his body. Afterward at the auction house, Sungjin finishes handing off the sale items and heads back toward the 99 Knights thinking through everything that happened in the raid. His thoughts land hard on Franz nearly dying, and he decides tomorrow's meeting has to include a warning to call for help before any chosen one gets killed. Then the operator interrupts his thoughts with an unexpected notice that a chosen one has requested to teleport him. Sungjin assumes it must be Baltran, but when the connection opens it is Franz, calling just to thank him for the rescue. Sungjin is less surprised by the thanks than by the fact Franz managed to contact him at all, and Franz starts explaining a system rule Sungjin somehow missed. Franz tells Sungjin that raid returns seem to reset long cooldowns, which means time must be advancing outside far more than hunters realize. That clicks with Sungjin's old suspicions from seeing Kane and Regenta grow between raids, and he realizes they can use this hidden time gap to meet before and after every raid. Encouraged, Sungjin decides to gather everyone again before dinner so they can talk properly and bring the new member into the group. Before heading back to the inn, Sungjin stops at Cargos' smithy and asks about the mysterious Star of Winter. Cargo says the gem symbolizes loneliness and offers the simple option first, Sungjin can sell it to Meridian for a few thousand coins. When Sungjin asks for the real use, Cargos reveals the second option: forge it into an item that lets one hunter enter a raid completely alone. The idea of taking all the kills and rewards by himself is exactly what Sungjin wants, so he instantly chooses the solo raid version. Cargos tells him to come back tomorrow morning with a 1,000-coin crafting fee, and Sungjin leaves satisfied. Back at 99 Nights, Sungjin raises the scepter of the warlord and uses draft to summon his chosen allies for dinner. Franz, Saran, and Nada arrive first, and Sungjin immediately checks how their hidden piece and hidden boss plans went. Saran says Sungjin was right again, because once she started looking, the hidden piece was sitting in a place so obvious it felt absurd. Nada reports that the hidden boss was manageable too, even if she lost a lot of zombies on the way, and Sungjin tells her to trust herself more. Baltran arrives last, and Sungjin introduces the tall American police officer as the newest ally in their growing circle. When Sungjin says he and Baltran first met in the very first chapter and somehow crossed paths again, Saran and Nada react with surprise and the whole table warms to him fast. Sungjin calls Dalyapin over and turns the gathering into a shared feast instead of separate orders, so the whole team can settle in together. As French dishes arrive, the chosen ones trade stories about the bizarre moments they were first dragged into this deadly game. The conversation shifts into raid memories, with everyone comparing past terrors and arguing over whether Count Dimitri or the Harpy Queen was worse. They even retell the time Sungjin saved them, and for once the group starts feeling less like survivors sharing data and more like real comrades. When the sun starts going down, Sungjin lets the laughter stop and says he has several official things everyone needs to hear. His first order is blunt and personal. If any of them ever feel in real danger, they must call him immediately because he refuses to lose even one of them. Franz lowers his head at that warning, clearly stung by what happened earlier, while the others quietly accept how serious Sungjin is about their survival. Sungjin's second warning is strategic. Chapters 12 and 13 should be manageable, but Chapter 14 will become a dangerous 10-man raid with a brutally powerful boss. Baltran innocently asks how Sungjin could possibly know that in advance, and the whole table goes tense because he has stepped on an unspoken rule. Sungjin only answers with a dry little secret, and Baltran quickly understands that this is one mystery nobody presses him on. His third order is practical. Instead of selling everything off, they should trade useful gear among themselves so the whole group gets stronger faster. To make the point concrete, Sungjin puts today's prize items on the table, including the ice bow for Saran and a lich's shield for a future owner. Saran already knows identical items can be combined at the smithy to raise rarity, so she immediately understands why this legendary bow matters. Sungjin pushes the idea further and tells them to prioritize legendary trades inside the team before anyone thinks about cashing out. For his fourth warning, Sungjin has Dalyapin hand out papers listing dangerous hunters from the old Final 10, and he orders everyone to call him the moment any of those faces appear. After the heavy talk, Dalyapin brings out dessert, and the shared sweets gently close the tense strategy meeting. Sungjin dismisses the group until morning, but asks Saran and Baltran to stay behind because the real item trades still need to happen. Once Franz and Nada are gone, Sungjin places the ice bow and shield on the table again, and Saran jumps straight to the price. Sungjin values the legendary bow at 12,000 coins, a fair price that still makes Saran visibly blink at the cost. Saran leans closer and tries a cute little discount plea, which catches Sungjin off guard because this playful side is nothing like the cold image he first had of her. He still refuses to lower the price, because he needs the coins to keep powering himself up for everyone's sake. Saran reveals she was never really trying to bargain him down anyway. She only wanted to see how he'd react and had already decided to support him. She says the hidden piece gave her enough money, so she buys the bow at full price without hesitation. When Sungjin asks where she'll find the other copies, Saran reveals that Nada has one too and already offered it on easy repayment terms. Sungjin realizes Saran and Nada have already started supporting each other, and he quietly approves when Saran says she will return the favor with cheap magic items later. Saran leaves with the bow, and the room grows quieter as Baltran stays behind for the much bigger offer waiting on the table. Sungjin makes it clear that the shield is meant for Baltran, but also warns him that this sale is not simple. The operator displays the shield's specs, and Baltran's face drops when he sees he is looking at a unique legendary item worth far more than he can casually afford. Sungjin says the shield should be worth over 50,000 coins, but cuts the price to 30,000 because Baltran is now one of his comrades. Baltran starts to accept that he might scrape together 30,000 in a couple of raids, but Sungjin stops him because money is not the real obstacle. The real problem, Sungjin says, is trust, because handing over a weapon this strong to a man he barely knows could still end in betrayal. So Sungjin starts testing him directly and asks about the family Baltran is still fighting to save. Baltran says his father left when he was young, but his mother worked as a housemaid and supported him until he became a police officer, and he speaks about her with raw gratitude. Then he talks about his fiancée, the woman who loved him despite his background and was carrying his child when this nightmare began. Sungjin quietly activates the Eye of Jeremiah while asking whether Baltran saw his mother and fiancée through the operator's broadcasts. Baltran admits he did, and the moment he says it, Sungjin hears the fierce thought underneath: I must save them. When Baltran says he only saw his fiancée several chapters later in the Hunter's Hall, the implication hits him hard. She survived the early raids while pregnant and died somewhere after that. Thinking about her carrying their child through that horror finally crushes him, and Baltran openly cries at the table. As Dalyapin quietly offers a towel, Sungjin measures Baltran against the most dependable comrades he once knew and decides this man's desperation to save his family is real. Once Baltran calms down, Sungjin apologizes for testing him and pushes the shield forward, deciding to trust him with it now. He makes the terms generous too, 10,000 coins after each of the next 3 raids, no crushing upfront burden attached. After Baltran leaves, Sungjin steps outside into the night, where Kane and Regenta come up to nuzzle him in the moonlight. Looking up at the full moon, Sungjin makes himself a hard promise that this time he will not fail again. Back in his room after the others leave, Sungjin stares at his swollen stats and focuses on one thing now, pushing his mind power high enough to cast a 9th class spell with Master Hunter still equipped. He does the math on time reversal's huge mana cost and realizes that even with Ariane covering half, he still needs about 5,000 more mind power. When he checks his coins, Sungjin sees he has enough to recharge Troll Seeker marbles, pay for Cargos' work, and still pour 81,000 into elixirs before dawn. The thought of gaining time rewinding power swells his confidence, and Sungjin falls asleep convinced that nobody will be able to stop him once he has it. Before dawn, Sungjin heads down the creaking stairs into the hidden shop darker than black, where the merchant greets him from his usual seat in the gloom. He skips pleasantries and orders both a Troll Seeker marble recharge and 80,000 coins worth of elixirs, making it clear this visit is all business. The bottle looks absurdly small for that price, and the merchant dryly explains that the liquid's actual volume does not matter, only the act of drinking it does. Sungjin drinks the flavorless elixir on the spot, checks with the operator, and gets exactly what he paid for, 16,000 unallocated points. On his way out, he assigns 3,000 each to strength, dexterity, and endurance, then dumps the remaining 7,000 into mind power. When his mana total jumps to 366040, Sungjin finally knows he can cast time reversal and decides to test the spell today. Before going back to the inn, Sungjin visits Cargos' smithy and collects the gem he left to be finished. The polished accessory reveals itself as Lathian, Star of Solitude, and its active skill lets Sungjin enter the next raid completely alone. What catches his eye even more is the passive bonus, and Cargos admits he kept quiet because he did not want reckless hunters trying solo raids for the extra reward. Cargos warns that the accessory must be activated before raid transfer, and Sungjin leaves the smithy with that timing locked into his plan. Back at 99 Nights, Kane rises to greet him, but Sungjin suddenly asks the loyal hound to attack him seriously for a test. Kane refuses with baffled barks, too faithful to obey that order, and Sungjin realizes his own companions are useless for this kind of experiment. He glances at Regenta sleeping peacefully nearby, gives up on testing anything tonight, and heads upstairs to rest for 2 hours instead. Even after setting an alarm, Sungjin lies awake on the bed, too keyed up by the spell test ahead to sleep easily. At 6:58 in the morning, Sungjin wakes to the alarm, showers, and calls for the staff of the warlord because he wants one more test done before the 8 o'clock breakfast briefing. Using inspection, Sungjin checks the other chosen hunters and first sees Saran already outside by the stables, practicing her bow at a bale of hay. Another screen shows Baltran calmly reading briefing papers over coffee, still taking the raid prep seriously. A third image catches Nada stretching in a very thin training outfit, and the intrusive voice in Sungjin's mind blurts out appreciation that Sungjin pointedly ignores. Franz is still asleep, so Sungjin picks him as the safest test subject and teleports straight into his room. Sungjin shakes Franz awake, and the startled swordsman first reaches for his blade before realizing who is standing over him. When Franz assumes he overslept the briefing, Sungjin tells him there is still an hour left and asks for a favor instead. Sungjin tells Franz to wash up and meet him in the courtyard for a spar, and Franz, surprised but eager, agrees at once. Back in the lobby, Sungjin asks Dalyapin to hold breakfast for later and bring him a glass of apple juice first. While he waits, Sungjin rubs Soldemer's lamp and proudly reveals that he can finally cast 9th level magic. Soldemer looks genuinely thrilled, because the genie has chased time reversal magic his entire life and now gets to witness it firsthand. Dalyapin returns with fresh apple juice, and Sungjin calmly waits with Soldemer until Franz comes downstairs fully armed. In the courtyard, Franz draws his great sword, Sungjin readies Ariane with the ring of the great sage on his hand, and the atmosphere turns sharp and serious. Franz admits sparring Sungjin makes him even more nervous than facing a hidden boss, but Sungjin only tells him to come with everything he has. To make the spar matter, Sungjin offers a wager. If Franz lands one hit, he wins 1,000 black coins. Franz calls the deal unfair until Sungjin keeps adding handicaps, first banning item actives and then putting away blood vengeance so he will fight with only one sword. With the rules set, Franz accepts and launches forward, while Sungjin quietly decides not to end the fight too quickly because he wants a real-time reversal test. Franz's opening strike is much faster and heavier than before, and when Sungjin blocks it, he immediately feels how much stronger Franz has become. Then Franz activates Electro, turning every block into a trap as electricity races through the blades and shocks Sungjin through Ariane. Franz keeps pressing with spinning electrified swings, forcing Sungjin to dodge low, jump high, and abandon the idea of simply blocking through the assault. Franz predicts the jump and chases Sungjin in midair, so Sungjin has to block anyway, gets shocked again, and kicks Franz in the chest to break the exchange. As he shakes life back into his numb hand, Sungjin grudgingly judges Franz to be at least a lich's level and maybe even stronger if nerves had held him back before. Franz follows that up with illusion, splitting himself into 4 identical attackers and proudly showing he took Sungjin's advice to learn magic too. Sungjin could solve this with summons or spells, but he refuses to break the spar's rules or waste mana he needs for time reversal, so he chooses to read Franz's movement pattern instead. When the front 2 copies rush him, Sungjin sidesteps and watches one illusion almost cut through another, exposing the first fake by the way Franz mishandles his own spell. The remaining 3 spread out more carefully, but with only 1 sword and almost no time, Sungjin is forced to gamble on which body is real. He cuts one forearm and then stabs another wrist, only to watch both vanish as fakes, leaving the last Franz with a clean opening. The real Franz finally grazes the back of Sungjin's hand, and his excitement explodes because he just won the wager. Sungjin says he will honor the bet if Franz can still remember it, then immediately begins the spell sequence instead of paying up. He activates Empower Magic and Mana Flow, making the Ring of the Great Sage blaze and Ariane hum as the 9th class spell is primed. Then Sungjin casts Time Reversal, and the entire courtyard slows into drawn-out motion until everything freezes in eerie silence. A moment later, time runs backward for everyone, undoing motions, rebuilding illusions, and even reversing the cut on Sungjin's hand as the fight rewinds. When time snaps back into motion, Sungjin already knows the answer, so he lets the first 2 fake strikes pass and then smacks the real Franz's wrist with Ariane at the exact moment. Franz tumbles and stares at Sungjin like he has seen a ghost, unable to understand how his trick was read so cleanly. But the operator immediately warns Sungjin that his mana is low, and he realizes the rewind did not restore any of the power or cooldowns he already spent. That hard limit changes everything, because if mana and cooldowns had reset too, he could have chained the spell deeper and deeper into the past. Soldimer starts to speak, but Sungjin suddenly understands another problem. Anyone nearby experiences the rewind too, so they witness the spell and then immediately lose that memory when time resets. So Sungjin ends the spar, thanks Franz, tells him to rest and join breakfast later, and keeps the mood casual while he changes focus to the bigger discovery. Then Sungjin calls Soldimer over in private, ready to explain what really happened and work out how this dangerous spell should be used from now on. Back in his room, Sungjin tries to explain the first cast of Time Reversal, saying time slowed, froze for a beat, and then ran backward like a play in reverse. He adds that shattered illusions came back and the cut on his hand vanished, proving the spell really rewound events instead of just showing him a vision. When Soldimer asks how far he went back, Sungjin retraces the duel in his head and estimates the rewind lasted about 10 seconds. Soldimer is thrilled by that result, and Sungjin admits the spell felt almost godlike because he already knew what the next 10 seconds were going to be. That power makes him imagine even challenging a Master Sword user differently, but he also realizes a strong opponent could still react once he changes the future. He suddenly asks the real practical question: if his mana grows, can he choose a shorter rewind, or would he be forced to go all the way back every time? Soldimer says the legends of Anatole of the Blue Sky claim the Great Sage could control exactly how far back he returned, which is why even top magicians, demons, and dragons could not corner him. He adds that Sungjin should be able to stop the spell mid-reversal and let time flow normally again, if he learns to do it on purpose. Sungjin admits he was too distracted by the first rewind to try controlling it, so now he decides he will have to practice until stopping it becomes instinct. He lays out a training plan right away, using every raid window he can and asking Soldimer to become his regular sparring partner instead of making Franz feel like a toy in more unfair tests. Soldimer accepts gladly, and Sungjin turns his attention back to the ring to estimate how weak time reversal would be without Amplify Magic boosting his mana. The answer is disappointing. At normal strength it could last less than 2 seconds, barely enough to justify the chant, so for now the spell is a once-a-day emergency tool. Sungjin decides he should treat time reversal as a last resort, useful not just in battle but in any moment he desperately wants to fix. That thought immediately drags up one painfully embarrassing regret from the past, and Sungjin grabs his forehead in misery at the memory. Before he can brood any longer, the operator announces it is 8:59, snapping him back to the morning routine. Sungjin pulls out the staff of the warlord and opens draft to call in his 4 chosen teammates for breakfast and the pre-raid briefing. Saran arrives first, cheerful and familiar as she asks if he slept well, and Sungjin answers just as casually. Nada appears next with a polite good morning, keeping the mood composed and professional. Franz joins them with upbeat energy, and Baltron arrives last, openly pleased that this team gets time to talk strategy before the raid starts. After a simple breakfast, they settle into dessert and drinks, and Sungjin raises his information sheet to start the real briefing. He explains that Greenskin Fortress is basically a deadlier upgrade of the old Goblin Orc Troll Wildlands, with the King of Orcs Grankle as the main boss. Then he gives them everything useful he knows, from boss tactics to the hidden boss location, only admitting that the hidden piece itself still has to be found on site. Sungjin promises he can track the hidden piece within 20 to 30 minutes after entering, and the team answers his instructions together like obedient schoolkids. He finishes by warning that chapters 12 and 13 should be treated as growth steps, because the real danger waiting ahead is the 10-man Chapter 14 raid. The meeting breaks up, and everyone heads back to their own dimensions with quick farewells and good luck wishes for the coming teams. Franz lingers behind, still bothered by the morning spar and unable to stop thinking about how Sungjin picked out the real body among his illusions. Sungjin brushes it off as a guess, claiming first-time illusion users usually hide the real one at the end, and Franz accepts the answer even while admiring how boldly Sungjin committed to it. Sungjin steers the talk into advice instead, telling Franz that real combat spell use will sharpen him from a pure swordsman into a much more flexible fighter. After Franz leaves, Sungjin is hit by a bitter memory of Edward once giving him almost the exact same advice before betraying everyone's trust. The operator cuts off that dark mood with a new warning. Only 30 minutes remain until the raid begins. Sungjin immediately decides to stack the odds even further and pulls out Lathian, Star of Solitude, activating solitary training for the next raid. The operator confirms he will enter the upcoming 5-man raid alone without any difficulty reduction, and Sungjin barely feels threatened by that anymore. With Ariane behind him and time reversal in reserve, he leans back over an iced Americano feeling almost invincible, at least until Chapter 14 arrives. Inside Greenskin Fortress, that confidence looks earned as Sungjin tears through the garrison alone, humming to himself while piles of goblins, orcs, and trolls fall around him. He remembers how cautiously parties once had to crawl through this place, and that old tension only makes his one-man rampage feel more absurd. By the time he reaches Grankel's floor, the hall is packed with orcs because he stopped bothering to thin them out earlier, which only saves him the trouble of hunting them down. Elite orc soldiers rush him with heavy weapons, but Sungjin cuts through their armor and bodies like they are clumsy practice dummies. Moon Spectre warns him about a spellcaster in the back line, and Sungjin spots a high-level orc acolyte preparing a huge fireball without caring who gets caught in it. The blazing spell crashes toward him, but Sungjin calmly draws Artemio and erases the fireball with absorbed magic in front of the horrified orcs. He dryly asks whether the orcs plan to thank him for saving them from their own caster, then cuts down the warriors around him and hurls the stored fireball back to blow up the acolyte. When Moon Spectre warns of another cast, Sungjin doesn't even need the reminder. He flings the stored fireball back and blows the acolyte apart before the chant can finish. With the top floor cleared, Sungjin walks up to the giant iron door of the boss room and pushes it open alone. Elsewhere, Baltron enters his own boss room to find Grankel on the throne, but instead of reacting to the king's taunt, he checks the columns for the hidden ambush Sungjin warned him about. He quickly orders the team to kill the hidden archers first, turning Sungjin's briefing into the party's opening move. As the warning for Grankel appears, Baltron charges first and the concealed archers reveal themselves exactly as predicted, loosing a full volley at him. Baltron meets the arrows with magnetic barrier, and while they clang harmlessly to the ground, his teammates wipe out the archers from the rear line. With the ambush ruined, Grankel grabs both axes, roars his challenge, and crashes into the hunters as the real boss fight begins. Baltron anchors the front, trading shield blows with the Orc King while the rest of the team clears support mobs around them. Grankel keeps calling in more orcs to defend their king, turning the fight into a messy back and forth instead of a clean boss duel. Then the king suddenly retreats behind the throne, and Baltron spots the real danger there, an orc acolyte preparing a support spell out of sight. Baltron surges in and raises Shield of God to smother that hidden trick before it can swing the fight. In another team, Franz drives his sword into Grankel's side and immediately uses Electro to trap the king's counterattack in a burst of paralyzing current. The opening is enough for the whole party to pile on, and Grankel dies shrieking in a way that strips all the grandeur from his title. The surviving hunters crowd around Franz in admiration, and one even calls him the strongest hunter left in the pool. Franz laughs that off and says there is someone far stronger than him, but he keeps Sungjin's name to himself because the gap is hard to explain. Instead of dwelling on that, Franz moves the team forward by asking who has treasure hunter so they can start on the hidden piece right away. When the clue comes through, it points to a captured merchant, an underground prison, loose bricks, and long teeth, giving the team its first solid lead. On Nada's run, she immediately remembers there really is a basement route, and coolly points the team toward both the prison and the hidden boss path at once. A few orcs try to stop them on the way down, but Nada wipes them out with black magic, obedient zombies, and her dagger without even breaking a sweat. Her beauty gets noticed, but her charisma is so overwhelming that the other hunters follow her in silence instead of daring to get familiar. At the basement prison, the team kills the wardens, opens the cells, and watches mixed-species prisoners scatter to freedom while orcs chase after them barehanded. But even after checking cell after cell, the hidden piece still does not appear, and the search starts to feel wrong. Nada solves it by calling the group to an empty cell and pointing out a weak section of wall that matches the clue about a loose brick. When one hunter smashes the wall open, a hidden tunnel is revealed behind the prison cell exactly where the poem led them. At the end of that tunnel, the trapped merchant rat startles at the sight of humans, then quickly realizes they are hunters and bargains for his freedom. He offers an enhancement stone hanging from his neck, and once the hunters cut him loose, Each of them receives the hidden piece reward. With the hidden piece secured, the group turns to Saran's body, now speaking with Mustafa's knowledge, because she says she knows where the hidden boss is. Following Sungjin's directions through her, Saran leads them to the chief warden's room and goes straight for a square carpet on the floor. She pulls the carpet aside to expose a hidden wooden hatch, revealing there is another descent below the basement prison. The team hesitates for a second at the eerie idea of a basement below the basement, but none of them wants to waste a rare 5-man survival on retreat. What really settles it is trust in Saran, because they already saw her current power kill distant orcs without even touching them. So they head down without more argument, moving through a long corridor that widens the deeper they go. Before they see the chamber, they hear an eerie ritual chant echoing from inside, warning them this place is far worse than a normal monster den. The corridor opens into a hidden shrine where an orc celebrant chants before a blood-soaked altar piled with flesh and a sharp glaive, while a dozen bowed cultists kneel behind him. The hunters barely get out a shocked reaction before the chant stops, and every cultist turns toward them at once. What makes it worse is their eyes. Unlike normal orcs, every one of them is glowing red, marking them as Yanhurat's twisted followers. The hidden boss warning names the acolyte Varmil and his cultists, and the hunters snap into the defensive formation they prepared ahead of time to protect Saran. Sheltered behind the others, Saran pulls Arabian Nights from her chest and opens it fast, ready to answer the cult's charge with one of Mustafa's stories made real. Deep in the Greenskin Fortress basement, Sungjin gets an operator warning that Yanhurat's priest Varmil and his cultists have appeared, and the name instantly reminds him of the murderous whispers from the cursed necklace. A pack of red-eyed orcs rushes him at insane speed, and Sungjin realizes these crazed fighters look just like the hidden boss from the very first chapter. Because even one encirclement would be ugly, Sungjin gives ground and unleashes Moon Spectre's deathly wail to break the rush. He follows that opening by throwing Kane's figurine and ringing Moneta, making the summoned wolf invincible as Master and Beast tear into the cultists together. The frenzy is so mindless that Sungjin gives up on testing time reversal here and decides the trolls will be better targets. In less than a minute, Varmil and every cultist are dead, and Sungjin finishes the hidden boss without even needing his stronger active items beyond summoning Kane. Catching his breath, Sungjin judges that he is now 3 or 4 times stronger than in his past life, but the coming Demon King's castle raid still keeps him from feeling safe. When the usual raid completion line never comes, Sungjin realizes he missed survivors somewhere in the fortress. He asks Kane to sniff out any remaining orcs, and the wolf confirms there are still enemies alive above them. Now fully in completion mode, Sungjin follows Kane upstairs and wipes out the last forgotten orc squad on the 2nd floor. That final cleanup finally triggers full raid completion and starts the reward distribution. Because he entered solo and killed everything himself, Sungjin takes the full stat point and black coin payout with his Solitude and coin boost bonuses stacked on top. The item rewards turn out to be a King's Axe, a legendary pair of boots, and an enhancement stone. He also earns the title Highlander, a practical extra life that revives him once after a fatal blow, and he quietly decides it is too useful not to keep. The operator starts an early return countdown, but Sungjin cancels it because he wants to stay in this chapter and keep troll hunting. Back in the Orc King's throne room, Sungjin switches his title to Adjudicator with the Star of the Nameless and activates the Troll Seeker marble. Instead of a transfer, the marble rejects him with no applicable dimension available, stopping his plan cold. He first wonders if he cleared too quickly, but that excuse does not fit this run at all. Then another possibility hits him. After so many purges and with hunter numbers dropping, there may simply not be enough active trolls left to target. Since the chosen hunters are probably still fighting their own raids, Sungjin uses the weight to spend his fresh stat points on strength, dexterity, endurance, and mind power. Next he inspects the new legendary boots, realizes they are far better than his old swift paw, and remembers they may have belonged to one of the future final survivors. He equips Beltara the Pursuer's boots on the spot, stores swift paw away, and even gives the old pair a quiet thank you for carrying him this far. After pacing a few steps to test the fit, he tries the marble again, and this time the transfer request goes through. While the 10-second countdown runs, Sungjin realizes troll hunting is nearing its natural end as the later raids close in and fewer targets remain. The transfer drops him beside a freshly bloody troll hunter who is still drinking a potion, and Sungjin's last bit of tension dies on the spot. Sungjin opens with Basilisk's Eye and freezes the troll in place, but the man instantly breaks the petrification by burning his iron will title. Instead of running, the troll actually squares up with sword and shield, and Sungjin thanks him because that makes the kill much easier. In one burst, Sungjin knocks both weapons away and drives his blade between the troll's armor plates. Only after getting stabbed does the troll understand the gap between them and try to flee, and Sungjin deliberately lets him run for a few seconds to test the new boots. The Pursuer's boots work beautifully, and Sungjin catches the runaway almost at once before calmly admitting that the first stab was only a field test. Before the man can beg, Sungjin cuts his throat cleanly and shuts down any guilt he might have felt. After looting the body, Sungjin lounges on the Orc King's throne with unexpected downtime on his hands and decides to check how the chosen hunters are progressing. Using the staff of the warlord and inspection, he looks in on the others and sees that Baltran and Franz are still searching the prison for the hidden merchant Ratman. Saran Han is much farther ahead, already fighting the hidden boss while a bizarre crowd of turbaned summoned fighters throws itself at the crimson orcs around her. Protected by that strange army, Saran calmly buries arrow after arrow in the orcs' heads, and Sungjin can tell her raid is basically under control. The last view he chooses is Nada's party right before the hidden boss, and that one looks worth watching closely. At the basement entrance, Nada gathers the hunters, covers them all in dark shield, and warns them that the crazed orcs and hidden boss will be much faster than expected. The moment they descend, Varmel's chanting and the operator warning are drowned out by a full rush of crimson-eyed orcs. Even with the warning, the orcs' speed is worse than Nada imagined, and the hunters are instantly forced into messy one-against-many fights. One hammer-wielding orc reaches Nada, and she stays calm enough to block with her staff and slice off the fingers gripping his weapon. But the crazed orc feels no pain at all, and the sight of his own blood only makes him charge her harder with bare hands. Nada jams her dagger up through his chin to stop him, but 2 more orcs are already crashing in from behind and 3 on 1 is too much. She calls for Domingo, only to see her zombie companion being ripped apart elsewhere, leaving her isolated for a dangerous second. With an axe and a sword pinning her weapons and the first orc lunging back in, Nada is a heartbeat from getting overwhelmed. Mahada suddenly appears and saves her with a crushing side kick, proving why he is the most reliable ally she has met in this raid. He keeps moving with a windmill-like leg sweep that snaps the other 2 orcs' shins and drops them in front of Nada. The opening is all Nada needs, and she traps the fallen orcs with Graves' Call before stabbing through their hearts herself. By the time she turns to thank him, Mahadas has already rushed off to rescue someone else, which tells Nada exactly what kind of fighter he is. Nada answers by cursing the whole orc mob with weakness and powering up Domingo with frenzy, slowly dragging the battle back in her party's favor. Just as the pressure starts easing, a beam of light drops into the chamber, and Kay suddenly joins the battle. Kay tears through the basement like a storm, crippling or killing orcs so fast that the entire hidden boss fight suddenly becomes manageable. With Kay cleaning the field, the hidden boss falls, and the surviving hunters can only stare at him in disbelief. Nada immediately calls Kay out for ignoring her earlier request for help, and he casually admits he only came because there is someone here he wants to take. When Kay removes his helmet and asks if he remembers him, the target turns out to be Mahadas, who already knows him by name. Nada quickly realizes she is watching a recruitment pitch, and with Mahadas proving both skilled and selfless, she can already guess he is about to join their side. Outside the fight, Sungjin pours holy water of baptism over Mahadas and finishes bringing him in as a new chosen one ally. Sungjin cannot explain everything yet, so he simply tells Mahadas to skip dinner and wait, promising it will make sense soon. Then Sungjin goes right back to work, using more Troll Seeker marbles to jump between dimensions and butcher active trolls one after another. He keeps hoping one of those jumps will finally find Edward, but every new troll turns out to be somebody else. On the 5th marble, he lands in front of a thin, sleazy-looking Eastern troll standing over murdered hunters, and this one immediately feels troublesome. Before Sungjin can strike, the troll uses Shadow Walk and vanishes, forcing him to think through the chase instead of ending it cleanly. As Sungjin weighs whether to blast the whole area with magic, he catches faint footsteps behind him and whips around with a counter-slash. The ambush nearly works, but the troll only barely avoids the blade and smugly praises Sungjin's hearing before claiming he will just kill him face to face. Sungjin answers by stacking Amplify Magic and Mana Flow and finally using Time Reversal against the troll exactly the way he planned earlier. Time rolls back about 10 seconds to the moment before the troll vanished, giving Sungjin a second chance with full knowledge of the assassination path. Sungjin repeats the bait on purpose, letting the troll enter Shadow Walk and circle behind him just like before. At the exact right instant, he throws Moon Spectre backward without even looking and nails the hidden troll through the leg. As the crippled troll stares up in disbelief and asks how Sungjin knew, Sungjin gives him a dry smile and throws his own taunt back at him. His ears are quite sensitive. Right after the fight, the operator warns Sungjin that his mana is running low, and he quietly judges that he is already getting used to using time reversal in real combat. He gathers the troll's dropped items into his cube, already done with the raid and shifting from survival mode to cleanup. When the operator says he still has over 14 minutes before automatic return, Sungjin decides to use the extra time to check on the other chosen hunters. His inspection shows Saran Han already safe in the black market, casually eating cheesecake after clearing her raid completely on her own side. He checks Nada and Mahada's next and sees both of their parties receiving full clear rewards, confirming that his intervention paid off. What catches Sungjin's eye is that Nada appears in Mahada's cube and Mahada's appears in Nada's, proving 2 chosen ones can end up in the same party. His last check shows Baltran and Franz already past the hidden boss and hunting down the remaining mobs, so with all 5 party members alive, Sungjin decides they do not need rescue. With every chosen group under control, Sungjin asks for an early return, and the operator agrees because the raid's main objective is already complete. Back at first drop with an iced coffee, Sungjin sorts through the new loot and grimly prices it out, knowing weaker heroic gear is getting harder to sell this late in the game. He heads to the auction house, puts his loot up for sale, and then asks the pig auction staff whether the market has been slowing down. The pig auction staff confirm the market has thinned out because fewer hunters are left, and the answer reminds Sungjin how quickly the survivor count is collapsing. Even so, Sungjin pushes himself to keep earning while he can, because he knows the chapters ahead will leave very few hunters alive. He asks to see the legendary listings, but the floating list is mostly spare weapons, and nothing there matters to a hunter already carrying multiple unique legendary swords. Finding nothing worth buying, Sungjin leaves the auction behind and goes straight to Cargos with a more important plan. At Cargos' forge, Sungjin asks him to push Ariane up to unique legendary rank, then adds a second request to upgrade the mind-reading earring Eye of Jeremiah too. Cargos says both upgrades are possible for 13,000 black coins, and Sungjin pays on the spot using his fresh raid earnings. Walking out under the clear black market sky, Sungjin turns his thoughts toward the future and the approaching Demon King's castle, where the first great failure began. That looming deadline makes this raid feel even more valuable to him, because he did not just win alone and test time reversal well, he also secured Mahadas for the final team. Back at 99 Nights, Sungjin uses the Scepter of the Warlord to gather the Chosen Ones again, now including Mahadas as the newest recruit. Mahadas introduces himself politely, and the group's initial awkwardness quickly softens once everyone senses how decent and calm he is. With 5 Chosen Ones secured, Sungjin counts 6 people including himself, and feels both relieved and pressured by the 4 remaining final team slots. He knows skill alone is not enough, because trustworthy people are the real bottleneck, and even a stronger Eye of Jeremiah will never be a perfect way to judge character. The names he truly wants are Hildebrandt and Mustafa, because the final team still needs a reliable tank and a magician he can trust without hesitation. After dinner, Sungjin has Nada, Mahadas, and Balton kiss the ring as their white coin contribution, using the team's system to fund more holy water for future recruits. They flinch at the permanent 10% reward penalty, but all 3 still accept it for the sake of the team. After the Chosen Ones disperse back to their own dimensions, Sungjin is left alone at 99 Nights and collects the latest sales receipt from the mailman before heading upstairs. The sales bring in around 70,000 black coins, but the unsold heroic gear confirms what he expected: weaker items are losing value fast. He decides black coins are still better spent on elixirs than on outrageously expensive Class 9 spells, since time reversal is already enough if he keeps mastering it. Before dawn, he returns to Darker Than Black and immediately trades 3 white coins for 3 more holy waters. The shadowy merchant remarks that Sungjin has gotten less talkative, and Sungjin answers with a flat "no news is good news" before asking for marble recharges and more elixirs. Sungjin drains an elixir in one shot, finishing his business with the same no-nonsense rhythm he uses for everything else now. Before leaving, Sungjin abruptly asks whether any other hunter ever comes to this hidden shop, clearly thinking of one specific person. Instead of answering directly, the merchant shifts his own body into Edward's blonde, blue-eyed face, turning Sungjin's suspicion into something much more concrete. When Sungjin confirms that Edward is the person he means, the transformed merchant just grins and asks for 10,000 black coins to hear the rest. Already out of black coins after buying elixirs, Sungjin silently curses the merchant's timing and walks out instead of paying for the answer. Back in the freezing pre-dawn black market, Sungjin looks at the hidden shop swallowed in darkness and realizes just how impossible it should be for anyone to find it by chance. That pushes him to a sharper conclusion: Edward could only have found the place by passing Ariane's brutal test, which means the man may have grown far stronger than expected. Even then, he cannot be sure whether Edward is thriving or already dead somewhere, because raids are cruel enough to break skill with bad luck alone. Those thoughts follow him all the way to Cargos' forge, where he arrives just in time to watch the smith hammering Ariane in a shower of sparks. When Cargos finishes, he hands over the upgraded Ariane, and Sungjin immediately inspects the blade's sharper build and improved power. The new unique legendary Ariane boosts his physical stats hard enough to function as a real sword for him now, while also stretching mana flow to match the ring of the Great Sage's full 30 seconds. He likes the improvements, but one problem still nags at him right away: even with a stronger sword, his mana pool is still the real limit. Cargos hands back the upgraded Eye of Jeremiah next, and Sungjin finds that the earring has reached legendary rank with longer thought-reading time and a brand new anti-invisibility skill. That result lands perfectly for Sungjin, because invisible enemies have already caused trouble in recent raids and now he finally has a cleaner answer for them. Cargos then casually drops a bigger revelation: if Sungjin can bring 9 more enhancement stones, his unique legendary swords can rise again into an even higher mythological tier. The idea of mythological equipment hits Sungjin hard, because until now the only mythological thing he had ever seen was the holy water of baptism, not actual gear. He wants that impossible next step now, but with only 1 or 2 stones dropping on a lucky raid, Sungjin forces himself to treat the idea as a long-term possibility instead of an immediate goal. Back in his room at 99 Nights, he lies on the bed with an information sheet and pen, determined to turn his past experience into a real strategy guide before breakfast. He fills the sheet with practical notes on threats, boss tactics, and the hidden boss route, because he is the only one here who has already lived through this raid once. By breakfast time, he heads downstairs with the completed guide and uses his draft to summon all 5 chosen ones for the morning meeting. The 6-person table feels almost lively now, with everyone casually ordering breakfast from Dalyapin instead of eating in the old silence Sungjin was used to. Saran and Nada banter like fast friends, with Nada teasing that Saran's beauty should attract trouble and Saran dryly answering that dragging corpses around probably scares people off first. Across the table, Baltran and Mahadas discover they both came from North America and slip into easy small talk about home. Franz asks about Sungjin's swordsmanship, and Sungjin awkwardly admits he first got noticed after disarming a rude kendo student and hitting him with his own wooden sword. Once the chatter dies down, Sungjin finally steps into the role only he can fill and starts the day's briefing in front of the whole table. He explains that today's raid is the swamp of Keitrot, where the Lizard Man King leads agile enemies with much better teamwork than the orcs, so the key is to force fights onto dry land whenever possible. As every eye stays fixed on him, Sungjin has the strange realization that he has somehow become the group's instructor. Sungjin tears across the swamp so fast he seems to run on water, deliberately dragging a roaring army of lizard men behind him. When the warning says the Lizard Man King Keitrot has appeared, Sungjin realizes the bait worked exactly as planned. After confirming he has drawn in nearly the whole swamp, Sungjin tosses Regenta's egg into the air to change the fight. Regenta bursts out of the egg, grabs Sungjin by the shoulders, and climbs higher on his command while the lizard men below scramble to aim their bows. Before their arrows can reach him, Sungjin and Bisgoro unleash Blizzard Storm over the soaked pursuers. Because their reptilian bodies are already drenched, the lizard men freeze in place almost all at once. Sungjin lands, apologizes to a shivering Regenta, and turns the frozen swarm into a slaughter zone. He summons Kane and orders the giant wolf and his pack to rip through the immobilized lizard men with him. The trapped lizard men can barely move their eyes as Sungjin's blade and the wolf's fangs cut them down one after another. As he carves through them, Sungjin remembers Arojo's old advice that swamp lizard men become helpless when freezing magic drops their body temperature. That tip shaped the whole raid, because Sungjin provoked their fierce camaraderie on purpose and lured the entire force back to one killing field. Only Keitrot still fights back, battering away Kane's wolves even through the ice, slowing his boss-level body. Sungjin rushes in, and Keitrot can only rage at the hunter who ruined his swamp. Even as a boss, Keitrot is too slow to matter now, and Sungjin hacks off his weapon arm, shatters the golden shield, and cuts away the tail. With a curt apology that he has no time, Sungjin finishes Keitrot by slitting his throat. The surviving lizard men break and run after their king falls, but the frozen swamp leaves them nowhere to escape. Once the swamp is cleared, Sungjin calls Regenta back and takes to the air to search for what this raid still has hidden. Before he can focus on the next target, 5 wyverns rush in from the distance and force a sudden aerial battle. Sungjin calmly tells Regenta to climb slightly above them, already planning to turn the airspace into his own hunting ground. He deploys a flying carpet behind them, draws Moon Spectre and Blood Vengeance, and prepares to leap between mounts. At the instant of impact, Sungjin jumps off Regenta and lands on a wyvern's back instead. He buries Moon Spectre into the beast's back, slices off its poisonous tail, and tears up its insides before it can throw him off. As the dying wyvern starts to drop, Sungjin kicks free and lets the waiting carpet catch him in open air. From the carpet, Sungjin joins Regenta in the air and starts bringing down the remaining wyverns one after another. The battle ends cleanly when Regenta bites the last wyvern's neck at the same moment Sungjin stabs it in the back. When the last wyvern throws its body around, both Regenta and the waiting carpet rush in to catch Sungjin, and he jokes that his summons are more reliable than hunters. Then the operator's warning cuts in, telling him he has flown into a restricted area and will die if he stays there. Sungjin immediately has Regenta pull back, and the moment he returns to the safe zone he starts reading the boundary itself as a clue. From above, he spots a larger swamp beyond the line and realizes that is where the hidden route begins. At the swamp's edge, Sungjin checks the time and is mildly impressed that the main raid only took a little over 7 minutes. He admits he wanted the fast clear partly so he could visit other parties and scout more candidates for his chosen ones before the hunter pool shrinks further. Even so, he stays focused here first and freezes a narrow path across the hidden swamp with frostbite. At the center, Sungjin spots a green glow under the water and knows he has found the hidden piece. He takes a deep breath and dives in anyway, even though the filthy swamp makes his skin crawl. At the bottom of the shallow swamp, he grabs the green glowing emerald snake and immediately turns back toward the surface. The operator confirms he has obtained the hidden piece, Shanik the emerald snake. Regenta swoops in, yanks the dripping Sungjin out by the shoulder, and drops him near shore. Sungjin shakes off the stink and checks the item, learning the emerald snake is the key to calling out an ancient existence. Back in the air, he quickly finds the next destination, a moss-covered white building near the giant swamp. Before entering, he orders Regenta to team up with Kane's pack and hunt down any surviving lizard men or wyverns in the swamp. Alone again, Sungjin steps into the old marble temple and finds it eerily empty except for a huge circular pit. Near the pit, he finds a small altar with a stone snake body waiting for the missing emerald head. When he fits Shanik into place, the statue flashes and becomes a living snake. The revived snake flicks its tongue, turns, and disappears down into the pit to summon what waits below. Knowing what is coming, Sungjin draws Romance of the Three Kingdoms and warns Bisgoro that this boss replaces any head you cut. Then 5 enormous snake heads rise from the darkness together, revealing the hidden boss Ancient Hydra. Sungjin immediately sets the plan. Moon Spectre will count 10 seconds after the first kill, because all 5 heads have to die at nearly the same time. To stack the odds, he activates Substitute Reading with the Gourmet's monocle and starts another seance from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As the nearest head lunges, Sungjin dodges back and triggers Frenzy to start the burst kill window. The reading lands on Guan Yu, and a seance power flares behind Sungjin, boosting his speed and attack for the Hydra fight. Using that burst of speed, Sungjin baits 2 heads at once and turns their charge into the first clean decapitation. Moon Spectre starts the 10-second countdown, and Sungjin knows the solo clear only works if he can kill multiple heads before the replacement appears. He leaps onto another head, blinds it with both swords, and tears it apart before the countdown can breathe. A third head tries to flood him with poison, so Sungjin throws up an emergency frozen mantle and blocks the venom cloud. Without wasting a second, he charges through the opening and forces a giant fireball down another head's throat. He slams the jaws shut with blood vengeance, and the fireball detonates inside the serpent's skull. A new head already rises from the pit, resetting the pressure and making the final seconds even tighter. Sungjin drives blood vengeance into another nose, stands on the embedded blade, and hacks the head apart from above. When another poison spray comes for him, he activates Snake's serum through Chime Rao and shrugs off the venom that should have melted him. He splits that poison-spitting head nearly in half, but its neck is so thick he still has to finish the cut. With Moon Spectre counting down and Bisgoro barking the odds, Sungjin fires blood vengeance to slice through the hanging remainder. With 1 head left and only seconds to spare, Sungjin braces himself and chooses Guan Yu's active skill for the finish. Strike of the Blue Dragon tears out in a bluish arc and cleanly severs the last head before the timer runs out. As Moon Spectre reaches the final count, the operator confirms the hidden boss Ancient Hydra has been cleared. After leaving the dead Hydra behind in the temple, Sungjin steps outside and hears the raid is finally complete. Realizing Kane and Regenta finished the outside monsters, Sungjin quietly decides they deserve a special reward back at 99 nights. The operator starts reward distribution, and Sungjin gets 17,000 stat points and 17,000 black coins, both higher than last time. The item rewards turn out to be a legendary ceremonial spear and a legendary leather armor, useful more for trade than for Sungjin himself. He still pockets both legendary items, figuring they can at least be sold well or maybe passed to a teammate. Then he receives the new title Ancient Hunter, and the word ancient immediately makes him think ahead to future enemies. When the operator offers an early return, Sungjin cuts in and asks to stay on the normal schedule instead. With over 2 hours left, Sungjin sees a chance to do extra work inside raid time, hunt trolls and scout hunters for his future team. He tries the Troll Seeker marble first, but the raid ended too fast and no troll dimension is available yet. So he switches plans and pulls out the staff of the warlord to inspect other raid parties from afar. 5 floating screens open at once, and Sungjin scans them like a wall of live feeds, looking past the chosen ones for 4 more candidates before the next 10-man raid. One hunter immediately catches Sungjin's eye, a fire mage in Baltron's party who is throwing unusually large fireballs. Sungjin almost jumps in at once, but he stops himself because his presence would change how everyone behaves. To watch them cleanly, he casts invisibility before transferring into Baltron's dimension. He arrives just as boss K-Trot appears in full kingly armor, rallying the lizardmen with a proud war cry. Sungjin stays hidden on purpose, watching from the edge so he can judge Baltron's party under pressure instead of carrying the fight himself. Baltron anchors the front line so aggressively that the rest of the party can focus on clean damage behind him. Sungjin sizes up the rest of Baltron's party too, and one rear-line fire mage still stands out over the other fighters. The rear mage shields Baltron with fire and throws up a wall of flame against the enemy archers, proving his power comes with sharp judgment. As the rear mage burns down lizardmen one after another, Sungjin becomes sure the man's raw combat skill is real. But Sungjin's stealth almost collapses when a stray lizardman bumps straight into his invisible body. Sungjin instantly slits the lizardman's throat, then recasts invisibility before the party notices him. The battle ends cleanly with K-Trot beheaded, thanks to Baltron's clutch saves and the mage's heavy firepower. While the hunters celebrate the kill, Sungjin watches unseen and decides skill alone is not enough. Now he needs to judge the mage's character. Once the party settles to rest, Sungjin drops invisibility and suddenly appears in front of them. One of Baltron's hunters snaps a drawn bow at him, and Sungjin coldly warns that firing that arrow will get the man killed. Baltron quickly orders the archer to lower his bow, then turns to Sungjin and addresses him with wary respect. Sungjin explains he is here to interview possible future chosen ones, leaving the whole party stunned. He walks straight up to the fire mage, offers a handshake, and announces a test that could be very good for him if he passes. The fire mage agrees to answer honestly, even though he clearly has no idea what this sudden interview really means. Sungjin quietly activates Trite and starts with basic questions, learning the mage is 23-year-old Korean Taesuk Cha. When Sungjin asks if he has ever turned troll, Taesuk says no, but his thoughts make it sound like he only avoids it because it is dangerous. Sungjin pushes harder and asks whether he has ever deliberately driven another hunter to death for better rewards. Taesuk's answer comes out vague and awkward, and his surface thoughts are just as slippery, which immediately puts Sungjin on guard. Before Sungjin asks more, he pauses on purpose and lets Taesuk stew, giving the man room to reveal his real motives in his own head. Inside that silence, Taesuk decides this chosen one business probably means a huge buff, so he should just say whatever makes him look good. Sungjin asks what Taesuk regrets most in all the raids so far. Taesuk's first honest thought is just wasting 2,000 black coins at the auction house, which tells Sungjin plenty all by itself. Then Taesuk switches to a noble-sounding story about failing to save frozen teammates in the Ice Witch's palace, even while thinking about how to exaggerate it. That is enough for Sungjin. He cuts the interview short and turns away, already done with him. Baltran quietly asks for his verdict, and Sungjin checks whether Baltran sends the same false note. Baltran says Taesuk's skill is fine, but the lies and sudden change in attitude bothered him too. Sungjin makes the call on the spot. Taesuk is rejected, because someone who lies for personal gain cannot become an ally. Before leaving, Sungjin warns Baltran not to tell Taesuk he failed, so the man will not start nursing a grudge. He tells Baltran to simply say that if Taesuk passes, Sungjin will find him after the raid, and to keep the chosen one details secret. Then Sungjin vanishes again, leaving Baltran to guide his party onward toward the hidden piece. Watching them from the edge of the swamp, Sungjin admits to himself that finding both skill and upright character in strangers is much harder than killing monsters. He considers choosing for character alone, but rejects the idea because weak teammates would become a burden in later raids. Instead, he reminds himself there are still tens of thousands of hunters left to screen, and more chances ahead. Then he notices a useful rhythm. Troll Seeker Marble and Trite both run on 10-minute cooldowns, so he can alternate troll hunts with candidate interviews. This time the Troll Seeker Marble finds a target, and Sungjin immediately jumps to a troll dimension. In the new raid, the troll is already sprinting in terror and cursing at its unseen pursuer, desperate to know why it is being hunted. Shadowrun suddenly appears in front of the fleeing troll and cuts off its escape in one eerie move. The moment the troll stops, Sungjin drives 2 swords through its heart and ends the hunt. After scooping up the drops, Sungjin checks the time and learns the chase took 9 minutes and 21 seconds, annoyingly close to the limit. Bisgoro grumbles that the hunt took too long, and even boasts that Shadowrun could have found the target faster in his prime. Sungjin brushes the bragging off and goes right back to inspection, now looking at Franz's party instead. There he spots Franz's rear-line crossbowman, Slayer, whose bolts shred wyverns once the fight moves into the air. Sungjin transfers over under invisibility again and studies Franz's party from hiding while the wyvern battle keeps going. The crossbowman proves he is more than a shooter when he binds a descending wyvern with entangling roots and hands Franz a perfect kill. Once Franz's party finishes the wyverns, Sungjin drops invisibility and walks up to interview the skilled crossbowman called Slayer. A little later, Sungjin drops onto a dry patch of ground, already frustrated that Slayer looked promising in battle but failed the interview. Bisgoro tells him not to be upset, because it is better to filter out bad allies now than regret them later. Drawing on years of war, Bisgoro says the worst kind of ally is the one who thinks only about his own survival the moment things turn dangerous. Sungjin agrees, because in the later raids there will be nowhere left to run anyway. Allies will have to win together or die together. Slayer had failed fast. He denied trolling only because he disliked the penalty, and his own mind admitted he once fled the Dark Elven City's hidden boss before his teammates. That confirms it for Sungjin. No matter how skilled someone is, he will not accept allies who abandon the team at the crucial moment. He spends the rest of the raid bouncing between troll hunts and inspections, gaining loot easily but finding no one worth recruiting. By the end of the chapter, he has to accept that this whole raid produced 0 new allies. As the teleport countdown starts, Sungjin folds his arms and thinks about how he searched 10 different dimensions without finding anyone he could trust. He still tells himself the next raid gives better odds, because a 10-man stage means twice the sample size and maybe even an old teammate. But as the teleport finally takes him, Sungjin cannot help remembering that the next place was absolute hell. Sungjin arrived in the black market, sat down with coffee, and started calculating what all his new loot was worth. A teleport request from Nada interrupted him, and she immediately asked whether he had picked up a legendary leather armor from the raid. When Sungjin showed her Marbot, armor of nobility, Nada asked him not to auction it and to sell it directly to her for her upgrade plans. He agreed, and Nada thanked him with a playful kiss gesture that caught him completely off guard. After she signed off, Sungjin checked his price notes and decided her kiss had earned her a much cheaper deal on the armor. Another teleport request came in almost right away, and this time Franz called to ask whether Sungjin wanted a legendary helmet from the same raid. Franz revealed K-Trot's golden helmet, and its stats were strong enough that Sungjin had to admit it was a solid legendary item. Franz awkwardly hinted that Sungjin's current skull helmet looked a little ugly, and that the golden one would suit him better, which instantly bruised Bisgoro's pride. Sungjin turned Franz down out of loyalty to the helmet he had grown used to, even while trying not to laugh at Bisgoro's wounded pride. As soon as Franz disappeared, Sungjin finally burst out laughing and tried to soothe Bisgoro's bruised ego. Just as he finished sorting through everything, Saran Han contacted him next and pulled the story toward tonight's gathering. That evening, Sungjin gathered his chosen allies at Brazier's Flame, a luxurious restaurant deep in the black market. Franz arrived first and looked around in open amazement, realizing the place was far grander inside than he had ever guessed. Nada appeared next and immediately approved of Sungjin's choice, making it clear she already knew the restaurant well. Mahadas and Baltran came in with much less fuss, while Saran Han showed up last looking especially pleased that her dinner suggestion had been used. Once everyone was seated, Sungjin opened the meal by asking how their latest raid had gone. Every one of them reported a clean finish, and when Sungjin asked about 100% completion, nobody raised a hand to say they had failed. That quiet answer told Sungjin his chosen group had grown strong enough to carry raids the way he once had alone. Satisfied, he told everyone to order, and the dinner finally shifted into a proper team meal. As they ate the restaurant's polished dishes, the mood stayed calm enough for casual talk to start again. Nada noticed there was still no new recruit, and Franz followed by asking whether any of Sungjin's interviews had turned up someone promising. Sungjin admitted there still was not a single candidate he trusted enough to bring in. Saran Han tried to ease the worry by pointing out that the next raid would be a 10-man one, so they would have more chances to watch other hunters in action. Sungjin agreed in theory, but his tone changed when he warned them that the next 10-man raid was dangerous enough that even he could not promise a full clear. He named the raid as the Great Plains of Barastan and explained that it dropped hunters into an active battlefield between human and demon armies. Sungjin warned that the goal was to kill the demon commander, but the map was packed with enemies and elite officers strong enough to make every step ugly. He promised to help where he could, but made it clear they needed to steel themselves tonight because he might not be able to save them every time. Before dawn, Sungjin went back to the hidden shop darker than black with a much colder mood than usual. He dropped his used Troll Seeker marbles on the counter, ordered the merchant to recharge them, and had the operator handle the payment without any small talk. The merchant pretended to take offense at Sungjin's blunt attitude, then cracked a grin and admitted he was only joking. After restoring color to the marbles, the merchant listened when Sungjin asked again about the person he had been searching for. To make sure they meant the same man, the merchant briefly copied Edward's appearance, and Sungjin confirmed that was exactly who he wanted to know about. The answer cost 10,000 black coins, and Sungjin paid on the spot because Edward mattered that much to him. The merchant confirmed Edward had visited the shop before, first after Chapter 10 and most recently again at dawn today. When the merchant added that Edward had been sitting in the exact chair Sungjin was using, Sungjin abruptly stood and stared at it. The merchant refused to say what Edward bought, but Sungjin had already learned enough to conclude Edward passed Ariane's test and was still alive. With that unsettling confirmation in hand, Sungjin stopped digging and spent the rest of his coins on elixirs instead. At breakfast in his dimension, the chosen hunter showed up looking grim, clearly still rattled by Sungjin's warning from the night before. Sungjin realized he might have scared them too hard, but he chose to keep the pressure on instead of softening the truth. He repeated that Barastan was brutally hard and added that he had no information at all on the hidden piece or the hidden boss. After giving them every detail he knew, Sungjin watched the team leave and turned his thoughts toward the raid he planned to face alone. He decided solo was still safer for reward control and troll risk, even if bringing allies would have made the battlefield itself easier. To lock that decision in, Sungjin raised Lathian, Star of Solitude, and activated solitary training for the next raid. A moment later, Sungjin was summoned alone into the Great Plains of Barastan. Barastan greeted him with sunset-red plains, black smoke, drumbeats, and corpses scattered across a battlefield the demons had already overrun. The operator's briefing confirmed the demons had won the main battle and were now hunting down surviving human soldiers. Seeing the demon camp ahead, Sungjin grimly admitted to himself that even with all his strength, taking on an army alone was still a ridiculous assignment. The smell of burning grain and flesh dragged up battlefield memories, and Biscoro's excited comment only made Sungjin snap at him to take this raid seriously. Biscoro argued that a veteran of 40 years on battlefields could help, and Moon Spectre quietly added that she would support Sungjin too. Their banter turned awkward enough that Sungjin cut it off, and for one brief second he even wondered if he should have taken Franz's prettier helmet after all. A new raid window appeared with the true goal: kill Commander Zeratar within 3.5 hours. That countdown pulled him back to his worst memory of Barastan, the hellish clear where all 9 other hunters died and he finished the boss while bleeding alone. He knew surviving that slaughter had given him the full 10-man reward for himself, and that overwhelming payout was probably one reason he had made it this far. That thought also reminded him how tempting a 10-man raid's rewards could be to trolls, so he resolved to clear fast, hunt any traitors he found, and help others if possible. For the main raid itself, he was confident enough, but the unknown hidden boss still bothered him because it might be something on Ariane's level. When the countdown ended and the barrier vanished, Sungjin set off across the plains as a one-man army. Biscoro suggested luring enemies into a giant wipe like before, but Sungjin shut that down because a 10-man battlefield raid was too large and dangerous for that trick. Instead, he accepted he would have to fight a true guerrilla war, even if his version of guerrilla warfare meant exterminating the whole enemy force by himself. Moon Spectre warned him first when a patrol of 5 demons pushed into the wheat field, sniffing for a living human nearby. Sungjin waited until the patrol was almost on top of him, then burst from the wheat and dropped the first demon in a single silent strike. The second demon spotted him and shouted human, but blood vengeance split through the demon's weapon and throat in the same swing. The last three rushed him from three directions, yet Sungjin blocked two attacks, bent away from the third, and slipped backward out of the trap. Panicked and uncoordinated, the demons lined up after him, which let Sungjin cut them down one after another with almost insulting ease. With the last wounded demon finished by a thrust through the heart, the entire five-man patrol was wiped out without Sungjin taking a single hit. Looking over the bodies, Sungjin realized these were enemies that once threatened whole teams, yet now he could erase them cleanly on his own. Moon Spectre and Biscoro both praised how much his swordsmanship had sharpened, and their words helped steady the confidence he had lost to old memories. With his nerve back, he decided the regular troops would not stop him and headed toward the demon encampment to win fast and start helping elsewhere. Elsewhere on the same raid, Saran Han entered under her Mustafa disguise, complete with turban and shaggy beard, and introduced herself as a Bao user who also knew some magic. As the other 9 hunters studied the disguised newcomer, Saran quietly touched her earring and listened to their surface thoughts judge whether Mustafa looked useful or dangerous. Most of the thoughts were the usual mix of caution, prejudice, and troll paranoia that veteran hunters carried into every new team. Then one introduction cut through the noise. A beautiful blonde young man named Edward stepped forward with the title Spellmaster above him. The moment Saran saw his face and title, she froze because she recognized Edward as one of the exact names on Sungjin's watch list. On the Great Plains of Barastan, Saran spots the blonde mage Edward and immediately remembers Sungjin's warning that Spellmaster Edward was important enough to mark with a star. Edward looks perfectly normal, so Saran decides to watch him through the raid first and call Sungjin later, just like he told her. The 10-man raid starts, and the hunters march toward the demon camp with Saran and Edward placed near the back line close enough for her to keep studying him. 5 demons rush the hunters without a hint of fear, and Saran's opening headshot is shockingly knocked aside by a demon using the horn on his head. That one deflection tells Saran the truth fast. Even these regular field demons are far stronger than anything the hunters expected. Saran switches targets from the head to the torso, and her crystal arrows start slowing the demons enough for the hunters to fight back. One furious demon leaps straight at Saran, so she activates Sylphid and starts drifting backward through the air while shooting him over and over. Just as Saran lines up the finishing shot, another hunter gets hurled into her, knocking her out of the air and leaving both of them helpless on the ground. Before the axe can land, Edward cuts in with silver-white holy fire and drives his staff straight through the demon's heart. Edward offers Saran a hand, calmly asks if she's alright, and the two of them rejoin the fight side by side. With Saran's slowing arrows and Edward's magic landing the decisive hits, the hunters finally turn the first skirmish around and wipe the demons out. During the short breather, Saran starts doubting Sungjin's warning because the man who saved her seems strong, calm, and genuinely kind. Then Edward casually remarks that her hands are small for a man, and Saran's nerves spike as she wonders if he just saw through her disguise. The moment passes when the squad moves again, but Saran keeps that comment in the back of her mind as they head deeper into the raid. The second enemy group is even worse with 7 demons and one of them casting magic, which rattles the hunters immediately. When the demon mage unleashes Inferno, Edward instantly throws up an anti-magic shield and blocks it for the team. Taking Sungjin's warning seriously, Saran decides this is the place to spend resources and summons her giant Crimson Falcon Rin to guard her. Once Rin covers her flanks and the other hunters start burning active skills, the second fight suddenly becomes much more manageable. Edward keeps dropping heavy spells at exactly the right moments, and Saran realizes with a sour little jolt that taking first in contribution will not be easy this time. Whenever demons try to rush the annoying archer first, Rin mauls their faces long enough for Saran to retreat with Sylphid and turn them into pincushions. As the victory becomes certain, Saran studies Edward again and has to admit he looks not just powerful but almost too decent to match Sungjin's hatred. Edward keeps supporting the team like an ideal ally, and that only deepens Saran's confusion over why Sungjin called him the worst. Unable to reconcile Sungjin's warning with Edward's behavior, Saran decides to use the Eye of Jeremiah whenever its cooldown allows and keep investigating him during the raid. Elsewhere near the demon encampment, Sungjin rips his blades out of a dead demon and confirms he has already erased a third scouting party. With the real target finally in front of him, Sungjin swaps into the pitch-black Levain mantle and prepares to hunt the camp from the shadows. He slips toward the camp knowing the demons are nocturnal, so broad daylight works like deep night for most of the soldiers inside. As he scouts the layout, Sungjin notices the separated barracks and the blood-marked drums that could wake the whole army if even one alarm goes out. Before going in, he silently executes 2 demons relaxing over roasted meat at the edge of the camp. Sungjin uses Shadow Walk through the black mantle, turns invisible, and slips into the first barracks where the sleeping demons never even get a chance to scream. A guard walks in to rotate shifts, sees the massacre, and dies with Sungjin's hand clamped over his mouth before the alarm can leave his throat. Sungjin vanishes again and moves to the second barracks, where the only demon awake is carefully grooming a long iron-hard toenail like a weapon. That awake demon drops before he can react, and Sungjin clears the rest of the second barracks just as cleanly. The last barracks almost goes the same way, but one sharp-eared demon wakes up in time to shout that there is an enemy. Sungjin cuts that demon down instantly, but the shout is enough to send noise outside and force him into the open. Outside, the last guard bolts for the alarm drum, so Sungjin hurls blood vengeance straight through the drum before it can be struck. He recalls the sword back through the drum to finish shredding it, then silences the guard for good before the alarm spreads any farther. With the whole camp dead and only the wind left making noise, Sungjin judges the ambush a success and heads off to repeat the process on the next base. Even when Biscoro grumbles that this is not the grand one-man war he expected, Sungjin stays practical and says thinning the army first is the only sane way to reach the final battle fast. Back with Saran's squad, she and Edward quietly coordinate a simultaneous opening strike on 2 chatting demons outside a camp. On Saran's count, her arrow and Edward's dark edge launch together and drop both demons before either can make a sound. After the clean opener, the squad leader orders everyone to move in silently and wipe out each barracks in a single stroke because a direct fight would be suicide. The hunters slip past the yawning guards, kill them together, and clear the first barracks without letting a proper cry escape. While the others enter the second barracks, Saran stays outside and remembers Sungjin's warning about the alarm drums. She quickly slashes an X across the drum with an arrowhead to ruin it before anyone can use it. But at the exact worst moment, a shout erupts from the second barracks, and the stealth plan starts falling apart. Demons pour out of the third barracks and spot both Saran by the ruined drum and the hunters spilling from cover, turning the whole camp into an immediate crisis. Knowing even one escapee could bring the entire enemy army down on them, Saran and the other hunters charge the fresh demons without wasting a second. At the first demon camp, Saran keeps her bow trained on the exits because if even one demon reaches another camp, the whole army will come crashing down on them. The demons choose to fight instead of fleeing, but Saran hesitates for a split second because one loud scream could still expose the ambush. Edward steps in with Silent Zone, spreading a purplish field that swallows every clash and cry before the noise can escape the camp. Once Saran realizes the silence is holding, she finally lets her arrows fly and the raid turns into a brutal but perfectly muffled slaughter. When one shaken demon finally tries to bolt for the next camp, Edward roots him in place and Saran kills him before he can get out. After the last demon falls, the hunters only realize how strange the spell felt when they start praising Edward the moment sound returns. Edward casually asks Saran for a high five over their clean teamwork, and the awkward little gesture only makes him seem more harmless to her. On the walk to the next camp, Saran probes Edward about where his strength came from and quietly tests him with her mind-reading earring. She even bluntly asks if he got strong by trolling, but Edward stays calm and says trampling allies only takes you farther from clearing raids. Edward's words feel honest enough that Saran backs off, and by the time the leader signals for silence at the next camp, she is starting to doubt Sungjin's suspicion. Saran decides she still needs to call Sungjin later, but now she is thinking about a 3-way conversation instead of a fight on sight. Elsewhere in the demon barracks, Sungjin finishes wiping out a 4th camp in silence, and admits he has gotten frighteningly efficient at this. He points out the flashy red and purple command tent deeper in the camp and tells Biscoro that its security is too tight for assassination, so that fight will have to be head-on. The sight of that tent brings back the memory of being skewered there before regression, and Sungjin hardens into a promise to butcher the commander this time. As he moves on, Sungjin lays out his real priority: save his once-a-day trump cards for the hidden boss, because even Zeratar might not be the hardest enemy in this raid. He keeps cutting through sleeping demons camp by camp, faster than before because he knows the route now and there are fewer enemies left. That speed finally costs him when a guard changing shifts spots the massacre and runs to the center of camp to beat the warning drum. The moment the drums start echoing from camp to camp, Sungjin knows the stealth phase is over. With no hiding left, he sheathes blood vengeance, draws Artemio, and calmly accepts that he is about to wage war on the entire camp. 100 demons surge at him, and Sungjin answers by firing chain lightning twice straight into the vanguard. When a demon mage hurls a dark spear back at him, Sungjin absorbs the spell with Artemio and sends it right back through their own line. Then he casts illusion, multiplying himself into 9 attackers so the demons suddenly have no idea which Sungjin is real. Sungjin stacks Biscoro's frenzy on top of that charge, and his sword speed jumps so violently that the front line starts breaking in fear. The first demons to panic and run are killed by their own side, proving this army fears its commander even more than Sungjin. Frenzy burns out with corpses piled around him, and even Sungjin is left breathing hard from the backlash. A sharp order tells the demons to attack while he is tired, so Sungjin answers with Moon Spectre's deathly wail instead of meeting them head-on. Moon Spectre's shriek terrifies the demons so badly that they flee to their deaths anyway, and the opening gives Sungjin time to recover. Then the real threat arrives as the main force appears, and the operator's warning announces boss monster Zeratar. Sungjin recognizes the towering demon commander who killed him before regression, and old pain hardens into cold focus. While the demon commander boasts and promises rewards for Sungjin's head, Sungjin keeps his strongest once-a-day powers in reserve for the hidden boss. He freezes the charge with Blizzard Storm for a heartbeat, and forces his way back into the melee before the elites can fully surround him. This time the fight is slower and uglier, because the demons near Zeratar are stronger and Sungjin has to defend as much as he attacks. A razor-fast spear cuts through the melee and grazes the back of Sungjin's neck, drawing his blood for the first time in a long while. Another spear hit rattles Sungjin's guard, and a slash from behind barely misses, making it clear he will die if he stays boxed in. To break the encirclement, Sungjin throws out the Mapei and summons Shadowrun for a desperate escape. The demon commander instantly spears Shadowrun through the neck, but that tiny interruption is enough for Sungjin to break away. For the first time in ages, Sungjin turns and runs on purpose, baiting the overconfident demon commander into charging ahead of his own troops. When Moon Spectre confirms the commander is in front, Sungjin whips around mid-run and fires both stored dark spears into the pursuing pack. Then Sungjin throws Artemio as a distraction, forcing the demon commander to knock it aside and commit to the clash. Sungjin charges straight back in, and when their attacks cross, he deliberately takes the spear through his side to set up the real kill. In the same instant, Blood Vengeance appears in Sungjin's empty hand and Snake Eye freezes Zeratar just long enough for a throat-cutting counter. Zeratar drops dead, and the boss clear notice confirms Sungjin just ended the commander in a single prepared exchange. Sungjin yanks the spear out of his own side and hurriedly shuts off Baptism of Blood, because the sword's blood drain hurt him even more than Zeratar's stab. The trick becomes clear. He had primed Blood Vengeance in secret before the clash, trusting his dragon-scale armor and huge health pool to survive one spear thrust for an instant kill. With their commander dead, the remaining demons lose their nerve and start breaking apart instead of pressing the attack. Bisgoro urges him to hunt them down, but Sungjin stays seated because the extra contribution is not worth missing the hidden boss or ignoring the other chosen ones. Once he catches his breath, Sungjin finally pulls out the Star of the Nameless and switches his title back to Treasure Hunter. Then, still wounded and bleeding on the battlefield, Sungjin immediately asks the operator to show him where the hidden piece is. The operator gives Sungjin a riddle for the hidden piece, and the key line points to a holy object buried in a righteous human's chest. A second riddle warns that the hidden boss is a reclusive magic researcher watching the battlefield from the sky, but the clue is frustratingly vague. With no better lead, Sungjin decides to search the corpses himself and orders Bisgoro and Moon Spectre to watch the skies for anything besides eagles. He realizes Shadowrun is already gone, so he pulls out his magic carpet instead and saves Regenta and his other summons for the hidden boss fight. Riding low over the plains, Sungjin spots a mountain of human corpses where demons dump the dead and heads down to inspect it. The bald eagles feeding their only stare until Sungjin glares back with killing intent and scares the whole flock away. He digs through the first pile and quickly sees the problem. The demons already searched every pocket and vest, so no holy object is left there. A second corpse pile turns up nothing either, and the search starts looking hopeless across a battlefield full of endless dead. When Sungjin asks for the clue again, the line about a righteous human's chest finally clicks, and he decides the hidden piece must be in a special body, not a random pile. He changes tactics and starts scanning the plains for anything unusual instead of blindly tearing through every corpse. As he searches, Sungjin keeps cutting down scattered demon deserters, using the easy kills to raise his contribution and heal the wounds he took against Zeratar. Even after checking with both ghosts, Sungjin still hears the same answer: nothing strange in the sky except eagles. Following a stream that cuts across the battlefield, Sungjin notices a trail of blood leading away from a dead horse and finally finds something different. At the end of that trail, a dead armored officer lies half submerged in the stream with an arrow in his back and a twisted ankle, like he crawled here on purpose before dying. Sungjin drags the waterlogged corpse out, cuts away the armor, and finds nothing in the clothing, which makes the dead end sting even more. Then Moon Spectre spots a blue glow inside the man's chest, and Sungjin realizes the clue was literal. After a quick apology to the dead man, Sungjin cuts open the chest and pulls out a hard, round object glowing blue. The operator confirms he found the hidden piece, Elendo's final preparation, and Sungjin realizes this righteous officer hid it by swallowing it and drowning himself. As Sungjin notices the gem matches the blue stone in his ring, something suddenly dives from the sky and forces him to pocket it and draw his sword. A beautiful blonde man lands in front of him and coldly demands the gem, making it obvious this human-looking figure is no ordinary man. When Sungjin asks what happens if he refuses, the stranger answers with absolute confidence that Sungjin will die. Sungjin tests his guess and learns the truth. The hidden boss is a dragon, and he already knows a head-on fight should be suicide. The dragon openly boasts that the gap between them is like earth and sky, but the fight twists when he suddenly fixates on Sungjin's blue ring instead of just the gem. Under the dragon's forceful voice, Sungjin is compelled to answer and admits the ring came from another dragon named Ariane. The next chapter of the standoff starts with Archiard openly doubting the story, but Sungjin can only keep answering because dragons can force truth out of people just by speaking. Pressed again, Sungjin explains Ariane's test and reveals she promised him the ring if he could land even one real hit on her. For a moment Sungjin hopes this dragon might offer the same kind of test, but Archiard kills that hope and simply demands both the gem and the ring. When Archiard asks if Sungjin understands the value of those blue stones, Sungjin answers with Ariane's own words and calls the ring the thing that can help him overcome his tragic fate. Archiard reaches out, peers into Sungjin's past in an instant, and learns he is a man who died once and is repeating history from another dimension. The dragon briefly pities Sungjin's fate and guesses that is why Ariane helped him, but his sympathy changes nothing. Archiard calmly lays out Sungjin's supposed choices: surrender the ring and live without hope, or keep it and die on the spot. Sungjin seriously weighs survival against the ring's promise, but he cannot bring himself to abandon the one clue Ariane gave him to beat his fate. He rejects both of the dragon's options and declares the only answer he wants: keep the ring and walk out alive. Archiard accepts the defiance with a smirk and moves to end him, while the operator finally confirms the hidden boss's full name, Magic Researcher Archiard. Sungjin abruptly calls for 1 minute to prepare, and to his surprise Archiard agrees and starts making his own arrangements instead of attacking right away. The dragon summons an ornate gold staff set with the same cloudy blue mineral, confirming he has been collecting that material for his research. Sungjin uses the borrowed minute fast, calling out Kane, Regenta, and Soldimer to stand with him against the dragon. Soldimer takes one look at the enemy and identifies him as a blue dragon by his eyes, which means heavy blue magic is coming. The warning gets worse when Soldimer says this dragon's magic power may be even greater than Ariane's, forcing Sungjin to face just how bad the matchup is. Even so, Sungjin treats this like it could be his final battle and asks Kane, Regenta, Soldimer, and the Moon Spectre Spirit to fight with him to the end. Their replies are simple but steady, and even the ghosts push back against Sungjin's talk of dying, which steadies him for what comes next. Sungjin swaps necklaces and puts Yanhurat back on, choosing to accept even its murderous whispers if that is what it takes to find a chance. He next uses the Star of the Nameless and chooses Master Hunter over Dragon Slayer, trusting the combat style he knows best for this desperate fight. With everything else set, Sungjin draws out Romance of the Three Kingdoms and tells Archiard he is ready. Archiard starts the battle with no warning at all, launching a massive ice spear the instant he agrees to begin. Before that first spell even reaches him, the blue dragon stacks another one on top and unleashes Blizzard Storm, proving this fight is going to be brutal from the first second. As Archiard finishes speaking, a savage gale and blizzard tear across the battlefield, pinning Kane, Regenta, and even Soldimer in place while Sungjin forces himself to stand. Ice spears streak in through the storm, and Sungjin knocks them aside until Artemio finally catches one with absorbed magic. Archiard casually sends out huge wind cutter blades next, and Sungjin dodges almost all of them before the last one slices his shin when the cold slows him down. Realizing he cannot keep taking this, Sungjin triggers substitute reading on Romance of the Three Kingdoms and rings Moneta to force an opening. The bell's effect snaps Kane and Regenta into motion, but Archiard instantly shuts them down with a freezing spell before they can really pressure him. Sungjin uses that tiny gap to fire the absorbed ice spear back, only for Archiard to pull it into his own hand with a mocking return. Soldimer warns that blue magic will not work on a blue dragon, so Sungjin gives up on his specialty and rushes in with his swords instead. Regenta breaks free thanks to his resistance and bursts at Archiard, but the dragon vanishes and reappears on the griffin's back in one smooth move. The bell's brief invincibility fades at the worst moment, and Archiard smashes Regenta's head down with his staff before Sungjin can reach them. Sungjin and Soldimer try to sandwich the dragon together, but Archiard dismisses the spirit outright and leaves Sungjin alone at point-blank range. With his allies down, Sungjin throws everything into dual sword combat, finally forcing Archiard to stop casting and defend with his staff. The book finishes reading and grants Sungjin Zhuge Liang instead of the brute force he wanted, pushing him toward a magic-based plan. Even after the new buff, Archiard keeps defending with one hand and coolly tells Sungjin he has already fought countless peak swordsmen like him. When Sungjin commits to a tricky cross-slash, Archiard locks both blades on his staff and sneers that he is just one of many. Archiard uses that lock to fire energy bolt at point-blank range, blasting Sungjin away and tearing open his dragon-scale armor across the stomach. Sungjin lands badly, realizes the armor barely saved his life, and hesitates over using Yanhurat because it could cost him his mind. He decides to gamble on Zhuge Liang's magic first and tests Archiard with rapid cast fireballs instead of another sword rush. Archiard meets the twin fireballs with Ice Wall, and even Sungjin's heavier infernos only melt massive defenses while the dragon rides the collapse down untouched. Instead of panicking, Archiard gets curious and studies the floating book, immediately recognizing Romance of the Three Kingdoms as a legendary omnibus. When Archiard calmly says he will kill Sungjin and take the legendary book, Sky Gem, and even Artemio for research, Sungjin gives up on a clean win and bets everything on Zhuge Liang's active skill. Sungjin puts Artemio away, draws Ariane, and activates Desperate Maneuver without yet knowing what that desperate skill will really cost. The skill reveals its catch at once. Once his mana runs dry, Sungjin will be burning his own health to keep casting. He instantly accepts that trade and decides the only path left is to win with magic, no matter what it drains from him. First he buys time by expelling Artemio's stored spells and even throwing the sword itself at Archiard to keep the dragon occupied. Archiard catches the spinning Artemio cleanly and starts admiring it too, staying arrogant because he still thinks Sungjin is outclassed. Sungjin answers that arrogance by feeding mana into Ariane and triggering the Ring of the Great Sage for a full amplified fireball. For the first time in the fight, Archiard visibly panics and throws up double ice walls plus an anti-magic shell just to survive the blast. The spell still fails to finish him, but it finally shakes his confidence, and Sungjin uses that brief opening to rush him with blades again. Even rattled, Arkyard quickly recovers and goes back to blocking everything, while privately deciding Sungjin must have blown almost all his mana on that one spell. But Sungjin is not trying to win this exchange at all. He is memorizing the rhythm because his real attack starts after time reversal. Once he has the pattern he wants, Sungjin suddenly breaks away and floods the field with 20 illusions, shocking Arkyard because he should not have mana left. Arkyard blows, shocks, and dispels clone after clone, cutting the swarm down fast but still not finding the real Sungjin in time. When only 4 remain, Arkyard gambles on the front and right, catches the real Sungjin by the hand, and laughs that he saw through the trick. Sungjin lets him think that for 1 second longer, then calmly says Arkyard already lost the moment he made that guess. He casts time reversal, rewinding the exchange itself and forcing the world to play backward until just before the clone attack began. Sungjin stops the rewind exactly at the clone setup, proving he can choose the moment and rerun the trap on purpose. He casts illusion again from 0 mana, and this time the operator warns that desperate maneuver is burning his health to pay the cost. Arkyard responds exactly as before with Gust, Lightning, and Dispel, never noticing that Sungjin has changed the real position in the pattern. When the last 4 attack, Arkyard commits to the old read again, and Sungjin appears behind him to chop off the hand holding the staff. Arkyard wheels around in disbelief, and even his command spell only forces Sungjin to drop Moon Spectre instead of stopping the follow-up. Sungjin instantly switches to Blood Vengeance with one hand and brings Amplified Ariane down into Arkyard's shoulder before the dragon can finish another chant. Feeling the fight finally turn, Sungjin draws Blood Vengeance and calls on Bisgoro, Frenzy, and Yanhurat together, ready to kill the dragon at any cost. Sungjin unleashes Bisgoro's Frenzy, and Yanhurat's voice starts screaming for blood until he charges the dragon in a killing rush. Even with all his instincts, Arkyard starts falling behind as Sungjin's frenzy-driven blades carve into the dragon's arms and legs before he can finish a spell. When Sungjin comes back to himself, the fight is over and the cube warns that his HP has dropped below 10%. He stares at the ruined corpse in disbelief, hears Moon Spectre praise him, and shakily starts to believe he really won. Sungjin collapses with a crooked grin because he used every last skill, every last drop of HP, mana, and stamina just to reach this point. That relief dies instantly when a dark blue light starts rising out of the corpse instead of a hidden boss clear message. The sphere swells into an even larger blue dragon, and Sungjin realizes his desperate victory may have meant nothing. Knowing he has no strength left, Sungjin still thanks his 2 phantom allies and prepares for one last stand. Instead of attacking, the dragon calmly says polymorph, self, and starts shrinking into light. Only when the operator announces hidden boss clear does Sungjin realize the duel is really over. Back in human form, Arkyard walks over applauding and openly admires Sungjin for forcing a dragon out of polymorph through sheer tenacity. Arkyard even offers a handshake, but Sungjin flinches like he might cut him instead of lowering his guard. The dragon keeps talking anyway, saying Ariane was right to choose Sungjin because even facing a full dragon body, he still looked ready to fight. Then Arkyard suddenly asks how Sungjin used time reversal, proving he somehow noticed a power that should have left no memory behind. Arkyard explains just enough to make his point. As a blue-scaled dragon who spent 1,000 years studying magic, he can recognize traces of that supreme blue magic. He quickly connects time reversal to Ariane's ring and starts pressing Sungjin about what the ring of the great sage really does. Without waiting for permission, Arkyard uses magic through his palm to read Sungjin's memories and learns the ring belonged to the great sage Anatole. For one ugly moment Arkyard's face turns openly greedy, and Sungjin braces himself for another impossible fight over the ring. But Arkyard reins himself in and says he will honor his promise, leaving the ring with Sungjin because it is tied to his fate. As he starts leaving through a zipper-like portal, Arkyard says the whole time reversal experience was refreshing research for him. Bisgoro grumbles that the dragon is leaving without giving any reward, and that thought makes Sungjin hesitate for a beat. Instead of leaving, Arkyard brings up a memory he saw and asks why Edward attacked his own side back then. That question leads into a strange theory about fully knowing the past to predict the future, and Arkyard decides to hand Sungjin something useful. The first gift is a bizarre pair of thick-lensed sunglasses that Arkyard tosses to the exhausted Sungjin. The second gift is the dragon's own blue-gemmed staff, and Sungjin is stunned when Arkyard says both items may help him beat his fate. When Sungjin asks about the gem, Arkyard casually says he does need it, just not now, because even if Sungjin carries it back to 99 nights it will return to him centuries later. After calling the operator cube a foul thing, Arkyard decides to add one more item and summons something that shocks Sungjin on sight. The third gift is a tiny cube almost identical to the operator cube, and Sungjin is left staring at a handmade version of the impossible thing he carries. Arkyard says the first 2 gifts are practical help, but this little cube is tradition, the reward a victorious human is supposed to take from a defeated dragon. When Sungjin points out that he already has a bigger cube, Arkyard gives the real hint: the operator cube is only borrowed, but this new cube is truly his. Sungjin demands a clear answer, but Arkyard only boasts that his calculations are rarely wrong and leaves the explanation for later. Before going, Archiard forcibly asks for Sunjin's real name, and some unseen pressure makes Sungjin answer against his will. Satisfied to finally hear the name Sungjin, Archiard introduces himself properly and disappears into the portal for good. Once the dragon is gone, Biscoro cheerfully decides Sungjin is still easier to call K and sticks with the alias. The spell on his companions finally breaks, and Kane and Soldimer rush over in a panic to make sure Sungjin survived. Sungjin calms them down, saying the dragon already left, while Kane sulks about being frozen and Soldimer admits the dragon's true form was terrifying. With the danger past, Sungjin turns to the 3 gifts and starts inspecting the strange sunglasses first. The item window reveals Everdream, a legendary accessory that only works if the wearer sleeps for more than 7 hours. He removes Biscoro to test them, puts the glasses on, and instantly finds out they black out his vision completely. Deciding the so-called sunglasses are basically an eye mask, Sungjin stores them away and checks the staff next. The staff turns out to be Cereburf, a legendary weapon with mana refund and magic amplification that immediately reminds Sungjin of the Ring of the Great Sage. He decides the staff may be better for another chosen one, and that thought snaps him back to the allies he has neglected while fighting the dragon. Knowing this raid is dangerous and his allies could be in trouble, Sungjin hurries through the last item instead of lingering. The minicube status window is a letdown. It is only a normal accessory with a simple possession effect, despite all Archiard's dramatic build-up. He drops the disappointing minicube into the operator cube, puts Biscoro's half-skull mask back on, and cuts off the pointless overthinking so he can move. Sungjin orders Kane to finally take an active role by summoning his subordinates to hunt down the surviving enemies across the plains. At Kane's command, the wolves fan out in different directions to sweep the battlefield for stragglers. Because his own mana is spent, Sungjin asks Soldimer to lift him into the sky so he can follow the pack from above. As he flies slowly over Barastan behind Kane's wolves, Sungjin focuses on finishing this cleanup fast so he can go help his allies in the other dimensions. On the ridge above the demon camp, Saran steadied herself for a brutal opening shot at the enemy commander nearly 200 meters away. The pressure got to her for a second, and Saran lowered the bow because she was not sure she could make the shot. Edward calmly patted her shoulder and told her she had the skill to do it, which only made Saran more curious about why Sungjin disliked him. She pushed the doubt aside, focused only on the target, and released the arrow. After a long, breathless flight, Saran's arrow smashed into the demon commander's head, and the hunter's cubes blared a boss warning for Zeratar. With the camp alerted, the hunters snapped into formation and Saran immediately started picking off demons rushing to point them out. Edward answered with a huge spell, calling down a meteor that crashed into the demon army despite their anti-magic shells. Dust swallowed the plains, and Saran flipped down her Rockra goggles to track the surviving demons by their body heat. She kept firing into the red shapes, but when the smoke cleared and hundreds of demons were still coming, her confidence finally shook. Edward sat down to recover with meditation, and Saran remembered Sungjin's warning to use everything she had in a boss fight. Saran opened 1001 Nights and began reading the passage that would summon the rock. At the same time, Edward read from his own legendary omnibus, and Saran felt a little steadier knowing both trump cards were now in play. Elsewhere on the plains, Sungjin followed Kane's barking to another demon squad already tangled up with the wolves. Sungjin had Soldimer drop him straight into the middle of them, and the demons split between revenge and panic the instant they recognized him. They already had a routine for this, so Sungjin cut down the ones who stayed while Kane and Soldimer hunted the runners. For Sungjin, for demons after everything else he had fought were barely worth slowing down for. The last demon broke and ran, but Kane pounced, pinned him, and tore out his throat to finish the skirmish. That kill pushed Sungjin's raid to full completion, and he casually praised Kane and Soldimer while the reward screens began to roll in. The loot was all legendary but nothing he wanted for himself, so he mentally sorted it by which ally might use it best. When the operator tried to send him back in a minute, Sungjin pushed the return time out so he could check on the others first. He raised the scepter of the warlord and used inspection to look in on his allies across their separate battlefields. Most of the parties still looked normal, but Saran's group seemed to be searching the riverside like they had already beaten the boss. He was about to relax and leave Saran alone when one detail suddenly felt wrong, so he looked back harder. Then he saw it clearly. Edward was standing right beside Saran. Back on Saran's battlefield, the summoned rock tore through the sky and dropped demons to their deaths while Edward's Thor rampaged on the ground. With the enemy formation breaking apart, the front line rushed Zeratar and Saran stayed back to keep the rest of the demon army off them. Saran shot until her breathing turned ragged and her arms burned, but she refused to stop because one opening in her barrage would get the others surrounded. At last Zeratar went down, and the fleeing demon army finally started to break for real. Even after the boss died, Saran kept firing until the last visible demons had nearly vanished. The moment the fight finally eased, a shout pulled Saran over to the collapsed juggernaut. He still had a little HP left, but a small poison dagger in his side had already stained the wound an ugly purple. The hunters yanked out the dagger and forced down an expensive healing potion, but the wounded man only looked closer to death. Saran handed over a special antidote too, but the wounded man only coughed up blood and kept slipping closer to death. Desperate, Saran looked for Edward and found him still sitting apart in meditation. Before she could shake him awake, Edward opened his eyes, stood up, and quietly took control of the situation. He switched his ring to white specialization and cast God's hand over the poisoned wound. Later by the riverside, the revived hunter kept thanking Edward for saving him even though that choice would cut into Edward's raid rewards. The revived hunter thanked Saran too for the antidote, but Saran barely reacted because her mind was on Sungjin. What really bothered her was Sungjin's absence, so she checked the remaining time and realized they were already well past the point when he should have shown up if he had cleared his own raid. She decided not to call him and instead wait, convinced that if Sungjin finished, he would come on his own. Even then, Edward's behavior still did not fit Sungjin's hostility, and the contradiction kept nagging at her. The search finally paid off when the hunters dragged a corpse from the stream and spotted a blue glow inside its chest. When they cut it open, the hidden piece appeared as a gem called Elendel's final preparation. Their celebration died instantly when a tall, handsome stranger dropped from the sky and demanded the gem. He warned that fighting him meant death, and the sheer pressure in his voice locked most of the party in place. Saran still knocked an arrow, but the stranger called her pretty and told her to lower it like he could see right through her disguise. Realizing this had to be the hidden boss Sungjin warned them about, Saran chose survival and told the others to hand the gem over. Edward silently agreed, and the hunter surrendered Elendel's final preparation without a fight. The hidden boss praised their good sense, opened a blue portal in the air, and left with the stolen prize. Only after he disappeared could the party breathe again, and they bitterly realized the hidden boss had taken the hidden piece they had just earned. Then a column of light crashed down beside them, and Saran instantly recognized the sign before anyone else did. Sungjin appeared inside the light with both swords already drawn, and Saran froze because he had arrived a second too late for what just happened. A new teleport drops Sungjin onto the Great Plains, and the instant the light fades he locks onto Edward in the distance, and sprints straight for him with both swords drawn. The hunters barely understand what is happening before Sungjin blows past them and targets Edward first, ignoring Saran's desperate shout to stop. Sungjin casts Frostbite to root Edward in place and swings for a killing blow, ready to become a troll if that is what it takes. A shield-bearing tank crashes in with bolt charge at the last second, knocks Sungjin off his line, and plants himself beside Edward like a living shield. Edward instantly follows up with Ice Cage, and the hunters use that tiny pause to fall into a proper battle formation around him. Sungjin cuts a perfect opening through the ice and steps out calmly enough to warn the formation that only Edward matters to him. A shield-bearing tank calls Sungjin a troll and declares the team will protect Edward together, but Sungjin answers with an even colder threat: anyone who blocks him dies. Right before the clash starts, Saran blurts out in panic, drops the Hassan disguise with an unequipped command, and shocks the team by revealing who she really is. Saran begs Sungjin to talk instead, but he cuts her off and insists Edward only seems harmless because she does not know the truth. While Saran has Sungjin's attention, an unnamed assassin tries a stealth kill from behind, but his twin daggers hit Sungjin's blocking forearm instead of his neck. The failed ambush triggers troll punishment, red aura wraps around the assassin, and Sungjin cuts him down in one brutal cross slash. When Saran protests again, Sungjin snaps at her for siding with his enemy after a single raid together. The shield-bearer charges to defend his team, and the rest follow him thinking 8 hunters should easily overwhelm one man. Sungjin erases that confidence in seconds by sweeping the shield-bearer off his feet and smashing the man's legendary mace down to a useless handle. A massive swordsman brings down a giant two-handed blade, but Sungjin stops the strike with a thin sword and drops him with a vicious kick to the groin. 2 fast hunters rush Sungjin together, and moments later both are retreating empty-handed with their wrists cut open. With the front line collapsing, Edward finally intervenes with Cyclone and hurls Sungjin far away to buy the team breathing room. Edward uses rejuvenation to heal the battered party, and the shaken hunters scramble to rearm while waiting for Sungjin to come back. Sungjin returns completely unharmed, faces the reformed line again, and warns them one last time that he cannot keep sparing them if they stay between him and Edward. This time the hunters really understand him. Sungjin could have slaughtered them already, and the only reason they are alive is that he has been holding back. Edward asks who Sungjin is and tries to sound reasonable, and for a brief second Sungjin almost slows down because those are words he wanted to hear before killing him. Edward's calm act is a trick to buy time, and a beastly roar gives him away the moment Sungjin senses the summon. Sungjin draws Moon Spectre and unleashes Ghastly Wail, the shriek blasting the formation open and exposing Edward riding a huge summoned Siberian tiger. Juggernaut still refuses to break and plants his shield in Sungjin's path, caring only about stalling him now. To hold Sungjin even longer, Juggernaut activates a blood-smeared idol called Guidance of the Old Gods, and writhing tentacles burst out to grab at Sungjin's legs. Sungjin hacks through the living restraints and finally smashes the statue, but the delay is enough for Edward's tiger to open a huge lead. Sungjin calls to Saran for help shooting the mount down, but one look at her conflicted face tells him she will not do it. Realizing he cannot catch a fleeing tiger on foot across a plain this large, Sungjin can only watch Edward escape and slam the ground in fury. The surviving hunters back away from Sungjin in fear, and only Saran stays close enough to suggest he might have misunderstood Edward. Sungjin bluntly tells Saran that Edward ruined the last raid in his previous life, and that leaving someone like that alive is asking to be stabbed in the back later. Before the argument can go further, Baltron urgently calls through the cube and asks Sungjin to come help in another collapsing dimension. Sungjin tells Saran they will finish this talk back at 99 nights, accepts the request, and vanishes to Baltron's raid. Baltron's dimension is already a mess, with the main demon army swarming the scout camps after someone botched the guerrilla phase. Still burning over Edward's escape, Sungjin throws himself into the slaughter and starts cutting demons apart fast enough to drag Baltron's side back from collapse. In the middle of that rescue, Nada calls from another dimension and asks Sungjin to help her team before they face their own main force with one hunter already lost. Sungjin tells Nada to wait until he finishes here, then he stays long enough to help Baltron defeat Zeratar before jumping again. When Sungjin finally arrives in Nada's dimension drenched in blood, she worries about him, but he insists he is fine and pushes everyone to begin immediately. Nada's team opens with a fireball, the demon army surges in, and Sungjin almost welcomes the flood because he is too angry to stand still. After clearing his third raid, Sungjin spends the rest of the round hunting for trolls, but helping so many chosen ones has eaten too much time and he finds little. When time runs out, Sungjin is summoned to the Hunter's Hall and immediately notices how empty the endless forest of columns has become. The operator announces that after 14 chapters only 6,710 hunters are still alive, and even Sungjin is surprised so many survived this far. He realizes the survivor pool is still larger than in his previous life, which means running into old teammates again may take longer than he expected. After the operator's final praise for humanity's strongest survivors, Sungjin is sent back to the black market still carrying the same unresolved anger. Sungjin drops into a tea shop seat, asks for something cold, and keeps replaying the raid in his head until one failure drowns out everything else. Edward got away. Even after a successful raid and a hidden boss kill, Sungjin can only slam the table in frustration because missing Edward matters more than all of it. At first drop, Sungjin sorted his raid loot and set aside 4 keepsakes: the blue hidden piece gem, Arkyard's strange blindfold, a staff, and the small cube. The blue gem immediately caught his hopes, because if Cargos could forge it into something on the level of the Ring of the Great Sage, Sungjin's power would jump again. He studied the odd blindfold, still unsure what it really was, and decided he would test it that night. The staff was useless beside his 4 swords, but Arkyard had specifically told him he might need it, so Sungjin kept that too. Then he turned to the little cube Arkyard had claimed was truly his, unlike the operator's cube he was only borrowing. Out of habit he called for the operator, and the usual cube drifted over, reminding him this new one probably worked by hand. When he pressed the dragon mark side, the cube clicked open and revealed a black interior that looked deceptively bottomless. Sungjin tested it with the lich's finger, expecting infinite storage, but the ring hit a real bottom almost immediately. He reached inside and confirmed the truth with growing annoyance. The whole thing was just a tiny black painted box. Feeling thoroughly unimpressed, he mentally cursed Arkyard for acting grand about what was basically a miniature locker. Even so, he tossed the little cube into the operator's storage and kept it, deciding it might matter later even if he could not see why yet. With that settled, he priced the rest of his troll hunt loot for auction and noticed the stack was smaller than usual. The shrinking haul made the bigger truth obvious too. Trolls were running out, and the whole troll hunting phase was nearing its end. When he counted the survivors at 6,710 hunters, Sungjin was struck by how many more people were still alive than in his previous life. He knew the Barastan raid was supposed to be brutal, so this survival count should not have been possible without something changing. Piece by piece, he realized his own regression had altered the outcome by saving hunters directly, killing trolls early, and building the chosen ones into a protective force. He still could not pin down the exact difference, so he let the mystery sit and moved on to business in the black market. At the Pig Brothers auction house, Sungjin listed this round's loot and asked whether any of his older items had finally drawn bids. The answer was bleak, not a single bid, because there were barely any buyers left alive to keep the market moving. He pulled several stale listings back into storage instead of leaving them to rot in an empty auction house. After that he headed to the pawn shop and sold off the non-auctionable leftovers for whatever coins he could still get. Once his selling was done, Sungjin went straight to Cargos' smithy with the hidden blue gem in hand. Cargos greeted him with easy confidence. But the moment Sungjin showed the gem, the blacksmith's cigarette dropped from sheer shock. Cargos handled it with trembling hands and asked where in the world Sungjin had found something this precious. Sungjin gave his usual flat answer that it came from the raid, while Cargos murmured its many grand names under his breath. When Sungjin asked him to forge it into something usable, Cargos shocked him again by admitting only a shaky maybe. For the first time, Cargos openly confessed the material was so unpredictable that even burning or freezing it could lead to unknown results. Even knowing failure was possible, Cargos still asked for the chance to try, and Sungjin realized he had no better option anyway. So Sungjin trusted him, and Cargos, visibly moved, promised to pour everything into the job and even waive his fee. Then Cargos admitted the job was so big he needed to call in his blacksmith cousins, and the forging would take at least 3 days. The delay meant Sungjin would not see the result until after the next raid, but he had no choice except to leave the gem in Cargos' hands. As he walked away, Sungjin glanced back once and saw Cargo still staring at the gem like it was a divine artifact. Back at 99 nights, Sungjin collapsed on his bed hoping for rest after the long raid. But the memory of Edward's face and voice dragged him back awake, leaving him to stare at the ceiling instead of sleeping. Later at dinner, Daliapin set a full Chicago pizza in front of Baltrin, and Franz instantly used it as an excuse to get some life back into the table. Franz kept talking because the usual feast felt painfully stiff, with Saran and Kay both silent and everyone else tiptoeing around them. Trying to break the chill, Franz joked that once the raids ended, the survivors would come back as world-famous heroes. That idea finally got a reaction, and the tables slowly loosened as they imagined fame, endorsements, and absurd amounts of money. Franz said he wanted to travel the world eating great food and staying in places that would beg heroes like them to visit. Baltrin answered with a quieter dream of buying a Manhattan building and drinking whiskey while looking over Central Park from the top floor. Nada got interested fast and declared she wanted an old French castle and one satisfying final slap at her boss before quitting for good. Mahada stayed true to himself and said that if wealth came, he would rather fund a delayed Buddhist temple in Toronto. The mood warmed a little under all that talk of futures, but Saran and Sungjin still sat in the middle of it like a frozen knot no one could ignore. When dessert orders came around, Saran abruptly stood, apologized, and said she was too tired to stay any longer. She left before anyone could stop her, asking the operator to return her to her own dimension and vanishing from the table. Franz watched Sungjin stare at the spot she had disappeared from and became certain something serious had happened between them. Soon after, Sungjin dismissed the rest of his group for the rest period and watched them return one by one to their own dimensions. Back alone in his room, Sungjin kept replaying Saran's reaction and wondered if he would really have to expose the ugly truth about Edward to convince her. Then he remembered Arkyard's strange advice about the eye mask and the question the dragon had raised about Edward attacking his own allies. He called the operator and had the blindfold brought out, ready to test the item the dragon had tied to seeing the past. Reading the description again, Sungjin saw the key rule clearly. The skill View of Fantasy would only activate after sleeping more than 7 hours. When the operator told him it was only 7:45 at night, Sungjin quickly realized he had to force an early sleep if he still wanted to visit Darker Than Black before dawn. To make the timing work, he set an 8:20 alarm and prepared to fall asleep absurdly early. At 8:20 the alarm came, but Sungjin was already wound tight with anticipation instead of drowsy. He put on the blindfold, turned out the lamp, and lay in the darkness trying to imagine the moment Edward betrayed them. The problem was simple and brutal. The more he tried to sleep on command, the more his body refused. He kept asking the time as the minutes crawled by, and each answer only made him more anxious about missing the 7-hour requirement. Refusing to waste the item after all that trouble, he finally gave up on the dawn schedule and told the operator to cancel the 4 a.m. alarm so he could buy a little more sleep time. He made one last push, focusing again on the old betrayal and trying to fall into sleep through sheer force of will. Just when sleep finally took hold, Sungjin found himself in a dream where the dead Illich was suddenly standing there and beckoning him over. He looked up and saw Illich, the very man he had killed, standing there and beckoning him over. Before he could resist, Sungjin's body started walking toward Illich, and he realized at last that the blindfold had pulled him into a dream. In the dream, Sungjin is back inside the Demon King's castle, drawing blood vengeance just as a fresh wave of horrors rushes out of the dark. He dodges in every direction, but one hidden tentacle slips past his guard and wraps his leg. A heavier tentacle slams into his abdomen and tears a jagged wound across his stomach. Dreaming Sungjin watches his wounded past self from a ghost-like third-person view and feels more embarrassed than worried, because he knows he will not die here. Just as he remembers, Ryushin lunges in with his spear to cover the fallen Sungjin, while Mustafa starts healing the torn wound. Once the healing lands, past Sungjin jumps right back in with one sword, and the current Sungjin winces at how clumsy he used to look. Since he can move freely through the dream, Sungjin looks around and finally notices how grotesque the castle really was. The hunters finally gain the upper hand, and past Sungjin awkwardly shouts before driving blood vengeance into the monster's main body. With the monster gone, Illich pushes everyone to move fast before their delay kills them before the Demon King can. Hildebrandt checks for injuries, and Mustafa admits he is unharmed but completely drained of mana. Edward quietly asks for time too, and Illich grudgingly orders the casters to meditate as fast as they can. As the magic users sit down to recover mana, dreaming Sungjin gets a chill remembering that one of the raid leaders was secretly a troll all along. Past Sungjin has nothing useful to do while the casters recover mana, so he kills time with pointless small talk with Umkiba. Current Sungjin ignores that pointless conversation and goes straight to Edward, because this is the moment he really needs to understand. On Edward's hands, Sungjin spots rings on every finger, and the blue glowing ring of the Great Sage confirms Edward had met Ariane too. When Edward's mana finishes recovering, he briefly glances right through where Sungjin is standing and startles him for a second. Edward was only looking past him, and then he quietly asks his cube to bring out Eldarim. The item is a blue star with cloud-like patterns inside, and Sungjin is stunned because it looks like a gem even dragons would covet. Edward activates it with the word starlight, and the star flashes once so subtly that no one else notices. Nothing visible changes in the room, but Edward's face turns sour and irritated the instant the light fades. That ugly look matches the one Edward wore right before the final betrayal, and Sungjin realizes this was the turning point. Once Mustafa is ready, Illich orders the team forward again toward the Demon King. Illich and Hildebrandt split the team into pairs, and Sungjin is assigned to guard Edward. Past Sungjin jokes about becoming Edward's guard, but Edward answers in a muted voice that already feels wrong. When Sungjin asks if he is nervous, Edward only says everything is almost over, and the line lands with a chilling double meaning now. The stone doors creak open, and dreaming Sungjin follows Edward with dread because he knows the betrayal is only moments away. The dream jumps ahead to the final battle, where Sungjin is still cutting down portal monsters but every swing is getting slower. Watching from outside himself, Sungjin finally understands why they never stabilized the fight. The endless monsters kept pouring out because Illich and Hildebrandt could not land a wound on the Demon King. Past Sungjin finally shouts for Edward to send support fire, and current Sungjin knows this is the exact instant everything breaks. Instead of aiming at the portal monsters, Edward turns toward Illich and Hildebrandt and calmly begins casting Spear of God at his own front line. Edward's Spear of God hits Illich from behind, and in that opening the Demon King instantly takes Illich's head. Hildebrandt throws up 4 castle walls to survive alone, but Edward hits his back with Firefly and breaks his defense at the worst moment. The Demon King's black substance takes that one opening and turns Hildebrandt into a collapsing mass of blades. Mustafa starts a healing chant, realizes Hildebrandt is already dead, and is cut down before he can switch spells. Shansuke fires 3 dragon's arrow without flinching, but the Demon King sends all 3 shots back into him. By the time the other attackers turn around, the front line has already collapsed and the trap is obvious. Current and past Sungjin both ask the same stun question, but Edward says nothing and only lets a small smile show. A moment later the Demon King's black substance swallows Edward too and turns the traitor into powder on the spot. Then the portal creatures finish off Sungjin, and blood vengeance screams by itself as he dies standing. Sungjin jolts awake in bed, drenched in sweat after reliving his own death again. He turns on the bedside lamp, checks the darkness outside, and the operator alarm announces it is 4 a.m. As he gets up for darker than black, he decides the dream was too vivid to ignore and starts sorting out what it proved. 3 facts hit him hardest on the walk. Edward had the ring of the Great Sage, he had that blue star gem, and the betrayal was absolutely deliberate. Even with that much, he still cannot answer the real question of why Edward did it, so he plans to test the dream again tomorrow. At the entrance to Darker Than Black, Biscoro suddenly speaks up and warns that the darkness feels shallow. When Sungjin checks with his own eyes, he realizes the shop's usual absolute blackness has really faded. He heads downstairs anyway and finds an even stranger sight. The shopkeeper is standing beside his chair, but he has no approved reference ID and should stay an unnamed figure in the panel. The distracted shopkeeper finally acknowledges him and invites Sungjin to sit, making the encounter feel normal again for a second. Sungjin keeps it simple and asks for a marble recharge, and the quiet transaction goes through without explanation. Then the shopkeeper casually brings up the other dragon Sungjin met, proving again that this place knows far more than it should. Sungjin hands over his cube for elixirs, but the mood suddenly shifts when the shopkeeper starts talking like this is goodbye. Then the shopkeeper says their business ends today because his duty is finished and he can no longer remain here. According to him, Sungjin now has everything he needs, the determination, the power, and all the requirements for the story to end. Sungjin pushes for answers, but the shopkeeper brushes it off like a man too busy to explain his own part-time job. Then the farewell turns literal as darkness starts swallowing the shopkeeper's body right in front of Sungjin. Before vanishing, the shopkeeper points at Sungjin's earring and leaves one last warning: when the time comes to choose that, because the truth is precious. At the hidden shop, Sungjin stares at the empty spot where the owner was sitting and realizes the man really vanished without leaving a trace. When his elbow hits the empty elixir bottle, Sungjin remembers the owner's final tone and understands this goodbye was permanent. His first bitter reaction is practical. Now that the shop owner is gone, Sungjin has nowhere left to spend his black coins. He vents by kicking the chair, then reins himself in when Biscoro reminds him he already traded all his white coins for holy water of baptism. On the walk back, the shop owner's strange farewell keeps echoing in Sungjin's head, especially the line that all the conditions for the story's end have already been met. One warning sticks harder than the rest. If he ever has to choose only one thing, the owner told him to choose the earring because truth matters most. Sungjin unequips the earring and studies it in his palm, unsettled by the purple gem and the half-closed eye staring back at him. Reading the item name again only deepens the mystery, because Sungjin still has no idea when this earring will become the one thing he must choose. For now he puts right back on, then abruptly changes course and heads to Cargos' smithy to check the hidden gem's progress. Cargos' smithy is blazing like noon, and Sungjin finds the dwarf working with a whole crowd of near-identical relatives hammering in sync. The dwarves are so absorbed in their work that Sungjin has to stand there like a ghost until soot-covered Cargos finally notices him. Cargos proudly says the work is going well and invites Sungjin to look into the furnace for himself. Even through the brutal heat, Sungjin spots the blue gem inside and realizes it is glowing in the shape of a star. Cargos shocks him by explaining that he is not shaping the gem at all, because the thing keeps returning to its own original star form. That detail pulls Sungjin back to his dream, and he realizes Edward must have beaten Archeard's test before handing this hidden piece over to Cargos. He leaves the smithy still full of questions about Edward, then pauses outside to stare back at the firelight before finally returning to the inn. Hours later at 99 Nights, Sungjin is still lying awake and hungry, having spent the entire morning trying to fit together the dragon's words, the shop owner's warning, and Edward's secrets. He decides the finished gem should reveal more after the next raid, but before he can even go eat, Saran sends a teleport request. Sungjin accepts and arrives at a surprisingly beautiful restaurant on the edge of the black market, where Saran is already waiting at the center table. The setting is bright, but the air between them stays stiff and awkward as they both search for a way to start talking about yesterday. A polite dear demi-human waiter interrupts the silence, but Saran asks for more time, and the awkward pause returns the moment he leaves. They both try to speak at the same time, and that near collision finally breaks the ice. Sungjin apologizes first and admits Edward really does seem like a good man when you meet him, so he understands why Saran reacted the way she did. Saran apologizes too, saying if Sungjin acted that strongly after returning once already, then there had to be something important she failed to understand. Then Sungjin's stomach growls loud enough to ruin the solemn mood, and the heavy conversation finally loosens. They call the waiter back, decide to eat first, and settle into a calmer, more normal conversation. Once the order is done, Sungjin gives Saran the real point. They do not need to know every detail, but they do need to trust each other even when their information is different. Saran agrees, but when she starts to bring up one more concern, she loses her nerve and quietly says it is nothing. Their food arrives right then, neatly cutting off whatever Saran almost said. Later, back at the inn before the next raid, Sungjin briefs the allied hunters on a dinosaur chapter, and warns them first about pterodactyl attacks from above. He explains that the boss is a Tyrannosaurus-type monster with fast raptors, so the backline has to stay alert because those small predators can suddenly turn and rush them. Baltern immediately notes that even he will need to watch the rear, and Sungjin confirms that awareness should keep the fight manageable. When Nada asks about the hidden boss, Sungjin tells them to find a volcano-like area and a huge egg 5 meters tall sitting up the path. He says they only need to knock on the giant egg a few times, but that summons the mother, a pterodactyl so huge it looks even bigger than the crimson dragon they saw before. The hidden boss also uses devastating sound wave attacks, but Sungjin still judges this whole chapter easier than the last one. He ends with a bigger priority. This chapter should leave them enough breathing room to recruit more trustworthy teammates, so everyone needs to report good prospects to him. After the meeting breaks up, Sungjin heads straight to bed because the one thing he needs most before tomorrow is sleep and another dream. Sitting on his bed with the eye mask in hand, he wonders if longer sleep will show him more and decides to ask for Edward's past from the beginning up to the betrayal. He puts the mask on, gives it a blunt request to show only the important parts, and falls asleep trying to trace where Edward first went wrong. The vision opens at Edward's very first raid, where he stands stunned in Chapter 0 as the operator announces that combat is about to begin. Given a free starter weapon, Edward picks the simplest option, a club, and kills the living mannequin to begin his run. The dream wisely skips ahead after that, jumping to Edward standing over a burning troll corpse and checking the strange stats he just earned. What grabs Sungjin is how absurdly high Edward's magic-related stats already are, even before Edward understands what that talent means. When Edward asks where to learn spells, the dream cuts again, moving straight to a much later fight in Giant's Canyon. In Giant's Canyon, Edward and one surviving spearman are the last two hunters still fighting the two-headed ogre boss Patch in Chorok. Edward blinds one ogre head with flash, then jams fire magic into the neck wound on the other head to help finish the boss. The moment the ogre drops, the surviving spearman betrays Edward and slashes at his throat to steal the full contribution reward. Edward reels from the betrayal, but the spearman powers up in a crimson troll state and keeps attacking until Edward gives up on mercy. Edward answers with Project Image, splitting into multiple clones that make the spearman miss and open himself up. He knocks the spearman down, strips away the spear, and demands to know why he did it. The answer is another dirty trick. The spearman cuts Edward's ankle with a hidden dagger and tries one last desperate rush. Edward blinks behind him and ends the fight with inner burn, watching the traitor die with a face that looks more sad than cruel. Sungjin, watching the dream, almost dismisses this as old pain he does not need, and wishes the mask would skip to when he first met Edward. The dream jumps to the Frost Plains, where Edward is meeting a group of hunters and even shaking hands with Sungjin far earlier than Sungjin remembers. That impossible timing rattles him, because in Sungjin's memory they were not supposed to meet until much later. Then Sungjin catches the real proof the memory is wrong. His past self is carrying a white tiger-carved sword sheath instead of blood vengeance, a weapon he never used. In the dream, Sungjin watches his past self cut down a charging yeti with a silver-glowing sword he has never owned. When a teammate warns that ice trolls are closing in from behind, Sungjin sees the party get surrounded and realizes this memory is already wrong. Past Sungjin raises his tiger-carved sheath and calls out divine protection of the tiger chieftain, summoning 2 tiger spirits to guard him. The trolls keep focusing past Sungjin, but every blow is intercepted by the tiger spirits, and the fight stays under control. Edward's ring of fire helps wipe out the trolls so efficiently that Sungjin can only stare at how similar this other self still feels to him. After the battle, past Sungjin flicks blood from the blade and sheathes it exactly the way Sungjin always does, which makes the mystery even worse. Wanting answers, Sungjin wills the dream forward to his second meeting with Edward, and the scene jumps to the Great Plains of Barastan. Edward greets him warmly, and past Sungjin says the monsters were manageable until a troll nearly killed him last chapter. Past Sungjin bitterly complains that the troll rules force hunters to split contribution and get people killed, while Edward can only say they have to endure it. Seeing the same tiger-sheathed sword here too, Sungjin finally accepts that this is a real past he never remembered living. He pushes the dream further again and lands in the dark Cercoris prison, where Edward was supposed to have died differently. One party member has a bluish body, and Sungjin realizes the fifth slot is a ghost, the strange substitute that appears when teams are uneven. Then Sungjin recognizes the man leading the group as a lich, one of the final 10 hunters, which proves this happened after Sungjin's own death. The spearman nervously begs them to ignore the hidden boss and just clear the raid, afraid humanity will lose everything if the last 4 hunters fail here. Edward argues they have to kill the hidden boss because they only survived this long by being too weak, and a lich backs him without hesitation. The bald dual swordsman grimly agrees to gamble on it, and the plan is settled without the ghost getting any say. Illich pulls the lever, and the chained prison gate grinds open as an enraged roar rises from the darkness beyond. The moment the team steps inside, the door slams shut behind them and the operator announces the hidden boss, 100-man murderer Aizen. Sungjin sees the giant prisoner clearly at last and remembers just how brutal Aizen was, even for him. Illich tries to test the boss first, but Aizen roars and crushes his shield in one impossible swing. Sungjin instinctively shouts that the attack has to be dodged, then catches himself because this dream is showing him a death he cannot change. Aizen turns the narrow prison into a slaughterhouse, whirling the chain sword high and low until the whole party is forced backward. Edward can only spam short heal spells from the rear, too busy saving everyone to cast the stronger magic he specializes in. The ghost goes down first, disappearing after one clean hit from the sword. Then the spearman and the dual swordsman are both blasted away together, leaving Edward and Illich on the verge of collapse. With the party gone, Illich makes one desperate charge and is smashed into a pile of flesh by the chains around Aizen's weapon. Edward becomes the last man standing and barely escapes one strike with Blink, but the teleport lands in the worst possible spot, and Aizen's finishing swing cuts Edward cleanly in half. As Edward dies, the operator tells him he was humanity's last remaining player, and grants him the benefit called Restart. A new line explains Restart lets him redo the hunt from the beginning with his current memory, and Edward jolts awake in the familiar white waiting room. Before Edward can process it, the operator orders him to prepare for another hunt, and dreaming Sungjin finally confirms Edward really regressed once before him. Then the dream is ripped away by a teleport request, and Saran's face appears above Sungjin's cube asking why he missed breakfast. Half asleep, Sungjin realizes it is already time for the morning briefing and tells Saran to wait, while he gets ready. He rushes downstairs, cleans up, changes clothes, and uses the scepter of the warlord to summon the others into the inn. The hunters exchange cheerful good mornings, and Franz immediately starts asking what Daliapin cooks best today. Baltron recommends Daliapin's oddly delicious cereal, and even Nada joins the noisy breakfast debate. Even with the inn buzzing around him, Sungjin stays stuck on one question. If Edward had already restarted, why did he still act the way he did? After breakfast, everyone heads out for the raid, trading upbeat farewells while Sungjin barely manages a wave. He keeps turning over the same suspicion, wondering whether Edward did everything while already knowing Sungjin would go back in time. Saran notices he is acting strange again, stays behind after the others leave, and shyly asks if he is still angry with her. Sungjin quickly reassures her that he was only lost in thought, and Saran brightens with obvious relief. After Saran leaves, Sungjin decides the only thing he can do for now is sleep again later and dig deeper into the dream. Today's raid is Bakash Island, a dinosaur-filled primordial island that is dangerous mostly because everything on it is absurdly huge. Sungjin almost activates Lathian's solitary training out of habit, then stops because raw stats matter less to him now than finding allies who can survive to the end. He chooses to stay with the group this time and look for 1 or 2 more teammates worth bringing into the final push. The countdown ends, and Sungjin is teleported onto Bakash Island in front of a landscape full of wandering dinosaurs. One newly arrived hunter can only gape at the sight, but Sungjin ignores the scenery and starts judging the people around him instead. He quietly sizes up their gear one by one, noting who has strong equipment and who might actually be worth keeping alive to the end. A Caucasian spearman suddenly recognizes him as Master Hunter K and calls out with open excitement. Sungjin cannot place the man at all, but the spearman rushes over and eagerly shakes his hand like he is meeting a celebrity. Another hunter joins in and calls him a legend, leaving Sungjin genuinely baffled by how famous he has become. The hunters explain that stories about a man who jumps between dimensions to hunt trolls have spread everywhere, and everyone has figured out that man is K. Only then does Sungjin connect the rumors to himself, and realize his repeated troll rescues have made him famous across the dimensions. When the raid timer warns them the fight is about to begin, the others politely put themselves in K's hands. Sungjin enters the jungle with the party and waits behind the front line to see what these supposed veterans can really do. A shrill cry echoes through the trees, and a pack of long-necked raptors bursts out of the jungle toward them. The tank tries to grab aggro with Circle of Justice, but he fires it too early and only catches the first few raptors. The rest of the pack slips around him and crashes straight into the back line, instantly exposing how shaky the party's formation really is. Sungjin casually bats away the raptors on his side and judges the tank as decently geared but mediocre at the actual job. The magician handles himself much better, creating illusions to confuse the raptors and smashing their skulls while they chase the fakes. The archer proves he can adapt fast, ditching his bow for twin daggers and shredding the raptors with a spinning blade storm. The spearman, though, keeps getting trapped at the wrong range and starts falling apart under the raptor's claws. Sungjin looks back to the tank for help and sees he is too occupied to protect anyone, confirming that 2 of these hunters are not final team material. Then Moon Spectre warns him just in time, and Sungjin jerks his head back as raptor jaws snap shut where his face was a heartbeat earlier. He turns that near miss into an instant kill, severing the attacker with blood vengeance without even losing focus. Even when 2 more raptors rush him, Sungjin still holds back on purpose so the others can keep fighting and be judged properly. After a short burst of chaos, the pack is nearly cleaned up and the tank asks if everyone is still standing. The spearman bends over with a long claw wound at his waist and asks for a short rest so he can drink a potion. Before anyone can settle down, a massive footstep booms out from deep in the forest and the ground starts to shake. A heavy crashing sound rolls out of the Bakash Island jungle, and the whole party freezes as something huge comes closer. The warning arrives a second later. The raid boss, Kiazen the Devourer, is a gigantic Tyrannosaurus pushing over the canopy. The tank reacts first and blasts the dinosaur with a shield of holy light, forcing Kiazen to turn its eyes away. An archer follows with an exploding shot straight at the boss's eye, but the timing is off and the blast barely helps. Watching from the side, Sungjin quietly judges the shot and thinks the party's instincts are weaker than they looked. The party magician unleashes Light of Ashurian in a chain of explosions, but even that only makes Kiazen angrier. Sungjin compares the mage to fighters like Mustafa and Edward, then asks Biscoro what he thinks of this team. Biscoro bluntly agrees that none of them measure up to Sungjin's old allies, and Sungjin gives up on finding a keeper in this party. That calm ends fast when Kiazen smashes the front line, launching the spearman and slamming the archer into the dirt. The tank snaps at Sungjin for standing there while everyone else is getting crushed, and Sungjin realizes he really has been watching instead of helping. Sungjin apologizes, then decides the test is over and tosses Regenta's egg into the air. Regenta bursts free and circles the Tyrannosaurus so quickly that even Kiazen can't catch him. Sungjin calls Regenta back, mounts him in one smooth motion, and tells Biscoro to trigger Frenzy on his signal. Regenta climbs above the boss, and Sungjin counts down the timing as he lines up a kill drop right onto Kiazen's skull. The moment Frenzy kicks in, Sungjin drops and tears through Kiazen's head in a blur, carving dozens of wounds before the beast can react. Kiazen lets out one miserable scream and crashes down, already dead. Before Sungjin can hit the ground, Regenta catches him again, and the boss' clear message rings out while they glide back up into the air. Regenta proudly drops Sungjin near the stunned survivors, and all 4 hunters can only gape at what they just saw. Their shock quickly turns into praise, because Sungjin just did in seconds what the whole party couldn't manage together. The questions pile up about his weapons, his gear, and whether anyone can really get that strong honestly, and Sungjin starts sweating under the pressure. Instead of explaining himself, Sungjin signals Regenta over, and the giant griffin casually walking up is enough to make the others back away. Sungjin says goodbye, but before he goes he warns them about the large egg near the crater and tells them it summons the hidden boss if they touch it. Once he is back in the sky, Sungjin exhales in relief, but Biscoro wonders why he didn't at least coach the decent-looking spearman. Sungjin remembers that the spearman had already started eyeing his rare gear, so he decides leaving him alone was the safer choice. With that failed test behind him, Sungjin admits this kind of ally search is messy and starts thinking his best chance is finding old teammates instead. Right then, a teleport request interrupts him, and Nada appears through his operator cube with a possible lead. Mustafa might be in her party. Sungjin double-checks the description, realizes it really sounds like his old mage ally, and agrees to come immediately. He teleports into Nada's jungle raid and finds her waiting in a tank top, complaining that the heat is too brutal for armor. Nada points out a resting party under the trees, and Sungjin spots a skinny man in a white robe with a snake-headed staff that he recognizes at once as Mustafa. Too excited to hide it, Sungjin walks straight over and grabs Mustafa's hand in greeting, startling the whole group. Mustafa immediately pulls back and demands to know who this stranger is, because in a raid that kind of approach screams danger. Before Sungjin can explain, another hunter recognizes him as Master Hunter K from the Dragon's Lair. Sungjin remembers the barbarian too, and the reunion quickly changes the mood from suspicion to wary respect. The barbarian assures Mustafa that Sungjin is no troll at all, but a famous troll hunter who jumps between dimensions to kill them. Mustafa recognizes the rumor and asks the obvious question next: did Sungjin come because there is a troll in this party? That one glance is enough to make the others rush to defend themselves, and Sungjin realizes Mustafa still has the same strong grip over a party as before. Sungjin asks for a private talk with Mustafa, and even with the raid still moving, the rest of the party agrees to give them a moment. Once they step aside, Sungjin gets straight to the point and says he is assembling 10 people strong enough to survive to the final raid. Mustafa understands immediately that Sungjin is handpicking an elite final team, and Sungjin sweetens the offer with the Chosen One title and its huge stat bonus. Mustafa barely reacts to the bonus and instead asks the harder question: does Sungjin really believe only 10 hunters will remain alive? Sungjin answers honestly that it is the realistic outcome, and Mustafa falls into thought, muttering to himself about elites and God's will. Then Mustafa agrees, and Sungjin finally secures one of the old teammates he was hoping to find. After the raid ends, Sungjin returns to the black market and heads for the cafe first, badly needing something cold after hours in the jungle. He also knows his black coin routine is drying up, because darker than black is gone and the troll seeker marble now keeps failing to find any new troll targets. Instead of worrying about that, he counts this raid as a success because recruiting Mustafa mattered more than hunting one more troll. From there he heads to Cargos' smithy expecting the gem to be ready, but the workshop is suddenly empty and silent. The silence breaks when Sungjin hears an absurdly loud snore from behind the anvil and finds Cargos passed out cold. Rather than wake him, Sungjin notices a small iron box nearby with a hand-shaped lock that looks exactly like his own hand. He tests it on instinct, and the lock opens perfectly for him with a hiss of air. Inside is a radiant blue star-shaped accessory, and even before reading it, Sungjin can tell Cargos made something extraordinary. The item is iOS, the revelation of the stars, and its power stuns him. Once a day, it can show him what will happen 24 hours into the future. The revelation hits hard, because this star is even more unbelievable than the dragon mask that let him look into the past. He glances back at the sleeping Cargos and decides not to wake him, guessing the exhausted smith collapsed right after finishing this impossible craft. Sungjin pockets the star, leaves the personalized lockbox behind, and slips out without disturbing Cargos. Back at 99 Nights, Daliapin greets him, but Sungjin barely answers and rushes straight to his room with the new item on his mind. By the window in his room, he takes the star back out and gets lost for a moment in its beautiful blue light. That glow pulls him back to the last raid, and he realizes Edward must have looked into the future with this exact item right before the Demon King fight. Now Edward's sudden betrayal looks even stranger, because whatever he saw 24 hours ahead was serious enough to change everything. Sungjin can only infer that something happened after the Demon King's castle in a later chapter, because the mask he has now only shows the past, not the future Edward saw. In the end, all he can do is keep staring at the star and wonder when he will finally be able to use a power this dangerous for himself. At dinner, Franz officially welcomes Mustafa into the group, and the crowded table breaks into applause. Mustafa admits he missed eating with a big family, so being able to sit with other hunters again hits him harder than he expected. Noticing the mood dip, Mustafa quickly rallies everyone to survive the raids and save the people waiting for them back home. As Mustafa settles in and the table turns lively again, Sungjin quietly slips away with another plan in mind. Inside the restroom, Sungjin locks the door and pulls out the star-shaped item because tomorrow's dinner is the safest way to check whether tomorrow's raid ends cleanly. When Sungjin activates Starlight, the restroom vanishes into a blinding vision of the future. The vision drops him into another dinner welcome, and at first Sungjin thinks he is just seeing the scene that happened a moment ago. Then Sungjin notices the person being welcomed is actually Hiroaki, and Mustafa is already seated with the group, proving this vision is tomorrow's dinner instead of tonight's. Seeing Mustafa alive and everyone smiling, Sungjin relaxes because the future dinner means tomorrow should pass without disaster if he does nothing reckless. The vision abruptly collapses into darkness and throws Sungjin back into the restroom, letting him estimate that the star only shows about 3 minutes ahead. When Sungjin steps out, Baltran is waiting there and awkwardly points out that Sungjin locked the door and came right back out almost instantly. Baltran heads into the restroom, and his comment leaves Sungjin thinking he may have learned something important. Time seems to stop for everyone else while he looks into the future. Back at the table, Sungjin keeps eating but quietly decides to get through tomorrow as normally as possible so the future he saw stays intact. After seeing everyone off, Sungjin goes to bed early again, this time to dig deeper into Edward's past instead of shopping at the black market. In the dream, Edward is already prepared for the Lich's blizzard storm and answers it instantly with anti-magic shield before charging in. Edward cuts off the Lich's next chant with silence and burns it with holy fire, showing he is fighting like he already knows every move. As Sungjin watches more of Edward's old runs, he realizes Edward advanced by using regression knowledge the same way he did. But Sungjin also sees Edward's limit. As a pure mage with weak weapon skill, he has to abandon some brutal hidden bosses whenever teamwork fails. That comparison makes Sungjin mutter that he is better than Edward, and the thought immediately unsettles him because it may be exactly why Edward chose him. Still watching Edward sleep through old timelines, Sungjin becomes convinced Edward was the one who sent him back in time. Then another shock lands when Edward reaches Cordon Bay with 4 hunters Sungjin has never met, which means the timeline where they first met was not Edward's first run either. Sungjin forces the vision forward to Edward's death and lands in Kadi Azel Magic University, where only 8 exhausted hunters are left in a 10-man raid. The moment the dean appears, Sungjin remembers this place and knows 8 people are nowhere near enough to win. Edward fights to the very end, but Dean Sergio wipes out the party and kills Edward as the last human alive. After death, Edward receives restart again and wakes in the white starting room screaming, confirming he regressed more than once. Sungjin wakes before dawn, shaken but certain now that Edward repeated this nightmare multiple times before choosing him. He heads downstairs before dawn, gets a less sweet cafe mocha from Dalyapin, and takes it outside to think while the sun comes up. Watching the sky, Sungjin pieces together Edward's plan. Edward could have survived himself, but instead forced Sungjin into the next run for a reason tied to the endgame. He still does not know what Edward saw in Chapter 21, but he decides the answer is the same either way: clear the raids and keep moving forward. When the next raid begins at Cordon Bay, Sungjin cuts through waves of Nagas so easily that the 4 hunters behind him barely have anything to do. He scans the shoreline for the hidden boss cave until one of the other hunters points out an opening in the cliff, and Sungjin recognizes it at once. As Sungjin approaches the cave, the towering halberd user called Terminator follows and asks if the rumor is true that Sungjin has chosen ones and if he can be selected too. Sungjin gives him a careful refusal, saying he is not choosing anyone anymore, and the halberd user's hopeful look drops into disappointment. At the cave mouth, Sungjin warns the group not to follow him inside because he will handle the hidden boss alone. Inside, Sungjin finds octopus-headed humanoids rising with glowing staves as the hidden boss Sherix appears with his progeny. Just as Sungjin moves to end the hidden boss fast, the tall halberd user ignores the warning and rushes into the cave to help. Sherix instantly takes over the halberd user's mind, turning his eyes yellow and sending him screaming towards Sungjin instead of the monsters. Instead of trying to fight around a controlled ally, Sungjin activates the Ring of the Great Sage and rewinds the scene to before the mistake. Back at the cave entrance, Sungjin stops the halberd user before he can interfere and bluntly warns that barging in will not make him a chosen one. The warning works, so Sungjin heads back into the cave alone, while the halberd user stays outside this time. After clearing the hidden boss and finding no troll dimensions to invade, Sungjin gives up and sprawls on the sunny beach to wait for the future he already saw. About 10 minutes later, the operator finally announces that one of his chosen ones is requesting teleportation, exactly like the vision promised. Sungjin accepts immediately and is met by Franz's report that someone in his party claims to have a teacher named Kei. When Sungjin arrives, Hiroaki greets him with a bright sensei, and the future dinner he saw starts coming true in real time. Sungjin spots Hiroaki again and greets him casually, and Hiroaki runs over like an excited disciple meeting his hero. Hiroaki proudly tells everyone he has been bragging about Master Hunter Kei, the ghost sword wielder, and Sungjin realizes this loudmouth helped spread his rumors. Franz jumps in and challenges Hiroaki's claim, arguing that one shared raid hardly makes a real master-apprentice bond. Franz keeps pressing, saying he has fought beside Sungjin and even sparred with him, so if anyone counts as an apprentice, it should be him. Fired up by Franz's story, Hiroaki immediately begs Sungjin for a spar and even draws his sword on the spot. Sungjin cuts through the excitement by asking whether their raid is already finished, because recruitment matters more than showing off. When Hiroaki says they already cleared the normal boss, Sungjin decides this is the perfect time to do the baptism first. Sungjin explains that if Hiroaki accepts the baptism, they can meet again later, and Hiroaki agrees without hesitation. Sungjin pours the holy water on Hiroaki, and the cube announces that Hiroaki has been chosen, turning yesterday's vision into reality. Later at 99 Nights, Mahadas, Franz, and Baltran shove tables together because Sungjin's chosen ones have grown to 8 people now. Once everyone is seated, Sungjin takes the head of the joined tables and formally introduces Hiroaki as the group's newest member. The group applauds, and Hiroaki stands with both swords at his waist to give a polite, emotional greeting about meeting his master again and finding teammates too. The moment hits Sungjin hard because Hiroaki's greeting matches the future he saw with Starlight exactly, word for word. To test it again, Sungjin slips away to the bathroom and activates the star-shaped accessory Starlight. In the future vision, Sungjin first counts heads and confirms there are still 8 people at tomorrow's dinner, which means no one dies in the next raid. He keeps watching long enough to see a calm, happy meal and no new recruit, which reassures him that tomorrow should be safe. Back in the present, Sungjin is shaken by how perfectly Starlight predicts events and realizes the item is on a completely different level from his other treasures. He quickly sees the practical advantage too. If he checks the next 24 hours every day, he can guide the raids with far more confidence. But while washing his hands, Sungjin remembers the darker-than-black shopkeeper's warning that he already had the determination and now had gained the power needed for the story to end. That should have comforted him, but instead Sungjin can't stop thinking about Edward's terrified reaction after seeing the same future-seeing item in the old timeline. He wonders if Edward saw the party's destruction in Chapter 21 and chose to massacre everyone himself so Sungjin could be sent back stronger. Sungjin slaps his own cheek in the mirror and forces himself to stay sharp until the very end instead of getting careless. Then his eye catches the eye of Jeremiah Earring, and he remembers the shopkeeper's stranger advice. If he ever has to choose one thing, choose the truth. Sungjin unequips the earring, studies it in his fingers, and decides he still does not understand the warning but should trust it when the moment comes. After putting the earring back on, he can only wonder what the shopkeeper really is, because the man's guidance keeps sounding almost supernatural. He returns to the dining room where the others are already laughing over dinner, and he steps back into the noise by asking what everyone is so excited about. The next day, Sungjin studies Dalyapin's notes over strawberry yogurt and starts briefing everyone on the bizarre Chapter 17 map, the City of Crimson Moon. He warns that this chapter is especially unnatural, full of nightmare-like creatures unlike the more familiar monsters from earlier raids. Sungjin names the boss Tezurburundaba and struggles to describe it except as a mass of floating angry spirit faces clumped together like slime. He gives the part that matters most. If chunks of the boss break off, those fragments move on their own but cannot be damaged, so everyone must focus the largest main body. When asked about the hidden boss, Sungjin admits he has never seen it himself, and tells them to retreat and call him instead of gambling with their lives. His caution comes from a hard limit. He only has 2 baptisms left, and still needs a perfect 10, so he cannot afford to lose even one chosen ally now. The briefing ends with promises to meet again at dinner, and Sungjin is left alone as the others return to their own dimensions. Looking over the empty seats, he reminds himself yesterday's future showed no deaths, so this raid should go cleanly unless something drastic changes the timeline. Even so, the bigger problem remains unsolved. With only 8 seats filled in the future, Sungjin still has no clue where his last 2 chosen ones will come from. He finally decides to stop overthinking recruitment for now and focus on clearing the next raid first. That night, Chapter 17 opens on the City of Crimson Moon, a grim medieval city under a huge blood-red moon with scraping noises and eerie moans echoing through the streets. Sungjin appears in the city and instantly hates the atmosphere after the comfort of the last warm beach chapter. As the party members begin warping in, Sungjin is pleased to see Mahadas again, and realizes this raid just got even easier. Mahadas warmly notes that fate has paired them up again, and Sungjin agrees that with so few hunters left alive now, running into acquaintances is no surprise. Sungjin checks the other 3 arrivals for familiar future allies, but none of them ring a bell. Then the short Asian hunter recognizes Sungjin first, addresses him in Korean, and comes forward with excited respect. Sungjin takes him for another Korean, but the man quietly corrects him and says he is from the north. The revelation catches Sungjin off guard because this is his first time meeting a North Korean hunter in either timeline. For a second, Sungjin weighs whether the man might be worth recruiting later, since someone shaped by harsh military life could adapt well to raids. That idea dies fast when the white hunter cuts in behind them and sneers that fighting beside a North Korean sounds like depending on a terrorist. The North Korean hunter bristles instantly, and the 2 men turn the raid lobby into a near brawl before the monsters have even spawned. The black hunter jumps in to break it up, warning them to worry about surviving the raid instead of tearing into each other. Even that barely works until Mahadas steps between them and calmly tells both men to put away their anger. The tension finally loosens when the North Korean hunter backs off and mutters that this is why he usually hides where he is from. Sungjin can sympathize with the man, but he also realizes a recruit who sparks this much prejudice and friction would be hard to bring into his carefully balanced future team. That clash also explains why Sungjin still saw only 8 seats filled at dinner, so he drops the recruitment idea and focuses on clearing the raid fast. The countdown begins, and with Mahadas beside him, Sungjin draws his sword under the crimson moon and gets ready for the raid. In a dim passage, Franz recoils at a semi-transparent monster that moves like its body is splitting and pouring itself forward. Saran cuts through his hesitation and says it does not matter what the thing is if they can kill it. Franz realizes the quiet innkeeper he met at dinner turns fierce the moment battle starts. At Saran's order, the party moves, and her first arrow opens the fight. The arrow sinks in, the creature shrieks with a rusty mechanical cry, and Franz forces himself to charge the grotesque thing. Elsewhere in a narrow alley, Nada freezes when she spots a towering white humanoid with no eyes or nose, only a mouth and hair pulled around its feet. Hiroaki steps up beside her, and coolly says the thing looks like a yokai from old Japanese legend. He teases her to stay back if she is scared, and the jab hits Nada's pride even though she wants this chapter over already. Sungjin reaches the boss much faster than the others, but his party is a mess because 2 hunters keep arguing instead of working together. Their bickering turns dangerous when one gets slammed away by a spirit fist and the other is bitten by teeth that open in the monster's abdomen. Seeing they are hopeless, Sungjin decides to stop holding back and calls on Moon Spectre and Bisgoro. 10 seconds later, Tezurburundaba is carved to pieces and collapses into nothing under Sungjin's overwhelming attack. The surviving hunters can only stare, and Sungjin calmly tells them to stay safe because he will handle the rest of the hunting himself. With no comrades left to rescue in this chapter, Sungjin shifts his goal to clearing the hidden boss fast and winning gear he can pass to Franz or Saran. He glances at Mahadas, decides the monk can keep this party steady, and uses Treasure Hunter to start searching for the hidden boss. In Franz's dimension, he and Saran finish off their own Tezurburundaba with a clean combo of sword and arrows. After the clear, Franz pushes the group to go after the hidden boss because he wants to get stronger. The others hesitate because hidden bosses pay well but can just as easily wipe out a team. Franz thinks about getting stronger after meeting Hiroaki, then turns to Saran and asks her to back the plan. Saran first repeats Sungjin's warning not to take reckless risks, but she finally agrees that with the two of them it should be manageable. Once Saran is in, the rest of the party reluctantly agrees to join the hidden boss hunt too. A hunter with the treasure hunter title calls for the clue, and the team gathers close to hear the riddle again. Later at dinner in 99 Nights, the chosen ones celebrate their victory with a champagne toast. In the middle of the celebration, Saran quietly asks Sungjin to meet her alone upstairs. She heads to the second floor first, and Sungjin follows after a strange faint whisper brushes his ear on the stairs. On the second floor, Sungjin spots the only door left slightly open and steps inside, asking what she wanted to say. Inside, Saran is waiting by the open window in a thin blouse instead of her usual leather vest, and the sudden change puts Sungjin on edge. The trap turns blatantly seductive as the false Saran strips to black plain modest underclothes, presses close, and tries to pull Sungjin deeper into the dream. Sungjin lets the trap come one step closer, then suddenly buries Moon's specter in the fake Saran's stomach. He immediately follows with blood vengeance and beheads the imposter, and the severed head snarls up at him, demanding how he knew. Sungjin explains the mistake that exposed the trap. Mahadas would never casually drink alcohol at a toast. The fake Saran warps in anger, the inn vanishes like a mirage, and Moon's specter's distant warning finally makes sense. Sungjin wakes to Mahada's casting light magic over him and immediately realizes he had only been trapped in a dream. He remembers how they followed the clue into a clock tower, found a bed that did not belong there, and triggered the hidden boss Beatrice the moment they approached it. Mahadas tells him he was unconscious for only 5 seconds, which means the dream trap warped time as well as perception. Sungjin sees the others still fighting a horned succubus, and realizes how badly this illusion could have gone if he had attacked an ally inside the dream. Disgusted at his own mistake, Sungjin draws both swords and charges straight back at the dream boss. After Beatrice falls, the raid hits 100% and Sungjin quietly sorts the legendary rewards by who among his allies could use them best. In the cleared room, Sungjin notices the two men who were trading insults earlier now awkwardly shaking hands after surviving together. Sungjin slips into a corner and tries a troll seeker marble, but no valid dimension appears anymore. With trolls drying up, he starts worrying that the others might be in trouble with their own hidden bosses, especially the less disciplined ones. A teleport request comes almost immediately, and Saran appears on the cube coughing and urgently calling him because Franz is in trouble. He jumps to Saran's dimension and arrives in the middle of chaos as one hunter's hand rots under black magic and Beatrice slips away in a swarm of bats. Sungjin spots Franz sprawled on the bed in a humiliating trance, mumbling Nada's name, while the dream still has hold of him. Because he already knows Beatrice's tricks, Sungjin heads straight for the bats to end the fight fast. Afterward, Saran looks at Franz like he is filth, and Franz can barely defend himself against the shame. Sungjin pities Franz because he knows exactly how vicious that illusion can be, but he cannot say that out loud in front of Saran. Then Saran calls Sungjin closer, and the familiar setup instantly makes him tense because it sounds too much like the dream that tricked him. But instead of seducing him, Saran only asks the awkward question she really wanted answered: does Franz like Nada? Sungjin awkwardly admits that is probably true, and Saran immediately realizes he may have been trapped in a similar illusion himself. Before he can explain, another teleport request cuts in, and this time Nada reports that Hiroaki has completely lost himself inside his own dream. Sungjin grabs the excuse to move and heads straight for Nada's dimension to deal with the next hidden boss disaster. Back at 99 Nights, all 8 chosen ones raise a subdued toast because they survived the succubus raid, but the table is far from relaxed. Holding his glass, Sungjin blames himself for getting sloppy and nearly letting the illusion boss put his teammates in real danger. When Saran catches his eye, Sungjin looks away on instinct because the succubus dream came from his own buried desires, and that leaves him feeling awkwardly guilty. Franz and Hiroaki sit with their heads down, too ashamed to talk after making fools of themselves in front of the women during the succubus trap. Baltron finally breaks the silence and loudly asks why everyone looks like somebody died when they all came back alive. Sungjin stands up and uses the awkward pause to warn all 8 chosen ones that hidden bosses can have nasty gimmicks, and succubi are especially dangerous for men. Baltron lights up at the word succubus and blurts out that he wishes he had found the hidden boss himself, completely missing why the room is still tense. Sungjin cuts Baltron off and reminds the team that chasing hidden bosses means nothing if they fail to keep everyone alive until the final raid. Once the mood settles, Sungjin opens his operator cube and starts handing out the raid rewards. He picks a Black Pearl legendary ring for Nada because its necromancy bonuses are a perfect fit for her black magic summons. Nada happily equips the ring at once, while Saran quietly turns her face away, clearly unhappy watching the moment. Next, Sungjin pulls out legendary boots with heavy magic resistance, and Franz reaches for them before spotting the brutal anti-magic penalty. Franz gives up the boots because he has started relying on magic, so Hiroaki claims them instead since he fights with sword techniques alone. Hiroaki bows and thanks Sungjin like a disciple receiving gear from his master. When Sungjin reveals his black coin total, the newer members Hiroaki and Mustafa stare in open shock while the older teammates barely react. Sungjin casually offers the coins to anyone who needs them, saying the real return is stronger allies who can help later. Mustafa awkwardly asks for coins to buy an auction item, and Sungjin immediately tells him to take what he needs. Even while accepting the help, Mustafa promises to pay Sungjin back after the raids, showing how hard this generosity still is for him to accept. With the reward settled, Sungjin tells the whole team he wants all 8 chosen ones to survive to the end, and he asks them to keep watching for strong allies from the old final survivors and beyond. Dalyupin arrives with fresh pizza and spaghetti, and the whole table finally loosens up enough to start eating for real. Sungjin quietly slips away to the bathroom and activates Starlight to peek one day ahead. The future shows the same dinner scene tomorrow with all 8 members still present, which means nobody dies but nobody new joins either. Sungjin returns from the vision relieved that everyone will survive, but still frustrated that he has not found another ally. The next morning, Sungjin gathers the chosen ones and warns them that Serkoris prison looks like a prison but fights like a nightmare asylum full of crazed enemies. He specifically warns that the inmates and test subjects attack in insane ways, like tearing off their own limbs or stabbing through their bodies just to hit from an impossible angle. Some of the team look nervous, and Sungjin lets that fear stay because careful hunters survive better than overconfident ones. He sends them off with one clear order: stay alive, and call him immediately if anything turns dangerous. The hunters are teleported into Serkoris prison, where the system welcomes them to a place that was once used for secret experiments. As Sungjin studies the half-prison, half-hospital horror around him, 4 more veteran hunters arrive to fill out the raid. He can tell these newcomers are capable, but after seeing tomorrow's future already, he knows none of them will become the ally he is looking for. The 4 outsiders start with polite introductions, trying to build trust the way survivors have learned to do after so many deadly raids. Then one of them recognizes Sungjin as Master Hunter K, and all 4 immediately turn their attention to the famous hunter from the rumors. Used to the attention by now, Sungjin introduces himself and promises to keep everyone safe as long as nobody does anything troll-like. The strangers agree at once, and with that settled, Sungjin leads the run through the prison. Inside Serkoris, the grotesque inmates barely matter because Sungjin cuts through them with the moon's specter and blood vengeance like a storm. With Sungjin carrying the raid, the main boss Omega falls cleanly. He wipes out the hidden boss Alpha too, making the whole stage look almost easy. The other hunters praise him in awe, but Sungjin barely hears it because he is still fixated on finding 2 more strong allies. Before the chapter ends, Sungjin keeps moving from call to call, rushing over whenever his chosen ones need help elsewhere in the raid. After chapter 18 ends, everyone is summoned to the white-columned Hunters' Hall, where the surviving hunters can finally be counted at a glance. The operator announces that out of more than 7 billion original participants, only 366 hunters remain. Most survivors are horrified by how low the number is, but Sungjin has the opposite reaction because compared to his previous life, 366 is actually a lot. He realizes that the count is higher because he kept saving people, his chosen ones carried others with his boosted stats, and his early troll hunts cut down hidden killers before they could massacre more hunters. As he returns to the black market, Sungjin quietly accepts that even without planning it, he has changed the whole game for the better. That night, Sungjin checks tomorrow's dinner with Starlight and sees a huge breakthrough. Hildebrandt is sitting with the chosen ones. Back in the present, Sungjin clenches his fist because Hildebrandt was one of the old final 10, and now he knows the 9th member is within reach. The next evening, that vision comes true as Sungjin greets Hildebrandt and welcomes him as the 9th chosen one. Hildebrandt laughs with pure relief, amazed that after all this killing he can sit down and eat with other people again. Stepping outside alone, Sungjin looks up at the moon and reminds himself that as familiar as this inn has become, it still is not home. He thinks of Earth, Korea, and Seoul, and pushes himself with the hope that the end is close if they can survive chapter 20 and what comes after. Then Sungjin uses Starlight again and comes back shaken, because tomorrow's vision is wrong in 2 ways at once. The first shock is that tomorrow's dinner table now has 10 people, meaning 1 more ally appears when Sungjin was not expecting it. The second shock is worse. In that future dinner, every chosen one looks tense and worried even though they all made it back alive. Sungjin stands there trying to make sense of the impossible future, but no explanation comes to him. Saran pokes her head out to ask why he is still outside and reminds him dinner is getting cold, snapping him out of it for the moment. Sungjin decides not to force a change yet, because everyone survives in the vision and moving blindly could make things worse. At dinner he gives the next briefing and reveals that tomorrow is chapter 20, the raid on the Demon King's castle. The team looks brimming with confidence after so many successful raids, but Sungjin still warns them that the 10-man boss there is unusual, and they must be careful. Once the others disperse, Sungjin goes to bed knowing something is waiting for him tomorrow even if he still cannot see the shape of it. Thinking back to Edward in his previous life, Sungjin wonders if Edward's betrayal began with a future vision just as disturbing as this one. That thought leaves Sungjin with a chilling possibility. What if tomorrow's vision shows him killing his own teammates? Still unable to answer what tomorrow will bring or what future he is about to see, Sungjin finally falls asleep with the star clenched in his thoughts. Inside the Demon King's castle, Sungjin cuts through enemies so easily that even he is stunned by how much stronger he has become. The surviving hunters are completely won over, and they start following Sungjin's orders like he is their commander. After reaching an area near the Demon King, Sungjin checks the time and realizes he finally has a chance to look one day ahead. He calls for a short break just to create an excuse, then slips away from the group to a quiet corner. Once he is alone, Sungjin pulls out Starlight and activates it without hesitation. The vision slams into him, and whatever he sees about tomorrow leaves him internally reeling. He snaps back to the present with a shout, alarming the nearby hunters. Sungjin hides the star under his shirt and brushes them off, but his shaken face makes it clear the vision changed everything. Left alone again, he finally understands the truth connected to Edward and realizes there is barely any time left to act. Remembering his last vial of holy water of baptism, Sungjin decides that this is the one move he can still make before tomorrow arrives. He pushes the fear aside and heads back to finish off the Demon King. Soon after, Sungjin kills Demon King Carnajad and clears Chapter 20. The others celebrate the clear, but Sungjin can barely care because the real crisis is still tomorrow. When the operator announces the raid is already at 100%, Sungjin realizes this chapter has no hidden boss at all. Then a flood of legendary rewards pours out to everyone, and the hunters are thrilled by how absurdly generous the final distribution feels. Sungjin reads the mood correctly and thinks this is probably the last reward distribution they will ever get. When the teleport countdown starts, Sungjin alone cancels his return and stays behind in the castle. The others ask why he is not leaving, and Sungjin only says he still has something to do. After everyone vanishes, Sungjin sits on the Demon King's throne and waits in case the Chosen Ones call for him. Calls for help do come in, and Sungjin answers the Chosen Ones one by one until the remaining raids are cleared too. Only after helping them does Sungjin finally return to the Hunter's Hall. In the bright white Hunter's Hall, the operator announces that just 256 hunters remain alive out of more than 7 billion. Hiroaki and Santiago greet him, but Sungjin ignores the small talk and starts searching the hall for Edward. As he moves through the survivors without finding him, Sungjin starts to fear Edward may already be dead. Most of the survivors barely react when the operator praises them, too drained by everything they have endured to feel proud anymore. That numb mood explodes the moment the operator reveals Chapter 21 will be the final raid. Then the real bomb drops. The final chapter is a 300-man raid, even though only 256 hunters are left alive. While everyone else panics, Sungjin grits his teeth and keeps hunting for Edward through the crowd. Saran stops him and asks if he knew this was coming, but Sungjin only asks her where Edward is. When Saran points him toward a pillar, Sungjin rushes there as the operator keeps explaining the scaled-up final raid. At last Sungjin finds Edward standing near the pillar, and Edward braces himself the instant he hears Sungjin call his name. With almost no time to explain, Sungjin tells Edward he is probably the strongest of the remaining hunters. Then Sungjin suddenly pours the last holy water of baptism over Edward and activates it with a single word. Edward explodes in anger, but the teleport countdown starts before Sungjin can say much more. Sungjin quietly tells him this is what he always wanted, promising they will meet again shortly. Edward can only mutter that Sungjin has lost his mind before the black market teleport takes him away. Back in the black market, Sungjin immediately drafts every chosen one to gather at first drop before dinner. As the group gathers, everyone is rattled by the idea of a 300-man final raid that starts 44 people short. Sungjin keeps glancing around for Edward, worried that their history might keep him from showing up even now. Then Edward finally appears, confused to find himself pulled into this private group. The others take Edward's arrival in stride, but Saran stares at Sungjin in shock because she realizes he planned this. Sungjin tells Edward to sit because they have a lot to discuss, but Edward still thinks this is some kind of trap. While searching for a way to fix the misunderstanding, Sungjin notices Edward is carrying the same staff Archiard once gave him. Sungjin immediately takes out his own matching Cereber Fundul staff and recognizes a perfect way to make peace. He offers the staff to Edward as a token of reconciliation, using the item itself to prove his sincerity. Later in 99 Nights, the Chosen Ones gather around Sungjin in tense silence as the impossible final raid sinks in. Nada reads the final raid sheet aloud, confirming the battlefield will be the Hunter's Hall with random monsters from the previous 20 chapters. Edward stays off to the side, still uneasy in this group, and Sungjin watches him with guilty understanding. Sungjin privately apologizes to Edward in his heart, because he now knows Edward once chose him to face this doomed final raid in his place. The room sinks into bleak frustration as everyone complains about the operator hiding a disaster like this until the very end. Sungjin claps the room back to attention and tells them panic is exactly why they need to stay calm now. He reminds them that he chose every one of them, and if they are short 44 hunters, they will have to cover that difference with sheer strength. Sungjin's confidence spreads through the room, and Edward watches from the side as the others start believing they can overcome the gap together. Edward keeps staring at Sungjin, unable to reconcile the man who attacked him with the leader these people trust absolutely. With the mood finally steadied, Sungjin ends the meeting and tells everyone to prepare themselves mentally for the morning. After the others leave, Soldamer approaches Sungjin for a quiet farewell on the last night before the end. Sungjin asks what will happen to Soldamer after the raids, and this time the operator actually answers. The answer is a relief. Beings created during the raids will return to their original dimensions instead of simply vanishing. Bisgoro suddenly chimes in off-panel that he is relieved too, turning the mood absurd even though only Sungjin and Soldamer are physically in view. Sungjin tries to shut Bisgoro down, then gets blindsided when Bisgoro reveals he and Moon Spectre have agreed to marry. Moon Spectre shyly confirms it, saying Bisgoro was kind to her, which leaves Sungjin too stunned to argue properly. In the end, Sungjin gives up, offers them a reluctant blessing, and escapes the conversation before Bisgoro can lecture him about romance. Outside, Sungjin spends a quiet moment thanking Kane for everything before tomorrow tears them apart. Regenta comes over next, and Sungjin thanks the Griffin too, knowing this may be their last night together. Back inside, Sungjin says goodnight to Dalyupin, then suddenly asks what will happen to him after the raid's end. Dalyupin gives one of his cryptic answers, saying he will remain here receiving other customers until the story ends. Sungjin heads to bed thinking that if tomorrow goes well, the next night should finally be spent back in his tiny apartment on Earth. Then he suddenly remembers Starlight can still show him what comes after the final raid, and his heartbeat jumps. He pulls out the star-shaped accessory and realizes that if he checks after the cooldown resets, he can see whether tomorrow ends in Earth, death, or another regression. The thought of being dragged all the way back to Chapter 1 again horrifies him more than anything. He checks the time and sees there are still more than 3 hours left before midnight, so the smart choice would be to sleep first. But once he lies down, his nerves refuse to let him rest, and thoughts about tomorrow keep spiraling in circles. Midnight finally arrives with no sleep at all, and Sungjin gives in to the urge to know. He activates Starlight one more time and braces himself to see whether tomorrow leads to life or death. Using Starlight, Sungjin suddenly sees himself alive again in his old soul rooftop room, and the first shock is pure relief that the final raid must have been cleared. That relief sours fast when his future self checks a phone message begging for overdue rent, then sighs like a man who survived the world only to come home to debt. When future Sungjin reaches for crutches, the cast on his right leg reminds him exactly what kind of life waits outside the raids: injured, jobless, and barely hanging on. Watching his injured future limp around that room, Sungjin realizes the hunter's fantasy was wrong. If people return without raid memories, there will be no savior's reward, only the same hard life waiting at home. He grows even more uneasy when he wonders whether he might lose his own memories too, because the raids were hell, but they also became a huge part of who he is now. Then the future changes everything again when limping Sungjin opens his desk drawer and pulls out the little blue dragon cube Archiard gave him. Hearing his future self murmur Archiard's name, Sungjin realizes he did keep his memories after all, and that the cube alone came back with him. The cube is empty in that future vision, but the moment he sees it, Sungjin finally understands the dragon's old hint that this cube would truly be his. The future vision cuts out, and Sungjin jolts awake in 99 nights with one urgent thought left ringing in his head: only that cube can cross over. He immediately calls the operator and retrieves the blue dragon cube, staring into its empty interior now that he knows what it can do. He checks Starlight's wording again and locks onto the keyline: the future can be changed if he exerts his will. That gives him a risky plan. If he stores the right raid item inside the cube, maybe his future self on Earth can keep more than memories. He first considers the Ring of the Great Sage, dreaming of taking magic back to reality. But he stops because he still needs that ring to survive tomorrow's final fight. One by one he rejects his other rings too, because almost all of them are combat gear, and changing the future the wrong way could get him killed before he ever reaches that room. Then he remembers a merchant's advice about truth and picks the Eye of Jeremiah instead, since the thought-reading earring should not decide tomorrow's battle. The earring fits neatly into the cube, giving him his first proof that the plan might actually work. But when he compares the cube to Starlight, he realizes he might be able to take an even more valuable item home if he can somehow force both inside. After fiddling with the angles, he wedges Starlight into the cube first, and then tucks the earring back between the star's points, landing on the exact combination he wanted. He bursts out in relief because now he has a real shot at changing the life waiting for him after the raids. The next day, the last raid becomes a slaughterhouse in the endless white-pillared Hunter's Hall, but Sungjin and the Chosen Ones keep carving a path forward. Sungjin orders Edward and Saran to fire at a pillar, flushes out Kalian's hiding spot, and kills the Dark Elf before he can escape again. A red dragon immediately answers with a blast of fire, and Hildebrand throws himself in front of Sungjin with ice magic before Franz and Hiroaki sever the dragon's neck. The pressure never lets up, because a Hydra appears next and Beltran tanks its attention so Mahadas can smash one of the heads apart. A crazed mage starts chanting to burn everything down, but Nada silently reaches him first and cuts his throat before the spell can finish. When a two-headed ogre charges in, Mustafa's debuff magic slows it down just enough for Sungjin to split the monster clean in two. Even while he keeps killing, Sungjin starts to doubt whether the hopeful future he saw is real at all, because this final raid still feels endless. Then the operator finally announces, Chapter 21 cleared, and in an instant the mountains of corpses and all the dead vanish from the hall. The survivors cheer for a heartbeat, then freeze when every weapon, ring, and piece of raid armor suddenly disappears off their bodies. While the operator drones on about humanity surviving judgment again, Sungjin quietly checks his vest and smiles when he feels the small dragon cube is still there. The real final choice comes next. Fallen people and non-participants will forget everything, but the surviving hunters can decide for themselves whether to keep their raid memories. Hildebrand chooses erasure first, admitting he does not want his wife and daughter to see what these raids turned him into. Beltran agrees and says he has seen enough horror already, while Mahadas calmly decides to keep the memories as hard-won lessons. Hiroaki and Edward also keep theirs, and Sungjin answers without hesitation that he will keep his memories too. Saran follows Sungjin's choice almost immediately, making it clear she wants to carry this ending with her too. Franz jokes bitterly about losing their glory, Nada grumbles that her dream of escaping office work is dead, and both hover between regret and practicality. In the end, Franz decides he wants to remember being one of humanity's heroes, while Nada decides she would rather go back to normal life without all this weight. After staying quiet and watching everyone else, Mustafa finally says he will keep his memories as well. With 5 minutes left before Earth, the group shifts from decision to farewell and starts saying goodbye like people who know this bond may never happen again. Beltran tells Sungjin the worst part of erasing his memories will be forgetting him, and Sungjin sends him off with the same respect he earned in battle. Mahadas parts from Sungjin with a blessing-like promise that if fate crosses their paths again, it will be a welcome meeting. Nada skips words entirely, and gives Sungjin a sudden deep kiss, leaving him bright red and the whole moment delightfully off balance. Sungjin feels Saran's stare immediately after, and the awkward tension hangs there even before anyone says it out loud. Hiroaki cheerfully asks where to find him in Korea, and Franz jumps in too, until they all realize they still do not know Master Hunter K's real name. Since the raids are truly over, Sungjin finally drops the distance he kept all this time, and tells them his real name is Sungjin Kong. As the 1-minute countdown starts, Sungjin seeks out Edward and quietly thanks him, making their last handshake feel like a private truth between them. Saran then tells Sungjin exactly where she will wait for him in the real world, and his short answer says he understands perfectly. With the final seconds running out, the hunters trade their last hugs and handshakes before they are finally sent home. Earth returns in the middle of a rainy Seoul afternoon, where ordinary people walk past umbrellas and traffic with no idea what just ended for their species. A radio broadcast quietly hints that something impossible did happen, reporting the world's atomic clocks all jumped forward by 3 seconds at once. The radio's next stories show how the survivors landed back in real life, with billionaire Mustafa suddenly turning the world to hand absurdly expensive gifts to people like Nada and Hildebrand. Then the entertainment news bluntly exposes that archery star Saran Han is in love with an ordinary unidentified man. For the first time, someone actually answers the radio, because that so-called ordinary couple is right there under one umbrella. Saran, unbothered, walking beside Sungjin. Sungjin casually says they should go to the zoo tomorrow, and Saran is baffled because the sky is still pouring and the forecast says rain all week. When Saran reaches a hand into the rain and points out how impossible clear weather looks, Sungjin just smiles because he already knows what tomorrow will be.